The guy opened his eyes and got out of bed. He completely did not understand what was happening, and he was surprised that he was still alive, because his whole body hurt from wounds and bruises. Looking around, he realized that he was in his university hostel, and he did not like it. With surprise, he discovered that he was not dead, but instead, he was returned. But this did not explain why he had so many injuries. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that there was no spiritual energy in his body. His 13,000 years of cultivation disappeared at one point. These guys were really ruthless. The young man grew up in the supreme and respected kingdom of the sword. But when he was presented to the rank of the divine king, countless experts of Yunjue Dina put him, and in the end he ended with exhaustion and hatred. Perhaps this space could not bear the power of such a large number of experiments at the same time. And this actually returned him back in his time at the University of Yunhai. Having considered all the recent events, the young man decided that he would not leave this so simply, because he was reborn and will definitely get Junzue Din and destroy him. At that moment, the doors of his room opened. Turning around, the hero saw a beautiful young woman in the doorway. She asked Wu Fu whether he had woke up. The guy recognized Li Mangyao in a visitor and remembered why his body was wounded. At the time when he heard her voice, she said that from the moment they parted, she returns his things and threw his handbag and phone into him. The young man recalled that the reason he was sleeping was that he went to ask the beauty why she left him. He was humiliated in front of everyone and also insulted Hin Tianhao. One of the attackers recognized the hero and said that he knew him well because his father works in the company of his father. And for this reason, the hero's father was immediately dismissed from the company. Returning to reality, the young man asked his ex-girlfriend what she still wanted, to which she replied that he dared to insult Tianhao, being insignificant. The beauty also said that the villain wanted Wu Fu to kneel in front of him and apologize. Then his father will be able to continue to work in the company. In the end, his whole family was counting on the salary of the parent from the cleaning of the toilets. Looking at the lady, the hero realized that he must really liked her, because he still had memories of those feelings. Getting out of the bed, heading for the girl, the guy with an impenetrable expression on his face said that men just did not kneel, so they would not go. Such behavior angered the beauty. She did not understand why her ex-guy behaved like that, but he said that he was ready to meet He Tianhao when he wanted, finally, saying that she came from her old feelings. But since he does not know that it would be good for the family, he could just go and die. Li Mang turned around and slammed the door loudly, leaving the room. Looking at the closed doors, the hero realized that this means that he needs to recover from wounds and increase his strength before he meets a villain. Again, sitting on the bed and taking a pose for meditation, Wu Fu thought that, fortunately, he still remembered the methods of cultivation. Currently, the largest appropriate technique of cleansing Xue is 9 Underworld, because it should begin to heal his injuries, and this was only a matter of time before he enters the perfect kingdom of Qi. A blue glow came from the body of a young man when he felt that the Qi sword was hanging above his head. Before that, he thought that the sword was captured by others, and did not believe that he could meet him here. The type of sacred weapon before entering the perfect space of Qi was too dazzling, and if other cultivators discover it, this could cause unnecessary problems. In the hands of the weapon, the young man realized that he was waiting for too much, but the sword scattered into pieces in battle, having suffered greatly, and now only his handle remained. But he also noticed that his joy was clamped, and now he could check his current power. Getting out of the bed and putting on a jacket, Wu Fu decided to check his strength at once, and therefore squeezed his palms into his fist and cheap air with a stream of energy. A deep crack remained on the wall, although it was just an ordinary combat equipment, but in fact she carried a sharp blade of Qi, smiling. The hero thought that he was waiting for a meeting with He Tianhao. Continuing the training, the guy decided to do in the fresh air and went out into the street, climbed a tree, and took a lotus pose there. The young man threw up and again gently landed on a branch on his feet. When he realized that spiritual energy was limited on Earth, this would not be a problem for cultivating Qi of better quality, but the density was too small for further progress. Hearing the noise below, the hero noticed groups of guys, one of whom said that Wu Fu usually loves to come here because this place looks abandoned. Since the one who they were looking for was not visible, the fat man invited the accompanying person to return here tomorrow, and he would look for a guy for them. But the villains decided that in this way he simply wanted to deceive them. Watching everything from his shelter, the young man realized that it was Wang Meng, his common neighbor and the only friend on Earth from a past life. The neighbor informed the bandits that his friend had just recovered from injuries, and therefore, he would beg his brother Hao let him go. To which the bandit said that only thanks to his sincerity last time, their main time released the young man whole. The scoundrel also added that Wu Fu dug up his grave when he dared to portray himself cool in front of his daughter-in-law, which means that now there was no point in begging. Although the bastard pushed the fat man to the ground, a small puppy, who was walking with them, became his defense. He simply would not let his master hurt. The villain already wanted to offend the animal, as Wang Mang covered him with his body and asked to recover, because it was simple animal. The neighbor also explained that his friend was in bed for several days, and he would die if they were touched again. The leader realized that the guy deceived him, and therefore ordered his gang members to catch him, and they immediately rushed to fulfill the order of the main one. Wu Fu stood in the way of gang members, not allowing them to approach their neighbor and stopping possible attacks. The hero threw the enemy in the other direction with one blow, preventing him from approaching his neighbor. Clutching his hand into a fist, the young man warned the bandits to immediately get out of here until he got angry. Having scared for the life of his friend, the fat man asked what he was doing here, and said that he immediately ran away. Noticing the person he needed, the bastard said that he dared to appear and even harm his brother, and therefore now he is wrapping up for it. The fat man asked his friend to run away immediately, because he was very worried about his life, but he said that he would relax, because the only criminals were to run. One of the gang members immediately rushed to the attack, but the guy stopped him in time and threw him aside. Wang Mang was simply stunned by the new abilities of his friend, while the bandits really liked his behavior, and therefore they again rushed at him. Another attacking one immediately flew into the opposite side of the young people, but the bandits still did not give up. The chapter believed that this was simply impossible, because a few days ago his opponent was a weakling, to which the young man replied that it was before, but everything was changing. A wave of light flew into the bandit and significantly shortened his red hair, which he was always very proud of. Not understanding why the opponent is still here, Wu Fu recalled that he was giving him a chance to leave, and it is better for him to use this, to which the redhead said that he would remember everything. The bastards decided to obey their recent victim, and under the views of the neighbors left the battlefield. Suddenly, the puppy, which all this time was with them, began to bark towards the bones, attracting the attention of the hero. On the other side, a tree branch flew out and, flying at a huge speed past a young man, crashed into a crown of a tree. Stuck in it, a man in a gray suit came out of the bushes and noticed that it was unprofessional to mock the weak. Flowing his fists, the stranger said that if the hero wants to fight, then he can make him a company. Wang Mang realized that it seemed that they were mistaken for bad guys, to which a friend replied to him that he was better off to leave and run, because when you are not able to hit someone, it's not at all a shame. Although the fat man really wanted to help, he made the only correct decision. Taking the puppy in his arms, he went towards the hostel, hoping that his friend would hold out under the onslaught of the enemy. Having left alone, the man asked a little cultivator, "Wasn't it humiliating to fight with ordinary people?" But he replied that they simply had a misunderstanding with experience, because it was these people who decided to find troubles. The stranger squeezed his hand into his fist, from which energy oozed, and jumped into the air. He realized that the opponent did not think at all that the kingdom of Qi would be disturbed by several people. Deriving from the blow and reporting that he was very sorry, Wu Fu grabbed the initiative and hit his opponent with a stream of strong energy. Although the man realized that he was hit by imperfect power, he knew that the blow was strong enough and understood that it was very bad. The hero thoughtfully watched his opponent standing on his knees, holding his chest cage. He did not attack, but still did not relax. Grabbing his chest, the man thought that his opponent did not use the advantage to attack him, which means he was not sure that he really was telling the truth. Watching the opponent, Wu Fu thought that the cultivation of this elder is above his 2 levels, but his spiritual energy is very weak. Perhaps it was an injury. The opponent realized that he was at a time when the young man got behind him and applied his spiritual energy on him. Due to his strength, the guy realized that the meridians of his enemy were badly damaged, so he could not use all his strength. After the hero moved away, the man was surprised to realize that most of the damage on his meridians recovered and could not believe that simple cultivation of perfect Qi has this ability. Suddenly, several of his subordinates flew up to the young man who saw that there were traces of blood on their boss costume. The guards quickly realized that the cause of damage to their chief was Wu Fu, and therefore, at the same moment they surrounded him, not allowing him to leave the battlefield. The newcomers immediately got their firearms, and as soon as they realized that they were a cultivator in front of them, they opened fire on the enemy, but he easily could evade bullets. His recent rival in a gray suit immediately came to the aid of the young man. He instantly stopped his guard and recalled that he had not allowed permission to open fire. The man immediately apologized to the hero and said that he was very grateful for the healing of his wounds. And he was also very sorry for the misunderstanding that arose between them. The guards wanted to ask why their boss apologized to the boy, but he interrupted them and said that he saw that the opponent had no evil intentions. Otherwise, the result could be completely different. The boss smiled embarrassedly and told the guy that he really knew how to joke, but he replied that he said seriously. The elder looked at his recent opponent and could not believe that he was really a cultivator of perfect ki, but said that he had one request. The man said that he has a daughter, and she also blocked the meridians, and therefore he hoped that the guy would help her, but the guards killed, recalling that the blocked meridians of the young lady even could not heal. The employee believed that even if the quasi-Crasomaster's royal master could not do anything, then the deceiver definitely stood in front of them, and it was worth considering everything again. The boss better stopped the guard and said that his arrogance really grew very much, but his charm interrupted the hero, recalling that now his time was to speak. Smiling awkwardly, the man immediately apologized to the former opponent, but he said that he did not remember to agree on something. Listening, he also wanted to remind you who is the main ungrateful young man, but he was stopped by the boss's angry gaze. The man believed that Wu Fu had outstanding abilities, but only spiritual energy was not enough to cultivate. The young man agreed with a former opponent, and he said that he had a villa in the residential complex of Tianfu, and there was an excess of spiritual energy so that the guy could come there at any time and cultivate. The man realized that he was the beloved villa of Madame Yang, only for the cultivation of perfect ki, and the young man said that the high content of spiritual energy sounded very cool. The eldest also said that his residence was very calm, and no one would distract, and asked that if the guy could heal his daughter, then he would do everything he wanted. Thinking, Wu Fu said that the problem of blocking the meridians was not so big, to which the man replied that then he would bother the guy and quickly bring his daughter to pay for the visit. Having finished the conversation, the hero turned around and headed about his business, but took out a note with a phone number from his pocket and said that the guys call him. In the end, the security guard said that if he could not heal Madame Yang, he would not let him live calmly. Already approaching the hostel building, the young man heard a mobile phone vibrate in his pocket. At the other end of the wire was the evil He Tianhao. The young man not only did not apologize, but also dared to beat his people. Nika said that he gave the guy 10 minutes, and if by that time he does not come, then something unpleasant could happen to his friend and the dog. If the hero had been worried about how he could see him, now he will come. The bastard, along with Li Mangyao, sat in the expensive cleaned hall surrounded by the guards and enjoyed excellent wine. The new members of his gang stood with batons at the door in anticipation of the young man, telling the boss to stay behind, otherwise he could spray him with blood. And near the wall there were related Wang Mang with a dog in anticipation of a friend's arrival. As soon as the young man crossed the threshold of the building, two scoundrels with batons immediately rushed at him, but he stopped them with a slight movement of his hand. Completely not paying any attention to the attackers, Wu Fu scattered them to the sides and headed straight to the shocking pair. The girl believed that this was impossible, because only yesterday her former lover was lying in bed. The guy said that enough time has passed since yesterday, and one of the guards noticed that it seems this kid had a steel armor inside. Covering her eyes, the beauty sighed heavily. She thought about how this garbage was able to change so unexpectedly and decided that he was definitely prepared. Seeing the hostages, the hero immediately went in their direction, and tears performed in front of his friend, because he understood that his brother came to save him, despite the danger. Crouching, he immediately rushed to untie his four-legged friend, because there was a suspicion that something could happen to Husky. From the eyes of the fat man, tears rushed through a stream, because it seems that his best friend completely forgot about him. Wu Fu still decided to untie his neighbor around the room when he saw that one of the guards of the bastard was approaching his friend from behind. The young man noticed the attacker in time and immediately threw him back to the other end of the institution. He Tianhao noticed that his opponent still knows how to fight, and therefore, clicking his fingers, called for a group of men to help. He got up from his seat with his companion and was about to leave, still believing that the guy's preparation was not enough to fight him. The chief gave the order to his wards so that they would not leave a living place in the youth, and they immediately rushed into battle. The young man was not going to fight opponents for a long time, and therefore, Having gathered all the spiritual energy, he simply directed her in their direction. The guard was immediately defeated, and the guy asked the former girl and her new boyfriend whether they want to continue the battle, which they shake their heads negatively. The young man said that in this case they were some kind. Watching his friend, Wang Mang thought whether he was still the same person he knew. But then his attention attracted Husky. Having tightly pressed against the hand of his new guy, Li Mangyao told the former that if he thought that he was so cool and omnipotent with his skills, then the discharge would always be a discharge. But the satellite was interrupted, ordering it immediately to shut up. The beauty looked with hatred at her ex, because it was precisely because of him that a new young man shouted at her. Since the dogs feel bad people perfectly, the husky did not like the red lady at once, and therefore he quietly approached her and, raising his paw, marked. Suddenly, the doors of the room with a loud knock opened, attracting general attention to themselves. A little brunette entered the hall and said that she had heard that someone had arranged a membrane on her territory. Having carefully examined the newly arrived, Wu Fu realized that she was a difficult person and cleared his throat, attracting attention. The girl also noticed that the stranger was unusual, but she was more surprised that this appearance was destroyed by only one cultivator of perfect ki. There was a lot of noise. The beauty, smiling, asked how some boy dared to arrange a commotion on her territory, to which He Tianhao said that the hero was beaten in addition to the whole guard. Shocking! In all those present, a little puppy immediately ran up to the recently arrived girl and began to rub on her leg. Such an action of the dog caused a small brunette another attack of anger. It seemed as if her body would now tear from anger. The young lady at great speed rushed to the guy's attack, because she really did not like what he commanded on her territory. The guy barely managed to block the striker's blocked, and also understood that she was superior to his strength. He was definitely not an equal to her. Watching an unequal battle, his ex-girlfriend could not understand when he became so strong, and He Tianhao guessed that he was a cultivator, so she had a surprise how he became so strong. Exploring the quick blows of the brunette, the hero realized that she had a definitely amazing talent. The young man found a weak point of his rival and immediately put a hand to her, because for him her drawback was too obvious. Such an action of the young man fell even more fire in the soul of a beauty. Now she believed that he was not only a fraudster, but also a pervert. She wanted to rush with another attack, but here she realized that she could not use her spiritual energy. Protecting himself from a possible blow, the girl covered her head with her hands and said that this unscrupulous bully would take a seal from her, and then she would save his life, but the guy only patted her hair. Calming the opponent, he promised to open her spiritual energy, but not now, because at least she had to calm down. In a frightened voice, Hanhao asked the approaching young man what he wants from him. The grenade launched forward, and putting her hands in different directions, said that she was still disassembling them. But this is the territory of the SE family, which means that they could not arrange riots. Standing on her own, the girl stated that these were the rules, to which Wu Fu with an impenetrable look pointed to a half-destroyed guard and said that it seems to him that they could clearly explain who was a mess. As soon as the hero allowed, the man in glasses said that his boss ordered them to fight with a guy. Turning around, the beauty asked the villain that, it turns out, he lied to her, but the young man did not let her finish. Having pushed towards Lady Wu Fu asked the bastard if he now wants to apologize to him. After that, as if nothing had happened, the villain refused to lose and showed disrespect for the hero, which caused the first a wave of anger. But after the villain shouted that he would ruin the life of the guy, he decided not to stop there and once again hit He Tianhao in the face. With an impenetrable gaze, Wu Fu told the bastard that if he wants to take revenge, he can find him at any time. But now he is simply obliged to apologize. The little brunette sided with the young man and reminded that the villain had a membrane in her family, and although she did not react to it, she also thought that it was not difficult to apologize. After such words of the girl, the bastard still decided to make concessions and asked for forgiveness from the guy, to which he said that he would get down from his eyes. Not wanting to argue anymore, the bastard obeyed the order and was about to leave the room, but Li Mangyao ran after him to find out if he was in order. But he simply dismissed her. The beauty looked after the removing guy and thought that it was very difficult to get such a rich and cool. And now her former broke all her plans. Suddenly, the hero combed his nose, and he sneezed loudly but decided not to pay attention to it, because he told the girls with a hammer that they still have business and they will see later. The doors behind the young people slammed loudly, which shocked the girl, because she realized that he never took off her seal. Running into the corridor, the brunette felt her energy returning. It seems that the heroes were really in the kingdom of perfect ki, Meanwhile, He Tianhao reached the building where his servants were. Those could not believe that his boss was beaten and asked who was so brave. Involving anyone, he immediately went to Biao's brother and asked to help him teach them a lesson. Without turning around, the man noticed that someone was mocking over the second young master of the He family and asked if he did not know who his elder brother He Tiangang is, to which the villain replied that the rejoicing could not understand this and asked not to destroy him too quickly because he wanted him to know the consequences of how to offend the villain. The next day, Wu Fu decided to return to his former life and therefore went to the university for study. He knew that his enemies were those who lived for thousands of years, and even if they trained the atmosphere, he had to remain calm and not rush. Tearing off the guy from thoughts, a group of young men entered the classroom and asked how he dared to come to school, to which the hero replied that he was a student guy, and therefore could calmly be in his office. The student who approached him said that he was really crazy because his brother Tian Hao was a member of their basketball team, and he insulted him. One of the students could not understand why because of a poor boy in the class. It never was calm. But the other student explained that he insulted He Tianhao and therefore should be apologized and never meet them in the future. With an absolutely impenetrable face, Wu Fu asked what the consequences would be if he did not. The newcomers explained that the consequences will be that he and everyone in his class will compete against their basketball club. Classmates liked such a development of events, and they wanted to know why the hero draws them, believing that he looked like a mouse trying to break the bowl of porridge. The basketball players said that, so that classmates were not involved, he had to play the game with them, but if he loses, his daddy would be called. Wu Fu asked what would happen if they lose, to which the club members laughed and replied that the same would be the same. The news scattered very quickly at the educational institution, and everyone wanted to look at the competition, so they went to the basketball playground. Only Wang Mang believed that this was a bad idea. The members of the hero's team said that they would be able to accept the defeat, and therefore they would not consider it an insult, to which he replied that it is not important who to win or lose. Just do not give up too quickly. The gathered to see the Wu Fu team did not believe that the fat man and two gnomes were able to defeat Zhou Sun, because he was the president of the basketball club, and his father the director of the school. The audience knew that the young man was insulted by He Tianhao, who was the best friend of the basketball player, and hence him too. Therefore, they believed that he would be expelled from school. The judge went on the field and said that both sides took their places, the game will last 30 minutes, and the team with the highest result will win. Throwing the ball into the air, he announced that the game had begun. Zhou Shun intercepted the first initiative and ran to the rival ring, but the hero believed that it was not good enough. The captain of the basketball team sent the ball exactly at the target, earned the first 3 points for his team. Watching this, Wang Mang said that they have no chance at all, because even the judge at the beginning gave the ball to the enemy. My friend noticed that the game had just begun. The young man immediately rushed into the attack and intercepted the ball from the basketball player, because he believed that he was really not good enough to win him. Joshin could not believe that the guy would be so fast and shouted to his teammates to stop him. But the young man quickly broke to the ring of rivals, not paying attention to anyone. The spectators who watched all this were shocked, and even thought that they had hallucinations, since the classmate ran unexpectedly quickly. Wu Fu was not inferior to the team of basketball players at all, and therefore the score soon became 17-20. Although Zhou Shun thought that the game would be very easy, he now realized that everything was not so simple. Because the young man was very fast, now he needed to equalize, and taking the ball, he headed to the basket of his opponents. Taking into the ring and making a throw, the captain of the basketball team believed that even in such conditions he could still lead in the score. To universal surprise, the hero jumped out in front of the basket, intercepting the ball and causing many admiring responses. Among the students observing the game, conversations were almost whispering that it was impossible, and the guys from the basketball club were literally smeared. Zhou Shun admitted that he did not expect that his opponent was hiding such abilities in himself, but he did not plan to give up. Turning to the members of his club, he gave the command to act. Smiling predatorily, the captain thought that now the game would be held as part of 2 against 8, and his opponent would remain a failure. Without suspecting anything, Wu Fu handed the ball to his teammate, but he decided not to lead him to the ring, but gave him to the rivals. Catching a basketball ball, the blonde without any problem sent it to the ring. The hero carefully looked at the actions that a member of his team demonstrated and understood why everything went wrong. Mocking, the opponent said that if he has abilities or other team members, now is the time to show them. It seemed to the audience that now there was no hope left, because even when the basketball players were cheating, they did it absolutely overstretched. Who watched along with all the Huskies game was also unhappy, so that Wang Mong did not start panic. His friend put his hand on his shoulder and said that there were still 10 minutes left, which means that the battle had just begun. Since now basketball players had much more people in their team, they easily blocked their opponents. Running by, Wu Fu captain said that if he still wants to play with him, he could continue to dream. Realizing that he would not leave this so easily, the young man easily bypassed the enemy holding him up, not suspecting that the guy was already behind him. The captain, completely confident in his abilities, directed the ball into the basket. The hero immediately jumped out in front of the ring, preventing his opponent from getting a few more points. The captain was amazed at such a turn of events because he did not understand at all when the young man managed to be in front of him. But completely not going to dwell on the Wu Fu Fu, with one light movement of his hand, the ball threw the field and scored it into the enemy basket. While Joshun tried to prove that it was a hoax and that it was impossible to make a long throw, the audience was enthusiastic about the match. When the score on the scoreboard was already showing 35-23 in their favor, Wang Mong realized that it was still not lost, and it was simply amazing. The angry blonde ordered other members of his team to restrain the enemy so that he could break past them. With a slight smile, the young man asked the opponents if they really think they could stop him. After an instant, the hero was already behind the bewildered basketball player. The guy also rushed to the attack, easily bypassing the members of the second team and confidently moving to his goal. The audience already supported Wu Fu with might and main, realizing that basketball players were not acting according to the rules and they were much weaker than the guy. Already being near the ring, Joshun believed that nothing would help his opponent. No matter how fast he was, it was already too late. Under the shocked gaze, the hero was still able to jump out in front of him and intercept the ball, preventing him from getting at least a couple of points. The audience was just delighted when the young man again launched the ball through the whole field in the rival's ring. The classmates who watched all this were simply stunned and began to support the guy even more when the score was 42-37 in his favor. Although not everyone could believe that the two were able to win against 8 because they still considered Wu Fu a weak garbage, Husky tried with all his might to convince them of the opposite. Joshun was very angry because the man he hated disgraced him, and therefore he wanted to make him incapable of eating and walking when his teammate offered to leave the field. Seeing that basketball players were about to go, Wang Mong asked them they really were going to escape and whether they were not going to do anything. Opponents could not believe that the hero was so arrogant that he wanted the captain to call him daddy, and thought that he was probably tired of living. Smiling at such words, Wu Fu said that he could not afford to accept his son, who does not show devotion, which even more angry his rivals. One of the basketball players wanted to hit the young man, but he easily dodged his attack. The hero easily pushed the attacker, and he demolished his team members who fled to the rescue with his body. The audience was very surprised when the match grew into a fight, and the captain of the basketball team did not know what to do because they obviously lost in this. Without giving Joshun to escape so easily, the guy grabbed his hand and reminded that since he lost, he should have paid on accounts. Trying to break out, the blonde was surprised to realize that his opponent was really very strong and would not give up so easily. Clutching the captain's hand tightly, the young man ordered him to call him daddy, as was previously agreed. But he did not plan to do this and simply said that he was hurt. The audience who watched the match insisted that Joshun accept his defeat and finally fulfill the terms of agreement. Joshun said that his opponent would still regret it, but Wu Fu Fu simply squeezed his wrist in his hands, recalling in what disadvantage he was. Looking with contempt at the loser, Wu Fu asked if he could call him now, to which he, through his teeth, still called him daddy. Having said that there was no more useless son in the world, the hero turned and went away from the stadium, and the angry blonde remained to sit on the field. Fearing for a friend, Wang Mong recalled that Captain and Heo Tianhao had huge connections at the school, and therefore he should be afraid of them together. After the match was graduated, the young man, along with Pyosik, returned to his dormitory room and set to meditate. Having gathered all his energy, the guy began to explain Husky that there are 3 types of 9 meditation, which are divided into the initial, medium, and high procedure for gasification. He also said that it is necessary to find a place with a strong aura in order to overcome the initial level of improvement. Suddenly, having frightened the dog, the door opened with a loud knock and their neighbor entered the room, saying that their class was hiding and his friend could join them. He also added that their camp will be near Tianfu Haoban, surrounded by mountains and lakes. Nature there was very beautiful, but more importantly, there will be beautiful girls. This area was a place for the gathering of most rich people in the city of Yunhai. And the essence was that there is one beautiful and famous place there. Calming the dog, the hero was thinking that he had almost overcome the first stage, and this place was excellent for his goal, and then said that he would go on an excursion. He also added that he has a small business in those places, and that they can deal with the residents, which Wang Meng was very pleased with. School excursion buses moved by winding mountain roads, taking students to their destination. Meanwhile, one of the classmates said Li Mangyao that her former was quite impressive, to which she replied that she simply played with his feelings, and in principle, she was not worthy of her. The girl was sure that her new guy would make her soon, that Wu Fufu would soon lie in the bed forever. When the bus drove past one of the richest areas of the city, the enthusiastic cries of students were heard from it. Noticing one of the most expensive mansions, Wang Meng sent a friend to look at him too. But he asked not to pay attention to anyone and asked the driver to stop. The neighbor told the hero that they had not arrived yet, but explained that his friend asked to go to him, and therefore he could go first, and he would find him later. A loud laughter rang out throughout the bus, and the redhead noticed that the young man really liked to portray himself a cool one, even when he was nothing. Classmates laughed at a young man, shouting to him that Tianfu Haoban was a little further than the camp, and so that he would not be lost. The system is cool. Ignoring the mockery, the fat man looked at the girl and said that she really loves to look down on people. Standing in front of a luxurious mansion, the hero took out a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed the number of X in Shan. The guy said that he was already on the spot, to which the recent acquaintance replied that his daughter was already waiting, and he will now be released to meet him. The man immediately went out to lead the Wufu inside the mansion, and he noticed that spiritual energy there was quite dense. The guy thought that everything looked as if it would be enough to make a leap in the field of qi when the master's daughter came down to them. The patient was a familiar little brunette, and she could not believe that her father invited some pervert to the house. Young people looked at each other, unable to believe in such a combination of circumstances. Hoping that this is some kind of mistake, the girl began to look around, to which the young man noticed that there were no other people, only he was alone. Taking a combat pose, the brunette asked what he was planning, and said that she was not afraid of him only because he had some skills. Since you have strength in your hands, the young man said that he came only to treat the girl, to which she replied that she could not believe that a simple cultivator in the field could cure her. Jishan interrupted his daughter and said that she would not judge by the cover, because their guest skills go beyond the usual norm, with which his daughter categorically disagreed. The conversation was interrupted by the guard, saying that he had brought medical components, and even if the guy did not ask, but the owner of the house prepared something for him and hoped that this would be enough. The young man noticed that it was very generous, because in the box there were some of the excellent materials for cultivation. The girl immediately got into the conversation and said that the guest was not only a pervert and a crook, but she also did not believe that he could heal her. But the guy noticed that her problems were not so big that such materials were needed, to which the brunette noticed that even the grandmaster, whom she knew, could not heal her, and the guest had too long a tongue for a simple cultivator in key. The guard absolutely agreed with the mistress and told boss that he thinks that their guest was just a small fraudster and he should not let him deceive himself. The man remembered their recent battle and thought that perhaps the people around were really right, and what the guy did then was a simple accident. Disrupting no attention, Wu Fu said that the meridians of the elder daughter were blocked for many years. Not to mention the grandmaster of the primitive spirit, even the expert could not cure it. Having gathered all his energy in his hand, the young man touched the girl's chest. But he knew very well that he would succeed, because he was a well-deserved expert of retaliation. The guy knew that a simple primitive spirit could not be better than him, and the girl's father was shocked by what he saw. The condition of the young mistress was very alarmed by her parents and a guard, and therefore they immediately prepared for battle. Enraged by Shishan, collecting all his spiritual energy, asked the guest who he was. Having rushed a little, Qing Qing still came to her senses. Although she was a little alarmed, she looked completely healthy. Trying to take advantage of her spiritual energy, the beauty realized that she was no longer blocked, and the guest was still able to heal her. The shocked owner of the mansion, realizing that his daughter was in order, immediately ordered the guard to lower the weapon. The man also apologized to the guest, saying that they were ignoramuses, and admitting that he was undoubtedly capable and mysterious. He wanted to know if his teacher in Yunhei was located. The guy thought, after all, When he was in the window in the past life, his teacher came to save him, otherwise he definitely died. He replied that his teacher had not yet come to the ground. The girl who now played with a pleased puppy said that if he does not want to speak, then he can leave it secret. She asked that if the teacher is still not here on Earth, does this mean that he is an alien? Changing the theme of the conversation, Si Shange handed out the key to the young man and said that, as he promised, the house in which they are in. Now he, if he has any problems, he can find him, because the man still had connections. In Yunhai, his daughter, taking his hand, quoted that she seemed to like this house, and if he wants to give, then he can do it with others, to which he answered so that she did not behave like a child. Interrupting all the conversations and unfolding to the exit, Wu Fu said that he was here only for cultivation, and they can stay in the house as much as they want. Qingding really liked such words, and, showing her joy, she demonstrated this, sticking out her tongue, which he only exhaled loudly. Meanwhile, the school tour was already reached the national park of Tianfu Haoban, and students scattered to inspect beautiful territories. Today, on a bench, Wang Meng enjoyed the company of beautiful girls, rejoicing that being young is very good. The attention of the guys did not go unnoticed, and the beauties did not really like it, and therefore they unfolded and headed to the opposite side of him. The fat man sighed loudly, realizing that his neighbor was late, and decided that he could get lost when he had attracted an incomprehensible loud sound. The source turned out to be a little dog named Xiaoha, who scattered things around him and molested people. The girl, whose things were scattered around the district, finally noticed the dog and rushed after her in pursuit, not understanding where she came from. Frightened, the puppy immediately rushed to his owner, who apologized to the lady and promised to pay for everything that he broke. The evil beauty believed that the guy would not have enough money. Her handbag was very expensive, and even if he sells it, it will still not be enough. Immediately, a suitable friend said that a friend of a young man lives in Tianfu Haoyuan, so he will not be against small expenses. Among the other students, there were immediately laughs that the young man was a rich man who came to the fashion area and behaves as he wants. Many, however, thought that he simply pretended to be cool. Ignoring anyone, Wu Fu reached for the table and took one of the deliciously looking kebabs from there. Wang Meng intervened in the conversation, apologizing for his friend, saying that he must be really hungry, and therefore behaves like that. Giving a barbecue to the hungry puppy, the young man said that he should not apologize, taking out a pack of money from his pocket. Under the surprised glances of all classmates who could not believe that the guy was really rich, he handed this money to the injured girl and asked if they had enough of them. Suddenly, Li Mangyao, who saw this scene, spoke and said that he would take the money because she could not wait to see how he lives without money, as a beggar, copying others and simply depicting herself cool. The young man was already tired of the intervention of his ex-girlfriend, and therefore, as soon as he saw her, he headed in her direction with a not very friendly look. The beauty, stuttering, asked her ex-boyfriend what he was trying to do. Coming close to the lady, the young man said that if she wants to play with him, then He Tianhao will be her death. Passing by the student, the young man reminded that she would not forget to follow her speech and thought that it was worth talking and whatnot. The beauty said nothing, deciding that she would allow the guy to stay arrogant for several days, and then her new lover would make him regret it. Suddenly, clouds thickened over the students' heads and lightning rings were visible. It looked bad, as if it were about to rain. The students were very upset because the bus will come only the next morning, and they did not know what to do if it really rains. Having taken out the phone from her pocket, the redhead called He Tianhao and said that the weather was worsening and asked to come and take them. Having finished the conversation, Li Mangyao reported that a car would come a little later, but unfortunately, she could only take with her a few people. Surprising all those present, the hero said that he has a house in Tianfu Yuan, and if classmates do not mind, they can take refuge there. The beauty could not believe that he had a house in such a rich area, and said that she would die. If this is really true, then caused laughter from everyone around. Without listening to the insults, the young man turned and headed towards the house, and his friend asked if it was true, to what he replied that he had just received him, and if the rest would want to go with him. With a malicious smile, the redhead noticed that it would rain soon. And why shouldn't the students go and see if her ex-guy said? A few minutes later, a group of students, led by Wu Fu, approached one of the most expensive houses of the city. Seeing that there was guard on the doors of the mansion, students began to say that they should better turn back and think about another option, and the guy should end up. Wang Meng, turning, asked why they would not go back, but he did not understand why they should do it. Under the surprised glances of classmates, the guard welcomed Mr. Wu and invited them to go inside the house. The contented neighbor noted that it was simply incredible, because his mansion Tianfu Haoyuan was a great way to pick up the girls. Li Mangyao did not expect this either, because when they were together, the young man was just a discharge, and she could not even think that he could hide in such a large house, which means, in her opinion, he was an ordinary bastard. Suddenly, the young man stopped near the guard to give him several instructions. Pointing to a shocked girl, the guy said that all these people were his friends except her. At that moment, the rain finally began, and the guard suspended the lady, not letting her go inside the house because she was not invited here. That I was in the pouring rain. The evil beauty thought that they were completely different. Literally a few seconds later, an expensive black car drove up to the mansion, taking Meng Yao. The lady told the guy who was sitting behind the wheel that he should destroy her former lover, to which he answered so that she did not worry, because he had already prepared something because the young man dared to remove the perfect face. He should rejoice at his death. Going inside, the students were shocked by luxury and did not understand how the guy could have such a mansion. He really hit him from the very beginning. Suddenly, one of the students shouted that this house was like the one that belonged to the older sister from the third year, Xinqing. A small brunette appeared on the balcony of the second floor, who was more like a manager of the hotel. "We see a girl," noted a classmate, noting that the Yunhai Se family was more like the fact that this mansion belonged to them, and the discharge would forever remain a discharge. Leaning closer to the ear, Wu Fu, the fat man with a tricky smile, noticed that he very carefully hid his relationship. Ignoring the words of a friend, the hero said that it was too late, and the guest can choose a room to relax. The same girl said in disbelief that the guy was careful when she falls asleep, because he can simply be thrown out of the house. Pointing to the brunette standing on the balcony of the second floor, she added that why the rest did not think about who really belongs to the mansion, because their classmate was a simple poor thing. Not going to argue at all, the young man confirmed that the classmate was right, and the house belonged to the NE family. But, taking out the keys from his pocket and twisting them on his finger, the guy noticed that now this place belonged only to him. At that moment, a self-confident girl said that perhaps they should warn the real owner who was upstairs, that they were going to spend the night in the mansion, addressing Xinqing. She asked if she would take refuge in the house from the rain. The young man was already tired of all these games because he kindly allowed classmates to find a shelter here. But they also should not have set the situation in an uncomfortable light. Wu Fu said that if the lady does not want to stay, then she should leave the house, and his best friend will show where the way out is. The girl noted that the older sister, whom she considered the mistress of the house, still said nothing, which means that their classmate simply imagined from himself not to understand who. Finally, the little brunette decided to give a voice and asked the students what they were doing there. The girl immediately greeted her older sister with a satisfied smile, who, in her opinion, had to smooth out the situation. Without noticing the lady's gaze, the students continued to laugh loudly, considering Wu Fu to be worthless poor. Showing the students at the door, Yuqing said that they immediately leave the room. The students immediately noticed that the hero was to blame for everything, because he was exactly those who allowed them to go inside the house. A little brunette with a displeased look noted that the young man also ordered them to leave the room. The beauty confirmed that this mansion belonged to the young man, and to whom he said to leave, he had to immediately leave the room, which very much surprised all those present. Since the students still stood and did not move, she asked why they still did not leave, because she could personally go down and escort them to the exit. Having mixed all those present, the young man once again showed his classmates to the exit, and this time she nevertheless agreed to leave the room. Having slapped the door loudly, the students still left the territory of the mansion. Looking up at the girl, Wu Fu asked her why she was there. She couldn't fall asleep what she agreed to and said that the students were very noisy. His friend, with tears in his eyes, put his hand on his shoulder and said that he looked like an animal, because they were nothing there, and he had already managed to establish a relationship with a rich beauty. As soon as everyone dispersed into his rooms, our hero also took a place to relax and took a pose for meditation. While in nirvana, he again felt the call of his sword. A bright glow spread around the room, which emanated from a young man. He thought that he had now had the middle stage of Qi sphere. In his past life, he spent 3 years to reach the price area. Now he did not expect that it would take only a few days to reach the middle level when he heard a loud barking. Dogs. Having dressed, he went out onto the balcony but noticed that the little husky barked loudly and looked into the sky, not understanding the reasons for this. Raising his eyes to the sky, the guy saw that his sword hung in the air in the air in the air. This fact did not cause him violent emotions, although he was glad that the star sword began to appear. But, looking at the puppy, he realized that he had found something else. To understand the reason for the noise, Wu Fu gave the dog to show his find, and he followed him. The young man did not understand why they came to this place because there were only bare trees and rain around them. But then Husky began to dig the ground between the trees, getting to his goal. Having finished his work, the puppy looked smugly at the owner because he was able to excavate the fragment of the sword. Raising the fragment in his hands, the young man felt a new surge of strength because he immediately realized what kind of weapon they found. It was a star sword, and in his previous life he looked at many stars instead of creating one star sword, and therefore he did not think that after the rebirth he could still see the blade of the sword. With a satisfied smile, the guy realized that the weapon was returning. That real stellar sword that he created gradually returned to him, and now it did not matter, because after he completes the weapon, the turn of his enemies would come to expect death. He doesn't care if they will reach perfection in martial arts or will receive themselves in heaven. He will destroy everyone. The next day, the thunderstorm finally ended, and the bright sun shone on the streets again. On her visit, the president returned to the martial arts club. Here, Qingbasi self confidently walked the corridors of the building that she had long known to her, welcoming all those present. Everyone was glad to return the girl. She rested for a long time and, probably, now was the time to return. The little brunette also asked other club members if they know who Wu Fu is. As it turned out, one of the young persons really recognized him. She explained that he was a translated freshman who also insulted He Tianhao. Now people were surrounded by people near the school gate. So it seems that the time of his reckoning was overtaken. Putting closer to the president's face, the girl asked if she knew him. A little brunette, irritated, waved her head from side to side, denying any involvement in the guy, but believed that this pervert should get deservedly. Suddenly, a very strong attack of sneezing attacked a young man. Several black-tinted cars moved in his direction, but it did not bother him at all. The cars surrounded the absolutely calm Wu Fu, but he was completely not going to run anywhere. Such events gathered a huge number of observers, but the men who came out of the cars tried to disperse them. The young man carefully looked at the men surrounded and did not say anything, and the puppy in his hands was not so calm and barking strangers. The first to take the word, one of the men who arrived and asked the young man whether he was a man named Wu Fu. Together with the healthy man called Bao's brother, several more unknown people came out with clubs who believed that He Tianhao was getting worse and worse, and they should take care of the discharge that offended him. The guy asked to do this as quickly as possible because he soon begins a lesson, which even more angry the attackers. They did not think that he was simply making himself a steep. The villains rushed to the attack, wanting to send the young man to the hospital, but he easily evaded their clubs. With one light blow, the young man broke the wooden bats in the hands of the attackers. After that, with a slight smile, he said that he thought that He Tianhao would hire someone who really knows how to fight. But it turned out that he had just sent a bunch of weaklings. Brother Bao immediately smiled. He thought that one who was able to hit in the face of the second young master would not be so simple. Suddenly, two hands appeared from the guy's back, which obviously wanted to capture him suddenly. Two bastards grabbed the guy from behind and said to them that they caught him, and he can do everything he wants with him. Bugai, smiling, noticed that no one around the university would even dare to go against him. Suddenly, a little puppy grabbed the bastard by the leg and bite greatly, which caused the poor man of the villain. Brother Bao pushed the animal away from himself, saying that now his master would spend the rest of his life in bed. Watching all this from above, Xinqing told other members of the martial arts club so that they would immediately call an ambulance. One of the girls agreed. Because it doesn't matter which Wu Fu was a discharge, they still studied at the same school, and therefore she would immediately call the rescue service. But the brunette said that the bandits would need help. The club members could not believe the words of their president. They did not understand. She really believes that an ambulance would need a villain. Walking into the hall, a little brunette smiled slightly, because she, like no one else, knew that Wu Fu was not a discharge at all. But at the same time, the attackers could already restrain the young man from the last forces. They did not understand where he suddenly got so much effort. This behavior was very infuriated by the leader, because he did not like that the enemy was still trying to portray himself a cool. Having spread in different directions of all who recently restrained him, the guy broke out of their grip. Smiling self-confidently, the scoundrel rushed forward, putting his metal baton in front of him. The young man was not at all afraid of such encroachments on his health, and he easily bent the bit with one blow. Without much effort, Wu Fu knocked the leader of the bandits to the ground. Frightened by his leader, all his associates began to ask how he feels. Frightened by their leader, the villains decided that they would have to defeat the young man, and therefore began to attack him. Understanding that they would not work out alone, the bastards decided to pounce on the guy with the whole crowd. With the help of his spiritual energy, the young man scattered all the attackers. A few minutes later, all the bastards lined up in the same line. They did not understand how the guy could be a discharge when he was more like the lord of the underworld. Wu Fu ordered the bastards to follow the line and, raising his leader, follow him. Suddenly hesitation, one of the bandits said that today his grandmother was getting married, which surprised everyone else. Listen to no excuses. The young man ordered everyone to listen to his teams and follow him. Suddenly, one of its participants flew into the premises of the martial arts club and informed the president that Wu Fu was bringing bandits to meet with Tian Hao. The little brunette smiled slightly. She knew that the He family should pray that their second son could soon return to the school of Yuan Hai. The bandits led by the young man moved in the direction of the educational building. At the same time, the pleased captain of the basketball team ran into the office, where his friend was, saying that he had seen the car that had arrived to the building. Joshun could not believe that he hired an Bayo only because of the young man. This time his life would definitely be over, to which the red-haired girl noticed that after he insulted her boyfriend, he should have thanked God for the fact that he was able to live to this point. Throwing his hands behind his head, Tian Hao selflessly said that from this day at the University of Yunhai, there is no longer a student named Wu Fu. The angry basketball player added that the people like him did not deserve to pray for them, even when they would die. Suddenly, under the surprised glances of young people, the doors of the office opened with a roar. An absolutely calm guy entered the class, leading under the arms of a hired bandit. Throwing the villain to the floor, the young man asked the audience which of them they specifically searched. All those present were shocked and did not know what to say to such an appearance of a young man. Hey. Tian Hao was covered with vapor. He could not believe that this was generally possible because he thought and Bao is invincible. The first silence was violated by senior students sitting in the classroom and asked him whether this freshman did not know what needed to knock before entering. They were very angry that some student dares to ignore his elders. A self-confident senior student laid a hand on the guy's shoulder and said that if he knew his place, then he should leave the room, because he did not intend to repeat twice. The young man instantly sent the elder to the floor, saying that this had nothing to do with him and he should not intervene. Rumors about the fee of a freshman immediately passed the cabinet, because no one could understand when he managed to become such a good fighter. Attracting the attention of the young man, Qing entered the office, very surprised to see him in the middle of the office. Wu Fu was very glad to meet, because in fact he was looking for her. He needed to move for a short while to take revenge, and he wanted to ask her to look after the puppy. Although the beauty was not especially glad of such a prospect, she still picked up Xiaoha in her arms. The guy was about to leave when the captain of the football team called him and said that while they were at the university, if he would create troubles, she could not easily get rid of. The young man stopped and turned over his shoulder on a blonde with an absolutely impenetrable expression on his face. Immediately counting the expression on the young man's face, the basketball player decided that now he was scared. Therefore, he continued, saying that Wu Fu would use his chance to leave until he got angry. His classmate believed that he should not talk so much with a junior, but simply to teach him, and therefore, picking up the table, he headed towards a completely calm young man, not even expecting what this could threaten him. With the help of his spiritual energy, the guy simply grabbed the piece of furniture and threw it into the wall next to the captain of the basketball team. Turning around and heading to the other end of the office, the guy said that if his opponent does not want to stay whole, then he should immediately leave here. But he believed that he would pay for this. Protecting his boyfriend on the way of the young man, whether Meng Yao became, and asked what he was up to, the scoundrel believed that even with his little power, the guy could not behave so arrogantly in front of him, because his family's position here, in Yunhai, was very high. The young man was tired of listening to bravade Tian Hao, and therefore he made him shut up with a light movement of his leg. The redhead was very surprised by such a turn of events. She did not know what to say, and Wu Fu said that he was ready to accept the bastard's challenge when he pleased. But the next time he would not bring any more insignificance with him. The beauty immediately fell off her place and flew up to her boyfriend, asking if he was in order, but he was still unable to answer. As soon as the young man left the office and took his puppy, Ching told him that his rival was only the second generation of the He family, and therefore he could not defeat the current force, Tian gang. He seemed to find problems on his head, to which he answered with an absolutely impenetrable face that it was still unknown who found the problems. The beauty was surprised by such words of the guy, and therefore, walking the empty corridors of the educational institution, she said that he had egomania. After a meeting with a young man, the second son of the He family got into a medical institution. The bastard asked his father for help in showdowns with the enemy, to which he replied that his brother was aware of the situation and was about to return to Yunhai in a few days. The eldest told his son that he could calmly rest because there was no one in the educational institution who would dare to destroy his prestige. But first of all, he would like to personally meet Wu Fu. Under the dumped gaze, He Hao's doors opened to the ward, and another man entered the room. The newcomer said that the second young gentleman may not worry, because his opponent reached only the sphere of Qi. Smiling brutally, the man said that a few days later they would force the young man to disappear. In the empty corridors of the hostel, only a loud bargain coming from the closed doors of one of the rooms was heard. The guy serenely enjoyed the vacation on his bed, while his puppy scattered garbage from the garbage bucket throughout the room. The excited Wang Meng burst into the room, telling the neighbor that they were overtaken by an unexpected trouble. His friend believed that there was no reason for concern and that the neighbor simply breeds panic. The frightened fat man explained that Zhou Xun brought people from the disciplinary committee, since his uncle was the director of that committee, which means that they should leave and hide until they arrived. But then, the captain of the basketball team appeared in the doorway of the room with his relative, who thought that the young man was trying to escape after he beat people on the territory of Yunhai. Everyone in the bedroom remained silent, except for a small puppy who did not like the guests at all, and therefore he began to bark on them. The eldest man threw an ill-fingered look at the husky, forcing him to shut up right away. Also adjusting his glasses, he said that the guy united with strangers to bully his classmates and even led the dog in a hostel. He probably had a hobby to violate the rules. Trying to smooth out the situation, Wang Meng with an embarrassed smile told the director that his brother Fu did not call the arrivals, but in fact those guys He Tianhao. After these words, the captain of the basketball team viciously asked the fat man, who even allowed him to open his mouth, and ordered him to immediately shut up. Coming ahead, the young man said that talking with their visitors was useless, because they believed that only money means power. Therefore, the young man decided to show them what real power is, and gathered all his spiritual energy in his hand. The frightened neighbor tried to stop the guy, but he had already pulled his hand to the face of Zhou Shunya. From the strong stream of wind from the head of the director of the disciplinary committee, a wig flew and, hitting the next wall, fell to the floor. The absolutely calm Wu Fu straightened his finger and showed the man to the exit, saying that they immediately leave his territory and would not return anymore. The face of the captain of the basketball team was covered with vapor, because he believed that since everything came to this, then the young man should be honest. Without going to continue the discussion, the young man grabbed the blonde by the t-shirt and asked if he should help him leave the room. The frightened uncle, having put a wig on his head, said that he should immediately survive this to the school administration, and they would surely punish the young man. After these words, the director of the committee immediately ran out of the room, leaving a frightened nephew alone with students. The next day, the neighbors, as always, went to pairs. But Wang Mang was worried that they went too far yesterday. At that moment, a group of men, led by the director of the disciplinary committee, entered the office and ordered everyone to keep silence because they had one announcement. Yesterday's guest said that the first-year-old named Wu Fu violated school rules and also showed disrespect for the teacher and even sent the student to a hospital bed. But many students heard completely different, because this morning they saw at the school gate some kind of smashed, which he was called by He Tianhao, and therefore he got what he deserved. Not paying attention to the conversations, the director continued, saying that after negotiations with the school administration, it was decided to exclude the young man from school to edification to the rest. Although many believed that it was the villain that began this skirmish, another classmate reminded that Zhou Shuni had big ties, and therefore Wu Fu paid for insulting so many people. At that time, the captain of the basketball team watched everything through the window. He really did not like that the guy dared to challenge him, and for this, he decided to throw him out of school for a moment of an eye. Having finished his speech, the director of the disciplinary committee asked the student whether he had to tell him anything. Although the guy himself was not going to say anything, At the same time, the cabinet doors opened, and those who were ready to protect him were found. The man was very surprised when he saw that Ching entered the office, and therefore he recalled that it was a cool room, and she should have left here. To which the girl reminded the director that since she opened the martial arts club, she took the obligation to protect her students, and Wu Fu was one of them. Under the surprised gaze of the head of the committee, and Bao was brought into the room. Smiling, the girl said that since they did not have enough strength to defeat the young man, they were now trying to take revenge on him. But she and her martial art club did not agree with this. At that moment, a wave of surprised exclamations flashed through the cabinet, because such the appearance of the beauty was very unexpected. Getting up from his place and smiling, the young man said that even in the actions of the lady there was no need. He would still like to thank her. The little brunette, in turn, considered this behavior of the hero too arrogant, because if she had not dragged in Bao, he would not be able to prove his innocence. Calling his spiritual energy to help, the young man said that he would be very easy to prove his innocence. Ching, shocked here, understood that now there was a transformation before her eyes, although she could not believe that it was really a transformation. The alarmed director of the committee recalled that Wu Fu was already excluded, and if he did not stop, he would call the police, and his nephew, running into the office, said that he had no evidence to prove his innocence. The captain of the basketball team perfectly understood that the little brunette was a treasure in the NE family, and therefore if they put pressure on the school, then the young man would probably not suffer. And therefore, moving closer to the guy's face, Zhou Xun with a malicious smile said that he can now blame only for the lack of good support and a great desire to boast. The young man was angry, but looked at the blonde. He was clearly tired of this small insect that constantly spun under his feet. Trying to take the conversation in another direction and soften the installation, the young man said that he thinks that this is all just a great misunderstanding. And also, calling for all his spiritual energy, he turned to the guy and asked what they were talking about. The guy directed his hand to the blonde, which caused him a panic attack because he did not know where to go now. Although Zhou Xun did not understand what was happening at all, he felt how his whole body was enveloped in unfamiliar energy. Claiming behind his head, the captain of the basketball team began to shout loudly about his uncle, not understanding what was happening with the nephew, asking what happened. Other students who all this time silently watched what was happening in the classroom also became interested in what was happening and why the blonde was so screaming. Holding on his head, Zhou Xun told his uncle that his opponent did something with him, and he could not believe that he dared to harm people in his presence. To which the young man shook his hands and asked if they have at least any evidence of his involvement. The only one who understood what was the matter was Ching, because she felt how the release of spiritual energy took place in the office. Trending with severe pain, Zhou Xun on his knees told the guy that he was wrong, to which he replied that someone like him is not worthy to call him a name. Understanding all the seriousness of the situation, the scoundrel called her a burden of the creator and asked him to let him go, which showed that he was dying. In this case, the young man demanded that the captain of the basketball team tell everyone the truth about what really happened. The blonde, tormented by severe pain, said that he was the fault of He Tianhao because he asked the people to prevent the hero, and all this was organized precisely on his orders. The recognition of the basketball player very much surprised all the students present in the class because they had never seen this before. The head of the disciplinary committee hit the table, addressing Wu Fu, but then he reminded him that they all heard the words of his nephew. The disgraced Zhou Xun, in turn, after the guy let him go, sat in a yellow puddle and did not know what to say. The eldest, fearing the consequences, immediately said that this matter requires further consideration. The conclusions made of haste can be erroneous. At the same time, here Ching said that she really hopes that the director would be honest and restore justice in relation to a member of her martial arts club. With a formidable look, realizing that they understood everything correctly, she had just accepted Wu Fu's club. Although the elder did not understand when this guest managed to make friends with his family, he nevertheless said aloud that they could be calm, because the disciplinary committee would be honest and impartial. Once outside the office, the guy immediately asked a little brunette when he became a member of the martial arts club, to which the beauty called him ungrateful, because she accepted him only so that the enemies stopped accusing. Covering her eyes and smiling, the lady noticed that her family actually had a great influence in Yunhai, but her monologue was interrupted by one of the students, saying that the guy had already left. This behavior was angry with the girl because now he looked like a daffodil, who believed that he could solve any problem simply because he had some skills. Meanwhile, after reading that there are no more problems, the young man went to the core of his hostel. Entering the room, the first thing the young man heard was the loud barking of his best friend, a four-legged puppy. As a baby, the young man asked him where their neighbor was in the room. At the same moment, a message came to the guy's phone from the fat man, in which he tearfully said that he was now repairing shoes. Taking the husky in his arms, the hero also invited him to go outside and take a walk, to which he was bored in accordance with. The young man decided to go to the territory of the mansion, which he was given to him not so long ago. At this time, one of the balconies could be noticed by the bastard, which was hired by Father He Tian Hao to get rid of the young man. He watched the not-hidden shelter, who rested near a huge pool. Suddenly, from the sunbathing of Xinqing and her friends, distracted a loud rustle in the bushes near them. A shaggy dog's head appeared from the green thickets, in which the lady immediately recognized Xiao Ha. The little brunette immediately smiled, because she understood that if the dog was here, then his master was somewhere nearby. From the awareness of this cheeks, the girl was covered with a light blush. But, having gathered all her willpower into a fist, she decided that she would definitely catch this pervert. At that time, the young man stood near large glass doors, planning to enter the building. The young man called his puppy when he suddenly saw that several sharp daggers were flying in his direction. Having managed to dodge in time, the young man saw a cold weapon crashes into the wall near him. Turning to the stranger, Wu Fu asked who he was and what he wanted from him. The mercenary, with a predatory smile, noted that his opponent really knew something, but unfortunately, he met a very strong enemy, which means that in any case it would not get off so easily. Black energy enveloped the whole body of the villain, and his eyes darkened when he took out a few more sharp knives. The stranger threw his daggers in the direction of the young man, but he called on spiritual power to help and repulsed them with easy them. The bastard continued to attack, without reducing the pace, but the young man dodged from any encroachment completely without straining. The battle did not subside for a second, because the rivals were virtually equal. Still smiling, the mercenary noticed that the boy really had some sod because he blocked his knives with his bare hands. Wu Fu also smiled at his opponent. Since the Rebirth, he had not yet met a worthy enemy, which means that he could have enough of him. The bastard could not understand how the guy dares him to dare, because he was just a cultivator at the stage of Qi. Still with a brutal smile on his face, the villain put up a dagger in front of him and called on all his dark energy because he was going to destroy his opponent right now. Although he was already tired of this game, he still continued to attack, and the young man repelled all his attacks. The guy easily dodged sharp blades, remaining intact and sound. Starting to get angry, the mercenary asked the opponent if he was too arrogant, but he replied that he was afraid that he would greatly injure him if he would fight off. Calling his power and trying to attack more and more, the bastard sent a wave of energy to the body of the young man, but he was able to block it in time. Wanting to finish the battle, the mercenary bypassed the opponent from the other side and asked why he continued to play steep, even in the face of death. Wu Fu's eyes lit up. He was already tired of all this, and he decided to stop playing with the enemy and show him all his power. Now the attacker was really scared when he realized that the young man was able to easily form a sword from his QE. Now the time of the hero has come to attack, and he decided that he would certainly use such a chance, hitting his weapon and cutting off the long braid of the opponent. The frightened mercenary immediately realized that it was clearly not the power of the cultivator at the stage of the QE sphere, and his opponent was actually much stronger than he initially thought. Trying to pull himself together, the bastard asked who the guy was actually, but he believed that he was not worthy to know this. At that moment, Qing entered the room and silently watched the battle, realizing that the young man had the power of Qi of the middle stage, but he could fight with the sphere of Qi of the highest stage. Carefully watching the fight, the little brunette realized that Wu Fu was completely difficult. At that moment, the villain noticed that an uninvited guest was watching them from the doorway. The bastard immediately flew up to the girl, taking out his weapons, and she did not manage to respond in time, intercepting him. Taking a beauty, the villain said that if his opponent does not want his girlfriend to die, he should just do everything he says. The young man immediately dismissed the words of the opponent and said that he and the young lady had absolutely no relationship. The words of the young man really did not like Xinqing, because she expected at least some action from him. The angry beauty believed that the guy had absolutely no human compassion because she was now hostage, and therefore believed that even if he was not able to save her, she had to answer the questions of the stranger. Suddenly, Opperine spoke on the bastard's face, although he completely did not understand what happened here. The whole body of a little brunette began to glow from strong red energy, and then the mercenary realized that he was captured by the expert of the stage of formation of the sphere. A huge road mansion shuddered from an incomprehensible explosion from the middle. Vacationers by the pool members of the combat club were frightened, hearing a loud sound, because inside the house was their president. Having flew to the end of the room, the villain asked the heroine of mercy and compose alive, to which the angry girl replied that he should think before taking her hostage, because she had enough to move her fingers to take his life. Probably he simply did not wait to go to the next world. Suddenly, for everyone, the bastard clamped in his mouth some thin, shiny object, similar to the needle, and looked out of the shelter. An unknown item at great speed flew in the direction of the neck of Xinqing. Wu Fu, who, until recently, was sure that he controlled everything, was simply shocked by such actions of the mercenary. A little brunette immediately flew to the side, landing on a wooden parquet. Without hesitation, a young man created a strong energy impetus and directed him towards the bastard. The blow fell on the target, and the villain, flying away into the wall, again landed on all fours in front of the young men. The redhead asked the young man to stop and not be reckless, because without an antidote, the girl's life was under a great threat. Grinning predatorily, the mercenary looked towards the beauty, who held on to the neck, namely for the place where the poisonous object got. Sweat performed on the face of a little brunette. It was obvious that she was tormented by an attack of pain, but she kept her struggle and tried not to show it. Having made the decision, Wu Fu raised his sword and immediately applied him against the attacked man, knowing that he would do perfectly without his help. And after the bastard was finished, he went to the lady who was already exhausted on the floor, and her place of wound began to slowly blue. Losing a connection with reality, Xinqing, with the last forces, said that she did not want to die. The young man did not plan to give up so easily and promised that while he was here, she would definitely live. He will do everything that depends on him. Rising closer and descending to the unconscious body, the young man took out a sharp needle from his neck. Having carefully examined the sharp object, the hero noticed that there was still a little poison at its end, which means he could understand how to deal with it. Also, the guy was well aware that the unity of spiritual energy was the same as warmth, and therefore the young man, dropping to the girl's body, touched his lips to the place of injury and began to suck out the poison from him until her eyes opened. Suddenly, young people heard a loud sound, after which here, Qing finally came to their senses and realized what was happening. Her eyes opened wide, and the hero also noticed that something was wrong and therefore turned to the door. Turning around, the couple saw that near the entrance doors there were two girls from the martial arts club who apologized to the president for interrupting them and said that they were already leaving. Turning around immediately, two girls ran out of the room under the surprised glances of young people as soon as possible. Spitting the remnants of the poison, Wu Fu informed the girl that he completely cleansed her body and now she is in order. A little embarrassed, the little brunette grabbed the neck and thanked the guy for the salvation. Getting a mobile phone from his pocket and trying to find something in it, the hero explained that the mercenary was aimed at him, so the salvation of the beauty was his duty, and therefore it was not necessary to thank him at all. Already not paying attention to anyone, the guy dialed some number and was going to talk on the phone when the annoyed lady asked if he could be a little more courageous. At the same time, several people gathered in the city hospital who were waiting for a report from a mercenary. The excited He Tianhao rose on the bed when he heard that his mobile phone began to call. Having picked up the phone, Li Mangyao informed the head of the He family that Wu Fu called his son. And then he realized that the man he had failed, the elder ordered to turn on the loud connection so that everyone would hear what the guy would say. The girl immediately pressed the answer button, and they heard the young man said that after 3 days, He Hao had to kneel in front of him right in the middle of the school and apologize. This was his last chance, after which he hung up. Silence hung in the hospital ward. No one knew what else could be added because their plan completely failed. After the young man ended the conversation, Yin Qing indignantly said that the He family really believed that she could do anything, since they have He Tiangan, to which the young man self-confidently noticed that he should not worry, because they opposed him. Such a self-propelled behavior of the hero caused a bunch of emotions in the soul of a beauty, because she believed that only a full fool could behave like that. At the same time, a discussion of further actions was in full swing in the hospital room at the other end of the city. The second son of the He family was very angry, but at the same time scared, because he did not believe that some kind of garbage could demand apologies from him. Thinking through the whole situation and lighting the next cigarette, his father noticed that Tiangan would return 2 days later, and therefore believed that their opponent would disappear suddenly. In the hostel of the university, Yun Hai Puppy looked quite at his neighbors around the room. Wang Meng noticed that he had not praised the husky at all, and therefore he should not be so happy. At the same time, the hostel's corridors were moving a group of guys who were looking for a room in which Wu Fu lived. Opening the door from the foot, the young people broke into the hero's room, which greatly surprised him and his friend. The fat man immediately looked displeased at a neighbor around the room and asked when he only managed to offend the members of the karate club, to which the hero noticed that he had no idea who was all these people, and therefore could not offend them. One of the guests called Brother Chin said that they came in order to teach a lesson to the first day, which caused harm to the family of their president. The young man asked with interest whether Heo Tianhao was president of the karate club, to which the temporarily acting main confirmed his words. Hearing the name of his boss from unworthy but arrivals, immediately took a fighting position, because they believed that he had no right to call this name. Understanding what all this leads to, Wu Fu smiled predatorily. He realized who exactly sent another bunch of garbage to him. Without much effort, the hero easily fought back from the first karatists who attacked him. The rest of the club looked at the fallen at his feet, because they did not expect that their enemy would be stronger than they thought. Having cleared his throat and recovering a little, the karateist ordered his associates to go and fight for the honor of their club and president. In order not to stain his outerwear, Wu Fu decided to take it off when his friend asked him to be careful, because opponents can be dangerous. With a slight smile on his lips, the young man noticed that the members of this club were not even, and therefore should not worry. Also farting his fists, he added that these people were not even worthy to be called a threat to him. Karatists, in turn, believed that their opponent was too arrogant, and therefore they can easily send him to the hospital. Without further ado, Wu Fu began to pour out the members of the karate club in different corners, preventing them from doing anything. Using his spiritual energy, the young man threw another opponent to the ground. Turning around and looking at the remaining two karatists, Wu Fu said that if they so much wanted to send him to the hospital, they could approach and try to do it. The members of the karate club decided that if they attacked together, then there would be a chance to defeat the hero, and therefore clenching his fists into his hands, went in his direction. Having grinned, Wu Fu told his opponents that they really acted rashly, because he knew very well that they were not even for him. The young man also without much effort scattered two more attacks in different directions. The acting club president, who was silent before, said that it was easy to deal with ordinary people with the help of the QI sphere. But now he was the enemy of the hero. Smiling predatorily and applying his energy, the karateist said that now his enemy was waiting for death because he was playing. The karate club member immediately rushed into battle, but the young man easily left any of his blow. The president's deputy did not slow down the power of the attack, and then the hero realized that he still knows something. But, conducting a counterattack, the guy perfectly understood that the karateist of these skills was not enough to cope with him. Such a turn of events knocked out the arrogance of the karate, and he stopped for a second, holding on his side, completely not noticing that at that moment, the participants of the martial arts club passed behind him. An unexpected blow was even more angry with Brother Chin, because he believed that the young man makes such actions worse only to himself. Suddenly, the unsuspecting karatist received a blow in the back, which was very surprised. Turning around, an angry student asked who dared to do this with him. In front of him, he saw the captain of the martial arts club, who asked whether they asked her permission to detain the members of the university club Yun Hai. To which the acting president noticed that the club had nothing to do with it and advised her not to go into this matter. But the girl said that if it was in the return of He Tiangan, then they were asking for mercy. Realizing that he would lose in this battle, the guy said that it was not all over, which the lady, smiling, replied that the martial arts club was always ready. Like, turning to the young man, he said, "The garbage always remains with garbage," because he even now continues to hide behind his skirt and he was scared to fight alone, for which Wang Meng asked his neighbor not to be a fool and not lead to an obvious provocation. Absolutely ignoring the words of his friend, Wu Fu decided to agree to the opponent's proposal. At the same time, Qing, surprised by here, said that the young man acts too recklessly because the cultivation of karateist exceeded him to the step. Looking carefully into the enemy's eyes and smiling, the deputy president said that he would wait for him at the stadium in the afternoon. Lame and encouraging his temporary leader, the karatist club left the young man's room. After the opponents left, the fat man immediately asked his friend why he agreed, to which he replied that he simply thought that it would be fun. Trying to dissuade the young man from the fight, the beauty noticed that Qin Yunxiao was very vile, and even more so, if he loses, he would disgrace the name of their club, to which he noticed that he was not going to join the martial art club. Still insisting on her own, the little brunette noticed that she was not important than the hero's opinion, because if she said so, then it was so. But another girl from the club asked the president if it sounded too childish, to which she noticed that their club always spoke in the language of strength, also pointing with a finger at Xiao Ha, who was sitting in the arms of the fat man. The lady also said that he was a member of their club, which greatly pleased him. Such words of the young person to the core, to the heart, touched Wang Meng. Tears performed in his eyes, because the dog was more important than he. At the same time, a meeting was held on the territory of members of the Karatov Club. Leaving the hospital, He Tianhao, accompanied by a red-haired girl, came to check how his wards perform tasks. The villain handed the needle to the temporarily acting president and said that this is all that they had after the last murder, and therefore he should act carefully and not let him down. The second son of the H family was very angry because the young man disgraced him in the eyes of the whole school, and now he wanted to see his death with his own eyes. Holding the poisoned needles in his hands and smiling, Qin Yongxiao said that now that he has this, the president did not need to do anything himself. Looking at his watch, one of the karatists said that half an hour had passed, and their opponent was still not there because he said that he could escape. Such words were very angry with the leader, because he believed that this was the last chance to get rid of a young man. Trying to cheer up their leader, other members of the club noticed that their opponent was only the first day, which means that they could call several people to break him, because it would be much easier. Without even turning around, the bastard called the one who stuck out such an offer, to which his ally leaned closer to his face with a smile. The second son of the He family hit his colleague in the face, saying that if at least some kind of sense would be from them, he would not sit in a wheelchair now. Interrupting all further conversations, Qin Yunhai said that their opponents had already arrived. A self-confident gait of Wu Fu walked through the gym, and a little brunette ran behind him. Staying closer, the young man said, turning to the guy in a wheelchair that he asked him to apologize to him personally. But in this way he showed his attitude. Smiling viciously, He Tianhao said that it seems that the guy had no chance to listen to his apology. But he really doubted that. In turn, the villain believed that the guy could only bow in front of him and beg for mercy, which he certainly was not going to do. Interrupting all the conversations, Li Mongyao shouted loudly to destroy her ex-boyfriend. Calling all his energy Qin Yongxiao said that some Qi cultivator does not dare to brag about his abilities before him, because he is not worthy of this. Having gritted his teeth tightly, Yinqing noticed that in front of them was a master of formation of the sphere, but she did not utter a word aloud. Instead, she told the hero to be careful, and if he could not win, then it was just worth taking his defeat, and he asked the beauty to take care of Xiao Ha. Looking into the eyes of his enemy, temporarily acting president of the karate club, said that he would not leave this hall alive today. Without hesitation, a bastard immediately rushed into an attack on a young man, trying to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The concentrated villain struck at a great speed, not giving a chance to respite. But Wu Fu at the same time was easy to dodge from them. Suddenly, the young man saw that something really dangerous was glittering in the enemy's hand. Getting his star sword and fighting off the attacker, Wu Fu realized that he had applied toxic arrows with which he had not met so long ago. But in the hope that the hero will make a mistake, Qin Yunxiao, not giving him a break, he immediately released several more needles. Realizing that the battle took a more serious turn than he thought, Wu Fu focused on defense. Having scared for the life of a young man, Xinqing shouted loudly to him to be careful. Without distracting anything, the guy with the help of his sword repelled any danger, restoring poisoned needles. Li Mangyao, who had been watching her ex-boyfriend all this time, could not believe that he was now capable of such a thing. It was more and more like some magic. At the same time, the adversary of the young man, after he distracted him, approached from the other side for the attack, because he knew that he was walking the sector of Qi, which allows to compact the formed weapons, but she could not do it completely. Already preparing for his own victory, the bastard from the back wanted to strike a young man, but he understood the opponent's plan in time. As soon as Qin Yunxiao, with the help of his spiritual energy, struck the enemy, he rose into the air, avoiding injury. The bastard was shocked by such a turn of events, because he did not expect that his opponent would be able to use the technique of Star Sword. Immediately after the use of this technique, the young man's weapon began to gather, and now, in the place of the fragment in his hands, was a full-fledged blade. Surprising all those present by his actions, Wu Fu struck the villain, finally ending this battle, although he could not believe what this could be. The members of the karate club immediately rushed into the running away from the audience, and He Tianhao shouted to his dumbfounded girl so that she took him out of the room as quickly as possible. I am not able to cope with her emotions, whether Mang Yao fell to the floor and carefully looked in the back of her ex-boyfriend. At the same moment, a stroller rolled over in which the second son of the HE family was sitting, who was about to crawl to the exit because he really did not think that this bastard would be so strong. On the way of the club's president was a little dog who did not want to give him so easily to escape from responsibility. Behind Xiaoha, his master stood and asked the bastard where he was going. Finally, understanding all the seriousness of the situation and frightened for his life, the scoundrel began to apologize to the young man and say that it was he who was to blame for everything. With a light grin on his lips, the guy asked, "Didn't the opponent tell him that he would not hear his apologies? And who now begging whom?" Putting his hand in front of him in a preliminary gesture, the bastard once again asked for mercy and swore that this time he would no longer bring problems to the hero. He said that He Tianhao already had a chance, and now it became too late to apologize. The young man sent his hand with a poisoned needle. Dark purple stripes began to diverge through the body of the second son of the HE family, and he realized that if it continued, then he had not been completely long to live. Understanding all the seriousness of the situation, the bastard immediately shouted to the red girl to bring him the medicine faster. Li Mangyao, disgusted, moved away from the guy, saying that he could not take care of even the insignificance that Wu Fu was, which means that there was absolutely no benefit from him. The bastard looked with despair at the redhead and held out his hand to her. But she did nothing, because she considered him useless. After He Tianhao was over, the hero turned over his shoulder and looked at his ex-girlfriend. The beauty, with despair, asked if her young man would kill her now, to which he replied that only alive she could feel all despair. With deep hostility, the young man thought that, given his hatred from a past life, the redhead should now pay for everything doubly. Somewhere on the other end of the universe, in the middle of the mountains, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the beautiful nature. A gray-haired man, turning to his student, said that he would give him one of the 3 great treasures of the fraction of John Yang. And even if it was only part of the sword, but she was still incredibly acute. Having bowed, the master told the student that only together they will be able to find peace, and therefore the old man can consider this a training in the outside world, to which he answered so that he would return immediately after fulfilling his mission. A young girl stood on the roof of a high-rise house and looked down at the world. In her every movement, despair was read, and she did not understand what to do next. But, having thought a little, the redhead decided that instead of humiliation, it would be better to die and stop these suffering. But even after death, she would never forgive Wu Fu. The beauty took a step from the cliff, but at that moment, someone held out his hand to save her life. The man grabbed her hand tightly, not allowing to make an irreparable mistake, turning to him. The beauty realized that she was familiar with this face. With a serious expression on his face, the unknown said that He Tianhao recently died, and if she died, then there would be no witnesses to the fall of their enemy. The young man who recently finished taking a shower was considering the whole situation. Suddenly, he felt a breakthrough through the sphere of Qi, and could not believe that it turned out so quickly. He understood that in a past life, the teacher made a pill of a mixed spirit to help him break into the next stage. And in this life, even though he does not have a pill, with his fed sword with a breakthrough, there were no problems. Suddenly, because of the doors in the bathroom, he heard an unfamiliar voice who said that he was tickled, and so that the puppy stopped licking. Entering the bedroom, the young man saw in front of him an unfamiliar blonde who played with Xiaoha. Seeing Wu Fu, who had come out of the shower, the beauty winked at him and asked if he wanted to approach and sit on the bed with her. Without showing any emotions, the young man noticed that the bed on which the stranger was sitting belonged to him. Feeling disappointment, the blonde said that his older sister showed the initiative to find him, and therefore he should show a little more enthusiasm. Without showing any interest, the young man asked that the older sister was needed here. Getting up from her seat and demonstrating Qi energy, the girl replied that she would like to check the power of her younger brother. Without saying a word, the young man carefully watched the actions of the blonde and pondered what he should do next. Stopping her attack right in the face of the guy, the beauty asked why he was not answering her. With an absolutely impenetrable expression on his face, the hero noticed that the blonde should immediately stop and do not do rash acts. While the lady threatened the young man, very sharp blades hung over her head. Smiling, the beauty noticed that the swords of Wu Fu were completely silent, and even she could not detect them, and also looking at him, became interested in when he managed to release them. Without leaving anything to conceal, the young man replied that he did it at the very beginning. Suddenly, the glow covered the whole body of the guy, and they both realized that he had reached the peak of a breakthrough. The use of a quota sword pushed him to the very edge, and it seems that the breakthrough was already happening. Finally, becoming serious, the blonde noticed that the hostel was very poor in spiritual energy, which means that it was not the best place for a breakthrough. To which the guy replied to her that if it weren't for her verification, which destroyed his original plan, he would not have to do this in the hostel. But as a representative of the student council, she had to come and find out everything, because he arranged a hype there. Transferring the topic of the conversation, the lady asked if the guy prepared a pill, and when he said that he did not, she, covering her face with his hands, said that it was a very important matter, but he did not prepare anything. Taking a pose for meditation and closing his eyes, Wu Fu said that he was completely useless to him. Literally a few seconds later, the beauty realized what the young man was talking about, because he began to absorb all the spiritual energy within 10 miles. The chairman of the student council could not believe what was happening, because cultivators at the stage of Qi were not capable of such things. The young man opened his eyes sharply when the blue glow fully enveloped his body. It seemed to him that he seemed to fall through the entire universe and floats in space. With surprise, the blonde noticed that the young man really succeeded, and he could still break through. At the same second, the sweater on the girl's body exploded into a bunch of small shreds, forcing her cheeks to cover her light blush. At that time, a fairly large crowd, headed by Wang Meng, was already gathered outside the room, which was interesting to see what was happening inside. Under the onslaught of the interested guys, the doors of the room opened sharply, and they fell inside. The beauty also noticed that they were now not alone with Wu Fu, and shocked, turned into a tactless group. In anger, the blonde threw out a group of perverts behind the door, ordering them to immediately hide from her eyes down. Before leaving, the fat man decided to demonstrate his support to his neighbor, and therefore returning. He put up his thumb up and said that it was a good job. After the doors of the room slammed shut, the embarrassed chairman of the student council told Wu Fu to immediately turn away and brought her some clothes. Meanwhile, a fairly large company gathered in the family of the family, and the time on the clock was already shown 9 o'clock. Turning to his uncle, one of those present noticed that it was already too late, and asked if the young man was playing with them, because he dares to be so arrogant, although he was only at the stage of Qi. To which the little brunette noticed that at least the guy was stronger than the guy, but he did not believe that, having only a Qi sphere, he was so strong. Her father said that her brother stops talking, and the gray-haired man reminded that Wu Fu had saved the life of Qing Qing, moreover, twice, and therefore they will wait for him as much as it takes, even if it takes all day. Understanding all the seriousness of the arguments, the youngest realized that he had nothing more to say and agreed to silently continue his expectation. At the same time, the young man, along with Xiao, walked through the park with a trodden path. Covering his eyes, he turned to the guys whom they were looking for because they were already so far away, and they still did not want to show up to his eyes. Leaving their shelter, the men asked if it would be more logical to go to some more crowded place to ask for help, because the guy was only at the stage of Qi, one who he brought into the thicket, which means he simply craves to die. Smiling happily, the young man said that he was already at the stage of metamorphosis. One of the strangers noticed that their enemy had very few green ones, but he already dared to offend He Tiangang. The best man added that he asked them to recognize more about a man named Wu Fu, to which his colleague noticed that if they were able to bring the enemy's head, their brother would not have been against such an offer. The young man, with a calm expression on his face, watched as a very sharp cold weapon flies in his direction. The head of the family of Na asked his daughter whether their guest still came. She looked at her watch and noticed that his absence looked really very strange, because he had to be in the house for a long time when they suddenly heard a loud barking. On the threshold of the mansion stood a very excited Xiao Ha, who recently separated from the owner and called the owners of the house to the aid. The man was thoughtful, because this dog looked like the one that belonged to his friend. Shocked by such impudence, the younger member of the family decided that in this way the young man tried to humiliate them. But the little brunette was absolutely disagreed with him and, leaning toward the puppy, asked where its master was. Husky immediately dug into the hands of the lady and dragged her behind him. She, surprised, realized what he wanted from her. Without expressing any emotions, if it is you, the man noted that it seems that the bone did not come, because he got into trouble. At that time, the young man without much effort fought off sharp objects flying in his direction. But the smiling guy, applying his spiritual energy, turned the blade and again directed him towards his enemy. Sensing the danger, the hero again noticed the daggers flying on him, but only this time from the back, and again managed to dodge. At this time, the second opponent, who remained inconspicuous, got to Wu Fu Vao very close to the attack. His intentions were not going to give up to his enemy so easily, and therefore called on his energy to his energy. Having decided to equalize the chances, he took out his star sword in order to be able to fight off the attacks. Seeing this, the enemy noted that he did not lie when he said that he was at the stage of metamorphosis, which means that he really broke through. Exposing a weapon in front of himself and stopping the opponent's attack, the young man said that in fact he still did not know a lot about him. Approaching the place of battle, Yu Qing noted that two cultivators opposed the young man at the stage of metamorphosis, and this meant that he was in great danger. But grandfather immediately stopped the surprised girl, preventing her from interfering, explaining this by the fact that the guy had already broken through the stage of Qi. At that time, the duel on the swords between Wu Fu and his enemy ended with the second weapon cracked, highlighting a powerful wave of energy. Everyone who was at that moment in the forest glade was amazed and did not expect such a turn of events at all. And only a gray-haired man thought about how powerful energy came from a broken sword. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened when he realized what was actually the matter, because he saw that the real hilt of the sword was at the moment hung over the young man's head. Smiling, the guy noticed that it seems that he again looks down on everyone, and, not stopping before the opponents affected, said that he was again sent the next batch of garbage. The second opponent rushed to run as far as possible with all his legs, realizing that their information was incorrect, and this guy was not only at the stage of Qi, but his subject of metamorphosis was a little like the treasures of the fractions. Noticing that the opponent was running, Wu Fu said that no one had let go, and again, applying his blade, he attacked the second striker, not giving him a single chance to win. Understanding that the danger passed, the puppy immediately rushed joyfully, wagging his tail to his master, and Yin Qing, returning to his third brother, asked, "Did he not say that he could distract 10 at once?" But he, smoothing his hair under the surprised looks of relatives, said that today we were surprisingly round. Running to the defeated opponent, Xiaoha took from his pocket some very brightly glowing crystal. Noticing this, the third brother of the family of Sa could not believe his eyes, because the stone was actually very valuable. And the puppy, not finding a more suitable application for his find, simply swallowed it and licked it rather. To which two younger representatives of the family noticed that it was a really big loss, because such a good stone of spirit became a dog snack. Also looking at his four-legged friend, Wu Fu noticed that he got a snack that contains a lot of energy. But fortunately, he was able to easily embody it. Little Husky was very pleased with his master, and then he happily agreed. Family members immediately surrounded the young man, interested in the well-being of the puppy and whether there were any changes in his body. In order for all the questions to disappear at once, Xiaoha smiled, putting on public display new-fanged mouths and surprising all the people gathered around with his appearance. And at this time, when in the family mansion, several black cars drove. The young man who came out of one of the cars thought that his comrades had to find out the abilities of Wu Fu Fu. But now it seemed to him that they were absent for too long on such a simple task. Members of the SE family came to the new arrivals. The father of men asked the master Shijia how he could be in Tianfu Haoyuan. Without waiting for an answer, the gray-haired guest said that even though a man named Wu Fu really had some skills, he was well fed to his two friends. Standing behind the men, Li Mangyao with a malicious smile noticed that her ex-boyfriend could really be considered dead when they heard a familiar voice near himself. She was shocked and did not know how to react, because she was told that the guy was no longer among the living, because the younger brothers of her friend defeated considerable forces. But he was not an enemy for them, which means that he was helped by the SE family. Another man who had been silent before, understanding the seriousness of the situation, said that the great family of Shi had struck, killing the students Zhang Yan. The third son of a great family entered the conversation and said that the conclusions of the men were erroneous, because the young man did all this on his own, and they had nothing to do with it. Not believing such words, he took them for a brazen lie and said that he would not believe in such a statement. The gray-haired, who was already tired of listening to such accusations, said that Hai Tian follow his tongue because his family owned the sea for many years, and there was really no one who would teach him manners. Turning to the members of his family, Sija said that they would not allow strangers to speak on their land and kill innocent people. Not wanting friends to take the whole blow, Wu Fu said that this time he would like to deal with everything alone. The main character decided to act and grabbed one sneak. The young man threw the body of one of those whom they sent to the newly arrived at the feet of the new arrivals. Such a guy's behavior was very angry with one of the men, and he wanted to deal with him as soon as possible. To which the young man replied that if he really wants to take revenge on him, then for a start, it is worth making sure that he will have enough strength for him. The hero stood calmly in the middle of the field, and strong streams of blue energy came from his body in all directions. Seeing this, CHEATS noticed that the young man had a really strong sword. The enemy immediately wanted to rush into the attack, but he was stopped by Hitan in time, saying that his family could not be underestimated because Shiwei was half a master, which means that now he was better off retreating. Although the man agreed with his ally, leaving, said Wu Fu, that he should wait for a new meeting because he would soon deal with him. Dissatisfied with the behavior of the guests, Xiaoha became dissatisfied with this, and its master replied that he also felt the same. Going to the car, Li Mangyao asked what abilities her ex-boyfriend possessed if the great family began to defend him, to which one of the guys noted that it was worth waiting for him to go outside, and even then end him. Against Wu Fu, the mansion, the third son of the one family, put on everything and tried to please him as soon as he could, wondering if he could help find a girl. Smiling awkwardly and entering the conversation, the old man noticed that his little brother had an unusual power, and even he could not see her, and also asked when his master was returning. The young man immediately replied that his teacher went on a trip to the Sea of Clouds, which very much surprised all those present. Cinema, looking at his granddaughter, Sia realized that he was a difficult boy. Although he did not expect such an help, he still wanted to bring this relationship to the next level, and perhaps he could pay him for his help. Turning to Xinqing, the gray-haired one noticed that their guest was a good guy, and also said that he heard that they went to the same school. A loud snoring was heard on the whole hostel building when Wang Mang saw sweet dreams about buns with meat and beautiful women. Suddenly, the doors with a loud knock opened, and the strangers who came informed He Tian Ganges that the fat man was exactly the guy from the school, who, in addition to the little brunette, communicates with Wu Fu. Looking at the frightened guy, the guest ordered his people to stretch him, because he would not leave the opponents alone until they regret that they destroyed his brother. At the same time, the young man said goodbye to the great family, because the time was already later, and he should return to the hostel. Neye stopped the guy, preventing him from leaving him, and presented him as a gift 2 pills of the divine spirit, which very much surprised the third son of the family. The man explained that this was his father's gratitude for the fact that the hero saved his daughter's life twice, and clarified that it was better not to tell anyone about these pills. The excited grandson immediately asked the second elder if it was too early to give them as a gift, because the pills of the divine spirit were useful only at the mystical stage, to which In the Eye replied that Qing was his only granddaughter, and the young man saved her life twice, and therefore he was not going to ask anyone how to thank him for such an act. Interrupting all the conversations, Wu Fu told the elder that to give him these pills would be too big in waste. With a dissatisfied look, the brunette told the hero that it was not a very smart act, because they give him pills not to use them right away, to which he replied that he had other methods of development. Demonstrating a fragment of his weapons, the guy explained that there was no need for pills, but also asked the elder if it was possible to help him find parts of the sword. The beauty was shocked by this behavior of the guy, because she believed that the pill of the divine spirit was much stronger than his broken sword, to which the young man did not argue. He simply sent a stream of strong energy through the entire territory to the nearest fountain. The surprised old man realized that, although it was just a sword, but according to his senses, his strength was comparable to artifacts that the cultivators use at the mystical stage, as well as the young man did not show a drop of fear from meeting with He Tiangang. With a sigh, the family's head asked if the artifact was in the hands of the guy with the treasure of his master. Not knowing how to correctly explain the origin of his weapons, the young man simply said that it was not from this world. Having weighed all the options, CHEATS said that he would see what can be done with the request of the young man. The young man bowed with all respect and thanked him, saying that now he really had to go. The day after the university's building, a yellow bus stopped another educational institution. Several young people came out of the transport, examining everything around them. The captain of the basketball club immediately came out to meet the rest, and they, having patted it on the head, said that Yunhai was still weak, and asked that if they won again, whether the losers would be on their knees to greet them. The blonde smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to answer when he suddenly noticed Wu Fu passing by. He smiled slyly when one, in his opinion, appeared in his head. Just a brilliant idea. Having thrown off the enemy's hand to the side, the basketball player said that they won the last time. Does not mean that they would be able to do this again, because a really strong first-year-old appeared in their school. Such actions were very angry with the opponent, because he believed that the kid was too arrogant, because he and his school were not suitable for them. Returning to the young man passing by, the captain of the basketball team called him to the rescue. The enemy noted that the blonde was just an insignificance and suggested that he go and call a girl named Lu Lin to play with the brothers. But the guy did not leave his attempt to shout to Wu Fu, calling him the hope of the university. The young man looked in surprise at his old acquaintance, not understanding what he wanted from him at all. The frightened basketball player, in turn, did not understand why the young man did not enter into a fight with his opponents. The guest rang out even louder because he believed that all this was quite indicative, and so that all the students of Yunhai were simply insignificant, which means that during this exchange, they simply worth recognizing their defeat. Although the young man simply wanted to pass by without interfering in a showdown, another guy stopped him and asked who told him that he could leave. Grabbing Wu Fu by the shoulder, the stranger said that he would show them the way, which greatly angered him. Having slightly taken advantage of his spiritual energy, he pushed the stranger because he did not understand how some loser dared to resist him. Shaking dust from his outer clothing, the guy said that if he has something to say, then he can speak politely without resorting to violence. The enemy, bending in half, was still able to rise from the ground. He was very angry because he did not expect such impudent behavior from the student. The whole body of the stranger began to glow, as if shrouded in fire when he used his energy of ki. The classmates also asked the mentor of the older family to the nickname the Frantic Fist of the Tiger to be a little restrained, because he was very strong and could harm the opponent. The guest took a step towards the young man, about to attack him immediately, but he did not even think to retreat. The attacker's eyes widened when he realized that the guy was easy to stop his attack, because he believed that this was absolutely impossible. With a calm look on the face of Wu Fu, he said that the stranger was not his opponent, and therefore he was better off as soon as possible to leave the way. While there is still a chance, the attacker with a flaming gaze told the hero to stop playing the steep, because everyone knew perfectly well that this is not so. The classmates realized that the fussy fist of the tiger was now going to become serious, but also did not think that some insignificance with forces would appear at the University of Yunhai. The guy saw that his opponent still did not want to give up, but he wanted to show him how to play himself a steep, and therefore gathered all his energy into a fist for the next blow. At that moment, the head of the student council left the student corps and saw how one of the students confronts their rivals. The beauty also called for the help of other students so that they helped the young man cope with the threat. But the hero absolutely did not need anyone's help because he easily restrained any attacks against himself. Under the surprised glances of all the gathered, the frantic fist of the tiger fell to the ground, and the young man standing above him said that he had warned that he was not an enemy. Classmates, frightened by the forces of the young man, immediately began to ask him if he was a member of the student council. Such a question made the guy think about it, because he did not immediately understand what to answer. The strangers immediately decided that the guy was definitely from the student council and simply pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. After thinking well, the young man nevertheless decided to answer that he was from the martial arts club. The stranger immediately began to shout that you could not deceive them, because members of the student council were considered the strongest students, and she never heard about the martial arts club, and therefore already turned to the president of Lu, that their college challenges them. The guest also wanted Wu Fu to take part in the competition, to which the blonde immediately agreed, because as the president of the student council, she believed that she could decide for everyone. In addition, the beauty added that they took away the mess left by He Tiangang, which means that the guy's participation was only a small fee for this. According to the girl, the young man realized that for this reason, no one picked up a schoolboy to him. The young man nevertheless agreed to her conditions, to which she smiled and offered to begin to meet in the assembly room of the student council. Watching the leaving the hero after, she did not think that in fact he would be so strong. He made a breakthrough only a few days ago, but he could already defeat the fist of the tiger of Shi, which had long been at this stage of development. Smiling cunningly, the beauty realized that this time they would still have to win competitions between educational institutions. The debate was in full house in the council's room. Because the University of Yunhai never won Shi College, it was because they had an expert on the magical stage. But this time the president allowed the first day to take part. Having hit the table with her palm, The blonde said that the gathered there were the most powerful students, but if they lose again, she would gladly exclude them from the student council. Finally, Wu Fu himself took the word, because he was tired of all these disputes, and he was about to leave them. The beauty, not planning to detain him, said that the exchange program would begin at noon, and so that he would not be late. She added a catch-up that their opponents had people much stronger than the fist of the tiger, and therefore they should not be underestimated. The young man did not think that one of the rivals could be strong enough, but the elders shouted to him not to think that Van Gagne from the Shi College could defeat very much once. The guy was about to go beyond the room as the elder stopped him, who did not like that he was ignored. Wu Fu did not like such a disrespectful appeal to himself, and therefore a loud sound sounded throughout the entire educational building. Finally, paying attention to a member of the Studsovet, the young man advised him to protect the strength for the exchange program. The guy finally fell silent and looked with horror at the wall of the guy broken after a fist. The blonde, who all this time silently watched what was happening, decided that it seems that this time there was still hope for victory. After the young man left his student council, he went in search of his friend, who was climbed by the eldest son of the He family, trying to take revenge on his brother. Looking carefully at the villain, the young man told him that his brother served death, and if he was looking for revenge, he was always ready. But before that, the bastard had to apologize to his neighbor. The man immediately laughed this very much, because he believed that such a wimp like Wang Meng is not worthy of his apology. Turning to the hostage, he asked if he apologized to him, if the fat man dared to accept them. Feeling a wave of anger, the bastard called for his spiritual energy to help, because he really did not like that some insignificance was talking to him. Showing a gift from his teacher, he said that it seems that the great treasure of the fraction of John Yang also wished the death of the guy. Getting his star sword, Wu Fu said that he also felt him at the first meeting, which greatly surprised the guy. He could not understand why the treasure became more aggressive, and it became more difficult to control it. Suddenly, the fragment flew out of the hands of Tian Gang, which surprised him even more. At that very moment, the treasure flew up to the young man and connected with the wreckage of his sword, causing anxiety in the wisher's heart. Those who observed the whole process were very surprised, and the bastard demanded that his enemy immediately give him a treasure. He immediately rushed into battle, but the young man was able to fend his attack in time. Looking at his hand, the guy realized that there was some trace on her. It was the power of the cultivator at the mystical stage, real power. The bastard again wanted to rush into battle, and the guy took a position to defend. At that moment, an unknown voice ordered them both to stop immediately. When the opponents did not want to disperse in time, they spread them with a strong stream of energy. Young people looked at each other from different ends of the field, and between them stood the head of the student council, who did not like this behavior on its territory at all. Ending himself in his hands, the hero told his enemy that real men seek their revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Such a statement of a friend caused a rather mixed feeling in Wang Mang. But the little husky, who was sitting in his arms, absolutely agreed with his master, but the bastard did not pay attention to statements. Now he was only interested in a sword that could absorb one of the 3 great treasures of the fraction of John Yang, because this treasure was to become his. At the same time, Shi College students watched both. They saw that one of the rivals had the peak power of the cultivator at the stage of formation of the sphere that He Tiangong reached a year ago. The guests realized that this year to cope with the University of Yunhai would be much more difficult. Suddenly, Wang Mang was distracted to the behavior of a little dog, because he began to dig a deep hole in the middle of the courtyard, and he did not understand what he was doing. The fat man lifted Xiaohao to stop his actions, but the baby was very outraged by such actions regarding himself. At the same time, the blonde screamed at Wu Fu because he only reached the stage of formation of the sphere and is already trying to get into a showdown with the eldest son of the He family, who had long been at this stage. But the bastard, not paying attention to anyone, demanded that the young man return the treasure to him, but he replied that he did nothing, and she herself returned to the original owner. Getting his sword, he noticed that the fragments belonged to their fractions by Jeg Yang for 3 years, so that it was all simple excuses. Rushing into a new attack, He Tiangang demanded that the guy immediately return his treasure to him. But the bastard could not escape far, and under the surprised glances of all the audience fell into the hole that the puppy dug and spread on the ground. Seeing such a picture, no one was able to restrain his laughter, and the little dog was pretty bark. The scoundrel, this behavior of others, was even more angry, and he ordered everyone to shut up immediately. In order to demonstrate his superiority again, the bastard waved his weapon near Wang Mong, greatly frightening him. The angry eldest son of the He family ordered the fat man to get out of here and take a dog with him. But leaving his friend's defense, Wu Fu said that his enemy would still have to leave, and then he saw very well that the guy had a very powerful subject, and if he get all the parts of the sword, he would become even stronger. The villain already wanted to take the artifact from the young man when the president of the student council stopped their battle, ordering to leave aside their grievances and stop fighting. Showing the audience with her hand, the blonde shouted so that young people did not allow students to mock them from the College of Shy. But they already all discussed the university's internal showdowns, claiming that it was much more important than the exchange competition. The opponent college student even added that she heard that the first year was much stronger and more dangerous than He Tiangang. The words of the audience very strongly touched the villain, and he immediately rushed to demonstrate his strength, attacking his opponent. The young man easily retorted all the attacks of the enemy because he was absolutely confident in his abilities. But when he tried to hold a counterattack, the eldest son of the He family suddenly jumped from below and knocked out his sword from his hands. The observants were shocked by such a turn of events, because before that they believed that the bastard was much stronger than Wu Fu. Having picked up an artifact, the villain proclaimed that now this item belongs to him, and without a sword, his opponent was a simple insignificance. But the young man was not going to give up so easily, because he gathered all his chi energy into a fist. Without much effort, the young man got to his enemy, and with one light movement of his hand threw him to the other end of the field. Although He Tiangang believed that he would now be invincible, he still, after the opponent's attack, realized that he was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly, looking at his hands, the bastard realized that he was still holding the chi sword, and since the treasure was in his hands, he considered everything else to be unimportant. At that very moment, the young man called his weapon back, and it, surrendering to his strength, was in the hands of the guy. He explained that the blade was stored inside his body all the time, so no one could take it away. The captain of the Shi College team could not believe that he was really the first year, but his teammate said that she heard that 2 months ago, because of some problems in his personal life, the guy was beaten by He Tianhao and was sent to the hospital. It turns out that he became so strong in 2 months, and perhaps there was some secret. At the same time, the young man used the technique of Star Sword on his opponent, and he froze, unable to move, and therefore he realized that his affairs were bad. Bright blue light blinded everyone who watched the battle, and they realized that the chi sword was incredibly strong. But still, no one could understand how the guy who had just broken through the stage of forming the sphere could defeat the cultivator at the mystical stage so simply. He Tiangang, feeling the whole strength of the enemy on himself, could not understand why he was so strong. Watching the energy of Wu Fu, the bastard realized that he was using some kind of secret technique, and now he could not win. And therefore, he decided that it would be better to turn around and leave the battlefield, but still warned the guy that he would never forget his insults and once would certainly take revenge on him. After the bastard ran away, his friend with questions attacked the young man as he managed to win, and when he became so strong, but their conversation was interrupted by the student of the College of Shy, saying that the guy, although he had power and skills, was too much relied on his sword. To the question of Wu Fu, if he has problems, he replied that fights were always during the cultivation exchange, so this was the norm for them. To which the young man replied that since He Tiangang fled after the fight with him, then he would fight instead of him. But he replied that the sword would not make him invulnerable. Another college student agreed with the main thing, since the guy only recently reached the stage of formation of the sphere. And even with this sword, he could not defeat their boss. In this case, the hero suggested not to waste time on empty conversations, but to check their skills on the battlefield. The leader did not like that the youngest was so self-confident, and he said that he would make him regret his words. Taking out his weapons, also added that this was her last chance to apologize, but the enemy also noticed that he did not think that the young man could win only because he has a sword, which the guy said to simply check him. But unexpectedly, the head of the student council approached Wu Fu and said that originally, if He Tiangang was a representative, they would have 60% of the chances of winning, but now, if he loses, she will devour him. And at that moment, they were interrupted by Qing Qing, asking, was it an unusual competition, and asking the girl not to do so before her opponents, as it looked inappropriate. But when she was interrupted by the students of the Shi College, she called them a bunch of hooligans who did not know when to leave, and decided to greet them properly. Turning to the little brunette, The stranger asked if she was envious of the head of the student committee, because he was sure that that's still many different divisions. The girl really did not like such an assumption of college student, and she decided not to let him go unpunished. The enemy said that this beauty would not be able to leave him so easily and increased several times in its size. Without planning to give up, Xinqing attacked the opponent but crashed into his defense, which turned out to be too strong. The guy also decided to hold a counterattack and waved to the lady when she realized that there was nowhere to dodge. But he did not have time to finish his blow, because in the place where a little brunette stood a second ago, a column of dust rose. Having very scared, the beauty closed her eyes, not even realizing that she was in the hands of a young man. But, realizing that she was whole and unharmed, the girl opened her eyes and saw that she was holding Wu Fu, who also told the enemy that he was his opponent, not a lady. At the same moment, the student of Shar took his huge axe, and the young man, without lagging behind, also prepared his star sword and said that the girl was careful. Smiling maliciously, the enemy noticed that the guy could not break through the technique of the divine protection of his family with his toy knife. Looking confidently at the opponent, the young man believed that he was now too self-confident, and he was already rushing into the attack. Classmates of a stranger immediately began to support him loudly, claiming that the young man did not have a single chance. Two men came together in battle, attacking each other at great speed and all in their way. The attacks ended very quickly, and Wu Fu calmly stopped, holding his sword in his hands. Seeing this, the blonde thought that he recognized his defeat, and this year they would lose again. Suddenly, the observers saw how incomprehensible yellow sparks began to go through the enemy's body. Just a few seconds later, his spiritual energy, like glass, began to crumble. Everyone who saw this realized that his divine defense technique was penetrated. Smiling at his classmates, the guy said that there was nothing that could block his sword. And it doesn't matter where she was in the past, present, or future. At that moment, the information gradually began to reach the students from the College of Shai that they lost this year. The young man, on the other hand, said absolutely calmly that they can admit their defeat, but should also give him their own stone of souls. This condition was very frightened by such a condition because they did not understand why he was. But he calmly explained that it seems that his dog loves such stones very much. At that moment, Xiaohe smiled with his dentum smile, which was getting stronger after the stone of the soul, and the college students shouted loudly so that he would not approach them. At that moment, at the other end of the country, the teacher came to his student and said that he was sitting up by the presence of a treasure in Tianfu Haoyuan. The master immediately showed the man a fragment, but he did not understand what it was and what he should do with him. To which the old man explained that this divine weapon was special, and if his student could find its owner, then he will have to give him this fragment. The guy was very surprised but did not argue with his teacher, but respectfully bowed to him and said that he would fulfill his request. But in fact, the student believed that he was the only one who was worthy to possess such a strong weapon when his thoughts were interrupted by a strong cough of the gray-haired. Frightened by the health of his teacher, the young man immediately rushed to him in order to somehow help and relieve pain. The elder explained that it seems that his time in this world has practically expired, and if he does not reach the Tao region, he would just die. In the expensive mansion, where conversations were all the time, there were only that Wu Fu became very strong. He even told his ex-girlfriend that she would prefer death than life. The annoyed He Tianganjis was already tired of talking about the young man, and he ordered the girl to shut up immediately. He was sure that this lousy was not so simple, and their forces were equal when he used the divine weapon. But the villain would not leave him alone and would surely make sure that he would die right in front of his eyes. The yellow bus moved the streets of a huge city and, stopping at one high-rise building, an unknown man came out of it. The stranger carefully looked at the subject in his hands, because he absolutely did not understand how this thing works, but decided that it doesn't matter, because he would definitely ask someone the necessary information. And while he was looking for who to ask a question, at the other end of the room they informed the guy that it was a private place, and if he wants to get into it, then it is worth showing an invitation card. Wu Fu showed a rumpled map and said that his dog broke it, asking if the guards could accept it, to which they answered that, unfortunately, they cannot do anything because they do not accept damaged cards. At this moment, a passerby, attracting the attention of a guy, said whether he was worth it all to come to such a place. The blonde, in which the guards recognized Zhou Shunya, absolutely did not believe that the dog broke the card and considered this a terrible excuse, since the employees confirmed that they would let the young man only after he provides a whole card. He, having thought and looked at the blonde, decided that in this case it would not be such a big obstacle. The basketball player began to understand what the younger student of the college leads to, and decided that if he needs to do something, then he refuses it. The contented guy put his hand on Jo Shinya's shoulder, but he, frightened, became interested in what he was trying to achieve, touching him in public, to which the first-year-old Smile replied that he should say that he could not be present. The girl who accompanied the captain of the basketball team was lost, who was his acquaintance, because he never talked with such garbage, and said that she had just seen the necklace that she liked, asking him to buy. Frightened by the consequences, the blonde immediately took out his card from his pocket and handed it to Wu Fu, which greatly surprised his accompanying. Taking the pass, the young man thanked him and went about his business, leaving the basketball player to think that since their last meeting he became even stronger. As soon as Wu Fu went to the conference room with his little Peach, he was immediately called by members of the C family, who were there. Having greeted Ching Ching and her father, the young man found out that the agreed fragments would be exposed today at the auction. For this he was invited, and their family would do everything possible to get them. With all respect, the guy thanked the man for his help and promised that if these fragments of the sword were indeed what he was looking for, he would teach several tricks to the family of Shi, completely not noticing that at that moment they were eavesdropped. As soon as everyone settled in their places, the third son asked what kind of martial arts that cost 5 million. The guy explained to him that he saw how Father Shi was stuck in the Yanghan region for a long time, and these tricks were enough to return him back. The young man was surprised that the young man even knew about the state of his parent, and decided that he really had some abilities when they were interrupted by the knock of the hammer. 3 girls entered the stage and, addressing all local tyrants, older brothers, and lords, announced that the auction had begun. The man, noticing the attentive gaze of the younger, realized that he was very interested in this event at which they were present. At that moment, the presenter said that their first lot was a dazzling spirit, and the auction would begin with 500,000. Seeing this, a little puppy began to bark loudly and joyfully. At that very moment, the head of the family, Shu, raised a sign and offered 5 million for an object. The little brunette was very surprised by such actions by the parent, because they did not need spirits at all. And even if he was valuable, it was still absolutely useless for them. But the man said that he was for Xiaoha. The beauty was amazed, not believing that her father gave so much money only to please the puppy, and this is not counting that they were going to buy a fragment of a sword. Nevertheless, the man continued that it doesn't matter what his dog would want from this. He would definitely buy it. Further, many different items were bought. A sparkling tin cooler for 5 million, chips for 3 million, Lingxi Pudashi for 2 million. At this moment, in the back rows they discussed what the last lot would be, but it was completely not important because still few could afford it. Finally, the presenter announced that the time had come for the last subject of today's auction and said that the last lot would be the most expensive. As soon as the fabric was removed from the object, a beautiful radiant fragment appeared before the eyes of everyone. At that very moment, the head of the family Na asked the younger if this was what he was looking for, to which he agreed with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, one of those who watched in the hall rose and said that he was looking for a fragment of 9 years. He asked if anyone could help him with a purchase, but everyone knew that it was very difficult to force someone to pay for another at the auction. He Tian Gang, who was also in the room, was shocked by such an act because he thought that his enemy would be the most arrogant there. Smiling, one of the visitors informed the strange guy that he was too much obstructed, but he carefully looked at the speaker and applied his abilities on him, which did not go unnoticed by a young man. The stranger's body was shaking with unknown power, and many noticed that the pressure was too strong. The unknown said that his master said that all the rather rich were in this hall, so he asked him to buy such a treasure, for which one of the men said that he would buy him for 10 million. The stranger replied that he would fulfill any desire, and his benefactor could ask for any help. But he noticed that his strength deserved this treasure, and he would help him if it would be mutually beneficial. The head of the family of Na was shocked by such a force and, turning to the younger, said that their opponent was very strong. But he replied that it was absolutely not important, because it was not what they could cope with. With a dark smile on his face, the guy said that the stranger in any case would give him a fragment. The man could not believe that the unknown person knew his comrade, but Wu Fu said that in fact he knows the guy. Already in his room, the bastard laid the card on the table and said that the acquaintance promised him to fulfill his desire when he needed. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door, and Li Mangyao went to check who came to them. On the back of the door stood a huge man, whose appearance was very scared by the redhead. As soon as the guest noticed Hai Tiangang, he said that the master told him that someone had offended his brother, and he was ready to destroy the offender, but said that he should not rush, and first they should focus on receiving the sword. With a satisfied smile, the girl decided that her ex-guy could not get out so easily this time. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the hostel of the university, Yun Hai spread a loud and satisfied barking. Satisfied Husky demonstrated his new fangs of the owner when he noticed that food was not for nothing with spiritual stones, but he did not expect that they would have such a sophisticated aura for teeth development. At that moment, the door of the room opened, and the head of the student council entered. Looking at the puppy, she realized that he had grown up very much from their last meeting. Climbing the bed and ordering the girl to sit nearby, the young man asked her what was wrong with him. Approaching the young man closely, the beauty said that she could not just look at him because he was always on its own. The young man agreed with every word of beauty, but taking her by the waist, he knocked on the bed. She was shocked because she did not understand what he was doing. Clutching a lady, Wu Fu said that she would not play with fire because it could be dangerous. The girl immediately pushed the young man and said that she was looking after him and wants him to play on behalf of the university. But he was completely uninteresting to him. However, the head of the student council believed that it did not matter because their rivals were very strong, and it seemed Yun Hai would not receive good grades this time. Smiling and winking around the guy, the lady said that there were only 10 participants in this competition, which means that she could ask someone else. Already heading for the exit, she said that this competition would be much more difficult, but at that moment Wu Fu stopped her and asked her to write it to the participants. Removing his outerwear, the young man said that he should do something first. The blonde covered her eyes with her hands and asked the comrade what he was doing. "I undress," he said, adding that although it is difficult to deal with Tong Shuanging, he cannot always remain in the metamorphosis, to which the beauty invited the shameless level of the intermediate level of the first metamorphosis. After cleaning the throat, the embarrassed lady said that a breakthrough with force is quite serious things, not a simple joke, but he did not understand what the problem would be if he wanted to break through his secret region. He perfectly understood that the metamorphosis would be enough to deal with other rivals. Feeling a strong surge of energy, the head of the student council realized that it was Rachi. Since the girl was ready for everything, she managed to use her energy key in time and create a protective dome around her. At this moment, strong waves of spiritual energy began to come from a young man, if everything is in their path. But the beauty remained standing still, because unlike the last time, this time she was able to protect herself in time. As soon as the smug young man opened his eyes, the blonde immediately asked him if it was a breakthrough. Having received a positive response, the student said that she wants to go out with fresh air because she spent 5 years in a purifying environment, only to reach a state of transformation. And the guy was able to do this in just 4 years. And at that moment, Wang Mang stood behind the door and eavesdropped to find out what was happening inside the room. As soon as the doors opened, the fat man appeared in the face of the dissatisfied head of the student council with his own person. Trying to smooth out the situation, the neighbor said that the girl should not explain anything, because he did not know that they were currently practiced in the room. Planting on a squat, he told a friend that he would take care of Xiao Ha, because it was too cruel to leave the dog alone, to which the Fluffistic gladly agreed. As soon as the beauty left the room, Wang Mang asked the puppy whether he did not come on time, to which he received a consonant barking. Looking at Wu Fu, the neighbor asked if he would drink with him today, because it was his birthday, to which the guy happily agreed. In this case, leaving the room, the fat man promised that he would take their place and said that his friend should not rush. And at that moment, Hai Tianganga came to the phone, and he informed his accomplices that he was informed that the fat man was looking for a hotel. The redhead remembered that today was the guy's birthday, and believed that perhaps he should make a discount, in which case the bastard decided to ask the hotel owner to prepare something special for guests. For example, a knife would be perfect. At the same time, in the mountains, the student brought medicine for his master, but the teacher felt that his body was no longer the same as before, and the breath of magic fragments no longer interacted with him, and therefore asked her to find that if he saw the chosen one, so that he would bring him. The student promised to immediately go on the road, and the old man believed that perhaps the right person would find how to achieve unity for him. The next day, in the hotel room, someone tried to wake Wang Mang from sweet sleep. With one light kick, the evil head of the student council still could pushing the fat man, awakening him. His friend, who was also there, asked what happened that his friend called them all to the hotel room. A student who was still poorly aware of reality told a friend that he did not remember why he invited them. And at that moment, a little puppy gave a voice and spat out some object in front of a comrade, but he did not understand at all what he wanted to give him. Although the fat man did not understand what it was, but still thanked Xiaohua for a generous gift. Suddenly, the walls of the room began to change, and as if blurring, which was very surprised by all those present, the girl said that they needed to leave there as soon as possible. Immediately looking out the window, the young man realized that the desert was now behind the glass. It seems that the reality began to change. Literally a few seconds later, students realized that they were already not in the hotel room, because they were surrounded from all sides with sands. At that moment, a huge poisonous snake appeared before them, which seemed consisting of sand. A huge creature immediately opened his mouth, rushed to young people, which scared them even more. The frightened group did not know what to do when she heard a voice from an unknown direction, who said that they could not leave the illusion so easily. Suddenly, the body of the little dog was lit up with energy. It seemed that waves of power emanated from him. The next second, a huge monster appeared in front of a huge sandy snake, equal to it. The head of the student council, who saw what was happening, was very scared for Xiaohua, because she managed to love a little husky. But the puppy was not going to give up easily and intercepted the sand monster with acceleration, preventing him from attacking his friends. After the monster was defeated, the dog again took its shape, decreasing several times. Leaning toward his four-legged friend, Wu Fu stroked him and said that nevertheless the spiritual stone was very useful. At that moment, two people were observed under the stairs. The redhead could not believe that the dog was the same as its master, but her boyfriend said that the dog was completely unusual. The surprised unknown noted that it was all unimportant. Because they were still locked in his illusion while the guy was there, he could destroy him at any time. Although his accompanying people did not know what to do next and where they were, the young man explained that they were locked in the walls of fantasy, and if they could find what belongs to the real world, they could get out of there, breaking the illusion. But he also did not understand whether it was so obvious, or the whole thing was that they did not see. Thinking about this, the guy hit with all the force on the table which stood in front of them, which greatly surprised the blonde. The subject, which turned out to be made of wood, scattered, letting crack on the ground. At the same moment, under the stairs, the redhead and a master of illusions saw the cracks on the ceiling, realizing that it was very good. A loud explosion thundered, and heavy bricks fell from the ceiling. From the resulting failure, the young man and his accompanying appeared, and the blonde at the same second told Wang Meng that it was better for them to hide below. Looking at his ex-girlfriend, Wu Fu said that it was all like a smile that she created with a villain. But she said that it doesn't matter, because this time the guy would definitely die. Cleaning his throat, the young man smiled and said that these words sounded very familiar. At that moment, the voice of the illusion gave his voice, telling the guy that if he wants to leave, he must give him a magic sword. The head of the student council, who was still in the room, warned the young man that Zhou Tongshan from the city of Zhonghai was quite strong, so he should be careful. The guy, passing his dog to a friend, said that they hide in the corner, and in which case Xiaohua will be able to take care of him. Ending his weapon in his hands, the enemy said that it was useless to hide here, and even if the guy could break through the illusion he created, he would still not leave alive. Smiling and taking out his sword, the young man asked him that, in his opinion, a miserable creature could harm him. For a second, the hero decided to demonstrate his strength, transferring them along with the Master of Illusions to an unknown place, hanging over him in the air. This scared the stranger very much, because he realized that his opponent owned the power of the transfiguration. Looking at the villain from top to bottom, the young man ordered him to kneel and ask for mercy. The enemy's body immediately obeyed the voice from above, and he thought that it was very strange, because his existence was at the top of the Tongshan region. The rival understood that he could not even fight, and therefore begged the young man to just stop. But the young man did not plan to let his opponent so easily, because he saw in front of him only a little boy who loves to mock others. Suddenly, the fabric of the illusion broke, and the surprised guy saw a hand in front of him, which grabbed his enemy, the unknown. Capturing the Master of Illusion for the vest, pulled him out of the illusion into the real world. After that, the savior, turning to the young man, said that he was talented enough because he saw his strength with his own eyes today. It was impressive. Watching the guy in whom he recognized Jujui, the guy thought that if he was breaking his mask right in the face of the teacher, he could prove that he poisoned him to achieve a breakthrough, and asked him aloud that he was not so with him. Having extended his hand, the guest suggested that Wu Fu pass with him, but when he already wanted to agree, the blonde put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to wait a bit. She convinced her to the young man that everything was in order, and, looking at the enemy, asked if he could withstand the main area. The young man remembered the death of the master, and how, standing above him with a sword, Jujui said that he had served him for more than 300 years. But he gave the stove for a stranger. The student read that his teacher was really lying, and therefore it was not worth blaming him for how it ended. But also Wu Fu knew that in this life he would not allow the old man to repeat his mistakes. As soon as they came to the right place, the student told the master that he brought to him the one he wanted to meet. Smiling and seeing the guest, the elder noted that he was a real talent. With all respect, bowing to the gray-haired, the young man asked what happened to his elder. Thinking, the elder replied that he feels that at the age of the guests were similar, and also hoped to find a chance to get out of Schlenbing. Smiling slightly, the young man said that the foreman also tried to return to the mortal world. But even he failed, trying to break through, and therefore he thinks that now there was a wrong time. To which the teacher realized that there were other options, and his student looked at the guest in disbelief because he did not really like this guy. Jujue believed that it was very arrogant, but the guy, not paying attention to his words, said that he felt a strong aroma of drugs when he only entered. He immediately continued and said that he believes that the teacher's body was weak, which caused even greater anger among his student because he believed that it was rude. But still not paying attention to anyone's words, Wu Fu told the elder that all this was just because he was old. The man was shocked by such conclusions of the guest because he was able to easily feel his physical condition, and therefore did not understand who it was for a person and why he seemed to be so inexplicably familiar. Turning around to Sadovlasum, the hero said that he could heal his ailment, but he had one condition. At this moment, an angry student realized that the guy probably noticed that he had replaced the medicine, but said aloud that he would not dare to speak such nonsense because his master was incredibly strong. But the young man was absolutely anyway to the objections of Jujui. He called on all his energy chi and used it on the teacher. The gray-haired was shocked. It seemed that irrevocable changes were taking place in his body. An angry student immediately wanted to attack the young man who dared to hit his master. But the old man ordered him to stop immediately. As soon as the fair-haired man stopped, the teacher already calmly added that the guest did nothing, but he understood that the guy had to die. Otherwise, he would become a big obstacle in the future. A contented old man said that with just one blow, the guy was able to restore half the stream of his meridians, which means that he was really very talented. But, pointing to the student, Wu Fu said that he felt that he had a fragment of a sword, and asked him as a payment, to which the teacher noticed that they agreed to give him when he was met by the one who possesses a magical sword. He was not able to argue with the master. Jujue respectfully said that he would give him, and handed the young man a fragment of a sword, who immediately joined the Starball. Continuing, the teacher wished him a successful trip, and he in turn thanked him for the blessing. After all that happened in the city center, the young man handed the conversation and said that his task is to get rid of Wu Fu. Zhou Tongshan said that he would cope with everything without any problems and send someone to get rid of the young man. And this time he would disappear from this world, and the student thought he could harm him, even if he was under the protection of his master. At the same time, a calm, serene atmosphere reigned in the residence of the family of Na. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the house, the little brunette decided to take a shower and relax. Suddenly, her attention attracted the knock on the door and a scream from another room. Someone very persistently searched for Wu Fu. Having turned off the water and wrapped in a towel, Xinqing prepared to meet unexpected guests. After the guests broke into the room, they immediately reported that they had come to kill the young man. But none of them expected that such a pleasant surprise in the form of a beauty would meet. The lady immediately asked who came to her house, and also warned that it was better for them to leave as soon as possible, otherwise they were awaiting big problems. But absolutely not paying attention to the words of the girl, the master of illusions once again asked where the young man he was looking for. The little brunette nevertheless decided to answer the question and said that the young man had not yet returned. To which the bastard said that since he was not there, then they would begin to play with the mistress of the house for a start. One of the older men attacked the girl, but she did not stay away and immediately repelled all his attempts. Unexpected guests were shocked by such a turn of events because they did not expect that the beauty would be so strong. It was then that they realized that she was another cultivator of metamorphosis. The attackers did not know what to do because the little girl had a huge power which caused a sign of panic in them. The heiress of the family of Su easily scattered the accompanying, and only Zhou Tongshan remained to stand and look at everything. Having carefully looked at the girl, the Master of Illusion said that the power of Wu Fu was not his business, which she asked in surprise. He really considers her better than that asshole. But unexpectedly behind the guests was the guy himself, whom he was looking for, and asked if he was talking about him. Having huddled into the corner of the bath, the bastard frightenedly asked how long the young man was in the room, to which the hero explained that he was there from the very beginning. He simply watched how they played with each other. Smiling nervously, his enemy said that if he had not been careless in their first meeting, the young man would be dead in the middle of the transformation. Throwing a dangerous look towards a comrade, the young man asked if he wanted to know why it was so hard to find. But returning to himself a little confidence, Zhou Tongshan noticed that it was easy to kill the chicken with a sword for bulls, and the guy could not escape from it. At that moment, the body of the young man began to wrap up with a huge chain under the influence of qi energy. At that moment, Wu Fu realized why his opponent jumped so instantly. He simply planned to immediately impose an illusion. In order to free himself from the chains, he immediately called his sword. With one motion, the guy instantly cut the bonds restraining him. As soon as the young man was freed, Yin Qing immediately asked if he was in order, but he was more interested in where the unexpected guest was, to which the beauty explained that he had just fled through the window. Looking through the broken window, the guy saw a puzzled opponent, who absolutely did not expect that he could call the sword even with one hand. In this case, jumping out of the window, the hero said that he was leaving his sword behind, to which the delighted Zhou Tongshan said that even if there are 10 people like a guy there, he will certainly win. The opponent immediately rushed into the attack trying to hurt the guy, but he easily dodged any attacks. At some point, the villain was tired of, and he asked if his opponent could only dodge. Suddenly, the young man realized that he could not move so quickly, because his legs were bogged down in some black sticky substance. Smiling, the Master of Illusions gathered his energy into a fist and was about to strike a decisive blow, because he believed that this time the young man could not hide. Complete self-confidence, the enemy inflicted a strong blow in the direction of Wu Fu. As soon as the dust was settled after the attack, only one clothing remained in front of Zhou Tongshan's eyes in the place where his opponent stood when he realized that his problems were much more serious than he expected. Suddenly, behind the Master of Illusion, a young man ran with a question whether he witnessed their battle. At the same moment, the frightened bastard realized that his enemy used the technique of a balloon and wanted to know who he was. But, using all his energy, the young man said that the bastard is not worthy to know this. Seeing the consequences of the guy's attack, the little brunette realized that he was getting more and more every day. Seeing the heiress of the Ni family, the young man told her that she would get out in the yard and dismantle the mess arranged by villains. The beauty said that she would do it, but she bothered that it would happen if the group Zhou Tongshan was found in her house. There may be big problems. At that very moment, the towel slipped from the body of the mistress of the house, which shocked her and the guy. The lady immediately shouted so that this pervert would turn away, but he claimed that he had not seen anything, and the little dog supported him in this. While the couple quarreled, they did not notice that Zhu Jui was watching from the roof of the house. Entering the house, the beauty was still angry and said that if she saw how the guy peeps, she would uproot his eyes, to which he still claimed that he had not seen anything. Before starting to change clothes, a little brunette slammed shut in front of Wu Fu doors, hoping to stay alone. But turning around, the mistress of the house saw that behind her there was a satisfied little dog and smiles at all toothy mouth. At that very moment, Ching Ching, angry here, threw Husky by the door, sending a pervert dog to his master. As soon as a little brunette put on a familiar costume again, she went into the room where the young man with a puppy was. The surprised beauty noticed that a bright blue glow came from Xiao Ha. Looking closer to the dog, Wu Fu realized that it seems that he would make a breakthrough. Yet he could not remain unchanged after so many of the eaten spiritual stones, which the girl was very surprised at, because she never heard that dogs also know how. Putting his claws, the puppy began to dig a parquet under him, threatening to smash the house to pieces. Qin Qing, who was displeased here, realized that the husky's teeth could break the house into pieces, and decided that they were telling the truth about the fact that which master was such a dog. At that moment, the guards entered the room, carrying Zhou Tongshan in the arms, telling the lady that they had just taken the body to send it to the owner. At the same moment, the young man interrupted all the conversations and said that no one bought him, because he already knows who was behind all this. Such words were very surprised by the beauty, and she asked who exactly sent the villains, to which the hero replied that the leader was standing on the roof of the building. But while they went out onto the balcony, he was already gone. At the same moment, the heiress of the SE family asked how long they followed them, to which the hero replied that from the very beginning. The thoughtful young man informed the guards to take the body with them, because it was a rare chance to meet the HE family face to face. The alarmed employee told the lady that he had to first ask for the approval of her master. But the beauty objected that, in the city of Yunhai family, he would not dare to touch her, and ordered Zhu Qinchin to show them the way. The group immediately settled in the cars and advanced in the right direction. The individual accompanying person ordered the assistant to find the master of the NE family and inform him that Wu Fu and the young miss will visit the HE family. As soon as the car drove up to the right house, the guard at the gate asked the visitors who they were looking for. The driver immediately asked the young man what to answer, to which he asked in surprise why there was so much guard, because it did not seem that someone saw him. Leaving the car, the guy seriously said that everything was happening very quickly, and a huge crowd of people had already met him. Seeing who visited them, the head of the security immediately said that the young man could not reach heaven. His place was in hell since he dared to come to their territory, and ordered his subordinates to grab him. The driver of the family of Na already wanted to go out and help the hero, but a little brunette stopped him, saying that he was sitting calmly and just watched what would happen. The guards immediately rushed to Wu Fu, but one of them immediately intercepted the little husky, clinging into his hand with his fangs. He realized that even the dog wanted to fight with him. At the same time, the owner of the house had already reported about the visit of the guests, but he did not think that the young man would dare to come to him. And Li Mangyao, frightened, asked what they should do. Thinking, He Tiangang said that he had put a dozen strong guards at the entrance this morning, who had to weaken the guy only 30%. But since he was already here, it would not be so easy. Going into the courtyard of the building, the bastard noticed his people who called to the rescue, because they were attacked by a small dog. Pushing the guard aside, the owner of the house said that he himself would deal with everything. Stepping closer, the villain said that he and the young man had no offense before, and now he does not understand what he was doing in his house. But Wu Fu did not pay attention to anyone and ordered to raise and bring the body they brought. Already in shock, she recognized in the body of Zhou Tongshan, and the eldest son of the HE family told the guest that it was not his man, and therefore he brought him in vain. To which the young man replied that he had nothing to fear, because he wants to use him to lure Li Zlu. Very soon in the mountains near the city, one could see a bright pillar of blue light, which illuminated the cave. In the center of bright light, an unknown girl emerged from the water, shrouded in a strong stream of ki energy. Closer to the night, the black family of the family of Na left the HE house He-Har, leaving two young people to watch after. An angry bastard said that he had to kill Wu Fu, that this time he would pay for all his deeds and would never be able to become in his way again. But Li Mangyao asked if he could do this, to which he replied that with the congenital power of Sean Kane, his opponent had no chance. Suddenly, He Tiangang heard that someone was behind him, and turning around began to look with his eyes with what exactly was it. Realizing that there was no longer any sense in hiding, Jizhou left the bushes for public display. Having scared, seeing such a great man on his territory, the youngest immediately bowed his head in a respectful bow to greet the elder, and asked how long he was there. Getting his dagger from the scabbard, the stranger said that he was pursuing Wu Fu, and also that they met when he cured his master. Understanding how serious everything was, the bastard carefully informed the elder that he had enmity with the guy, and even if he recovers his family, the young man would never agree with this. The guest raised his weapons and hit them on the ground with all his might, dissecting everything in his path. The owner of the house was shocked when the multi-story building broke into two parts behind him. The guard ran out in front of him at the same second to protect the young master, but in fact, a man in a black hood was not going to attack. He demonstrated his sword and said that he was made of black iron. Throwing a weapon at Hai Tianganji's, the guest said that it could even hit the cultivator from the Tongshan region. The surprised scoundrel once again decided to clarify with the elder whether he was really ready to give him his dagger. Turning around and going to leave, Jizhou said that it would be together for the death of Zhou Tongshan and disappeared, leaving only shocked spectators. Smiling predatorily, the heir to the HE family said that if Wu Fu should not blame someone for making himself so many enemies, then only himself, with the help of new weapons, he will destroy him. The next morning, a little brunette came to the young man to report that the trial match between the buildings would begin soon and he should hurry. But the guy said that he had to do something else, and, asking He Ching to look after the puppy, headed for his business. The young man was very interested in why the aura of the mountain suddenly increased, and he decided to check everything. Very soon, walking through the forest, the hero stumbled upon a pond, from which a blue glow came, and realized that he was in the right place. Suddenly, the guy felt some unkind presence near him. At that very moment near Wu Fu, the explosion thundered, knocking him down. Although the young man managed to jump in time for the first time, the streams of strong energy of Qi did not stop pursuing him. Finally, the young man realized that not just energy was opposed to him, but an unknown person who attacked him with the help of a dagger. Having beaten off the next attack, the hero with difficulty flew down on the edge of the lawn, almost falling into the river. Finally, the young man saw who was attacking him. It was a wonderful girl who wanted to know who came to her territory. The tired guy had already explained several times to the stranger that it was a simple misunderstanding, but she still could not believe it, and said that in this case she would have to break his eyes. Having decided not to trust him, the beauty moved back on the attack, although she realized that the skill of sword shushi was unusual, and even if the young man was a novice, he could use him without any effort. Continuing to blame the young man of lies, the mistress of the area attacked him from different sides. Wu Fu continued to dodge the girl's attacks and still insisted that she simply wound herself. The guy, moving at great speed and not allowing a lady to hurt himself, claimed that this was really a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the eyes of a young person widened when she realized that the young man had an aura sword. Taking advantage of the girl's hitch, the young man once again tried to assure her that he really saw nothing. And angry even more, the stranger told his opponent so that he would not dare to look at her anymore. At the same time, on the territory of the University of Yunkai, in one of the offices of Xiaoha, he fought with an attack of longing. At that moment, the teacher came in and asked if everyone was already in place, but one of the students noted that Wu Fu had not yet come. The student continued to complain that he even dared to fight against the elders, and therefore, perhaps, he did not care about low-grade cultivators like them. But at that moment, the cabinet door opened. The young man, entering the inside, stopped the classmate's tirade with a light kick, and no one else dared to object to him. Pointing to the clock and noticing that it was exactly 1500, the young man said that he was not late, and the teacher, not wanting to deal with small quarrels, ordered everyone to get together. After the students built in the line, the eldest began to tell that the battle between colleges had already begun, and each school would send 8 of its representatives. As stated, she had only 2 places, and therefore the teacher said to go and earn them in order to represent a school in competitions in colleges. Without hesitation for a second, Wu Fu entered the arena and asked who would like to fight him. The members of his team were very surprised by such an act of the young man and considered him just crazy. At that moment, a freshman named Fang Kun, who took possession of perfection in the art of transformation, entered the ring, and many heard that he had never lost. Smiling, the opponent told the guy that he heard that he was pretty good, and since it was their first meeting, he asked to be easier to be with him. The guy was not mind if his opponent took the first step, and therefore he called on the energy of Qi and was preparing to attack. Gathering his strength and taking overclocking, the freshman rushed towards the young man, wanting to demonstrate all his strength, but the young man easily beat off any attacks in his direction. The audience was shocked when he saw how easily Wu Fu turned around from any attacks, and they considered it incredibly steep. Noticing in time that needles fly in his direction, the young man managed to stop them with the help of his energy. The frightened attacker believed that such a question could not be, but the young man decided not to leave such an action unpunished and said that now his turn is to attack. Since Fang Kun quickly realized that his plan did not work, which means that the consequences could be serious, he wanted to escape, but the guy stepped on his leg, not giving such a chance. The young man did not like such actions of the enemy at all. He was not going to let him go unpunished, and therefore, gathering all his spiritual energy into his fist, he attacked the student. From the fear and awareness of his worthlessness, the opponent could not restrain himself and thundered his pants. And Wu Fu looked at him and warned that since he was his classmate, this time he would leave him intact and sound. But if he dares to use the poison again, then the next time he would not get off so easily. The teacher did not delay the announcement of the results, and immediately said that Fang Kun had lost. Having glanced at all students, the young man asked who was ready to oppose him. Since no one dared to speak, the guy decided that one of the places for freshmen belongs to him. Suddenly, the doors of the room opened, and a third-year student went inside, which very surprised all the audience. The unknown explained that the slot for third-year students belongs to him and the president of Lu, and he just came to look at the first town, which was in the spotlight. New students carefully looked at each other, and it seemed that sparks sparkled between them. Many of those present learned in the visitor of Hua Feng, who returned after he evaporated for 6 months, and must now have become stronger, and advised the guy not to contact him. All the conversations were interrupted by the teacher and asked the senior student what he was planning. Giving a signal to his associates, the third-year student said that he had come only to teach the younger a lesson. One of those who came, picking up a sword, immediately rushed at the guy. Remaining absolutely concentrated, the young man easily dodged and scattered his opponents. So far, watching all this from the side, Hua Feng noticed that his opponent was incredibly fast, but also in his opinion, he was still green. Having dealt with the attackers, the young man turned around, but there was nobody in the place where the third year was recently stood. The surprised teacher realized what was expected from the Hua family member. He really corresponded to the reputation of his family. Although he saw that the reaction of Wu Fu was beautiful, he believed that he still had many skills that he could show. The young man calmly stood in the middle of the ring, and his opponent ran around him at great speed, hoping to take it by surprise. When the third revenant was already ready to attack, he noticed that the young man was not in the place where he expected, who attacked, trying to remain unnoticed. Again darted to the side in search of a freshman, because he did not understand where he went. At that very moment, the young man arose behind the surprised Hua Feng because he knew that he was looking for him all this time. The teacher was in shock and realized that the freshman was moving even faster than a guest from the third year. Having easily went around the attacker from behind, Wu Fu was about to strike him, but since Hua Feng was still very fast, he was able to get away from the contriving of the young man. However, Wu Fu never gave up easily. He simply walked on the other hand, and said that since he was already here, he should not have left the battlefield so soon. The enemy did not even have time to wonder how fast the guy was, how he struck him a strong blow. The striker barely managed to defend himself and could not understand why his opponent's attack was so strong. Hua Feng was surprised, because now the initiative was not at all on his side. He did not understand who this guy was and whether he really had a change in the configuration. From a strong blow, the third revenant bounced to the other end of the hall, hitting the wall, and only after that he landed on the floor. Unable to rise, Hua Feng stood on one knee and asked if it was only one configuration, to which the young man answered affirmatively. Looking at the enemy from top to bottom, the young man said that his cultivation surpassed the opponent several times. The next day, a list of all participants was compiled. Among them were Ling Ling and Hua Feng for the third year, He Tiangong and Zhu Qinchin for the second year. The head of the student committee also said that the first year will be represented by Wu Fu and Fang Kun. Turning to the guy, the beauty said that he contacted Hua Feng and He Tiangang, and therefore it should be careful from that moment. But he replied that since he has a star sword, he is not afraid of anything. Nevertheless, the beauty with a formidable look insisted that he be careful. At the same time, the master became better and better. He practiced for several days and restored a lot of effort, and therefore ordered the student to immediately find Wu Fu to thank. At the same moment, on the other end of the city, a red-hot steam came from the bathroom. Having relaxed, closed his eyes in a huge ball of blood-red water, the owner of the mansion sat. Suddenly, loud sounds began to be heard from the bathroom, scaring those present in the building. They did not come up with anything but to break into the room to check what was happening there. Opening his eyes and seeing the runaway people, the man said that he was on the same line under the measurement of Yuanshin, and therefore he was very interested in what Wu Fu had to defeat him. A group of students gathered in the building of the educational institution to discuss current events. Showing the paper sheet, the president of the student council Lu asked if anyone had any idea what kind of list it was. On the contrary, he sat He Tiangang, Fang Kun, Hua Feng, and Wu Fu, but no one said anything, but simply silently looked at the girl. Realizing that there were no objections, the beauty already wanted to start the meeting when she was interrupted by the door opened into the office. Under the surprised glances of all those present, one of the senators of the administration entered the classroom and brought with him Xiao Yao, who studied in the fourth year. The man said that the student will be the main college in this competition. Leaning to the ear to Wu Fu, the president said that a newcomer could be there in order to remove him from participation, because he was the heir to the Xiao family, the most powerful elder at the university, and quite soon he will reach Yuanshin. According to the young man, it was very good. But the beauty believed that since the four-year student was here, it would be difficult for him to guarantee a place to participate. The man immediately turned around and was about to leave, and Xiao Yao asked the girl if he could choose someone during his practice. With a stretched smile on her face, the president of the student committee asked the elder what he said, because she listened everything. He was interested in Fang Kun, who was currently at the first steps of Tongshan's change. He was the only one who went through mysterious changes, and therefore it was not clear why he got a place among 8 representatives. Getting up from his seat, the freshman said that he may have in mind Wu Fu because he defeated him with the help of a magic weapon and could hardly fight without him. In this case, the angry senior said that the name of the young man should be deleted from the sheet, and he did not understand Hai Tiangang, who watched all this, what the new arrived, and how many people managed to cross the road. Touching the shoulder of the young man, President Liu said that the 4-year student tried to throw him out of this competition, and therefore she did not understand why he was so calm here. Looking at the lady with an absolutely disinterested gaze, the guy asked if there was something wrong with her eyes, then he got her out of himself. Getting up from his place, the heir to the He family asked for a little attention and turned to the president. Having surprised everyone, the villain said that the skills of Wu Fu were pretty good, and he was not even an opponent. Not understanding what was happening, Hua Feng thought that he always thought that the villain hid the anger at the young man, and therefore it was not clear why he had him helps. The girl was also surprised by these words of the bastard, and the young man simply smiled, with a bite of his insidious plan. Wrapping his hands, the 4-year student said that he did not need to hear what the hero was capable of. At that very moment, Xiao Yao sent a stream of qi energy to the young man, because she wanted to see all his abilities. The blonde did not know what to do when spiritual energy flew on them, with Wu Fu in the form of a huge tiger. But the young man remained completely calm even in the face of the latest danger, and the opponent felt how fierce his atmosphere was. Although the 4-year student did not feel right away, several dozen swords hung over his head. Such words were very angry with the arrived, because he could not feel the changes in Kujin. That is why the hero decided to show him the measurement of Tongsun, which he could already feel on himself. All those present were shocked by such a turn of events, because they realized that the guy was going to break through at the same moment. The frightened girl screamed so that Wu Fu would not go crazy, because he should follow the rules of the cultivator in order to break through, because now he was too young to do it. From the time the young man said that his stellar sword technique was no longer an indicator of his strength, he decided that it was inevitable. And that was because they themselves asked. Frightened, the president of the student council realized that the matter was bad, and the young man said that they all show him what they were capable of. The building of the University of Yunhai thundered a loud explosion. The developed fragments from the windows flew from the upper floor. The participants in the competition tried to cough, not understanding whether it was really a breakthrough, to which the girl confirmed their guess because he certainly caused an explosion. The hero calmly went to the elder and said that now he was in the Tongshan measurement, and asked if he was competent enough to take part in the competition. The blocked Xiao Yao could not argue, because the guy broke through the measurement of Tongshan right before their eyes. A contented young man leaving the door said that he would definitely take this chance, and said that he would see everyone else at the competition. On the back of the door, old acquaintances were waiting for a young man who were no less surprised that he could break into the measurement of Tongsun at such a young age. Smiling, Jizhou said that he believes that his comrade had a promising future, to which the hero noted that his blonde was a master who would soon overcome the final stage of Yuanxin. The measurement of Tongsun was nothing compared to this. After the meeting in one of the offices, they asked how the plan for the title to get rid of Wu Fu was moving. The regretted Xiao Yao believed that he could not put Tongshan against the measurement force, to which the captain said that this was impossible, because the guy recently broke through the intermediate level and could not reach the measurement of Tongshan. But the 4-year student assured everyone that their opponent broke into the meeting room, and he saw it with his own eyes. Jizhou really did not like the hero's words because no one except his master knew his level of cultivation, and therefore he asked who the guy was at all. As soon as the hero asked whether the enemy was going to attack him, he took out his dagger from the scabbard and rushed at him. Without moving to a centimeter, the young man replied that he was Wu Fu, an opponent. Seeing an obstacle to his knife in the form of a sword, realized that his magic weapon was being transformed. Hiding his knife, the blonde was surprised that his enemy himself said the weapon himself and decided that it would be better to give him a little more. Noticing the opponent's action, the hero smiled, asking if he was tired, but he, turning his back to him, replied that he was no difference who he was, but he better forget about the cleansing of the elixir. At that very moment, the young man's gaze changed. He remembered that in a past life, the master was killed precisely because of the cleansing elixir. But already aloud, the hero said that Ling Zun was still engaged in alchemy, to which the blonde, without turning around, warned that if he dares to deceive him, he would destroy him. Understanding all the seriousness of the situation, the young man decided that at least his opponent was not trying to kill him, but still he needed to accelerate his cultivation. At the same time, in the mountains, the teacher still continued to self-improve. Having concentrated on the tripod, the master poured it with his energy of ki, trying to complete the whole process as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the old man heard the voice of his student, who said that he had arrived with Wu Fu, which distracted him from the process. At that very moment, a loud sound thundered in the middle of the clearing, violating all the serenity around him. A student appeared in a broken doorway and immediately asked if his teacher was in order. The young man defended a nearby notice that it was like a stove. The upset old man said that everything was fine, but he could not understand what he did wrong. Suddenly, the hero saw in the hands of the master something that brought him to confusion. He held the highest elixir between his fingers. The gray-haired said that he had failed again, and the guest recalled that according to what happened in his last life, he cleared him 6 months earlier. Still in his thoughts, the guy thought that it would be better if he had cleared the elixir first. Otherwise, it would be boring to observe how the old man repeats his mistakes in a previous life. Already turning to Wu Fu, the master said that he would approach him, and the last time he showed good methods, and now he did not know what he could repay, but they still had a lot of elixirs. Since making a decision, the teacher said that the guest could take a few pieces. As soon as Jijo carried it under his breath, the master said that there were the highest quality pills there, and he cleaned them recently, and therefore the young man can choose any that he wants. Taking some orange pill in the hand, the young man began to carefully examine it. With an absolutely impenetrable expression on his face, the guy threw a pill behind his back, because he believed that she was not valuable from herself. This behavior was very surprised by the master, and his student said that he was probably looking for his death, and therefore does this. Stopping the blonde from the battle, the elder asked the young man why he did this, because if he did not like the pill, he could choose any other. With a cunning expression on his face, picking up another pill in his hands, Wu Fu asked if she was called Chi. A little depressed, the gray-haired thought that this boy could identify the aura of the elixirs using only the auras of the earth, and it was an incredible talent. But at the same time, he was very mysterious. Having twisted a pill in his hands, the young man explained that Chi was able to help a person improve his vitality and blood, but the effect of this pill was completely hidden. Such words of the guest were angry with the master, and his student believed that this was completely impossible. The teacher said that he studied alchemy for more than 200 years, and now the visitor tells him that his elixir cannot break through. And moreover, he acts like poison, and therefore he wanted to know if there were any evidence to these words. I'm starting to get angry more and more, Ji. Just said that if the guy doesn't say anything now, his life will break off immediately. Holding the blonde a pill, a young man, so as not to be unfounded, invited him to try himself. The student immediately picked up the elixir, and his teacher insisted that he swallow him. Having drunk a pill and looking carefully at the enemy, Jijo said that he certainly would not survive this day. The master swallowed loudly in his throat, while his student took out his dagger from the scabbard and headed towards the guest. But in an instant, not having time to run to his goal, as his body was chosen by a terrible pain, which did not allow to take a step. Having dropped the knife and grabbing his stomach, the student began to call to the aid of his teacher. The elder was shocked by such a turn of events, because he believed that this was impossible, because he made a pill personally. Running away as soon as possible, the blonde tried to apologize to his master. But to endure these torment more in his power, the student immediately disappeared behind one of the doors, and the teacher looked after him in surprise, not understanding what this could be connected with. Involving attention to anything around, the young man immediately explained that something was clearly wrong with this pill. But this was not because of the elder's technique, but all because his aura was poisonous. Such words of the guests were even more discouraged by the gray-haired, because he did not expect that this could be connected with his aura, but still asked the guy if he was understanding alchemy. Smiling, Wu Fu replied that a little. Like at that moment, from behind the doors of the restroom there was a blonde's voice who asked the master not to listen to the delirium of this child, because he believed that he was plotting something, but the old man ordered him to shut up right away. Clutching his hand into a fist, the young man loudly hit him on the wall because of some stranger the teacher dared to rude to him, which caused an attack of anger in him. Disagreeing attention to anything, the young man continued and told the master that he understood something more when he showed him his elixir. Although his texture was incredible, the guy all the time felt that something was missing. These words made the teacher think, and an unexpected guess lit his mind. Rejoicing, the old man told his little friend that he surprised him. But it is surprising that in his experiments there were never streams, to which he asked what he was now thinking. Laughing, He replied that nothing special, they were just doomed. And thanks to the guest, he would finally learn the elixir. And the blonde did not believe that such guesses were a pure coincidence. In the University of Yunhai, there was a dead silence. It seemed that even the corridors of the hostel were inanimate at that moment. Opening the doors of his own room, the first thing the young man saw was the garbage scattered everywhere. Realizing that something could happen to his neighbor, Wu Fu went inside the room. Turning on the light, the guy noticed that his friend was sitting near one of the walls and flooded with tears, while Xiao Ha joyfully greeted his master. Not understanding how to react to everything, the young man realized that in fact they were in perfect order. As soon as Wang Mang saw that his friend had entered the room, he also rushed to his feet and said that if he had come later, he would not have found him alive. Trying to tear off the fat man from his foot, the hero noticed that he was now here and could solve all the problems. Having extended a bubble to his neighbor, the guy said that this was a compensation for him for the inconvenience. Immediately, picking up a bottle in his hands, the student with burning eyes asked what these pills were for. They would really be able to make him super lubricated, to which his friend answered him to check their actions. Having decided, the neighbor immediately opened his gift, and a blue glow spread out of it throughout the room. And at the same second, the sky was tightened with clouds over the city, and bright lightning cut it out. Noticing this natural phenomenon, Jizhou realized that somewhere a breakthrough had occurred, but this time, he knew that it was not Tianzheng. At this time, the masters greeted everyone in the family and congratulated everyone, because he was the first in Yunhai, who was halfway to the formation of the master. At the same moment, his daughter reported that it was not worth waiting for this arrogant kid, because he was late all the time. But his father said that she could not leave until Wu Fu came. One of the guests was very surprised, because the head of the family here was now halfway to the formation of a master, and therefore it was very interesting that it made the whole family so respectfully greeting one young man. The rivals understood that they should be afraid of such a strong person, especially when they now owned a guy so well and obviously thought something. Having called the servant, the man ordered him to spoil this party, as well as monitor Qin Qing. Suddenly, the doors of the mansion opened, and a young man entered who immediately flew up and asked why he was so late. All the other guests could not believe that they expected only this child and thought that he was simply lost. Without stopping counting the silent guy, the little brunette asked why he was constantly late. In fact, Wu Fu was perplexed from what was happening, because he believed that it was just a set of techniques to increase the level of energy, and the family made a grandiose party out of this. Suddenly, a man came up from the back to the young man, wanting to make him disappear forever. Surprised students of the University of Yunhai immediately turned around. Hearing a loud scream behind him, the bastard already expected that soon there would be no trace of his opponent. Another person present at this evening believed that it was very rude to do this, and therefore shot from his weapons in the attacker. The wards immediately collapsed onto the floor, no longer encroaching on the life of the young man, and a couple of shocked stood in the middle of the hall. All in the hall were shocked by such a turn of events, because they did not expect that something similar would happen at the celebration. At the top of the stairs stood the head of the SE family, because it was he who used his power of the half Mausk to neutralize the danger. Having looked menacingly at the perpetrators of the attack, the elder ordered his guard to throw these garbage out of his house. The angry head of the HE family, getting up from his seat, looked in surprise at the gray-haired and asked how he dared to say that. Cleaning his throat and going down the stairs, the eldest man told all the audience that from now on, his family would consider a young man named Wu Fu an example to follow. The bastard with his people, no longer wanting to listen to such humiliation, turned around and said that they were leaving. But, turning on goodbye, the man told Soklana that he was a bad half. Mausk, once he took seriously an ordinary boy, the old man's father was shocked by his act, but still did not object to him. He remembered how, a few hours before the holiday, his father could take a breakthrough. And now he is the first in Yunhai, who was halfway to the formation of a master. The head of the family, looking at the equipment lying next to him, thought that she certainly did not belong to this world, which means that the guy could have a different person. Still continuing to resent, the bastard walked towards the doors and complained that the owners of the house arranged a festival and invited everyone in a row. And now, from that moment, their family would be enemies of the Wu Fu family. Listening to such statements, a villain, a young man in an open smile, at that very moment they came up to them. The stagnant, angry, said that if the case is really about this, then the guests should stay. The head of the family of rivals and all eyes looked at the actions of the old man, And here, using his energy, he brought his hands over the guards and said that from now on, there would be no agreements with the family of He family. The rest of the guests who were at the event could not understand what was happening at all and how much they missed. The bastard, like everyone else, was shocked by what was happening, quickly pulled himself together and reminded that the half-mouser should not forget that his son was a respected follower of the sect Zhongyang. But the old man was not going to listen to such words from the villain, and with one light movement of his hand directed a powerful stream of energy in his direction. Finally, understanding how serious the situation was, the villain, shocked, looked at the actions of the owner of the house and understood what he was threatening. Suddenly, another energy of Qi crashed into the stream of half-mouse energy, repulsing him from the head of the Ha Shakirov family, the old man and his family. Finally, Wu Fu himself took the word. Without turning to the old man, he said that he understood his kindness because the He family constantly tried to kill him. But nevertheless, smiling predatorily and collecting all his spiritual energy, he said that he would like to personally end the bastard. At the same time, a group of students did not give the Isle of Wangmangu on the territory of the university. The young man who watched all this inappropriate behavior took the phone and, calling someone, said that they had been mocking the puffy right there. The guy, taking the pills donated by Wu Fu, thought that he was deceived. And at that moment, the president of the student council who came up was watching him, taking one of the pills in her hands. The girl realized that it was a pill in the highest power. Turning to the fat man, the beauty asked where he got this tablet, because it was a rare elixir and cost millions, and he had a full bubble with them. Realizing that he was mistaken, the neighbor Wu Fu began to burn with anger, that he would not fit into his friend and now he was very bad. And in the He family mansion, they finally delivered the body of the head of the family, which was met by the upset heir and Red. Trying to calm her head, Li Mengyao, having been scared, suggested finally to apologize to the young man. It seemed to her that the situation was hopeless. Hearing the girl's words, He Tiangang squeezed his hand into his fist and hit the table with all his might, from which cracks then went because he could not control his feelings from an overabundance of emotions. But the beauty was very afraid of, because if everything goes on, she will be more afraid of death, because they were not the rivals of the young man. In turn, the bastard could not believe that the beauty offers him this, because at first his opponent destroyed his brother, and now he also deprived him of his father, and she asked to apologize to him. The distraught heir came close to the girl, recalling that she had once met with Wu Fu, and now she thought that he must have missed his former girl. Had even more scared, Li Mengyao asked what was going on with her friend. But he, not paying attention to her questions, said that he did not want the guy just to die. Holding the beauty firmly by the hair, the villain said that she wanted her ex, Guy, to suffer for millennia. But she thought she did not want this at all. Returning to his dorm room, Wang Meng still drank a pill, and now it seemed to him that he had become a real cultivator. The blonde who stood on the other side of the door explained that this elixir was really real, and in the first stages of cultivation, he spent it in vain. Having called someone on the phone, she asked if he had completed the investigation. From the other end of the phone, Miss reported that he had already finished, did not find anything suspicious. But there was also one place that aroused suspicion. After listening to the report, the president of the student council ordered the unknown on the other end of the wire to continue to follow the place with which he did not argue. At the same time, a group of men came on the territory of the SE family, who believed that everything was unfair because they could not control others only because their head was a half-mouse, and therefore, Kostya suggested that they stop at this and forget everything that happened between them. He did not argue and agreed. Smiling, Wu Fu noticed that the He family really had a huge degree of influence in Yunhai. Turning to his young friend, the gray-haired one thanked him, because if it were not for his help, he would be a hopeless half-mouse. To which the young man told him that he could not break through the kingdom of Tunshuan. But, carefully looking into the eyes of a young man, the eldest confidently told him that he was well-versed in people. Confident, standing in front of a young man, the head of the family here demonstrated to him all his strength and Qi energy. Turning around, the heroes saw a group of people going to them and scattering some objects in front of them. The head of the crowd was He Tiangang, who believed that their enmity with a young man was not finished, to which he replied that the bastard family was clearly too low. In turn, family members looked in surprise at their guests because they did not expect that they would dare to visit them. Not the whole portrait of her own father, the beauty came to someone else's territory, accompanied by a sect, John Yang, a member of which he was, Enraged by Zunshi, ordered the guests to immediately stop the guests, because before they were just hidden effects, and now they dared to appear in front of his family, and he was wondering what purpose they did. At that moment, a black car stopped behind the sect. Not lowering the glass, the man sitting there reminded the gray-haired that he had just reached the master's level. Nevertheless, having lowered the tinted glass, the passenger, looking at the man, asked how he dares to behave so impudently. At the same second, strong waves of energy began to proceed from the car, warning all about danger there. Wu Fufu, together with the members of their friendly family, carefully watched the development of the situation, because they were ready for any development of events. The first voice was given by a little brunette, telling everyone what was already clear, namely, that the Master John visited them. Continuing his story, the head of the sect said that he had arrived there to see who destroyed his clan, and congratulate Kanglin on his success. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, not paying attention to the warning of friends that he did not start, because the Great Master was invincible, which means that it was worth be careful, came closer to the enemy. Looking into the eyes of He Tianganji's, the young man said that it was easy to destroy the sect, and now they should get out of his territory, because they did not have enough strength to fight him. Such impudence did not go unnoticed by the bastard, and he had already sent his spiritual energy, about to get to the guy. But he was stopped by the loud cry of the master. Not wanting to intervene in a showdown, John Yang ordered his followers to simply leave. Without laughing, everyone followed, immediately sat down on cars and went to their territory. Having scared for a young man, Yin Qing immediately ran up to him and asked if everything was in order with him. But then she saw blood in the corners of his lips. The one saw even more frightened the little brunette. But, without sharing her anxiety, the hero said that he was becoming more and more interesting. And the still tense head of the family of the one thought that the power of the great master could be suppressed by someone else. Finally, when everyone calmed down and gathered in the middle of the house, the girl still continued to report to the young man and believed that he should go and rest, since he was clearly not a rival to Jeg Yang, which means that he should not behave so arrogantly. Having gone inside, everyone immediately went to the gardens to discuss the current situation. Wu Fu grabbed the hand of an embarrassed little brunette and pulled to him what she asked what he wanted from her. Looking carefully at the beauty, the guy said that if her cultivation reaches the limit, then she would need to complete the breakthrough again, which is why he wanted a favor from her. The pink lady could not understand what the young man wanted from her, and he asked to help him find the remaining fragments of a star sword. Without noticing that the guy had already left, the angry girl thought again that he was too arrogant, and convinced herself that she should not be angry because she could withstand everything. But at that moment, the young man was enveloped in red waves of energy, and other members of the family of SE better realized that he was going to complete the breakthrough. The young man was enveloped in a huge red whirlwind, which could be seen anywhere in the city. Not believing his eyes, He Tianganga shockedly peered out the window of a moving car. The scoundrel immediately turned to his master, but he calmly said that the magic soldier went into the past for a very short period of time. The elder thought to himself that they must have taken the best from the ground and the sky in order to develop. Also, after thinking a little, he added that his order would be to send the whole sect John Yang to collect all the fragments of a magic sword. At the same time, Zunshi ordered the members of his family to help Wu Fu to collect all the fragments of a star sword. But not everyone understood why they should take seriously a guy whose power was only at the level of the mysterious kingdom. To reassure the family, the head said that either the guy would give them the opportunity to achieve new heights, or this will be the end for all of them. But his son could not believe that he would be so easily put on the end of their joint future, because in his opinion, everything could turn out very badly. Carefully observing the hero's increase, the old man said that he was confident 90% of the success of their business. At that moment, Wu Fu opened his eyes, and a huge amount of heavy stones scattered around him in different directions. Without saying a word, the young man tried to calm down and align his breath. Meanwhile, everyone who watched was interested in the guy of the middle level of the mysterious kingdom reached, and only the little brunette thought that he had not been able to do anything before. But now he went up, turning around. The beauty went to the exit, but she was stopped by the question of her father where she went, because it was too late, to which she briefly replied that she was going to train. Evil Xinqing did not want to let this arrogant guy ahead of her. At the same time, the head of the family looked at their friend with a smile, and he, reaching for the inner pocket of his cloak, said that he would not allow their efforts to find the sword fragments to be in vain. Having taken out 2 bubbles with the elixir, the young man handed them to his comrade and said that although he became a half-mouse, he should not refuse his cultivation. Set Zunshi was shocked when he realized that it was Sisui pill, which were very difficult to find, and the hero gave him 2 full bubbles. But the young man believed that in their days, physical strength is what distinguishes the predecessor and the Taoist, and when the old man takes a breakthrough, someone will become a new master. Having thought about everything said by the guy, the elder thanked him for the advice. But he added that if he manages to find all the fragments, then as a gift he was given another technique as gratitude. Having thanked his comrade again, the gray-haired promised that their family would do everything possible to fulfill his request. Watching the head of the family, his son asked what he thought about. Without hiding anything, his father said that he had one prediction, and he was not sure if it was true. He believed that the HE family was the first step to continue the relationship. But his son asked, was it not Ching Ching? To which the head said that there were too many gaps, and he was a little versed. Returning home, He Tiangang sat at his table and looked at the photographs of the little brunette and Wang Meng. Since Wu Fu separated the life of his brother and father, he wanted to destroy his best friends in return, because he believed that it would be fair. Raising his eyes, an angry villain said that tomorrow morning he would meet his enemy. Standing in front of him on his knees, 3 men said that they would surely follow their master. As soon as the mercenaries left, the girl asked if 3 people would be able to fulfill his assignment at the stage of cleansing Qi. But he believed that Wang Meng was simply useless garbage, and therefore 3 killers would be enough. Also, looking from under the lobe at the lady, he ordered his own business and not to climb where she was not asked. Frightened by Meng Yao swallowed loudly and said that she would do everything, and the villain handed her a printed plan and ordered her to start working on him. The president of the University of Lu extended a sheet with the name of the opponent Wu Fu and said that this time his opponent was very strong, but he said that he would not take part in the competition if his opponents were weak. Continuing the story, the girl said that the competition would last only 3 days, and also said that a school teacher in Kondo wants to personally teach a young man to own sword ownership. When asked who this very teacher was, the beauty handed the young man a photograph, which shows a girl he knew from the shore of the lake. Not believing that the beauty correctly understood the words of the teacher, the hero asked if she was sure that the lady wanted to teach him. But, angry, the president of the student council said that the teacher Lo Si had a sword much better than a guy. At that moment, the cabinet doors opened, and the woman about whom it was talking personally entered the room. Turning to Wu Fu, she told him to immediately go to Hushan with her. Not understanding what was happening, the young man asked the professor if she planned to teach him the art of fencing. She said that he would hone the skills already available. The blonde who listened to this conversation was very surprised because she did not understand what the woman had in mind. As soon as the students, along with the teacher, left the building of the educational institution and went to the clearing, the beauty said that the woman was practiced in Tunshuan for many years, far beyond the limits of the guy's understanding, and therefore, she believed that it was worth just to forget what was in the past and surrender to a young man, because since then quite a lot of time has passed. In the end, the blonde believed that Wu Fu should not fight against her teacher. But when she heard this, she turned around and was interested in that the beauty had in mind. Did she really believe that the woman would lose? Not at all expecting that they would hear her, the president of the student council was very embarrassed and immediately said that she should go and she would still leave them so that they could continue the training. As soon as the blonde left, she carefully looked at the guy standing on the other side of the clearing. A surprised woman said that no one had yet dared to brag to her before. Having taken out her sword, the brunette prepared for battle. She wanted not only to teach a guy, but also to prove her superiority. Using her energy, the teacher directed her towards the opponent and said that this time he would lose. The young man did not react at all to the words of the professor, simply silently followed her actions. Having decided to answer the rival, the guy repelled her attack with his energy of Qi, breaking a stream directed in his direction. The president of the student council, who had not yet had time to go far, also saw an unprecedented force, but could not understand where she came from. Touching the energy, the young man immediately said that when it comes to owning a sword, if he is not the first, no one dares to claim second place. The shocked Lo Si did not understand what was happening and how this is possible, because her rival was only a simple student. But the teacher nevertheless realized that an aura of a sword came from a young man, and for this reason he was not wounded in their battle. Touching his finger at the wand, the guy said that a series of blows with a sword could turn into something similar, and therefore it is not surprising that the progress of the lady was constantly in the kingdom of Tunshuan for many years. Such words were even more shocked by the teacher. because it was important for her to know how the young man recognized it. According to Wu Fu, everything was very simple because there were too many flaws in the transformation of the woman's ball. But the main thing in her had even 2 weak points. The teacher also wanted to find out what points the hero was talking about, but he said that if she would help him adjust the list of battles, he will tell her, in turn, what were the shortcomings. The woman asked if the guy wanted to change the enemy, so that it was easier to win. But he said that he wanted her to make his opponents the strongest, because he had no chance to experience his strength. Having extended the lady's hand filled with her spiritual energy, the young man asked if she agreed to such an agreement. And then, having examined all the options, the teacher carefully looked at her student and still decided to agree to his conditions. Turning around, the guy told his teacher to follow him. The girl, along with Wu Fu, went to say goodbye to the clearing on which they had just been. But at this time, loud sounds were heard in the university's core. Someone unknown made his way there. The attacker hid in a corner, but with fear asked how his victim could be so different from what he was told before. To which the man answered him that if it weren't for the elixir who had given him Wu Fu, he would have been dead for a long time. And the bastard asked for forgiveness and said that they would no longer dare to do this. Smiling predatorily, Wang Mang said that the bastard became a dead man when he came to get rid of him. And Husky loudly confirmed his words. At the same time, Wu Fu brought his 2 companions to the entrance to the caves and, turning to the head of the student council, asked her to wait near the entrance. Extracted, he asked the teacher if this was her hall for solitude, and when she confirmed his guess, he said that it was better than he expected, because the aura was good. But not wanting to waste time, she immediately ordered the guy to tell her what was the lack of her technology. Pointing to Lo Si at the pedestal, the guy ordered her to take off his clothes and lie down there, but she considered that it was too brazenly on his side. At the same second, to convince the lady of his innocence, the young man used his spiritual energy. Before her gaze, the technique of ownership of the Swu Shu Sui, engraved right in the air with luminous symbols, appeared. Not believing his eyes, the teacher thought that it was the secret technique of her family, and the students could not know about this. He, as if reading her thoughts, turned around and said that there was nothing for him that he would not know about, and now she should take off his clothes and lie down where he said. Closing her eyes and starting to take off her dress, the woman decided that it was so to trust the guy this time. But turning around, she noticed that he also took off his clothes and asked, wasn't he going to just transfer her strength? And in her opinion, it was not necessary to undress for this. Insisting on his own, the young man said that he was doing this only for the transfer of strength and he had no other intentions at all. Closing her eyes tightly, the embarrassed woman realized that she still did not have any other way out, and therefore said that they could start. With you all the height behind, the teacher, the young man, called on all the energy of Qi to help him in this difficult matter. The body of Elo enzyme streams of powerful energy when she realized that this was a complete formation of a new technique of ownership of the Sui Sui sword. As soon as the whole process was completed, the teacher turned to the student and asked who he was, to which he immediately replied that he was just a newcomer at the University of Yunhai. The young man carefully watched as his teacher throws over a piece of fabric in which he was wrapped. But not everything was as it might seem to him at first glance, because a sharp blade appeared from under the material, which went straight to his neck. But not bewildered, half-naked guy asked Lo Si what she now thinks about everything that was happening. Holding her robe with her hand, the beauty replied that the technique of possession of the Swu Shui Sui was the secret technique of her family, which they did not pass on to outsiders, but he was able to find out about it. To which he replied that he was not only familiar with this technique, but he also knew very well that the teacher of the teacher was about to return, that she was very surprised and annoyed. When the young man was about to leave, the beauty shouted to him that many talented people were involved in the competition, and she even heard that this year there would be many strong opponents. But, turning over his shoulder, the young man said that he would make a list for her, and he had nothing more to ask her. At the same time, in the He family mansion, the heir came to ask his comrade Baklin to get rid of Wu Fu at all costs. The bastard pulled his sword to the fat man and said that now he belongs to him, because he would need some way to protect himself. But the brother on the clan, chewing a huge piece of chicken, replied that his friend should not worry, because no one on earth is worthy to be his opponent, with which the villain absolutely agreed, because Zhu Kui was a calculation with divine force, and even medium-level fighters could not be his opponents. So under the defense of the master, he was sure that his opponent would die in the ring. The silence in the main cafe of the university was interrupted by a loud sound from the gym. someone hit the gong with all his might. Going into the middle of the new arena, the old man said that he was here to announce that the third competition of the university is officially open. Observing everything that was happening, Xinqing turned around when she saw that her father had entered the room and asked what he was doing there, to which the man replied that he was there in order to protect Wu Fufu, but he realized that he was not visible anywhere. The beauty explained that he had not yet appeared. In order to at least a little reassure the parent, the little brunette said that they should not worry about the boy's abilities. In the end, he was very strong. But the elder said that the chairman of the jury was the master Tianzhong, and Zunyan also sent his elders, the third of which was the Kanin, which has been a half-master for many years. And if he wished, the young man died for sure. Hearing all this from his place, the blonde was surprised that the one family was directed only to protect the student. Also turning around, she saw in several places the head of the family, who also carefully watched what was happening. The presence of Shi Kangan really struck any mind. At this time, while everyone was busy with conversations, the culprit of all disputes, accompanied by his little four-haired friend, entered the room. Passing by a number of seats, he noticed that someone was turning to him by name and looked apprehensively at the speaker. He Tiangang and another guy who entered the hall saw there the standing Wu Fu with a little girl. They headed for them. Wu Fu and Xiao Ha noticed how two guys went in their direction, and they obviously wanted to say something to them. The dog felt a threat and began to bark on bad people, giving them a warning sign so that the guys did not fit. An unknown guy in a blue kimono approached Wu Fu and threateningly told him that he would turn his neck and tear his head off a little later. Then he pushed the guy in his shoulder, showing that he would have rimmed everything here. After the guy heard threats in his direction, he was very alert and was ready for any development of the situation. Suddenly, from another part of the hall, the voices of people were heard, who joyfully supported the battles between Wu Fu and Xun Kui, as well as between Wu Fu and Huan Tianxi, and between Wu Fu and Horan. Looking out from behind the curtains, Xiao Ha heard the crowd spoke of the fact that the battle list has already appeared. The audience was very surprised about the lists of the battle that appeared, because Wu Fu participated in all the battles on the lists. People did not expect such a turn at all. Suddenly, the drums were scored in the hall, announcing the beginning of the show. Hearing this, Hian Tiangang expressed his opinion about the guy, saying that he was very arrogant and hopes that the president of the Shao changed order, because then the guy could lose even in the very first round. Suddenly, the explosion broke the silence of the arena, blinding everyone around. The guy's eyes strained sharply, and his lips barely moved, whispering, surprised that it could be. Barely breathing in shock, the guy said something about the strength of the cultivation of Yuan Sheni. Meanwhile, the crushing aura filled the arena, and Yuan Shen himself appeared with two giant axes, sparkling lightning, after which it became clear that it was not just power, it was a hurricane of rage. Seeing the cultivation of Yuan Sheni, the girl's voice was full of anxiety, and her neighbor in the stands noticed that she was concerned and told her that it was better not to underestimate the power of their university, and also advised simply watching and studying with them. But Wu Fu was not afraid and arrogantly grunted. Xiao Ha warned him that if the guy feels that he could no longer fight, then he would better run. His gaze was strict, and he said that he would never lose. Suddenly, in the middle of the hall before the armed Yuan Shenem, Wu Fu appeared, who was ready to fight to the last and win at all costs. The guys froze with shock, wondering if Wu Fu is crazy and wants to die. The viewer suggested that this was a mistake by Yunhai, sent a boy against Yuan Sheni. Meanwhile, behind Wu Fu, the audience froze from the surprise of such a turn and waited for what would happen further in the battle between Wu Fu and Yuan Shenem. All the audience in the hall froze in anticipation of what two guys in the battle would do, and even the other players on the bench asked the question whether Wu Fu could resist Yuan Shenya. Meanwhile, the girls and Hian Tiangang also froze in anticipation, fearing for the life of Wu Fu himself, because he did not have such strength to defeat such a powerful player. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was not going to give up so easily and prepared to attack Yuan Sheni, aiming at his chest. Having gathered all his strength into a fist, he prepared to release her into the wild to defeat his opponent at all costs. Suddenly, someone opened the door that led the corridor to the rooms, and an unknown girl entered one of the doors. She turned to Wu Fu, saying that even if he died, she should destroy his reputation, and then everyone will hate him. Very soon, a football team went to the university's hostel to convince his uncle not to spend strength on participating in obscure events. But he said that this order was drawn up by student council, and there were people who intended to kill Wu Fu. At that moment, they heard a loud scream from the guy's room. Running inside, the men saw Li Mangyao frightened and did not know what to do with it now. The beauty, hiding behind in a calm voice, said that the owner of the room gave her some drugs and then put her there. Accompanying students were shocked by the fact that the hero was able to commit such an act right in the middle of the day. It was very vile. The embarrassed girl continued to cry, and the eldest immediately asked her if she was sure that everything she said earlier was true. Not understanding what the problem was, and did Tian Mao really get along with her, the girl continued to tell that she told the truth about last night. At that very moment, there was a sludge sound of a blow, and a bright red trace from the palm of his hand was visible on the cheek of red. The embarrassed Zhou Shun creaked loudly, not knowing what to say, and his angry uncle claimed that what the lady was talking about could not happen. Having scared, the beauty hid in the far corner of the bed and asked if Tian Mao really clarified everything, but the master said that he was the same student, and therefore could not blindly trust him. After that, she added that last night Wu Fu did not even exist in a hostel because he stayed in the house of Su's family all night. Not knowing what else to say, whether the frightened Mang Yao just looked at men with horror on her face, the visitors immediately turned around and were about to leave the room, and the captain of the basketball team goodbye told the girl that if she wants to die, she would cope herself. At that moment in the ring, the young man continued to fight with an opponent, without knocking down a moment for a second. An angry enemy could not believe that the guy could be confused so easily. At that very moment, a strong stream of energy burst from the body of the fat man, because he was not going to forgive the insult and was going to destroy the hero. The audience was shocked, seeing how their power was broken outside. Family members and everyone thought that they believe in a young man and have great hopes for him. But suddenly the hero's eyes lit up in blue, and a pillar of strong energy formed around him. The audience was shocked that the guy really had just overcame the kingdom of Tunshuan. In their opinion, he had a chance to hide his strength for many years as a follower of Buddhists. The shocked fat man stopped halfway, not daring to carry a blow, because he realized that the young man did not even get his sword. Smiling predatorily, the hero said that to kill the chicken, a knife to kill the bull was not required, and before that, he needed to sharpen his blade. After such words, it seemed that his enemy increased several times, hanging over him, stating that the young man was too arrogant, and because of this, he would tear him to pieces. The young man still did not react to attacks while his opponent was gaining more and more power. Smiling at this, Hai Tiangang thought that if his brother was fighting at full strength, he was able to plunder the practitioners of the technician Yuan Shen. Seeing that the enemy was attacking Wu Fu, the president of the student council shouted to him to be careful, but the guy completely reacted to this, which surprised the blonde because his opponent was a cultivator practicing combat equipment Yuan Shen. So she was surprised that he remained calm. But the little brunette who was sitting nearby watched with interest the battle and said that, judging by this proud, although he practiced strong combat equipment, he was terribly weak, so there was no reason for concern. Having finally decided to act, the young man also called on his spiritual energy to help, revealing its complete power. At that very moment, the axes of Xun Kun crashed against the hero's incredibly strong shield, throwing him back. The shocked enemy now did not know what to do, because he believed that his weapon was invincible until that moment. Carefully looking at his opponent, the guy recalled that he had already said that a draw of power would not change only cultivation, causing a storm of delight among the audience. Observing everything that was happening, Shi Changlan noticed that the hero's ball was moving around his entire body, and it was absolute martial art. Probably a tense battle awaits them. Nevertheless, the eldest was there only in order to prevent the elder John Yang to prevent any harm, because he was the chairman of the jury of this competition. But he also perfectly understood that if the head of the sect was planning something, then even he would not be able to stop it. At the same time, being in the ring, Wu Fu gathered all his qi energy into a fist, about to finally end his opponent. At the same moment, the frightened Xun Kun began to call the master to help. Because he understood that he could not cope alone with a guy, the master immediately ran out into the ring, stopping the young man from the last blow, saying that his student came there only to learn something, and therefore did not need a miserable. The young man carefully looked into the eyes of John Yang, who was released at the arena, not looking away. Deciding to follow the chairman of the jury, the guy suggested finally to declare the winner in this battle. The girls who watched from the stands at the battle realized that the guy was still able to defeat his opponent. At the same moment, He Tiangong approached the fat man and handed him a sacred ball donated by the elder Li Jui and told him to finally destroy the enemy. But the young man heard this conversation perfectly and therefore was not going to restrain his strength. At that very moment, he destroyed his sword. Looking at the elder, the guy asked if his student did not come to gain knowledge, in which case he decided to give him a welcome gift. At that very moment, the master began to scream the followers of his sect so that he would run immediately, but it was already too late. Directing a huge wave of red energy into the enemy, Wu Fu said that he could not escape until he appropriately receives his gift. Seeing everything that happens in the ring, the gray-haired man was very scared for the life and health of Shun Kun. Such a turn of events was frightened by He Tiangong. He could not believe that this happened to his heart, and already addressing the guy with anger, he asked how he dared to kill him at all. But the guy quite calmly explained that if the enemy had not tried to take his life, he himself would have remained intact and unharmed. But the angry bastard did not stop saying that his friend was dead now, and the young man survived. Surrounded by members of the sect, John Yang, the hero, demonstrating his spiritual energy, said that he had not yet explained, and the villain still wanted to kill him if he wants to deal with him. Then he could fit. But unable to cool his anger, He Tiangang shouted to the hero that he would pay for his life. Understanding what everything is going on, Sunshi shouted to his people to protect the life of a young man. Among the spectators, panic was already growing. Everyone thought that Wu Fu had to be a weak primitive, but they understood that they were mistaken, and now it was worth running. Otherwise, there was a chance not to survive this fight. The head of the sect also wanted to participate in battle, protecting his followers, but at the same moment a strong hand fell on his shoulder. The head of the family, Su, with all the seriousness told the master of Khan that he was his opponent today. But John Yang could not believe that such a strong family came only to protect some boy. But the eldest said that this does not concern him at all. At that very moment, a loud explosion thundered in the middle of the ring, and the master told the half-mask that he had only recently made a breakthrough, and his strength was not enough to fight him. Turning to Wu Fu, a little brunette shouted that her father would delay Khan Pei, and so far it is better for him to run from there. At the same moment, He Tiangong, grinning, noticed that he was hiding behind the girl when he was in mortal danger was vile and cowardly. Trying to convince the young man to leave, Xinqing shouted that the bastard just provokes him, and therefore should not succumb to provocation. But, having risen into the air above all members of the sect, a young man surrounded by the energy of Qi said that it was better for them to die together. Covering her eyes with her hand, the little brunette thought she knew how everything would turn around. At that very moment, the members of the sect were given an order to destroy the enemy, and they, rising into the air, rushed into the attack. Not knowing what to do in the first place, Zunqi looked in fear. She looked at the young man, which was hanging in the air, to whom the fighters were heading. Watching everything, Zhang thought that everything was almost decided and soon would be finished. But at that moment something happened that he could not expect. Around the guy in the air, a stream of red energy again spun. Everyone who was indoors realized that the young man was making another breakthrough. Watching all this from below, He Tiangong shouted that it was impossible, because the guy only recently overcame the kingdom of Tun Xuan. But, looking at everyone from top to bottom, the hero said that nothing is impossible for him, and the performance only now begins, so they are better not to disperse. At that moment, when his burden wanted to put several dozen balls on the scoundrel's head, he heard the cry of the head of the sect, who forbade him to take any actions without his permission. The last member of the He family was also in a panic, and simply prayed to the master to help him immediately destroy his enemy. Hearing the scream of the bastard, the young man decided that he was no longer going to forgive such behavior and allowed dozens of daggers to go to the ground in the place where his enemy stood. Such an obedience plunged into the anger of Zhongyang, and he shouts that the guy burned in hell headed in his direction, collecting all his energy of Qi. When the head was almost at the target, his hand stopped abruptly, as if stretched by some threads, and he could not reach the hero. When the master turned around, a gray-haired man stood behind him, who ordered him to immediately remove his hands from Wu Fu. Suddenly, the members of the sect heard the voice of Ji Ju, who repeated that the master had given the order so that no one would touch the guy, and made it clear that if anyone disobeyed, he would deal with him. This state of affairs was even more angry with the head of the sect, and he called for help. All his spiritual energy, rising into the air, screamed at the young man whether he wanted to drive him into a trap. At the same time, this behavior of the enemy was very surprised by another master. but he did not think that there would be daredevils who could go against his will. But Zhongyang did not plan to easily retreat from his goal, and, moving towards the guy, was preparing to destroy him for what he did with his wards. The enemy at great speed approached the young man, but he was not going to give up easily, and therefore at the same second attacked him with all his strength. At that moment, when the two streams of energy came together in the middle of the ring, there was a strong explosion covering the stands with a column of smoke. Although many were worried about the preservation of Wu Fu, Ji Zhou was pleased, believing that the master attacked him in full force, and now he would definitely say goodbye to life. At the same time, a little brunette looked in all eyes and waited for the dust to dissipate, because she still had the hope that the guy would remain intact, even though she sailed every second. The heiress of the SE family, along with a small four-legged friend, looked at the center of the ring, where a huge pit was visible. As soon as the dust settled after the battle, one could see the hero who asked the half-mouse whether it was all that he was capable of. At that very moment, the little brunette could no longer cope with the tension and screamed that the guy was an idiot because she thought he died, which scared her to death. And the girl's father was shocked that the guy was able to cope with the attack of Kan Bo, to which the head of the family replied that he was well versed in people without any doubt. At that moment, all the attention of those gathered in the hall attracted a scream that this was not enough. The next second, a huge block began to rush in the direction of young people, ready to demolish everything in its path. On the young man, putting a star sword in front of him, easily divided her into two parts, which saved himself, and a beauty standing next to him. With difficulty restraining his emotions, Wu Fu looked at the enemy and invited him to leave everything behind and be prudent. But Zhang Yang, without reducing the momentum, sent a huge number of sharp ice flows into the enemy to check if he had the courage to resist, and unexpectedly called him Sin Chenxian. But the young man was also not as simple as it might seem at first glance, and therefore easily beat off any attacks of the Sex sect. Now the hero has already come to break into battle and strike the half-mouse. And he did not fail to take this opportunity. At the same moment, an angry enemy shouted that Luan Xin Chen was a small, arrogant bastard. Two men clashed in battle, not noticing anyone around and not inferior to each other in strength. Spectators in the stands were shocked by the guy had the strength to confront the half-mouse. They even believed that he turned around a monster. The strength of the next attack caused another wave of explosion, almost knocking down the family members of the SE family. When the dust settled again, Jeg Yang, holding onto a broken hand, thought it was a sort of owning a technique because she looked really terrifying. At that very moment behind the half-master's back was the great master who was angry that he dared to harm his man. And then the head of the sect realized that he could not destroy Wu Fu today. Running off the battlefield, the man shouted to the young man that now he forever became the enemy of his sect Zhang Yang. And already near the exit, he added that next time he would definitely take the life of a young man. Hearing such a phrase from the enemy, Xiaohao was very surprised and did not understand what was being discussed. At the same second, the enemy ran to the guy. A little brunette ran up, worried about his integrity. But he was unable to say anything, staggered, losing his balance. Unable to stand on his feet, the guy staggered and landed on the chest of the student committee, saying that now everything was fine. Also, coming to his senses, he added that the levels of cultivation of the half-mouse was insufficient and thought that, it seemed, he needed to increase the recovery rate. Distracting young people from conversations, a gray-haired man said that he did not think that the young man was practiced in alchemy, and, smiling happily, he added that all the more he did not think that he owned the unique technique of Kando. At that time, the head of the family of Na did not blink at their guests, which very confused his son. But he could not believe that he really met with the great master. He, in turn, took out a pill to a satisfied man and said that on the advice of the hero they improved this elixir a few days ago, and now he will be able to increase his physical strength. From the side, observing the conversation, Xi Zunqi was amazed that the great master himself really arrived in Yunhai. And this is not to mention the fact that he and the guy were quite close. Smiling in embarrassment, the old man continued to say that his skills in alchemy did not disappear for many years, and thanks to the advice of the young man, he finally could dispel doubts in his mind, and now asked him to accept him as his student. Such words of the master simply shocked the young man, and not knowing how to react, he almost choked with his own blood, which frightened all the audience. Trying to reassure others, the young man said that everything was in order. He just knocked out all his strength, thinking to himself that the man was in the end by her master. But he decided that the young man should be hard to make a decision, because he might think about it for some time. With a sigh, the young man thought that if he had not retreated on time, everything would not be so good. At the same time, having returned to the sect, Zhang Yang ordered to convey that now Wu Fu, the family of Shi from Yunhai, and the monk hiding his forces had to die. At that very moment, an unknown young man entered the hall and asked if the main one was looking for him. Since now the arena at the university was destroyed, all the problems have already been resolved, and the participant from the University of Yunhai, who survived in this battle, was declared the winner in the general decision of the commission. But at that moment, 3 people who stopped the members of the committee entered the building, because they believed that it was very ashamed of some kind of newcomer to attract all the attention. 2 young men and the girl confidently walked towards the broken arena, obviously wanting to prove her superiority. The head of the student committee immediately, addressing the guy, said that guests should beware, and so that he was careful, to which he did not react in any way. And the little brunette added that the Trinity was from the Student Council of the South China Academy of Martial Arts, and they were one of those who held such a championship. At that very moment, a tall red-haired guy, bending over the young man, asked if he was there by the notorious Wu Fu, causing a little barking of a little puppy. Wanting to continue the battle, the guy immediately ordered the guest to leave the room as soon as possible. With his master, he absolutely agreed Xiaoha and, without stopping, continued to bark on a stranger. The angry guest considered that Husky was too noisy and therefore ordered the little brunette who held him in his arms immediately plug the mouth of his dog. He was about to swing his fist on the dog, but the young man intercepted his hand and, pulling slightly, twisted the redhead several times in the air. A student of the South China University of Martial Arts with a loud sound fell on the beaten floor of the arena, under the surprised glances of his fellow students. Another stranger immediately thought that Vice's strength was not so bad, especially when it came to physical strength, but nevertheless the hero could overcome him easily. Having come to his senses after a few seconds, the redhead could not understand who he was, where he was, and what happened in the end, and the audience gathered on the rostrum was very pleased with what they saw, because they realized that the freshman speaking on their behalf did not really let them down. At the same time, the blonde, leaning closer to the young man's ear, said that the South Chinese Academy of Martial Arts was considered the best university in the province of Baikai, and her students were guests of the tournament. And then it would be unreasonable to conflict with them. 2 other guests, turning to the stands, said that the guy was the most ordinary freshman, and they were more interested to arrange a fight with older students. But people in the stands, not wanting to engage in battle, began to disperse, inventing different excuses. The newly arrived girl was unhappy, believing that they were just cowardly chickens and no one could fight them on a par. Turning back to young people again, she turned to Captain Qin and said that she would now show how they would drive the guy from the ring. Smiling, the hero was already preparing for a new fight, and the head of the student council told him to be careful. Materializing a little hammer, a girl who introduced herself as a sister Shui said that she heard that her opponent was good, but he replied that her little hammer would not be enough, preparing for battle. In this case, smiling predatorily, the guest said that she would definitely want to try his weapon. Gaining speed and running up to Wu Fu, a student of the South China Academy of Martial Arts, making a somersault, took as much scope as possible to attack the opponent. Under the surprised glances of all those present in the place where the hero used to stand, instead of a small hammer, just a giant hammer fell. The beauty had already begun to rejoice at a slight victory, as she saw that a large crack had gone through her weapons, and literally a few seconds later he scattered into small fragments. On the face of the sister of Shui, many emotions like shock and misunderstanding were reflected, because this had never happened before, and she absolutely did not expect that some freshman would be stronger than she thought. Immediately after that, the young man went around his opponent from behind and completely took possession of her consciousness, saying that now everything was over. Having slapped his hands loudly and attracting attention, the third guest took the word, who still believed that it was a shame to allow the first day to capture all the attention. But he replied that if he refused to accept this, it was better to use his fists. The little brunette, tired, closed her eyes and believed that this arrogant guy knew absolutely nothing about the South China Academy of Martial Arts. Correcting the glasses, the guest said that in his opinion, such boasting was already overgrown, and the young man was considering that at least in his last life he did not stay on the ground for long. But he certainly heard the name, but did not think that it was some kind of school. And therefore, smiling, the hero said that if everything that the stranger said was true, then one day he would arrive to study at the academy. Such words shocked the guest, and he decided that the guy was completely an idiot. And therefore, turning around, he said that in a couple of days they would definitely visit Yunhai University. Ultimately, the University of Yunhai announced the winner of the championship. A few days later, having met with the guy, the Great Master said that he had heard that the South China Academy could be compared with Zun Main, which means that the young man should be careful. Also, having passed the pills, he added that this elixir can be used for an immediate breakthrough. If the hero can reach the kingdom of Yuanshans, there will be fewer problems with this than before. But watching the guy, the master could not believe that he could absorb all of them at once. And Jizhou at the same time thought that these 10 pills would definitely help the young man overcome the kingdom of Yuanshans. But before he had time to do this, he would tear him to pieces, because this child wanted to improve himself so much that he completely lost his mind. But, not paying attention to someone's laughs, the young man immediately began to absorb the elixir and called his star sword. At the same moment, the Great Master also called his energy to Qi to help the young man in his business, and ordered his student to defend him. At that very moment, the guy's dagger took off, and a large red drop drove from his tip. The substance immediately landed on the forehead of the young man, and he, as if swept a strong stream of wind. A pillar of strong red energy rose from the mountains, and at that moment the Great Master realized that the young man still managed to go to the kingdom of Yuanshans. Also, Jizhou was angry there, because if he immediately does nothing, he will most likely lose the chance to get a magic soldier. Family members of the SE family also witnessed the transition, and the head noticed that the guy was very young and yet promising. But, still feeling pain after the last fight, he added that now they will go home to recover after a wound. But, having heard the words of the elder, the young man asked him to stay. As soon as Zunshi turned around, he saw that an incomprehensible red burning object was flying in his direction at a great speed. Immediately, one of the accompanying people wanted to rush into battle, protecting his master because he believed that Wu Fu damaged him, although their family never went against him. But the second master stopped him. At the same moment, the elder realized that he was in some incomprehensible space, as if he were underwater, and everything around seemed muffled. At some point, it seemed from the side that a man was enveloped in a strong attack of pain, and he could not fight him, which very much scared his son and granddaughter. Without giving the opportunity to denigrate the guy in front of the Great Master, Jizhou said he was very unpredictable. But at that moment, surprising all the gathered, the body of Shi Zunshi began to glow with golden energy, and the Great Master immediately told his student that now there was a great opportunity for the far-sighted to observe carefully from the outside. Fragments of phrases came to them when the elder thanked the guy, and the gray-haired explained that it was just a stream of aura. But Wu Fu could use it not only to get rid of internal damage, but also to improve cultivation. The next day, life at the University of Yunhai flowed its turn, and after the end of classes, everyone said goodbye to the president of the student council. There was also a lot of conversations about an incredible freshman at the educational institution who fought and won the tournament alone, even though he was considered garbage earlier. But now, the whole school was proud of it. Wu Fu, walking from the territory of the educational institution, was happy that he could finally relax perfectly. But the blonde said that he would still need to visit the student council, although he did not understand why. Suddenly, young people saw the captain of the basketball team, who stood with banners and congratulated his former opponent. Stepping closer to the couple, Zhou Tan again respected her, and the blonde asked what he was doing here. To which the basketball player explained that while the guy was in the tournament, Li Mangyao penetrated his room and, having conspired with the bastard, wanted to discredit his name, but fortunately, he and his uncle opened her plan in time. But, smiling predatorily, the young man said that He Tiangang was no longer a problem, and now he could never disturb his peace. The blonde was shocked, and thought that, fortunately, he did not help the villain to substitute the hero. But he said aloud that he helped him a little, locked the redhead in his room. The contented Wu Fu called his comrade visionary, and they headed towards the hostels. And the head of the student council screamed after the guy so that he would not forget to come to the training camp. In the corridors of the hostel of the university, Yunhai heard a loud cry. The girl said that her opponent was better off to immediately open the doors and not be so arrogant. But unexpectedly, the doors really fell off, and Li Mangyao, frightened, realized that now not alone was in the room. As soon as the beauty realized who entered the room, she immediately asked how he had not yet died and what happened to He Tiangang. To which the young man did not hide, and answered directly that the bastard had died. and that the HE family no longer exists. Such information shocked the redhead. She did not know what to answer because she believed that this is completely impossible. But then, rushing to Wu Fu, the girl began to pray for forgiveness, saying that it was a villain forced her, although she knew that she was doing wrong. With tears in her eyes, she asked to let her go because she had already fully realized her mistake. Clutching the guy's hand, the beauty asked to let her go because if he does it, she would serve him for the rest of her life, and in her opinion, it was very good. With a dark smile on his lips, the young man asked if the redhead was really ready to fulfill his promise. At that very moment, the guy shoved from him Mang Yao, and she flew into the other end of the room. Then he threw a sheet in her direction to cover the naked body. Having looked menacingly at the frightened redhead, the hero said that she would immediately collect things and get out of his room. The captain of the basketball team with a friend, eavesdropping on the other side of the door, did not understand why it became sharply quiet, but still tried to listen. At that very moment, the doors of the rooms opened, and from there a girl came out, wrapped in a thin sheet. The blonde immediately asked the beauty what happened in the room, but she, without even turning around, said that she would turn the life of Wu Fu into hell after what happened. At that very moment, the guy who eavesdropped under the door turned to Jotan and said that they need to give up and it was better not to contact the guy. The young man calmly hung his things in the closet when he heard that someone went to him from behind and called loudly by name. Turning around, the first thing the young man noticed was a bright suit with the Superman emblem and panties over tights. In the doorway he stood, smiling at all 32 teeth, Wang Mong, and asked his friend if he noticed something new, which simply shocked him. From what I saw, Wu Fu and his little puppy began to feel sick at the same time with a rainbow. Covering his eyes with his hand, the guy immediately asked if there was something wrong, to which his neighbor replied that he had become much stronger. Explaining his reaction, the guy said that the fat man would not be able to defeat even Xiao Ha in just his lower strength, but he believed that this was impossible, although the dog confirmed the words of the owner. Pointing towards the puppy, Wang Mong said that he could definitely win because he was just a dog, not noticing that sharp teeth were already approaching his finger. At that very moment in the corridors, there was a loud scream and a prayer for mercy, after which the defeated fat man fell to the floor, admitting that even the dog could not defeat. Immediately, taking his pet in his hands, Wu Fu noticed that he would soon have a breakthrough, and the neighbor said that he had come to say that the elder was looking for him, to which the young man replied that if there was nothing important, then the supreme elder will have to wait, and if he wants to see him, he must find him himself. At that time, in the large garden, Tianfu, two girls rested in a tea with hot water, and one of them asked Xinqing whether she knew what the hero's true face. She asked something. She really studies him. But the blonde claimed that it was a common question, especially since her father wanted to meet with a young man. Suddenly jumping up from her seat, the little brunette asked if the girl was the daughter of the Lu family from Yunhai, but she believed that the beauty could give a guess at most. Surprisingly, the heiress of the Na family understood who the head of the student council actually was, but she believed that she should not be called her name aloud. To find the perfect place for the rise of a small puppy, Wu Fu took him to a cave along the mountains. Immediately, Lo Si approached them and asked what was happening, to which the guy explained that the dog would soon make a breakthrough. Such an explanation shocked the teacher, because she had never heard before that dogs could increase their level. But the young man explained that the dog fed the flow of energy, and therefore he was able to arouse his abilities in himself. Changing the topic of the conversation, the beauty finally said the reason why she was here. She wanted to ask the guy if he was free to teach her. Looking over his shoulder at the embarrassed woman, Wu Fu realized that we were talking about the technique of owning swing shui. The hero immediately explained that this technique was a set of double attacks with a sword, and if the teacher wanted to own this force, all that was left to do was to start double cultivation. Even more embarrassed, the beauty said that she would no longer wait, but the guy replied that he had no time now because he still had to take care of Xiao Ha. Such an answer was very upset by the teacher, but in order to somehow cheer her up, the young man said that his hands were still free. Such an answer was very angry with a young woman because she decided that he had in mind some obscene things. But he immediately added that he could suppress the side effects of these attacks with the help of a Laney Mu, so that the beauty should be achieved by the strength of the 9th level. It really explained a lot to Lo Si, forcing her to be embarrassed by his obscene thoughts. Without focusing on an awkward topic, the lady immediately took out her sword and decided to start training, using all the stages of the formation of a butterfly and flowers. When a woman has already reached the 8th stage of formation, A strong energy flow was circling around her, but unexpectedly, the energy broke abruptly, and the beauty realized that it seems that she could not break through until the 9th stage of the Sui technique. Nevertheless, Wu Fu thought that there were no problems, since he could personally penetrate the teacher's consciousness and direct her from there. At that very moment, the teacher's eyes opened, and her consciousness pierced the words unfamiliar to her. When she thought that the transition to the 9th level was already close, the young man stopped abruptly, although she did not understand why, and asked him to continue to practice. But noticing the guy in his mind, it came to the woman that he was completely naked. But, still deciding not to pay attention to such trifles, the lady with her eyes closed continued to meditate. Suddenly, the flow of energy picked it up again, enveloping it with a strong whirlwind. Finally, smiling happily, the teacher realized that she was able to cope with the development of Shu Shu's technique. Unable to restrain her emotions, the teacher happily spun around the clearing when she was interrupted by the cough of the young man. Immediately embarrassed, the young woman realized that there was still not alone, because she completely forgot that Wu Fu Fu was nearby, and with shame she covered her face with her hands. Again, he brought a serious expression on her face. The lady wanted to explain her behavior, but the young man immediately said that she should not have worried about it. Going a little closer to the hero, the teacher noticed that his dog was shrouded in a luminous curl, and thought that perhaps now he could fly. Suddenly, the cocoon began to crack at the seams, and Xiaoha got out of it, very surprised by his view of the owner. The shocked couple looked at the contented husky, noting that now 2 small white wings grew behind him. Having finished raising the puppy, the couple went outside, and the woman immediately thanked Wu Fu, saying that now she was in great duty to him. Looking at the body of the beauty, the hero said that it was all trifles, but if she really wanted to thank him, he knew a great way. Embarrassed, Lo Si immediately said menacingly that she could never do this. Surprising the guy, she added that she was his teacher, and therefore could not give him her body. Turning around and heading off the clearing, the teacher said that she would go first, leaving the owner with a dog to watch her after. Looking at each other, they did not understand what happened because the young man simply wanted a woman to find him more opponents, and therefore did not see any reason to be so rude. Not far from this place, a group of students surrounded the captain of the basketball team. The leader of the gang, leaning over the blonde, asked, "Weren't they before enemies with Wu Fu, so why he was now trying to trust him?" His speech was interrupted by a dog, peering out of the bushes, but Jotan, not noticing him, asked what was more important for the robber, his own life or revenge. Such words were even more angry with villains, and one of them already wanted to attack the blonde. In an attempt to defend himself, the basketball player fell to the ground, blocking the blow with his hands. But unexpectedly, there was no blow, and the attacker cut off the flow of blue energy, which surprised all the bandits because they did not understand what happened. Turning around, everyone was shocked by what he saw, and the captain of the basketball team recognized the Xiaoha and his savior, although now he had wings. Immediately, composing the company of Husky, its master came up, wondering what he was doing here. Wu Fu carefully examined the group of people, trying to understand what they did here, and whether it was worth interfering in their affairs at all. Suddenly, the guy attracted an unfamiliar voice on the side. Someone was interested in whether he was Wu Fu, and without waiting for an answer, he decided to attack him. Stopping the stranger's attack in time, the young man set the block with his hands, defending himself from his blow with his foot. The hero immediately asked who this man was, but, answering his question, the attacker asked if he was to those who destroyed the HE family and arrived to destroy the sect Zhonyang. Although the stranger attacked very quickly, the young man did not lag behind him in speed, blocking any blow. Understanding what was the matter, Wu Fu asked if his opponent was one of the followers of Zhong Yang. One more time trying to strike, the adversary swung his foot with his foot, confirming his guess. At that very moment, the guy squatted down and touched the ground, urging his sword, saying that now he has no need to look for a reason to destroy the attacking man. Frightened, the redhead recalled the words of the master who warned that they were supposed to be extremely careful with the hero's magical sword. It was for this reason that the stranger managed to dodge the attack of a young man in time, making a somersault through himself. Having landed on the ground, the bastard decided not to lose time, and therefore immediately used the blow of 8 size. Immediately, for a second, the villain immediately applied his energy key, scattering around him all who watched the battle. Satisfied with himself, the redhead said that now Wu Fu could not harm him his aura of the sword, and therefore it is better for him to transfer his weapons, and then he will leave him alive. But, having frightened the attacker, The young man crept up behind him and put his blade to him, warning that he would not move, after which he told Rizhnya to come from here and handed the sect to Jianyang to stop sending all garbage to him. And also, the guy added that from this moment he will always wait for their arrival in order to provide a good reception. The basketball player, who watched all the action, realized that the young man was no longer a cowardly boy when his thoughts were interrupted by the approaching puppy. Immediately, noticing him, the blonde poured the Xiaohing for the fact that he saved him in the last second, and said that he was in no hurry because there was even more than enough food. Noticing this action, the hero said that it was not surprising that his dog has recently been in wait if Jotan continued to feed him. Smiling awkwardly, the captain of the basketball team said that he had simply placed Husky to himself, to which the owner of the puppy replied to take care of himself. But the blonde also decided to warn his savior that a few days later, employees from the Academy of Martial Arts in Manhwa would arrive in the city and did not say that he himself would deal with this. But turning over his shoulder and calling Husky, the young man told him that he did not need him to worry about him. But in fact, Wu Fu simply understood that the strongest enemy had not yet appeared. The man loudly hit the table with his fist and said that the kingdom of Yuanshan was so powerful, but he was surprised that the guy thinks that they no longer had people. Although the stranger knew that combat forces should not interfere in earthly life, he believed that it was the young man who provokes them, and therefore, having called his servant, ordered him to bring the hero's head. At the same time in the mountains, the Great Master decided to use his tripod. Having said that he arrived from Yunyu alone to focus on the cleansing of Piliul, he thought that in the knowledge of the art of cleansing, the young man had exactly surpassed him. At the same time, pulling the dagger, Jiju asked the master that if his skill in the cleansing technique is recognized as secondary, then who would dare to value someone's as the best, and said that it was possible that it happened was a pure chance. Suddenly, the doors of the room opened, and in the middle a stream of fresh air burst. Wu Fu entered the room, carrying Husky in his arms, and noticed that the aura was very dense, so most likely the elder was engaged in cleansing. Turning to the guest, the old man examined him in surprise, while his student was dissatisfied with his appearance. At the same time, passing by the enemy, the guy noticed that it looked that he never decided to give up. But then, great with the elder, he said that the shower mixing pill demanded the cleansing of the 35,000 best spiritual threads on earth. It was then that he would be able to clean them, and he could create a divine construction. Such words were very alarmed by the old man, because he believed that it was not worth a miserable immortal to know anything about the pill of confusion of souls. But trying to calm him down, Wu Fu replied that he was not from this world. New information plunged the Great Master into even more shock, because he realized that he had already surpassed heaven. But, thinking that he already managed to see the rational creatures of the height of the seventh sky, the young man simply said that his goal was much higher. Jiju, who also heard the opponent's words, realized that he would need to hurry and get rid of him as quickly as possible. Immediately, turning to the master, the student said that he would go down the mountain and today will not return. Having looked at the trace of the man who left the premises, the hero said that he had already overcome the kingdom of Yuanshans, and therefore he would not bother to persuade the enemy not to succumb to the spell of greed. And the old man added that from the moment the bastard tried to poison him, he stopped at all to worry about him. But, carefully looking at the comrade, the guy said that he did not understand anything, to which he replied that his skills were excellent. The old man hardly wanted to ask him to release his student, but he, interrupting him, decided that perhaps this was the house he needed. Leaving the master, the hero, without turning around, said that he had not changed a bit and was still kind to his student. The shocked teacher wanted to say something else, but the young man, without giving him such an opportunity, said goodbye and left the house. Passing through the forest, the guy heard that Jiju was nearby and told him to stop hiding and leaving. Leaving his shelter, the student said that it seems that the hero was already ready to part with his life, to which he noticed that he was still as powerless. Such words very angry the enemy, but the young man immediately asked if he could harm him more than the spiritual with Yuanshans, or he only counted on it. Enraged even more, the bastard immediately called on all his energy to help, attacking his opponent. Immediately, a loud explosion thundered near the guy, and the opponent was looking forward to when the smoke would sit down to see the results of his work. As soon as the smoke scattered, the scoundrel saw that Wu Fu is whole and unharmed standing in its place. Also, the young man was very disappointed, because he expected that his opponent was capable of much more. And now, since Jiju's moves are over, it was the turn of a young man to show all his abilities. Without letting the villain come to his senses, the guy immediately went behind him, striking. But the enemy's reaction was also not the worst, and he managed to get his dagger in time and fight off the young man. But it became harder to resist the hero because his weapon was a star configuration of the sword. Understanding that the guy's onslaught was becoming more difficult, the scoundrel decided to dodge and get away from his attack. But Jijo noted not only the weapon, but also the equipment of the opponent, which belonged to his sect. And the young man, as if reading his thoughts, confirmed that it was a star sword technique. The battle was incredibly tense, since both rivals owned the same technique, and it was not so easy to determine the winner. Going in the next battle, the bastard asked where the guy learned this technique, to which he replied with a slight smile that it was the fourth formation. As soon as the opponents approached each other, a deafening explosion rang out throughout the forest, demolishing everything around with his energy. From the top of the mountain, the Great Master watched their fight, but he decided that he should not intervene. Looking at his tripod, he decided that as soon as the pill was ready, he would leave this place, and also hoped that the student was aware of his mistakes and stop, but did not expect that it would go so far. Of the last strength, grabbing Wu Fu, his enemy asked where he knew the same fighting techniques, to which, breaking his dagger in his fist, the young man replied that in his last life he could call Jiju his brother. Suddenly, an unknown object flashed high in the sky. From a loud explosion, he sank to the ground, somewhere high in the mountains. Wu Fu, who was already in his room, felt something was amiss, and looking out the window, realized that it seemed that another fragment of the sword appeared. Among the working day near the main building of the University of Yunhai, a black car stopped. Immediately, several people ran up to the car to greet important guests. Leaving the cabin, the woman noticed that it was the most ordinary school, and the flows of the aura there were not so dense, and the cultivators looked completely sorry. The blonde immediately noticed that they were welcomed by Miss Liu, who was the president of the student council. But the beauty immediately reminded that the person who defeated them at the tournament last time was only a primitive. Between the beauties there was immediately tension, and it seemed that sparks even flew in the air. A young man interfered with their conflict, recalling that they were not here for a showdown, but the University of Yunhai was the winner of the tournament, so they came here to provide a quota. The university representative immediately said that they had already received a precious spiritual elixir and asked that it was still for a quota, to which the guest explained that it was an invitation to attend the course of the South China Academy of Martial Arts. The students passing by were simply delighted, because this educational institution was the best academy in Yunhai. At that very moment, the blonde thought, because the ability to study at the South China Academy of Martial Arts means the appearance of a stronger opponent, which means that Wu Fu certainly will not miss such an opportunity. As if reading the girl's thoughts, a young man appeared in front of her, holding Xiaoha in his hands, and asked what she was doing there. Trying to change the subject, the blonde asked the young man the same question, to which he replied that he just had some business. But then their conversation was interrupted by the guest, holding out a leaf to the hero and saying that he, as promised, returned after him. Having accepted the letter, the hero immediately asked that it was. At that moment, his ear of a young woman approached his ear, and she said that it was an invitation to the South China Academy of Martial Arts. Turning around, the guy noticed that he was facing a recent rival, and she immediately added that he had a chance to get an education of much better quality. But, moving even closer, the beauty added that, in addition, there were a lot of masters in the South China Academy. At that moment, Qin Qing entered the courtyard of the university, and the picture saw her very much angry because she realized that the representative of the academy simply seduced the young man. But Wu Fu were not at all interesting to flirting the former rival, and therefore he simply boldly threw an invitation under her surprised look. Then the young man threw a piece of paper at her, and turning around, went away. Students observing this action could not believe that the guy was so ignorant that he boldly ignored the influence of the South China Academy, and the head of the student council, with a slight smile, thought that her rival received deserved. Suddenly, some stranger put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that their academy decided to allow him to study in her in order to measure his ardor. But Wu Fu said that it was better not to start a fight here, to which the guest asked what would happen if he does so, and squeezed the hero's shoulder with all his strength. At this moment, under the feet of guests, the earth began to glow red and crack. At that very moment, the young man turned to him with a dissatisfied look and asked if he really wanted to die now. At that very moment, the university core trembled, and the young man, pulling out his hand, said that they were on the territory of Yunhai. It is for this reason that the guy advised everyone to behave within the framework of school rules, otherwise they would certainly accept their punishment. At that moment, the leader of the guests shouted into the back of Wu Fu that he not only threatened the sect of John Yang, but also harmed the student of the South China Academy, asking that he was not at all his life. Hearing these words, the guy turned around and recalled that he was not enough to speak with them, but in anger replied that Yun Hai would force the university to pay for their shame. After the young man said goodbye to the guests, he went to the cave for practice, but he realized that something was wrong. And since the hero, along with Lo Si, was naked in the middle of the lake, she suggested that he could be cold and offered to put on a shirt. But the hero immediately said that the teacher should not think about obscenities while he practices the shushu technique. Otherwise, it may begin to bleed from her nose. At that moment, a girl looked into the cave in the mountains in search of a guy with his four-legged friend. The head of the student council tried to get to Wu Fu, or the teacher, but no one answered her. Since the blonde was sure that the couple was in that place, she entered the deeper of the cave in their search. But what she saw was deeply shocked. Before the eyes of the beauties stood the dressing loans and a young man, who were also very surprised to see her. When Miss Lu realized what was happening in front of her, her whole face was covered with a crimson blush. Although the teacher began to convince the student that she understood everything misunderstood, but she, turning away, shouted that everything was obvious because she was not blind. But then the blonde saw on the table the tools for cultivation and realized that her guesses could be wrong. And the young man asked in an absolutely calm tone why she was looking for him. Having completely relaxed, the head of the student council immediately reported that this was about the last time, because people from the South China Academy were extremely hostile. The young man immediately thought about the words of the blonde and asked if it was the academy to the place where there were many masters. Angry, the beauty began to scream that even the sect of John Yang could not be put in comparison with the academy. And at that moment, the walls of the cave began to shake from a loud voice. The Trinity was surprised and very frightened by what had happened, because the blockage of the caves threatened them with serious consequences. Suddenly, young people noticed that everything had stopped abruptly, and the teacher, turning to the young man, asked what happened, to which the guy with a grin in his eyes replied that his old friends simply had come, and he would come out and greet them now. At that time, the great master greeted his brothers, who came to visit him in the mountains. Two men carefully looked at the owner of the house while not showing any emotions. Immediately going to business, the elder said that he had been waiting for his guests for a very long time and asked if they had brought medicines that he had asked. The first of the men took the word first and said that they brought everything that the younger brother asked for. But they also noticed that the flows of the aura in the world where they were too weak. But this condition was perfect for cleansing the mixing of souls, and they brought components that were very difficult to find. But the guest also noticed that the method of cleansing the mixing of souls was long lost, and if the master can create it, he will definitely provide his support. Suddenly, the youngest noticed something near them, and then the eldest man attacked the unknown. Immediately, the great master asked his brother to stop and said that this man must have been his acquaintance on Earth. The youngest immediately smiled when he realized that a young friend visited them. His uncle also noticed that, apparently, not all earthly people were garbage. Ignoring the words of his nephew, the elder immediately asked Wu Fu if he was wounded, but he said that everything was in order. Smiling, the owner of the house was glad that his friend was in order and said that he had come just in time, and also introduced him his brother Bai Yuan. But the guest believed that although his brother traveled around the world, cleansing the pills, and therefore it was not surprising that he contacted these other insignificants. But still, he should not represent him unknown malts. But the guy called his energy and said that he thought that the master had time to finish the cleansing of the pill of the mixing of souls to avoid this deadly tragedy. But he did not think that the day would fall when the man was leading to them with me. At that very moment, the younger closed himself with whom he arrived, because he noticed that the young man began to attack him. The guest put up a weapon in front of him, trying to repel the attack of Wu Fu, but under his onslaught the sword shattered. Without getting acquainted, he realized that the matter was more serious than he considered from the very beginning, because he underestimated the boy, and he, returning to the attack, said that the new arrivals immediately leave. At the same second, Ziyan flew to the other end of the clearing, which greatly excited two other masters. Already turning to Bai Yuan, the young man asked him where he was looking, because he was the next. But then the great master intervened in battle and screamed at the guy, asking what he was doing, and so that he immediately stopped. But the hero did not hear the old man at all and immediately attacked his brother, using the technique of Star Sword. But the guest easily stopped the attack of Wu Fu, and also looking angrily at him, said that he was playing with death, gently stomping his foot on the ground. The master created a shockwave and threw back the young man far from himself. The guy immediately realized that he had used the wrong technique, because with his level of cultivation he could hardly escape from Bai Yuan, not to mention the protection of the master. At that very moment, the guest, as if increasing in size several times, hung over the hero and said that the jerk with a miserable level of Yuanshan dared to rude to him, and added that it was as simple as killing him as to kill an ant. But the great master immediately grabbed his brother by the hand, reporting that there was a chance of feeling a high-class mixing of souls was partly the merit of Wu Fu Fu. How the old man added that the method of cleansing the mixing pill was long lost, and if the young man had not restored it by 70%, he would not be able to cope with this at all. The descendant of the guest said that if everything that his brother says, though he was ready to forget about what happened today, and turning around, went away, but the young man, grinning, said in the back of the master that he himself could prove everything to him. Entering the house, the hero told the elder that he would need his stove, to which he asked in surprise whether he was going to cleanse the pill on his own. And his nephew was not sure that he could do this with his level of cultivation. But, confident in his abilities, Wu Fu said that alchemy did not really require a high level of cultivation. Folding his hands in a prayer pose and using his own Qi energy, the process itself began. The masters immediately began to look at what the young man does, because they could not believe in his strength, and only Bai Yuan thought that this alchemy seemed very familiar to him. Having folded his fingers in a special sign, the guy also brought them closer to the tripod, and a stream of energy burst from it, several more times more than before. Still carefully watching the hero, the guests realized that he was really able to cleanse the elixir of immortality. As soon as Wu Fu ended the whole process, Bai Yuan asked if he could look closer. The owner of the house immediately rushed to try the pill to taste, and, seeing how his nephew, as soon as he saw, also decided to check what she was capable of. Since his uncle still decided, the young master already wanted to follow his example and also swallow the elixir. But then the old man sharply began to cough with blood, which was very scared by the youngest. At that very moment, the young master threw out the pill, believing that she was poisoned, and the other guest with an empty expression on his face thought that they were just fools. At the same moment, the angry younger began to scream that in fact the guy wanted to poison them, and because of this, he would pay his own life. But Wu Fu told the guests to carefully look, and at the same second, the owner of the house began to glow with a stream of blue energy. It was at that moment that Bai Yuan realized that it was a renaissance pill. Explaining what was happening, the guy told the master that his student sent him for years, as a result of which his cultivation could no longer advance. And this pill simply helped cleanse his body from accumulated toxins. Without showing all day, the master smiled when he realized that the young man could cleanse the pill of a high-quality revival, and she had an unusual effect. But continuing his story, Wu Fu said that although he used to say that the cleansing of the pill did not require a high level of cultivation, he also added that an ordinary person could not do this. The senior master at that moment looked at the guy point blank, because he did not understand where the enmity was from. Because if his memory did not change, then he saw him for the first time. Closing a pot with pills, the young man said that when Bai Yuan began to grow blood, he realized that he had not changed at all. At that very moment, his opponent thought that this guy was not so simple and you need to be more careful with him. But also this vile boy of the level of the Yuanshan sphere would not be able to spend it so easily. But then, smiling, the master said that he was mistaken and asked the hero not to blame him for this, at least something, and did not believe him at all, believing that he was an old forest. Nevertheless, he said that he hopes that this elixir will soon help him break through, and the guy warned him to be attentive to his environment. But unexpectedly, the young man's phone vibrated, and he realized that someone had sent him a message, although he did not know who would write messages instead of calling. But as soon as he opened it and read it, his eyes became several times more. A loud explosion rang out in the SE family, and part of the wall fell apart. Immediately after this, Zhongyang appeared with their followers, saying that they arrived in order to destroy the Shu family. In a panic, Xinqing was eager for the aid of his grandfather. But he and her father tried to take the girl because they had to run while they were still alive. They had hope. But the girl did not want to run away and said with tears in her eyes that he would definitely come to save them. To which the head of the sect laughed and said that if the young man comes, then only their lifeless bodies could see. After that, he ordered his followers to get rid of the opponents, and at the same moment they headed for the order of his leader. But Shi Zunqi stood in his way because he did not want to allow the opponent to harm his family, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. With the help of his energy, the man instantly scattered in different directions of members of the sect. Watching this picture, the master noticed that the old man could hardly protect himself, and he still had to take care of the rest. Having decided to defeat him as soon as possible, John Yang also joined the battle and pressed the head of the Su family on the head of the family head. Unable to cope with the onslaught, the man gave up, and a huge column of dust rose in the place where he stood. At that very moment, his son and granddaughter ran up to him, wondering why he was still here and endangering himself. But the head of the sect was not going to give the family members to at least some respite, and therefore, once again, having made his fingers the gesture, led his energy to Qi. At that very moment, a little brunette pressed her grandfather, still hoping that Wu Fu would come to help them. Confident in his strength, the striker told his rivals that if someone goes against the sect John Yang, he will die. But at that moment, the shocked villain could not believe his eyes, because huge white wings appeared in front of him. A huge beast with wings and anger in his eyes covered his family with his body, saving them from the attack. The scoundrel was still shocked and did not understand where this creature came from, how at that time it began to attack from the other side. Turning, the leader of the sect saw Wu Fu hanging in the air, who had already managed to defeat all his followers. An angry guy with pop-up eyes warned a man that he could not even think that he would leave alive after the attack. At that moment, Xinqing was very happy because the guy still came, and he said that he would leave his family on Xiaohua to take care of them. But then Zhong Yang took the word and said that it does not matter what the hero would take, because he would die anyway. And then the young man heard that he was shouting that the opponent was a master of the level of reverse reality and was just a step away from the path, which means that he would not last long, because he was only at the level of Yuanshins, and therefore it was not worth it. But at that moment, the head of the sect, using his energy, said that it was too late and directed it to the young man. But then a voice rang behind them, and he said that he thought that something was serious, because the guy quickly disappeared. Hearing the voice, the bastard realized that the great master of the level of Dao Dao said it, and could not believe that he was on the side of Wu Fu Fu. The one saw surprised the family members of Na no less than the attacker. But two more great masters appeared immediately, one of whom told his brother so that he would not leave so quickly. All the observers looked at the picture in front of them, because it turned out that the young man had reinforcements. Turning around, John Yang looked at the new arrivals with horror, and sweat spoke on his forehead, because he understood that the whole sect could be destroyed, not to mention the murder of Wu Fu. But then the elder said that he was here only for observation and would not intervene in the affairs of those present. And his opponent asked, unless they were on the side of the guy. Laughing, the man said that this was not so, to which his brother reminded that the young man had rendered him a huge service, and he should help, and if he refuses, then he himself would cope. But the Supreme Master believed that this concerned only the lower planet, and they could not interfere, because it arrived from the outside. At that very moment, taking out his star sword, the hero said that he also had to help, because he would cope with this alone. To which the enemy laughed loudly, and said that he believed that the young man was simply playing with death today. But Wu Fu said that it is still unknown who will survive today. Although in order to cope with the opponent, it would be necessary to make a little effort, and therefore decided to immediately use the technique of a star sword. Having scared, John Jan noticed that it was a combat construction of swords, which means that it was dangerous enough for his life. But not bewildered, he decided to build a protective construction. It was also frightened by family members who did not understand that it was the technique of building swords belonging to the sect of John Yang. Watching one eye like blades fly around, a little brunette was looking for a young man. Unfortunately, the young man understood that he could not collect all the swords, and therefore decided that at least he would try to destroy this construction. Hiding behind the fragments that fell from the destroyed blades, the villain thought that this was still impossible. But looking up, he saw an updated young man in gold armor, who said that since the bastard was there, he would remain there forever. The members of the family of Shu and all eyes looked at the updated guy and could not believe that they still had Wu Fu. The great master also could not believe that this happened, because the young man was only in the kingdom of Yuanshins. But he also felt that he was worth fear, not behind. The eldest also looked at the young man in surprise and was more and more angry at what he saw, because he used to consider him a very weak rival. The head of the sect believed that he had to run, but suddenly said that today his opponent would die with him, to which the hero took out his sword and enveloped it with his energy, enhancing the blow. At the same moment, John Yang also wanted to attack his enemy, but he was struck by a strong blow, and the great masters looked in surprise at the attack of a young man, because they did not expect that he would be so strong. No one understood what happened and what this guy actually did, and the strongest realized that they could not see his movements. Bending off in pain, the bastard realized that he was wounded, but, turning around, he did not see a young man around him, but he heard his voice, who said that he would make him pay for what he had done with his family. Suddenly, the sect from all sides began to attack the rays of the light, preventing him from fighting at least somehow. But John Yang did not plan to give up just like that, although he did not think that this smelly outfit would be smarter than him. At that very moment, the bastard decided that he would be able to cope with the young man thanks to his energy and, applying it, shouted that he would find a guy where he was hiding. Calmly watching everything from the side, the master realized that such actions were very stupid, because it was not worth it to release such massive attacks, given the current state of the villain. But in fact, the young man did not hide at all, because he knew that now the enemy's aura could not cause him any harm. The scoundrel already wanted to apply his skills, as his opponent appeared in front of him. John Yang was shocked and could not understand how the guy was able to break through his barrier, but did not manage to do anything, because he had already attacked. The young man with a dagger approached the head of the sect, but he believed that he found the hero by surprise. But in fact, the guy knew very well that it had no meaning, because it was already too late. With his huge blade, the young man struck his opponent, and he flew down at great speed. From the fall, there was a huge explosion, striking with an explosive wave of all around. The great master, standing over the crevice, thought that although he assumed that this boy was not so weak, but such a powerful, amazing effect made him no lower than the master level, his nephew could not understand what happened when he saw that in the sky above their heads there was some kind of glow surrounding a man. It obviously emanated from a young man, but something was clearly wrong. It seemed that he was a little weakened. Its sparkling armor began to dissolve, and in their place the usual clothing of Wu Fu appeared. Many saw such a state of the young man, and when he began to fall unconscious to the ground, here, Ching Ching rushed in his direction as quickly as possible to help and protect him from the blow. The little brunette picked up the guy, letting him meet the ground. As soon as they were on solid soil, the beauty began to shake this insolent, trying to understand whether he was in order, because she was very worried. Lighting back on the girl's shoulder, the young man replied that even though the technique of the family of Nei has been dried up a lot of energy, he is normal. As soon as the young man lost his support completely and began to sink to the ground, the great masters rushed to run in his direction. They did not understand what happened to Wu Fu, and the elder already wanted to examine him when the younger brother stopped him and said that he would do it. The teacher immediately knelt down in front of the guy, probing his pulse, and the little brunette, very excited, was interested in what happened to him and why the guy unconscious. But the old man was shocked and did not know what to answer the beautiful question, and she continued to ask with tears in her eyes if the young man was seriously wounded. Finally, he thoughtfully said that still John Jan specialized in counterattacks. And after these words, the lady decided that the guy could no longer save. But the old man continued thoughtfully, saying that after the release of such powerful energy, everything could not pass without a trace. Observing from the side of all the events, the head turned and said, Ji Yang, that they were returning and will give a little time to her brother to say goodbye to his friends. Two great masters immediately shot upward, attracting the attention of the third. Through the space, the elder said that he used to think that that boy was a capable cultivator. But as it turned out, he was nothing more than a reckless child, and his comrade did not understand what it was said here. To which the eldest explained that the young man reduced his life only for the sake of increasing the potential. And now, most likely, the rest of his life will spend lying in bed. At the same time, the little brunette convinced the elder that he should save Wu Fu, to which he replied that he should not worry, because the guy was in order, and thoughtfully added that judging by his pulse, there was still strength in his body, and it could even be assumed that he made a breakthrough. But he also thought that the young man reduced the duration of his life. But the great master did not expect that he had another way to break through. The old man carefully looked at the young man, thinking how many more secrets he keeps, and then added that he would do everything to take care of him, because the whole sect John Yang should be scared to death. At the same time, the sky was covered with black clouds over a huge castle, and a thunderstorm began, and the head, sitting in the throne room, ordered a guest to bring him to him. Two servants immediately introduced an exhausted and tired red girl into the room. Since she did not have the strength to stand on her own, as soon as she was released, she immediately collapsed in front of the throne and the master ordered her head to immediately raise her. Looking into the eyes of a young woman, he said that if it were not for her request for help, he would not have lent her hundreds of demons. His gaze became much darker when he, turning to Li Mongyao, said that he hopes that she would not let him down. Through the closed eyes, the young man heard the voices of Xin Qing, who claimed that the chicken that Lu Ling was preparing had already become corner. And, opening his eyes, he saw the husky puppy. Xiaoha, who was sitting on the owner's chest all the time, was very happy that he had finally came into consciousness. Rising, Wu Fu realized that the voices were coming from behind the door, and realized that the girls were preparing something there, and also realized that he was very hungry. The beauties continued to argue, because the little brunette did not understand how it turned out that she met the girl when she bought food, and got to her, and the blonde believed that if not for her, then Lady would poison the young man. The head of the student council continued to be lamented, because she believed that it was not necessary to draw so much noise while Ying Qingqing bought vegetables, because she took a dozen bodyguards with her and scared the store owner to death. At that moment, the door opened, and the young man asked that the girls were preparing there, which greatly surprised them. The little brunette immediately hid the burned chicken behind her, starting to make excuses and inventing on the move that the guy could eat. The young man, in turn, was very surprised, because I saw that the girl was a cooked dish that exuded a very strange aroma. In front of Wu Fu, a small fly flew up to the chicken and immediately sat on her to taste the treat. But a small creature collided with failure, and having tasted a piece of food, fell unconscious on the table, which shocked the guy. Frightened by his own life, the guy immediately said that he was not hungry, so he could wait, and slammed the door behind him. And the president of the student council, turning to a little brunette, noticed that even a fly had died from her cooking. Leaving the room, Wu Fu met with the head of the Su family, who introduced him to all the members of the family and said that if he needs something from the present, he could turn to him. But also, Exunshi did not understand why he had so many people, to which he answered that this was required in order to destroy the sect. This caused an attack of laughter in the elder, but he could not believe that the guy was saying this seriously. But the young man was absolutely serious, because the school Zhongzheng was, although a small, but not at all a trifle, and above all the family of Sa had to cope with their attacks. At this time, the man gave his voice, telling the owner that the school Zhongzheng was the main school, and behaving like that was like wishing death. The elder did not like such words very much, and, looking menacingly at the wards, he turned to Wu Fu and apologized for not strict with his subordinates, and also said that he could begin to practice and look at the rest. At the same time, his son opened the box, which he had in his hands before, and realized that inside there was higher martial art. This shocked Shi Zunshi, because he realized that the young man really had a lot of secrets, and, turning to him, said that following him, they would be ready to give their lives and make the right choice. But trying to at least slightly discharge the tension, the young man said that in fact there was a way out. He immediately added that at first they would need to practice in what he would say, and, turning around and leaving, said that the family needs time for secrecy, so do not allow John Yang to get into their house. The old man immediately bowed and promised to do everything that the young man would say. In the corridors of the hostel, Wang Mang reminded his neighbor that he insulted the Manhwa college, to which he replied that he was just about to pick up some things, and although Wu Fu suggested that a friend stay, he did not want to go with him. But he believed that his friend had already crushed a lot of people and would be bored without support. He continued to say that he simply wanted to join the fun when he noticed that the young man stopped, and he did not understand what had happened. When I saw that there was some red-haired girl in front of them, understanding who was in front of him, the young man immediately asked why the beauty came this time, and really she wanted to take revenge. But Wang Mang still did not understand who this woman standing in front of them. Finally, looking into the eyes of a stranger, the fat man lifted that it was actually Meng Yao. Already warming up his fists, the neighbor suggested that Wu Fu teach the red lesson, but he immediately stopped him. The hero said for a long time that his friend was not the opponent of the lady, but he selflessly reminded that he was now at the level of deep knowledge, to which the guy replied that his neighbor should look more closely, because the opponent was already at the level of Yuanshins. But here, looking at her surroundings, Wang Meng realized that there was something wrong with them. As soon as he realized that the girl was accompanied by ghosts, he immediately rushed into the arms of a young man to protect him. Looking with a terrifying look at the former lover, Li Mangyao said that now he would forever pursue him and watch him painfully dying right before her eyes. The more frightened the fat man. Immediately, a wave of black energy broke out of her body, like what was with him in the corridor of the hostel. Wu Fu realized that the redhead forced to use this forbidden equipment, but he also knew that she would not work against him. At the same second, the captain of the basketball team left the door of one of the rooms, because I wanted to know who was so impudent that he dared to prevent him from sleep. On the street of creatures that were in the middle of the corridor, the blonde could not add anything, but simply frightened. And after that, he collapsed unconscious to the floor, hearing a noise from the room. 2 more basketball players came out to help their captain. At that very moment, there was a loud, frightened scream, and Li Mangyao, looking at the enemy, said that she would continue to envelop his mind until he parted with his life. But the young man was against such a plan, and therefore, applying his spiritual energy, he scattered the dark energy with a bright, fiery beam. After that, the girl's loud laughter rang out along the corridor, and she said that she came today to say hello, and therefore he should not think that he needs to expect a cloudless future. After the fog was dispelled, Wang Mang raised his head and asked whether the redhead left, to which the neighbor confirmed this. The captain of the basketball team, in which until this moment lay unconsciously, finally opened his eyes and sat down. Noticing that Zhou Tan finally became conscious, the young man asked what he was doing there, to which the blonde replied that he had come here to replace the guy's door with a steel one. His neighbor believed that this was an excellent proposal, and therefore Wu Fu also decided not to refuse. But since he did not like to be in debt, he suggested that the blonde take special equipment as payment. The basketball player immediately fell at the guy's feet, thanking him for such a generosity, which greatly shocked him. Turning around and leaving, the hero said that he was going to leave Yunhai for a while, and the exercises that he gave will be for hardening his body and training, to which he replied that he would certainly fulfill the order of the master even ahead of schedule. Moving the streets of the city inside the car, Wu Fu asked the girls accompanying him what they did there, to which the little brunette reported that Miss Ben was worried that he would be in danger, so they went with him to protect him. The blonde added that the South China Academy was in the city of Wutong, and this trip was only for negotiations. But then, they drew attention to the teacher who did everything nearby, and asked what she was doing there, to which she replied that her family lived in that city. Since the city of Wutong was the Xiaolongbao area, it suggested after they arrive to go to it and have a bite. Finally, they drove up to the place, and the car stopped near a huge hotel. At that moment, leaving the car, Wang Mang said that they would wait until he resolves all the formalities, and his neighbor said that the number was already booked, so they could go upstairs and discuss everything. In this case, the teacher said that for a start she would like to go to her home. The guy did not argue and watched the woman entering when he heard that his friend shouted that he had already taken the key and therefore they could rise. As soon as they went into the room, Ying Qingqing immediately fell on the bed because she was so large and comfortable, and the president of the student council said that an invitation from the South China Academy of Martial Arts came and invited her to meet them tomorrow. Hearing this, the little brunette asked why then the young man even came to Wutong, to which he replied that he wanted to find something that belonged to him. At that moment, the blonde noticed that within the city the influence of the Academy of Southern China was just huge, but the young man still noticed that then let them come to them themselves. To which his friend, smiling, noticed that Wu Fu was very confident, after which he said that it was worth gathering because it was time for them to go. Although to the big mansion, Yu Qing asked if the hero was sure that he came to find something, and not someone. Getting his dagger, the young man finally said that they came to the right place, and his neighbor asked if he would need to climb over the wall, to which he replied that they would open the door to them. When the doors opened, the man asked to whom they came to which the guy replied that he wanted to discuss with the elder. But he said that they could leave because, in any case, they could not offer him in return what he wants. But before the door closed, the young man managed to say that everyone knew that the family was based on the technique of family battle, and together with the Luo family, they were called 2 giants of South China. But no one knew that the technique of the family Ho, to which Qing Qing said so that he would not speak nonsense. But Wu Fu claimed that all this was true, and promised the departing man that he would return the full combat equipment of the Ho family, which the ancestor of the family took with him to the grave. Such words surprised the accompanying young man because they did not hear about this, and the owner of the mansion turned around and asked who his guest was, because few knew about it. But he knew it. The old man decided that no matter what this person would offer, he would not harm him, and the guy, smiling, said that they could make a deal, but did not even know if the elders would be interested. Understanding that the guests still have something to offer, the owner of the house invited them inside and said to follow him. After that, the old man said that so that outsiders did not know, this should have remained between them, and the hero promised to keep everything secret, and his neighbor at that time corresponded with someone on the phone, reporting that the ancestor of the Ho family died. Although the old man did not know what his guests wanted, he knew very well why they had come, and demonstrated a red fragment to them. At that very moment, the whole room was lit by a bright red light, surprising a small brunette and a fat man. But Wu Fu was not at all embarrassed, and immediately demonstrated his sword, which plunged into the shock of the owner of the mansion. Without a long time to evade the conversation, the young man immediately said that this fragment actually belonged to him. After all the discussions, a group of people went to the training staff of the Ho family, where the guy wanted to show what the full combat equipment of the Ho family is. The young man ordered to look carefully and, having called his spiritual energy, began to demonstrate everything to the observing. He waved his hand once, and the flaming flames smashed in different directions pieces of mannequin, near which they stood. The owner of the mansion was shocked when he realized that this was really the combat equipment of his family. And the hero, as if reading his thoughts, said that quite a lot of time had passed, and he almost forgot this technique. To which Qin Ching noted that the guy said that he had already knew her a long time ago, and he should have been following himself, and the neighbor screamed that he was very cool. At that moment, the doors of the room unexpectedly opened, and under the surprised glances of all those present, a high blonde came in and asked her grandfather as he managed to stretch it out. But noting that they were not alone, she screamed loudly at the guests, asking what they were doing in her house. The owner was surprised that his granddaughter was familiar with visitors, but she said that they were not just familiar, they even had serious disagreements. And, turning to Wu Fu, said that he had forgotten here. The young man calmly replied that he came for the deal, to which the student replied that he should not believe, because she conducted an investigation about the hero and found that he had far from an ideal reputation, which very much laughed at his friends. Finally, the old man frozen and took his word, telling his granddaughter that there was no place for such conversations. Departing a little from the guests, the girl asked her grandfather. Really, the guy was the owner of the military equipment of their family, which he was looking for. But then their conversation was interrupted by the stranger who entered. A man named Jinken burst into their yard and said that he had returned. But, noticing the young man, the stranger with a serious look asked who he was. But then members of the Ho family noted attention to him, who did not like the presence of the newcomer very much, and they asked why he came. But he, not paying attention to dissatisfaction, asked, "Did the combat equipment not were lost many years ago? And then why did the old man pass it to a beginner?" Not going to answer questions, the old man asked Jinken, who he imagined himself, because all of Wutong knew that if he allowed him to marry Xuan then he would not be any reassurance of the world. To which he, covering his eyes, replied that if the old man allowed him to engage with his granddaughter, he would pretend that nothing had happened, but also added that he did not think that he was so cynical, and therefore, with a malicious smile, he immediately ordered his accompanying person to capture the members of the Ho family. The little brunette, who watched all this, was very interested in who these people were, but the hero believed that this did not concern them, and therefore it was better to leave them. But the newcomer really did not like that the guests did not revere him, and he recalled that he did not let them go anywhere. And after that, pointing a finger at Wu Fu, he asked the old man who this little one was. He really was looking for him all the time. At that very moment, under the shocked glances of all the gathered, the impudent visitor flew off to the wall, flying through the entire yard, and the young man said that if Jinken once again points his finger at him, he said goodbye to his life, as he noticed that some stranger in the cassock was standing behind him. The servant already wanted to hurt the hero, but stopped, and his master shouted so that he would not miss the guy. Noticing the delay in the accompanying person, the villain asked why he froze, and with anger added to immediately fulfill the order. But another of the servants, looking up, told the master that he should raise his head. Immediately, deciding to listen to his servants, the blonde looked up and saw that a soaring blade was hanging over him. And the young man, about to leave, told the opponent that it would be better for him to thank the luck, because today he was not going to lose his life. At that very moment, Xuan watching the guy, noted that he had no fear of power, which means he was a great person. As soon as the guests left, the villain asked the owner of the mansion who they were, and the blonde, not bewildered, immediately replied that the young man was a beginner of his master, even though Jinken did not want to believe in it. But in order to assure the person who invaded them, She asked her grandfather with a smile to confirm her words, to which the angry blonde decided to continue the conversation and ordered his servants to gather and leave. But, turning around with anger, he told the old man that if he understands correctly, then this boy was not a follower of the Ho family technique, which means that he was dead to him. After all the guests left, the student asked her grandfather what to do now, but he said through his teeth that it was impossible. Ultimately, family members decided that they should ask the young man's help, because they had no more choice. At that very moment, a loud sneeze from the young man rang out throughout the street, and wiping his nose, he realized that someone had named his name. And his neighbor in the room, smiling, said that he did not think that he would survive until the day he got sick. To which Wang Mang, continuing, said that the weather was now deceiving, and therefore the hero was worth taking care of himself. But he did not listen to a friend, because he noticed that someone was watching them from around the corner of the building. But the fat man absolutely did not pay attention to the reaction of the young man, and suggested that the accompanying return to the bar. At the same time, Xuan Er, who followed the guests who had recently left their house, tried to remain inconspicuous, but sharply peering around the corner, behind which she was hiding, she realized that she had lost young people, because she had a dead end in front of her. At that very moment, she heard Wu Fu's voice behind her, who asked if the blonde was looking for them, which scared her very much. And the little brunette in anger asked the student of the South China Academy why she followed them. Under the onslaught of here, Ching Ching Blonde finally reported that she was simply worried that the bastard would attack them. And realizing that such a version of her behavior sounded very heroically, she proudly added that she was there precisely in order to protect the group. But, continuing to examine it, the heiress of the family of Says was angry even stronger, and, taking out the needle, said that she would pierce these silicone airbags. Then, menacingly approaching Xuan Er, the little brunette once again asked why she watched them. Covering herself with her hands, the blonde said with fear that she had come only to ask for help from young people. But Xinqing said that she did not care about the students' problems, and her friends went on. But looking into the back, the girl said that the Jin family had a huge power, and now the Ho family contacted them. Hearing her arguments, Wu Fu stopped abruptly, which caused dissatisfaction and surprise among his accompanying. Turning around, the guy asked how things were going on with opponents in Wangong, to which the blonde replied that the cultivation of Jinkan was low, but many talented cultivators fell under the influence of his family. At that very moment, hearing this, the young man said that he was agreeing, but she did not understand what exactly he agreed with. Smiling predatorily, the hero explained that he would help to deal with the Jin family, but the student, without understanding him, shouted that even under such conditions she would not marry him, to which the young man, sighing heavily, said that she should not think about anything like that, because he just needed strong opponents. And the beauty was even more shocked by his words, because she could not believe that everything was actually so simple. Returning to the hotel again, the head of the student council met the group, who noticed that they had returned in time, and the fat man noticed that it was quite crowded around. Approaching Wu Fu, the blonde also added that people from the South China Academy of Martial Arts came to the building. They were here as if in their own trial, so he should be careful. The students surrounded them were unhappy and believed that some village from an unknown university forced them to come to the hotel to meet him. But the hero said that if they had any disagreements, the guests could decide them with fists, which caused their anger, because he dared to behave so arrogantly after he forced them to come. At that very moment, one of the guests of the hotel decided that it was time to call an ambulance, and none of the audience in the corridor noticed that a dark figure was watching them from the second floor. Unnoticed by anyone, Li Mangyao believed that this was not enough to fight the group. At the same time, Wu Fu, who has already been surrounded by students of the South China Academy, without much effort scattered them in different directions. Stepping closer to the student who was about to call an ambulance, the hero noticed that only he remained. The puppy watching all this from the passage was happy that his master wins, not noticing that a huge man was approaching him. The scoundrel immediately threw back a four-legged friend, not understanding where this homeless dog came from. The young man, like everyone else, noticed that some stranger harmed Xiao Ha and was very dissatisfied with this. But at the same moment, he heard Jinkin's voice behind him, who said that he had finally found him, without even noticing the anger of the young man. Noticing the newcomers, Li Mangyao smiled, because she did not even think that the Jin family would be so easy to find a young man, which means that it was, in her opinion, a great opportunity. Xiao Ha, who was already in the hands of the head of the student council and the little brunette, was also very dissatisfied with the behavior of the new arrivals. And the villain, not noticing the universal mood, turned to the girls and said that if they are dear to their lives, it is better for them to pray him on his knees for mercy. But the students, turning to Jinkan, said that they became even a little sorry because he did a lot to angry the hero. Without noticing that the young man had already taken out his blade, the guest still very selflessly said that they simply did not know who he was. At that very moment, the young man, looking up from the floor, rushed towards the new arrivals, not hiding his intentions. The bodyguard immediately spoke forward before the young master, saying that he would deal with the young man, and the students of the South China Academy decided that the boy was doomed. Trying to protect his master, the man immediately created a huge ball, directing him to the guy. And the pleased Jinkan, not noticing anything around, asked the guy how he dared to stand in his way with his insignificant power. But at the same moment, a huge ball that separated the young man from the villains broke up, and thousands of swords flew into them. Realizing that not everything was as simple as it seemed to him, the blonde, trying to move away from the hero as far as possible, fell to the floor, and he, coming closer with the dagger, said that no one dares to offend Xiaoha. With anger in the eyes of Wu Fu, he ordered the enemy to immediately leave the room, and the blonde, realizing that now was a bad time to argue, said that he understood everything and immediately leave. Picking up the master under the arms, his accompanying with him headed to the exit, and the redhead, who watched everything from the second floor, realized that they were just a bunch of idiots, and therefore, having decided not to leave everything so easily, the beauty sent a green light after the bastards, and after he touched the blonde's neck, he fell unconscious to the floor. The huge building rose above the city, while thunderclouds gathered in the sky and lightning broke the darkness. The wind blew with such force that it seemed as if the building itself was about to collapse. Meanwhile, in the underground parking, illuminated by neon lamps, the woman stood in the shade. Her face was half hidden. She watched the victim, which was approaching. Wu Fu and the girl met with a group of guys, where their conversation began quite intensely and quickly grew into a conflict. The young girl noticed the guy that these were the same guys from the Jin family. Meanwhile, the company of the guys asked Wu Fu if he killed Jinkan, to which Wu Fu approached the guys and, stopping one of them, saying that he did not, but also noted that Jinkan was not worthy, that they were more angry, and they were ready to enter into a fight with him, telling Wu Fu 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 Fu, I did not think that they would let him go so easily. Wu Fu, turning back, saw how 4 guys surrounded him from different sides who were ready to fight him. Thinking about what to do in this situation, the young man realized that something was wrong and asked the guys, did they really want to find problems on their heads? Suddenly, the hero heard someone fleeing in his direction and shouting threatening words that he was playing with death. And, turning, he saw the guard flee to him. But the sudden plan of the guys failed, and the dark room suddenly covered the bright light, which broke the darkness. A group of agents dressed in costumes stood in the center of the room, and, seeing the radiance, their faces were full of surprise and anxiety. The scoundrel, seeing that the guy was defending powerful energy and Wu Fu was not to approach, Wu Fu said with a heavy sigh that Jinkan was the only heir to their family and asked him how he dared to kill him. He, seeing that his words did not act on Wu Fu, decided to act differently and threatened his agents that they would also be killed with the guy, which was very scared of them because they did not expect such a stand from his boss. The agents, having heard the threat in their direction, began to escape, running in different directions, trying to escape from the fire directed in their direction, which burned their bodies through the firearms. After all the agents were destroyed, the old woman told them that they would not even think that today they could be so easy to slip away. Wu Fu was very angry with this situation, with unfair accusations in his direction that he had killed. So he flashed with fire of anger because he could no longer endure this lie. Therefore, having gathered all his strength, he quickly moved to the guard, which was very scared by the guy, because he did not even expect that Wu Fu would be so strong. So he asked in surprise what kind of speed it was. Wu Fu put his finger to the man's forehead and told him to listen carefully to him, and said that he had not killed anyone. He told the hero a trembling voice from his emotions, as he dared to deny his guilt. The young man did not talk with the guy for a long time and immediately got down to business, releasing his strength on the bastard's forehead, to which the guy could not even react in any way. So everything happened very quickly. All agents and an elderly lady, who also consisted of their gang, were shocked by how Wu Fu quickly dealt with their boss, because they expected their leader to quickly teach you a young man, putting him in his place. To which one of the gang members, looking at the guy, said that if he knew before how hotly he was, he would never have contacted him until his death. The guys were in a dangerous situation. The girl in a hood with a grin stated that Wu Fu himself asked for revenge. But, to her surprise, he was not afraid and was ready to act. Suddenly, behind the young man, steps were rang out, facing him. The stranger with determination said that it was not important who he was, because in Wutong no one would dare to help him. Wu Fu looked at her coldly. The woman demonstratively stomped her heel, showing her strength in this way. The hero heard that the elderly lady was getting closer to him. Meanwhile, closing her eyes and focusing, he thought that despite her parameters, the lady was not bad. The woman, trying to attack from behind his back on Wu Fu and avenge him hard, lifted up the braid and told him to accept his punishment, thinking that the guy would not have time to turn away and receive his desserts. The woman, confident in her abilities, was already a step away from attacking Wu Fu. But suddenly a whirlwind of butterflies appeared, which prevented her from getting to the guy, thus protecting him. While the woman was stopped by a whirlwind of butterflies, Wu Fu, concentrated, stood and looked directly, because he knew that no one could harm him, and the one who wanted his revenge would be punished. The team, watching what was happening, was shocked how Wu Fu himself coped with enemies. Suddenly, a lady appeared in front of them, saying that the Jin family could no longer control Wutong. Before the audience, the teacher appeared with her family. One of the gang was shocked by how Wu Fu quickly coped with his enemies. He wondered what god they now have to do, because now 6 deities of the Luo family have arrived. While all the villains rocked and planned to attack the guy, Wu Fu was convinced of the reverse, that no one could harm him if Li was very concerned about the guy and his condition. So she asked him in order whether he was in order. While the young man stood his back to his enemies, one of the villains was already eager to attack him, saying that he killed her brother and that now he would pay for it. Now he would not have the opportunity to escape. The teacher, hearing that some villain threatened the guy, very angry and stood up for the guy. Meanwhile, Wu Fu himself said directly to the villain that if she dared to attack him, then in this case he did not kill her brother. The young man was very angry with a villain who constantly threatened him with great impudence, so he threatened her to destroy her. Meanwhile, Xinqing thought that the guy looked very cool and greatly admired his heroism and the way he bravely fought with the Bangs who attacked them. Wu Fu was even more annoyed by the impudent behavior of an old woman, so he was able to restrain himself and released his beam, which even more played into the hand of a villain of such an irritation of the guy. Having irritated him with a worthless guy, the old lady was seeing the power of the guy. She was struck by such a powerful aura of the sword, and it was very puzzled that Wu Fu wanted to do with her and how it would come next. The hero told the woman that he owns the power of the technique of a star sword, so he was many times stronger, after which he directed his strength towards her. The old woman was very frightened because a little more and she could be destroyed, and the powerful aura of the guy more and closer to her, filling the entire space. After forgiving his hand, Wu Fu stood opposite his enemies, trying to deal with them. But suddenly an elderly woman noticed that something was wrong, and then she wondered if the guy did not attack them just. To which Meng Yao noticed that the woman thought about what was happening and thought that the situation was exactly different. So she began to act hot to deal with Wu Fu. But the young man noticed the girl with his clear gaze and told her that she saw her some time ago, how she shattered to harm him, to which she froze in place and saw how Wu Fu was heading for her. Wu Fu came closer to the redhead and threw it to the ground, telling the elderly villain that she really needed to look for what she was very surprised at, and asked that he wanted to tell her all this. While the pet was furiously barking for an elderly woman, Wu Fu told her that her family Jin did not worthy of explaining to her, and also adds to make her decision either to make it or let him leave, for which the woman suggested that the guy was accused of from, asked the red-haired girl. Unable to withstand, one of the guard of an elderly woman turned to Wu Fu and asked him to politely talk with their mistress, because she was higher than his rank. But Wu Fu did not turn to some small defenders of the villain, and turning around the three of them left, discussing their visits home to the teacher. Meanwhile, the mistress's security asked her what she would now order them to do, and the woman answered that her guards find out as much as possible, find out who the young guy is actually. Then the elderly woman also added that now her main task was to notify her people about the death of her brother. Otherwise, if she did not do it, they would be killed. But suddenly the woman heard a quiet laugh, and turning around, she saw how the red-haired girl laughed on the floor. She was interested in this laughter, and she asked her why she laughed. She angrily answered that she knew who this guy was. Meanwhile, returning to the residence, Wu Fu and his team peacefully talked with the hosts of the house. A woman with a smile on her face told the guest that his granddaughter praised Wu Fu this morning, calling him a special person. Li Li was very glad to see her grandmother and, smiling joyfully, greeted her, to which the elderly woman also celebrated her young girl that Wu Fu would be a good guy, saying that he was also very beautiful. The young girl saw how the guy stood in a stupor and did not say anything at all, so she decided that the situation needed to be changed and pinched his hand. Wu Fu did not expect him to pinch him, so he was very surprised at such an act here, Ching Ching, to which the lady told the guy that he was behaving very stupid, asking, does he really want her to take the first step? Suddenly, an elderly woman ordered her servants to take their guest to the bedroom so that they could relax after a long journey. And they obeyed the order of their mistress. After that, the elderly woman asked Wu Fu to follow her, and also asked Lu Er to go with the other guys, where the servants had to take them around the rooms so that they could relax. Grandma also added in a conversation that she would like to talk alone with Wu Fu, and the girl obeyed her. An elderly woman who entered the room with Wu Fu told him that he helped them in improving the technique of Swinka Suishu, so they were grateful to her. But the woman also added that she did not want to walk around the breeze about their disagreements with his family Jin, because she already knew everything. But in the meantime, while the guy was thinking, the woman said that she could not just stand and watch them die without making efforts, but also said that the Lu family would not cope with them, so she asked the guy to go back. It was evident from the woman that she was very afraid, and told the young guy that they were not contacting those, and she could not help, because the Jin family is very influential, and Jinkin himself is her first heir. But Wu Fu was not going to give up like that, and told the woman openly that he did not kill anyone. And it seems that the woman did not understand everything right. Meanwhile, a very tense atmosphere was in the Jin family estate. The villain interrogated a red-haired girl who swore that she was not lying. The girl swore to the mistress and told the villain that there were already serious disagreements between them. And if the woman does not believe her, then let her go and ask him directly. She convinced the villain that the problem was not only with Wu Fu, but also with that lover of girls. To which the lady, turning around, asked her agent if it was true, and he confirmed the words of Li Mang Yao. Meanwhile, the mistress, turning to her agents, ordered them to take 10 guards and go to the territory of the Lu family to find the bastard Wu Fu. And he answered everything. Meanwhile, in the residence of Lu Shen, while the grandmother waged a serious conversation with Wu Fu, the door in the room suddenly opened, and there the servant with news informed that they had bad news. Jin Jun sent 10 guards who had already reached them, the slope of the mountain, to which Wu Fu, who was not at a loss, told his grandmother that since they had such a situation, and if these people come to them now, then they don't hope to return whole and unscathed. And she warned the guy that the Jin family was very powerful and asked for a very powerful one. He be careful. Wu Fu, hearing an apology from the servants, headed for the slopes of the mountain, where he met a villain Jin who, with a great desire, was waiting for a meeting with a guy, and, seeing him, told him that he really thinks that the Lu family would be able to protect him. Lu Er, who also came with Wu Fu to the slopes of the mountain, seeing Jin Jun and analyzing the situation, said that all the Jin family guards were at the level of the virtual energy sphere, and there were 10 of them. But the villain was not going to give up so easily, and started a very cunning game, telling her agents to bring 2 hostages when her agents brought 2 people. She asked Wu Fu whether he was unfamiliar with them. The little belt recognized Ho Xuan, and Lu Er asked her to know whether they were familiar with the detainees, to which the girl replied that she had seen with them one day. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was already brought to the limit and was ready to join the battle, but also asked Jin Jun and her agents what they want from him. But the woman did not explain to her and ordered her people to destroy the guy for her, according to her related, took the life of another. The agents immediately began to fulfill their boss's order and rushed into battle with Wu Fu, shouting after him that they would not allow him to die so simply, because they wanted him to knock a little before that. Lu Er was already ready to intervene to help Wu Fu, but her grandmother stopped her and ordered not to intervene. But the young girl also wanted to help the young guy and could not stand aside. But the elderly woman was sure that Wu Fu did not need help at all, that everyone was surprised by such unknown self-confidence. The woman, closing her eyes, convinced young girls that the guy did not need help, and if she understands everything correctly, he himself would cope with everything. Closing her eyes, the woman saw how suddenly a shining portal began to open in the cloudy sky, from which mysterious energies and brilliant fragments of the light were rapidly bursting. A woman's eyes permeated this phenomenon. Suddenly, Wu Fu joined the battle with the villains. They attacked him with all his strength, wanting to avenge him for everything. Meanwhile, the girls watched the guy fought and were very worried about him. When Wu Fu finished dealing with the robbers, Jin Jun, the head of the gang, noticed that the master of Tao came to the aid for the guy, which was a surprise to her and very puzzled when she met her face to face. The master of Tao, after he helped to cope with Wu Fu with the bandits, went up to him and said that if not for his brother Bai, he was unlikely to still be alive now. Before making a decision how to do with the villains who attacked Wu Fu, the master of Tao asked the guy if he wanted to destroy them. He replied that if they arrive, it would be interesting enough, and also thanked for the search. The things he was looking for. One of the craftsmen was wary of Wu Fu that he was an impudent male who was at the level of Yuanshins and is too confident in himself that he even wanted to look at it himself, how he would cope in battle on his own. To which Wu Fu, turning his head towards the master, confidently said that he then looked at him carefully, taking his sword in his hands. The guy told his attackers that he would check his sword today. Seeing that Wu Fu was ready to fight with her gang, Jin Jun ordered them to immediately catch the guy so that he would not have time to injure them. The robbers immediately rushed to fulfill the order of his mistress, running right on the young man to take revenge on him. But as soon as the robbers ran to Wu Fu and prepared to beat him, they saw how he stood incompletely next to them, not afraid of anything. Suddenly, Wu Fu, taking his sword and preparing to beat them at high speed, was about to fly up, which was taken by surprise his enemies, and they were very surprised. The enemies did not have time to hit Wu Fu, as he was already far in the air, which was very surprised by the villains, and they were amazed at how powerful the guy had, that at such a high speed he flew up. They looked up for a long time what the young man intended. Meanwhile, hanging in the air, Wu Fu threw his sword and applied his magical power so that there were more swords when they multiplied. He directed the swords straight to his enemies. Everyone who stood on the ground saw that Wu Fu had conceived, multiplying the swords and directing him to the villains. This made everyone strain even more, especially the head of the gang Jin Jun, because she could be left completely alone without her assistance. The swords, who reached their goal, laid in one fell swoop of enemies Wu Fu, who fell with their powerless bodies to the ground. After the young guy forced the villains to fall, he said that now he was his turn to take revenge on everyone. Suddenly, the enemies of Wu Fu began to fight with him again and were already eagerly angry, telling the guy that he was playing with fire. But the young man was not going to give up so easily and again entered the battle with enemies, filling everything around his aura. In the battle, Wu Fu began to surround the villains from all sides even more. Meanwhile, the guy tried not to let anyone in and come up with how to defeat everyone. Meanwhile, the girls, watching the situation, were very worried about their friend and his life, telling him to allow him to help. But the guy rejected everything, claiming that the villains were not rivals. While Wu Fu turned in the air swords and thought how to defeat his enemies, he asked them to pay attention to themselves. Meanwhile, the girls tried to reach the guy, saying that all his enemies were immortal practices. The masters, also observing what was happening, thought how the hero was generally going to defeat his rivals. One of them noticed that it does not matter how strong the guy's attacks would be, because all his enemies were at the level of practical energy. Turning, the master asked his brother what he was thinking about it. He replied that the magic sword that was in the hands of Wu Fu was really powerful, and added that on this planet there were no more similar swords. Meanwhile, Jin Jun and her agents stood in anticipation of the battle, watching how Wu Fu directed their magic swords to them. Wu Fu, directing all his energy to enemies, began to pass through their bodies, and also controlling his energy, slandered that his swords fall from his omnipotent magic sword. The enemies of the young man, realizing the power of Wu Fu, moved from the attack to defense. Since his power increased more and more, Jin Jun scared the hopeless situation, and she began to scream with fear that her people stop the guy and destroy him. One of the robbers, looking at the guy, thought about the sword that Wu Fu was and gave him incredible power. He turned to his mistress and said that if it were not for the young man, then he would have fallen for a long time. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, hovering in the air, controlled his powerful magical weapon and ordered his enemies to go to him and fight if they were not afraid of death. Hearing the words of the young man, one of the masters noticed that the guy was very arrogant, although he knows very well how strong his opponents are because he was almost killed. But the master of the Tao reassured his brother, saying that he had long known the young man. Wu Fu, standing without his powerful sword, was surrounded by bandits who wanted to attack him at any moment. They threatened him, saying that they would now see how he would cope without his powerful sword, calling him a loser. The words of the enemies were very angry with the hero. Therefore, having gathered all his strength into a fist, he immediately hit the chest of one of the attackers, telling him in the end to disappear. The guy, throwing his enemy with force, was very surprised by the other villains. While the villain flew from the blow, Wu Fu told him that with such a low level of cultivation, he was not so different from him. Having concentrated all his strength, Wu Fu caused a shining magic circle, preparing to strike, which would change the course of the battle. Seeing the powerful energy of the guy, this caused fear of his enemies, seeing that the hero owed knowledge, causing the divine construction of swords. In fact, the young man himself did not expect such a powerful energy that came from him and was caused by him, which was very interested in the young guy. Meanwhile, one of the enemies, in spite of everything, tried to protect himself and resist such a powerful force, but suddenly the energy hit him and knocked him down. Thus, Wu Fu defeated the villain, telling Mrs. Jin Jun that now she was left alone. But suddenly Li Mongyao ran up to the guy, who was eager to take revenge on him, and, attacking the guy, said that he was also too weak for her. Thinking, that will win him. Li Mongyao immediately surrendered under the pressure of the interrogation of the young man and admitted. And Jin Jun, hearing the whole truth from the girl that she killed Jin Kan, was furious. Wu Fu, confidently looking directly into the girl's eyes, told her that everything was already over. And Li Mongyao was amazed and could not believe in the words of the young man. Fear was visible in her eyes. She was so angry that, having gathered with strength, she began to call the power of 100 demonic deities. The red-haired wave threw herself into a furious offensive, but suddenly a giant bloody hand interrupted, piercing the air. Shock and fear swept over her in front of an unknown monster, feeling her body covering her body in front of an unknown threat. The woman saw how Wu Fu began to stretch out her hands strangely. And this scared her, she thought, with what monster she now contacted. Meanwhile, the guy neutralized the girl in motion and was preparing to take revenge on her. And the guy directed his hand towards the girl and released his strength right into her, saying that she would pay now for having angry him. The guy who knocked down a red-haired girl stood opposite her while she was sitting on the ground, leaning towards the ground. She begged Wu Fu for mercy, tearfully saying that she did not want to die. Meanwhile, Xinqing and the teacher stood not far from the guy and watched him dealt with the redhead. They were very pleased because he put that girl in place, asking her what she hoped to attack the young man and wanting to take revenge on him. To the question whether Mongyao, turning back, viciously looked at the guys, saying that she still had a chance to escape, which was very scared by the girl, realizing that now they were thrown a challenge of threats. Having planned the whole space with a haze, the young girl was very scared and asked Wu Fu to help him to save her. To what Li, seeing that the girl was in trouble, screamed after her to be careful, but the brunette could not control her condition and felt great weakness in her body. Meanwhile, having become next to her, Li Mongyao told Wu Fu that now he is obliged to let her leave. The redhead was very angry due to the fact that the situation was hopeless and wanted the hero to give up and allow her to leave. But the guy was not going to give up so quickly and told the girl that he would never allow her to take and leave so easily. Suddenly, in the hands of a young girl, her little dog voted, who also prayed to Wu Fu, so that he saved them from the trap of an evil girl. But suddenly the guys were shocked by the fact that they saw a dog's transformation in a young girl. It was very scared by a villain, because she did not expect that Wu Fu's dog also knew how to transform. There was fear in the girl's eyes, and from a mysterious haze, she immediately threw out Ching Ching, fearing the actions of a transforming dog. The young girl flew unconscious from the enchanted circle and fell right into the hands of Wu Fu. Meanwhile, tearing the enchanted circle, the villain immediately took flight and flew away. While the young lady was lying in the arms of the hero, Xiao Haha began to gently lick her nose, trying to awaken a little girl. After a few minutes, she woke up, which was very happy with the pet, and he began to bark joyfully. Meanwhile, while Wu Fu held a young girl in his hands, he thought that he would not let the villain go so easily, and she would pay for everything. A very worried Li, who was very worried about him. And a young girl ran up to the guy and the girl. The head of the family, seeing that the villain returned the armed and wanted to fight with them, ordered his warriors to catch her and teach her. The warriors, listening to the decree of his master, and the redhead was struck in battle and beaten on the ground. One of the villains saw that the warriors surrounded them and was puzzled. What should they do next to defeat the attackers? But suddenly, the younger master intervened in the situation, who said that in fact the Jin's family itself always led an ongoing enmity, and also warned that they could return to take revenge on Wu Fu. He, noticing that Wu Fu hesitates in his decision, told him that if the Jin family tries to harm him in the future, then he, as a friend of his master, will receive their support. But Wu Fu was very puzzled by such a turn of events, and asked him who is he in his opinion. The master called Wu Fu Ladarod, which was very upset by a young guy because he thought they were on the same side. Li Mangyao could not restrain his anger and was ready for everything for the sake of revenge. Convincing herself that she had not lost yet, she turned to the mistress, offering to unite to win over him. Jinjun was furiously angry at the girl, learning that she had killed Jinka. However, without restraining the thirst for revenge to the steam, she agreed to cooperate with the girl, promising to deal with the main problem. Meanwhile, the young Qing, the young man, was very worried about the life of a young man and screamed so that he would be very careful. Wu Fu was preparing to join the battle with two villains, saying that they were playing with fire that surrounded him from two sides and wanted to attack. At the attack of Wu Fu, each of the women directed her energy at him, trying to destroy him. But the guy was not afraid of them and thought out a tricky plan, how to overcome them. Wu Fu watched how Mang Yao and the head of the gang Jinjun Yunyarva approached him, wanting to destroy him, and shouted to him to go to hell. But he would not be at a loss. Powerful energy flashed around him instantly, like an invisible wall, hiding it from the eyes of the villains. Not having time to understand what happened, they remained at a loss. Suddenly, the beauty noticed how the guy appeared behind the mistress, ready to strike. She screamed in horror, warning the old woman that he was standing right behind her. But the woman turned her head too slowly and late in the direction of a hero standing behind her, who was already holding a big sword in her hands, ready to take revenge on her. Wu Fu, without hesitation, inflicted a strong blow to Mrs. Jinjun. The woman did not even have time to react to confront the blow and was mortally wounded. Seeing the death of the mistress, Li Mangyao was shocked. She could not believe that she had lost the ally so quickly. The guy struck her with his determination and lightning revenge. Grandma, watching the young guy dealt with the enemies, was pleasantly surprised. She said with satisfaction that now the time had come for the 30-year-old Wang Gong. The woman was struck by such a high skill of a young guy, because even she did not know much about the technique of owning a sword, and Wu Fu had exactly possessed incredible abilities. Li Mangyao, lying on the ground, was shocked and frightened, asking why he did not kill her right away. And the guy simply turned his head and silently looked at her, without saying a word. The beauty, wanting to find out the plans of the hero, tried to bring him to a conversation. With a provocative look, she said that she knew that he would not dare to kill her right now. The young man was not going to succumb to the girl's persuasion and continued to go, but she stopped him again, saying that she was thinking about him all the time. He suddenly began to laugh loudly, surprised by her words. Suddenly, Mang Yao pierced the powerful energy directed by Wu Fu directly into the chest. He calmly said that he had left his sword because he did not want to scatter him with blood, to which the wounded girl was not going to give up and still pretended that everything was fine. Smiling after the young man and screaming to him that she curses him, the masters, watching the situation, discussed her. One asked his brother if that person was familiar to him, adding that if he had not hidden his face, he would already be dead. The other brother warned not to trust the intuition around many enemies who need a young man. One of the brothers, thinking secretly, thought that Jin Song never cared about earthly problems. He wondered where he found out, deciding that Wu Fu had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Meanwhile, near the sect, Zhongjian Bushev was a strong thunderstorm. Bright lightning brought a terrible secret under cover of night. In a dark room, a man with long silver hair looked thoughtfully at a luminous vessel in his hand. Thunder torn the silence, illuminating a dark figure with scarlet eyes. His voice sounded with sarcasm when he said that Li Mangyao was just a pawn in their plans, asking the master to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, young Qing enjoyed a warm bath, which pleasantly relaxed her after all the events that had taken place. Hearing a sharp rustle, the girl jumped out of the bathtub, irritably, saying that she has infuriated everything. Wrapped in a towel, she noticed how the pious Wu Fu faded at her and barks. The girl did not endure such an annoying presence of the dog and kicked her out of the bathroom, and Xiaoha complained to the owner, and he went into the bathroom. The beauty was very scared due to the presence of the guy in the bathroom. Meanwhile, the guy demanded an explanation from the girl what she wanted to say in her own words. The girl, angry with the hero for entering the room without permission, demanded that he go out, embarrassedly closing his eyes. But he was most embarrassed that she closed them. Wu Fu, having obeyed a little brunette, left the bathroom. But before that, he advised her to hide. It only angered her more and indicated what to do. The next day, the young man returned to the South China Academy of Martial Arts. The day was beautiful sunny weather, promising a good day. Founding closer to the academy, Wu Fu noticed one of her students asking the guy with sarcasm, "Did he really come to the territory of the academy for the sake of showdowns?" Such words very alerted the hero. He did not understand what the guy had in mind, and therefore asked him what exactly he wanted to say by this, and he pointed to his friends. The friends of one of the academy's guys were hostile. One of them mockingly said that he really frightened him, and threatened that he would no longer be polite. Lin, hearing the Zabiaki offend the student, offered Wu Fu to help. But he was absorbed in a conversation with Xinqing and did not even pay attention to her words. The blonde noticed that 3 students were too calm for enemies. Suddenly, a new scene appeared in front of her, where a guy with a bat went to another, threatening that he would be the first today. But he stopped abruptly. Turning, the student hit the attacker with all his strength, and he fell to the ground with surprise, silently looking at the student. The guy, rising from the ground, looked at the student and said that he was where he should be. The student asked why he was looking for him, and the striker thought he had incredible power. The rest of the gang went to the main thing and began to threaten Wu Fu, asking if he knew what place he got in, and did he really want to die? One of them said that he would now show who was the main one and advised the hero to look around. Grabbing the young man tightly, the guy pulled him forward, but suddenly he noticed how Wu Fu's face changed and asked what happened. To which he replied that the guy's face with glasses looks very strange. Wu Fu noticed that the guy in glasses was dumbfounded, looking at him as if he found out who he was actually. The guy had a sweat on his face, flowing with fear. Suddenly, the guy in glasses bent in pain, telling the other guys that hemorrhoids grabbed him, and now he will leave them alone with a young man. And the young man was worried about Xiao Ha, thinking whether he was hinting that the other guys had a full spiritual stones in his pockets. One of the evil guys heard a conversation and stated that the hero was looking for death. After listening to the owner, the dog increased in size and sought to get spiritual stones as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, they looked at the dog with great fear in the eyes, thinking that the animal increased significantly. 2 guys, very frightened, stood opposite the dogs paralyzed with fear, and said that the little dog grew up a lot, which very surprised them because it was recently still a puppy. Suddenly, Xiao Ha wide opened her mouth and published a loud roar, and a strong stream of wind blew directly on the standing guys, and all the saliva of the dog fell on them. Husky began to shut sharply and loudly on the opponents, and one of them asked the other that the dog was going to do with them further, to which the girl standing next to him replied that he wanted to eat them by the spiritual stones, and smiled. The bastards were not very reassured by the words of the beauty. They were scared to death and were afraid to even move, not knowing how the dog would react. They could not understand how the puppy thus asking them for food. Xiao Ha took a step forward, scaring the guys, and they gave up, saying that they understood everything and would give the spiritual stones, which very pleased the pet. Meanwhile, who watched the whole picture, Wu Fu thought that all this looked quite interesting. But, carefully following the behavior of the young man, Lin decided to warn him, saying that there were many talented students in the South China Academy, and asked the guy not to weaken her vigilance. Meanwhile, Xiao Ha, who received his spiritual stones, was very pleased, while the guys begged to stop, saying that they had already ended all the crystals. The guys began to cry. They were offended because they collected crystals for 2 or 3 years, and the dog just ate them. But suddenly, another hero appeared on the way from Wu Fu, who said that he had heard about the brawls. The young man did not like the stranger who stood in his way. He sounded menacingly and was definitely not friendly. Meanwhile, the guys who came with the mysterious guy began to tease him, saying that he was a weak, but the young man was not going to bother with the guys for a long time and immediately gave a direct answer. With one blow, he sent one of them far to the side, saying that he disappeared from his eyes. Lin carefully examined the guys who came with the captain and thought that this whole situation looked funny because the guys obviously did not use their strengths reasonably. They only thought about useless fights. On the campus square, the silence was broken by a swift gust of wind. The young man froze. His eyes coldly watched an invisible enemy and thought that they were close. Wu Fu's hand shone with purple light, and a whistle of energy swept in the air. The guy thought how simple it was and squeezed his palm with a grin, preparing for a blow. The guy in a white suit came closer to the hero, telling him that his abilities are good enough to be born at the main entrance to the academy. One of the students asked, "Is it really all because of Wu Fu?" Because he was just at the Yuanshan's level. Claiming that he could fight with people of this level, that the teacher replied that he could not force him to look for his death. One of the students of the academy cast a suspicious look at Wu Fu and said that he would force him to pay for what he had done. He also added that he had heard about his school, and if they were guests here, then welcome. To which the student asked the young man with contempt, "Are they really not like everyone else and consider themselves special?" Lin Lin was very angry with such a student's near question. On the territory of the academy, there was a stressed atmosphere. Wu Fu and his team found out with the students the situation between them. The students said Wu Fu that he was the first to come to them for the battle. One of the students said menacingly that Wu Fu will be the last person who came for such a purpose, and that he will be his opponent. To which the young man answered the arrogant guy that in any case he was not strong enough for him. Checking his reaction, he also asked if there were strong cultivators on the territory of the academy, which was very enraged by the student. The guy wanted to hit Wu Fu, told him that he could not withstand one blow, but despite this, he came to the academy to show his strength and ability. But the young man, having prepared well for the battle, managed to get ahead of the guy attacking him. He deftly dodged him and did not let himself hit, which very discouraged the student. The guy was very nervous of a hopeless situation, but when he saw that the hero could not be defeated, the main academy shouted after the student to stop. But the guys did not want to listen to the main thing, and not one of them wanted to seem weak before the audience looking at them. So they rushed into battle again. The strength of the opponents was along, although the young man had a very low level, but despite this, they could not defeat each other, and the guy, hitting Wu Fu, broke her. The young man, having defeated the opponent, told him that he could not defeat him, and he would not have enough strength, and also told the other guys to bring him to him who really knows how to fight. The main university came closer to the student who lost in battle, and set him up his finger under his breath. Checking if he was breathing, as it turned out, he was still alive, which very comforted him, and he sighed easily. One of the students turned to the young man directly and told him directly in the face that their academy was full of gifted practitioners, to which he answered the guy, "In any case, there are not so many students in the academy." Lin Lin also stood up for a friend, telling the main Jiang that he was a member of the student council of the University of Yunhai, and that they arrived at their educational institution to show off on their own. And now they say that they are poorly treated. The beauty also added that now they will look at how Jian will continue to extol themselves over the others. All the guys were very dumbfounded by the girl talking to their main one. And meanwhile, Qing Qing was very happy about, as her friend put in the place of arrogant guys. Opponents said that in fact any other schools are only garbage in comparison with them. The little brunette could no longer listen to the hypocritical words of the guys and intervened in the conversation, telling them everything in the face that they were not even capable of polite words, because those people who attacked them earned punishments. After listening to what the girl told them, Jian did not like such a tone for herself, and he told the lady that she was not at all polite with him and deserves to punish even more than he. Then he angered her. Hearing that the girl called Wu Fu by name, the main one realized that he had already heard him somewhere, and remembering, the guy laughed, saying that he was a very pleasant surprise to see the hero, adding that his luck he led to him. The enemy stuck out the sheet with the photo, showing the whole room that Molotong was looking for, and also added that if he gives him to the Jin to the family, he will be 10 million in his pocket in gratitude. The hero did not respond to the pathos conversation of the boy, but translated the conversation to the fact that he was really so terrible that he was so depicted on a flyer that he was very infuriated. The man was angry with this behavior of the young man because he told him completely different, and as it turned out, he did not listen to him at all. Therefore, shouting at him, he asked to be a little more serious because he was going to arrest him. Meanwhile, the blonde was going to teach a brave boy who dared to threaten Wu Fu arrest. Using her strength, she called on the energy of the whip, saying that there was no need to use a sword to kill a chicken, to which the villain was very angry and kicked his friend in the back, shouting from anger that he was not deaf and he did not need to repeat everything, because he already understood everything that he was called a chicken. And while the boy was mocking her friend, Lin Lin decided to teach the impudent guy and threw his whip in his direction. Suddenly the guy heard that the whip was flying in his direction. Jian, taking his magic spear, was about to take revenge on the girl, and also called everyone out of Yunhai with garbage. and, rushing to her in battle, ordered everyone to carefully look at their joint battle. Jian decided to act slyly and sharply joined the battle, using his spear against Lu Lin. He wanted to demonstrate his strength in front of her and establish his own rules, showing who is the main one here. The beauty, having entered the battle with the senior academy, tried her best to cope with the battle and restrain her strength, while the stronger fighter tried to get to her with a spear. Xinqing, seeing that her friend in trouble, wanted to intervene and help her, but the young man said that she would cope. The lady got angry with this, trying to prove to him that it was the South China Academy, where full of talented practitioners. The scoundrel, still trying to break through to the girl through her energy, told her that if she apologizes, then he would let her go, but he saw that the girl was not going to give up. Jian, having poked her spear into the energy of the beauty, who defended her, told her that she would not dare to say that he was heartless. While the main one tried to break through the defense, Lu Lin barely restrained her strength, thinking that he had a very powerful energy for a battle with her. After that, the girl decided that it would best be released for her. Having stopped the battle for a second, the opponent stopped and told the blonde that she was better off with such a level, because he has no time to mess with her. Qin's Qing, unable to stand it, hurried to her aid, screaming to Zhang so that he would go down to her and she would teach him what he allows himself to do. He invited her to join the fight and see who is stronger. Lin Lin, noting that the bastard put his gaze to the little brunette, was also going to join her, immediately reacted and tried to distract his gaze, asking where he was looking, because his enemy was her. The blonde, having waved her whip, called her opponent, telling him that he would now try her strong whip on herself. The enemy told her. Did she really want to scratch his back with a whip? Jian, preparing to fight again with the lady, rushed towards her. Meanwhile, watching the situation, Wu Fu thought that the enemy was going to use his useless accuracy in battle. Meanwhile, while the president of the student council was preparing to defend her, standing with her back to him, the scoundrel decided to sneak into her slyly from her back. But the bastard did not calculate his accuracy, and Lin Lin found him at an inconvenient moment. She was already waiting for him with her whip and was ready to knock him down. She waved her whip and knocked her opponent. While Jiang was falling, he could not understand how it turned out that he was won. Meanwhile, the girl was ready to continue the struggle and prove her innocence, asking the enemy to show what he was still able to do. But while the enemy fell to the ground, he again came up with a new plan, as in his opinion he could outwit the lady. He accelerated, running around the girl to such an extent that they could not see him, telling her that now she could not be able to detect. To which, calmly standing and watching the enemy ran in a circle, Wu Fu thought that he was very stupid, because he was deceived and driven into a trap. But he did not even understand this. Meanwhile, Lu Lin, looking at his opponent with concentration, thought that he was behaving very stupid, and, taking his whip, she very quickly began to flare up, where she saw the shadow of the running Zhang. The scoundrel, thinking that he could fool everyone, sharply felt that the whip wrapped around his body, blocking any of his movements, which very frightened him, because he was trapped. The enemy tried to break out of the trap of the beauty, but he did not succeed, because he was completely constrained. He did not want to recognize his defeat, especially from a girl who he considered weak. Lin Lin, having knocked his opponent on the floor, said that now they will still look at who would have fun with whom. What he began to ask the girl about mercy, telling her that he was mistaken, and asked for forgiveness. Before leaving, Wu Fu noticed that his pet was still sitting opposite the enemy, so he called him, but also turned to Jiang, asking him whether the fragments of the blade were nearby, to which the enemy excitedly and frightenedly answered the young man that besides him, there were two groups of people who asked him about the fragments, and also indicated that they were in the guest room of their student council, after which he begged to spare him. At that moment, in the room on the other end of the city, it was possible to find a terrifying picture. People with lifeless bodies were lying on the floor. Going into the corridor, Wu Fu and his team discussed who would enter the first. As a result, the first to invite the children to come in. The doors opened. Lu Lin, seeing human figures in the dark, she said that the guys were there, but suddenly the hero stopped her, noting that something was wrong in the room. A little brunette also caught a strange caustic smell. Having lowered his head below, the guys saw some substance flowed through the door, which alerted them very much. The blonde panicked and offered the young men to leave there, but he replied that now to leave too late. The young man did not just stop the president, he felt that while they were standing in the room, a crowd of people who surrounded them was already waiting outside, and they couldn't appear so simply in public. Meanwhile, college students discussed among themselves what they saw. One of them told the president that he saw how a group of people burst inside and also heard some strange cries and cries. Suddenly, the door opened with a loud roar in front of everyone, and Ching Ching came out of it, stating that something was wrong with their school, saying that they had provoked them at first, and now they were accused of something. One of those present replied to the indictment of the young person that it was illegally entering the student council's office, asking her, did she really think that after that they were still not to blame? The heiress of the Ni family was even more angry. She felt that the accusations in their direction were unfair, so she directly told him that if they had not hidden the fragments of the blade, they would not have visited them. Suddenly, Wu Fu intervened in the conversation of the lady and the student, saying that he did not need any permission to return what belongs to him, and added that he was feeling their presence. One of the crowd also turned to the guy, saying that he did not even think that after the murder of those people, he would be easily left to leave. Meanwhile, a guy who thirsted for reprisals quietly watched in the crowd. The hero tried to convey a reasonable thought to the angry students that it would be better for them to engage in the search for real criminals. But the students did not want to listen to him and longed for revenge. Suddenly, one of those present turned to a young man, saying that he had heard that the blade belonged to him, and asked to explain where the traces from the sword came from. The student demanded an explanation, claiming that they were guilty, and, pointing to the wall, added that even if this was not so, then why were they in such a hurry to leave this place? And the beauty, looking at the wall, said that when they came, on the walls, there were no traces. Lin Lin, unable to withstand stupid accusations in their direction, was indignant and told them to stop, and also stated that their presence here was just a coincidence. But the president, in spite of everything, supported his students. The young man, despite all the threats in their direction, was still trying to reach him, but he did not want to listen to the guys and told them that they had come here to call the dragon. Turning around, the friends of Wu Fu saw a huge powerful power that was approaching them right on them, which was very scared by the girls because they did not know at all what awaited them. Meanwhile, on the roof of a skyscraper near the school where young people were, the masters stood and thought about what to do next. They discussed what to do with the guy because his origin was unknown to him. And if in the near future they would not deal with him, in the future, he would destroy all their plans. The master also told the second that the Jin's families were going to leave the country, and everyone in Wutanga already knew about the death of Jinzhong and Jinkun, which meant that the hero had little time left, and they would take revenge on him. The president ordered his students to seize and bring guests to him. He wanted to teach them for what they did. Having obeyed the presidential order, the students of the academy were about to take a step, when suddenly Xin Qing, raising his massive mace, was ready to put on the fact that the students did not have the courage to enter the battle with her. On the threats of a young girl, the school presidentialist told his students that they would not pay attention and do everything so that Wu Fu and his team would leave their territory. To which the hero said that they came to the academy not by chance, because they wanted to declare war, and the students. His eyes said that he did not intend to give up and would leave only after reaching his goal at all costs. The opponent immediately realized that the conflict was so easy not to hush up, and asked directly what they wanted, to what the guy replied that if they all would be here, it would greatly simplify his task, because he was going to challenge everyone. Nobody believed on such high-profile statements by Wu Fu, and this was very laughing at the students. They told him that last time one of them said the same thing, but as a result, the grass grew by 3 meters on his grave. Having chuckled at the words of the young man, the president of the academy again ordered his students to deal with him and take him. But the threat did not bother the young man at all. He activated his sword with powerful energy, telling the students that in his previous life, to get into the world of Tao, he used his sword. A dazzling outbreak collapsed from the sky, splitting the air with thunder. Wu Fu, covered by lightning, soared above the ground, amazing the witnesses of the students of the academy, who were shocked by such a powerful force. The students of the academy were simply amazed, because they did not expect such powerful abilities from the guy, considering him an ordinary arrogant boy of the lower level. Meanwhile, Wu Fu himself improved the heavenly book, writing notes in it. He wanted to take the opportunity and turn difficulty in simplicity. Having recorded all the notes in the heavenly book, he was very glad that he came across a great opportunity to change everything, finishing his heavenly scroll, and Xin Qing was simply fascinated by the unusual and powerful power that the hero possessed, saying that he was still cool, despite his stubborn nature, and the amazed Lu Lin still could not believe in what she saw. The president of the academy, fearing an answer from the young man after he saw his powerful power, asked his students to hide behind him, realizing that now they would be awaited for strong retaliation. Wu Fu, having completely prepared, called all the opponents so that they would come closer to him, saying that they show whether they had the courage to join him. The rival, having realized what was the matter and what they could not cope with such a powerful force, told the guy directly that the Jin family would find him everywhere, and also stated that they did not want more problems on their heads. The president imposed defense on his students and himself, asking the city to leave the South China Academy of Martial Arts, saying that they did not want to have any business with him. But the students were very surprised by such a decision of their president, telling him that Wu Fu and his team killed their people, and they could not let them go so simply. But the main one told her that they were not criminals. Meanwhile, turning directly to the president of the academy, the guy told him not to worry, because he would not kill the innocent just like that. It very much puzzled the president, and he realized that the guy would not leave so simply. After all, the hero was strongly configured and ready to go to the end to defeat his enemies, telling them that they themselves challenged him, and if they did not die, they will definitely be seriously injured. While Wu Fu was dealing with the students of the academy, a little brunette and president of a stupor council reflected on the powerful abilities of his friend. Qing asked Yu Qing, was he not a swordsman? Because she was very surprised how he could still continue the battle. The blonde was also amazed at how he could defeat his opponent with one blow. Lin continued to be surprised, because to achieve such a powerful power, it would be necessary to master 10,000 military equipment. Meanwhile, students threw a call to the guy. The president of the academy was still perplexed how the ordinary boy managed to use such a powerful equipment in battle. Because he was at a low level, after the battle with the young man, everyone stood completely without strength. One of the students of the academy asked the main thing why he stands and does not help his students, to which he replied that she really thinks that he was completely stupid. The president directly asked the question of one of the students, asking who beat those people in the room. But she asked, was it not a guy? But the main one replied that with such a powerful force that he possesses, it would not make sense for him to secretly attack. He once again asked his students, did they really think that Wu Fu did all this? Adding that even if he has been all over, he is unlikely to be able to win in battle with him. One of the students was very vited to the presidential words and admitted that she had noticed something strange. The president immediately demanded that she tell him everything she saw. The girl was not sure, but, thinking, she said that she heard one person in a hood said something. After the story, the main said that he would find that guy and send him an account. After clarifying the situation, the president, turning to Wu Fu, told him that he would figure it out and find an explanation of what was happening. Until that moment, they will be here. Lin, having heard that now they figured out the situation, told the little brunette that now only harmless sparring awaits the guys, and the academy would not blame them for what happened. In spite of everything, she continued to believe that the hero would win, to which the blonde replied that the only thing that made the academy is her high status, and Zhang Xiaoran was their trump card. After that, Brunette asked the beauty what she had in mind, unless the enemy was an ordinary student, and she replied that, like a hero, he never lost. While the opponents fought, the rest watched the stupor. One of them exclaimed, not understanding how two masters could fight, standing in place. And the student asked, was he really blind? Because they had already fought? The two greatest masters, possessing incredible techniques, stood against each other. Their eyes were full of determination. Tension grew. Fighting his powerful forces, the president of the academy suddenly cracked glasses from the strength that Wu Fu used. This very surprised the young man. The opponent looked with contempt at the young man, still not understanding how such a young guy could possess unknown forces. Suddenly he took his head, which frightened his students. Having taken off his glasses, he laughed from a hopeless situation and asked to stop this merciless battle between him and a young man who had no sense. The president looked at his broken glasses and was surprised to tell Wu Fu that he was the only one in the whole world who inherited the ancient technique of the Buddha fist. To which Wu Fu said that in the ocean of stars he had been watching the life of galaxies for many years, so he managed to master all techniques and skills that exist throughout the world. The men exchanged evil eyes, preparing to enter the battle again and prove their strength. The president, not wanting to retreat, inflicted a powerful blow of luminous energy into the guy. The energy was shrouded in golden radiance and ancient symbols. Meanwhile, preserving composure, prepared to accept the attack, the guy was not at all afraid of the power that the president of the academy directed at him. Smiling, he easily could neutralize the spell, breaking it into fragments. The opponent was surprised by such a powerful stance Wu Fu in battle. He did not expect the guy to cope with such a powerful spell. The young man in response prepared for the attack and imposed a spell, and the enemy looked calmly, realizing that he was incredibly strong. But he was also dawned on the thought that the young man would come up with further. Suddenly, the president fell to the ground, evading the hero, which was very scared by students. They began to ask what happened to him and make a complaint that the young guy made in battle with him. Wu Fu, smiling with satisfaction, saying that the winner in the battle was just definitely definite. But they did not agree with him and said that the opponent had to be the winner, adding that Nu certainly had wounds in the meridians. Meanwhile, Xinqing asked the blonde, who still won, and she replied that it was difficult to say. But, it seems to her, the hero won. And the president lowered his head in defeat, standing silently. After thinking well, he suddenly fell to his knees in front of Wu Fu, and unexpectedly for everyone asked him to take his students. This news shocked the students. While the enemy was on his knees in front of the young man, he hoped that he would accept him, and he, reflecting, asked the president to get up, saying that he was creating too many problems for him. Looking after the hero, the opponent threw him an encouraging look and asked if he agreed on such conditions. Wu Fu replied that it was time for them to go to another place, adding that he could go with them. Turning to his students, the president asked them to continue the search for the criminal until he was at the academy for some time. While their president was absent at the academy, his students were loyally engaged in the case assigned to him. Meanwhile, the newly naked president had doubts that he could soon lose his place. At this time, a tense atmosphere reigned in the ghostly city of Wutong, where the Jin family expected the appearance of its main enemy. Jin family members stood, expecting Wu Fu, and they would be able to end him once and for all, taking revenge on everything that he did, in their opinion. The head of the family, Jin asked the master, seeing his confidence in his words why he was so sure that the hero would come to them. He replied that this young guy has huge stubbornness and impudence. Suddenly, a girl in a white robe went inside, forcing the masters by surprise, because they expected to see a completely different guest. The head of the family, Jin, considered the arrival of the Lu family from the Liu Shena region very strange, which alerted a man. Approaching closer, the girl noticed how the men looked at her wary, and said that she had heard how the great master of the family Jin had to arrive at them with the only goal of robbing a student at the Yuanshan level. Family members were not very glad to see Lo Si, but she was not going to give up so easily and told them that her family Luo wishes to know whether they were faithful, which they received or not. Family members of Jin were very outraged by the appearance of the girl and asked if she really wanted to make herself new enemies, which she, laughing, replied that she only wanted to protect her student. Suddenly, the Ko clan appeared in the doorway, who stated that they would like to see with his own eyes how the great master from the no less great family Jin enters the battle with the boy at the Yuanshan level. The appearance of the old master surprised everyone. Some were interested in who really killed the young master and Miss Jin's miss, because even one murder of Jinkan was enough to kill him hundreds of times. The old man announced the guys from the Jin family that Wu Fu came to them, and the voices of his dog were heard in the distance. Those present immediately ridiculed such a strange appearance of Xiaoha. They laughed, saying that the boy was apparently very scared and only the puppy decided to show instead. One of them told the master, "The life of the young master and the oldest miss their family is only some kind of dog." The leader noticed that one of his subordinates began to laugh, asking how he dares to laugh, and pushed him. The young man flew from the second floor to the first and stopped right at the dog, who looked at him and gave a voice. Meanwhile, the guy came to his senses after the fall. Then the thrown-out the villain was very upset at Xiaoha because she constantly looked at him and told her that it was because of her pushed him from the second floor. The dog did not forgive such disrespectful behavior and got angry, poked the guy with her face right on the floor, leaving him unconscious. Other members of the Jin family were shocked by the power of the puppy, who was disconnected by a scoundrel with one blow of his paw. It also surprised them, because the dog, like its master, was only at the Yuanshan level. The leader of the gang, seeing such a turn of events, became interested in the power that the dog possessed. He never saw that someone fought so much at such a small level. Lo Si also could not understand what worked on the dog, but suddenly a guy's shadow appeared on the threshold, who confirmed the guesses of the girl, saying that his Xiaoha would not eat spiritual stones for no reason. The teacher noticed Qing among those who came here, saying hello to her. She noted that the girl had changed and began to behave more freely than before. Lo Sit was surprised by this behavior of the beauty, and she thought that the more time she spends with the hero, the worse her manners become. The meantime, in the hall, family members argued among themselves. Suddenly, at the other end of the hall, the voice of the head of the gang Jin was heard, who turned to Wu Fu's name, thereby attracting the attention of all those present. The stranger installed a protective circle around him and said that he was a guest of the South China Academy of Martial Arts, and asked for what purpose he was looking for their master. Meanwhile, the elder prepared his energy for the battle with Wu Fu, and the president not to intervene in other people's affairs. Otherwise, he will become an enemy of his family. But suddenly behind the young man, Lo Si, soaring in the air, appeared, who asked him to wait and explain to her. The beauty told the young man that it seemed to her that he was familiar with Wu Fu and invited him to go down and say hello to him, to which he whispered quietly that his girlfriend had already taken out and plays with fire. The guy, turning, released his energy right on Lo Si to drive her away from himself. She did not expect to direct dangerous energy to her, and was very amazed, barely evading. Meanwhile, Wu Fu thought that many those present here would like to see the moment of his death, as well as that the cleansing of the master's pill itself would soon end. The master was going to join the battle with his family, assuring the young man that the Ho family would protect him, and asked to move on, and he himself would deal with the enemies. But the hero, sparkling with bright energies from head to toe, he stood and thought that if he allowed the woman to clear his path, then his immortality would immediately become unjustified in the eyes of the Jin family. The head of the Jin family was very angry, telling the guy how he dared to believe that he would deal with him alone, and, distraught, said that now the guy definitely wants his death. Raising his energy power, he aimed her right on the young man, trying to destroy him. He shouted to the guy that the sword of the snake dragon had never suffered defeat. Lulin was preparing for battle, and the guy was very surprised that the man could attack him at a distance. But why still did nothing? While Wu Fu stood still, the leader of the gang was already racing to him, who wanted to destroy him with one blow, but he prepared well. The head, seeing that he didn't succeed, he told the hero that, as expected from divine weapons, he was ready for all obstacles. The young man did not react to all the threats that went in his direction. He simply calmly watched the situation, knowing that he would win everyone who would dare to swing at his life. The closer he was approaching Wu Fu, the leader, the more he was ready to give him back. And he just told the old chapter of the gang to all the threats. Is it all that he is capable of? The rest, seeing that their chapter was exceeded many times by strength and powerful techniques in battle, the girl from the gang was scared and immediately wanted to leave. In the meantime, the master watches the situation, said that he was waiting for the death of the guy, but suddenly the president of the academy intervened, inviting the guy to allow him to fight for him. The girls, having heard this, thought that this was not the best idea, and they were also very surprised that he wanted to be a student of Wu Fu, and yet they thought that he could not choose a good moment. Meanwhile, a black car raced along the highway at high speed. Two students hurried to the aid. The guys argued while they were driving along the highway. One of them said that at a critical moment it was necessary to release all his special features, and the other guy agreed with the words of the first. Meanwhile, the Wutong Palace still continued the showdown. The head of the family, Jin, said Wu Fu that he was an ignorant, and he should not be so arrogant. The new student of the hero rushed into the battle, protecting the teacher, telling him that he would deal with these shameless, and said that he would concentrate on his main goal. The guy was grateful to such devotion, but he did not promise that he would become his student. But so far he was negotiating his speech, the newly made student received a powerful blow. The president of the academy got to his feet, already asked for help and was not so confident in his abilities, saying that perhaps then girls will help him overcome their rivals. The rivals were already grinning their teeth on them, saying that Wu Fu and his guys were here alone, and there was no one to expect help from, which Wu Fu, grinning, began to prepare their strength. When the gang of the family Jean directed his powerful destructive energy to him, the guy also directed his strength in response, creating a protective ball. But suddenly the young man noticed that his protective ball began to crack at the seams and scattered into the fragments. Getting into a protective pose, the hero told himself that, as expected, the best martial arts skills are difficult to resist their united strength, and even with their imbalance of forces. Meanwhile, the girl saw already prepared to come to his aid. Lin Lin said that the Jin family is powerful, but most of them were only at the Yuanshan level. The president of the academy stood next to the young man and did not know what to do next, so he asked his teacher, and he told him that they needed to simply detain his rivals for a while. The head of the Jin family, hearing what the guys talked about, told them that they would not work out and ordered his gang to kill them. In preparation, Wu Fu tried to distract the opponents a little, telling him that he stole a fragment of the blade to lure him here, asking him, was it not so? Meanwhile, still observing the situation, the master realized that Wu Fu was about to win the battle and was not so joyful, and the guy called on the energy of a powerful blade. The opponents saw how a young man launched a powerful blade in them, and the head immediately ordered him to be neutralized. The villain himself tried to grab him, but the fragment did not succumb to his forces and slipped away, breaking his energy into the fragments. Such a turn of events was very surprised by the man, because it meant that the fragment was so powerful that even his forces could not destroy him. The rest of the observants were also amazed at such a powerful fragment, saying that if they can't get it, then no one can. The head of the family, Jin, unclear what to do, because his sword of the snake dragon Jin Liu scattered into pieces. And after all, his forged for more than 1 decade, the old man all the time wondered what the spiritual artifact was. The bastard was so angry that even some fragment could not defeat, and just rushed directly into the protective barrier, trying to break it. He shouted Wu Fu that he would take everything from him and his life. The enemy tried by any means to break through the protective barrier, but he did not succeed because the guys restrained him as they could. They tried their best to hold the protective barrier. The head of the family, Jin, threatened the guys, shouting to them to get out of his path, to which the opponents shouted in response to him that he would reach their master only through their corpses. While the guys were in the protective barrier, they thought how to be further. Here, Xinjing believed that their hero would restore his strength, and said that this impudent had never failed her. And the villain, having heard what they talked about, said that now they will all go to hell if they confront him. He directed his energy directly to the protective barrier, which was already restrained with all his might. The energy force was so powerful that it even pierced the roof in Wangong, so the protective barrier was destroyed, and all the guys were exhausted. Lu Lin, who could not hold back the protective barrier, fell to the floor, completely exhausted, but still had the hope that the guy would help them and called him to the rescue. The little brunette could not believe that they lost control of the protective barrier, and did not want to believe that they would lose to some miserable old man. But suddenly, the members of the Jin family saw something. They all pointed their fingers up at the soaring Wu Fu in the air, and the head could not believe his eyes, because he thought he had destroyed the guy. But the hero, having restored his strength, was again ready to start the battle and finally defeat his enemies. He told them that he simply wanted to collect a little energy, so now he could fight with the head at full strength. The master noticed that the guy now owned the second stage of the level of otherworldly disaster, which greatly struck him, the head of the family. Jin did not want to deviate from his goal and was still trying to defeat the young man, sending magic snakes to him. The young man, having listened to his enemy, calmly answered him that he had no right to tell him like that, and immediately threw the powerful energy of the blade that easily destroyed him. The president of the academy, watching his master dealt with his enemies, said that he was really amazing, having such unique abilities. Meanwhile, having dealt with one enemy, Wu Fu turned his face to another enemy and told the master that it was now time to equalize their score, to which he reminded that his master, Bai Yuan and Liu Jinsen, were brothers. Having finished dealing with the enemy, the young man told him that he was indifferent to his words. And meanwhile, Bai Yuan, having received an urgent notification of the death of his student, was very angry. Going to leave, Liu Jinsen asked his brother what was happening, but he told him to concentrate on cleansing the pill and added that Wu Fu killed his student, and now he would tear him into thousands of pieces. Understanding that he had lost and falling on the floor, the opponent promised the young man that his master would avenge him. Meanwhile, the head of the Jin family, watching the situation with the master turned, realized that when the young man said that he would kill him, he did not joke at all. Suddenly, the wind blew through the doors, which included Wu Fu's friends, hurrying to tell him that he was in danger. Entering the building, they smiled at the guy, rejoicing in the meeting. Turning around, the girls saw that the fat man and Zhu Tan came to them. It was very surprised by the girls, because they did not expect at all that someone else would come to them. Wang Meng with outstretched hands rushed into his arms, telling him that he had not slept at night and was very worried about him, and wanted to hug him and kiss him as soon as possible, calling him affectionately Probe. Meanwhile, the captain of the basketball team was very embarrassed, since the neighbor behaved very strangely in relation to Wu Fu. Covering his eyes, he said that he was behaving shamelessly. Wang Ming noted that everyone was very embarrassed by his behavior, and, turning around, saw that there were a lot of people around him, that this also embarrassed him a little. Meeting his gaze with the head of the family, the fat man thought why the old man was looking at him so strangely and made a respectful gesture, bending over to him, which was very surprised by the head of the gang and his people. The student, bowing to the old man, surprised him, telling him that he was nearly late, and thanked the hero for his help. This was even more puzzled by the old man because he was not at all on their side. Lin, thinking that the guy was completely crazy, screamed to him that this was their enemy with whom they fought. After that, the guy changed his mind and asked the girl why they did not immediately tell him that this was their enemy. The situation was even more angry with the old man. He was boiling with rage and wanted to take revenge on young people. He told the student that he was mocking him or wants to die. The old man launched his energy right on Wang Meng, wanting to destroy him. He was very frightened because everything happened unexpectedly. He did not even really have time to move away from the old man. The magical energy covered the fat man, which was very scared by Jutana. He began to mourn him, thinking that his friend had already died, and said that his friend had left them very early. But suddenly Wang Meng put on a protective barrier, who did not let the bastard get him, saved from death. The guy told himself that he was still waiting for an inheritance of 1 billion. Meanwhile, Lin, with a sigh of relief, said that he was lucky that he had a protection of sacred scrolls. Otherwise, he would have already turned into a handful of ash. The old man got angry and could no longer control his anger, saying to the guy that even if he did not think that he surpasses him in strength due to the tiny power that he possessed, seeing this, friends warned the guy to be careful, because the old man had unusual abilities, to which he answered her so that she would not be worried. In any case, he would not even be able to touch him. Jin Liu directed all his powerful energy against the guy. The old man showered him with deadly attacks, but they could not overcome the hero's crimson radiance, which split the enemy emerald energy into small pieces. Wu Fu, having rejected the danger due to his powerful power, was ready to strike a decisive blow in response to his enemy. The enemy's eyes widened in horror. He could not believe, saying that it was impossible, and this could not be a power at the level of spiritual reflection. For distant guesses Jin Liu, the guy told him directly that he was not at the level of spiritual reflection, but that he was a more powerful embodiment of the heavenly sphere. Meanwhile, a rather stressful and dangerous situation took place in the director's office. A woman, having put a blade to the director's neck, demanded to exclude Wu Fu from the university. If he does not, then he would be destroyed. The man had no other choice. Forced, he urgently contacted Liu Lin and asked her to exclude a guy from the university. Suddenly, a blonde received a call to a mobile phone. A familiar number was displayed on the screen, but answering a call, the girl did not hear anything. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mobile phone, the director quietly sat, without saying anything to the girl in response, just listening to her voice. But suddenly, after a long silence, in the call, the beauty sharply heard Amanda scream at her that everything happened because of Wu Fu, because people from the Junyan sect came to him and threatened him. Lin was very worried about the condition of the director and asked him what was with him, but there was silence in the tube again. Even the brunette heard such a loud scream in the girl's mobile phone and asked her friend what happened. Having finished the conversation, the girl said everything told the hero. But not listening to the end, he had already guessed that things were already bad. So he told the girls to return the first, and in the meantime, he would deal with everything. The young man realized that he had to go ahead and fight with the gang Jin to the end, telling his companions that no one in this world dares to threaten him. Lo Sai immediately said that she would go with him, so as not to wait for them to be ahead, as well as the president of the academy proposed his help, not wanting the master to walk alone, and the rest did not want to let go of his friend. The girls were about to return like Xinqing asked the blonde where they should go now, and she replied that they would return to Yunhai. Having moved to the Jin family training base, young people thought about what to do next, discussing that it was here that competitions were held for the place of the head of the family. But suddenly they were noticed by 2 girls who turned out to be members of the Jin family. They asked a couple who they were and what they were doing here, to which the young man asked if only 2 people defend their chapter, and she took it as a threat, starting to talk rudely with him, to which the guy abruptly changed the subject, telling the girl that he had forgotten something. Remembering that the Jin family had already gone to kill someone, the opponent was very angry with the words of an uninvited guest. She angrily replied to him that he was clearly wanting to die, telling her something that the guy was not going to stop and still continued to escalate the situation. Wu Fu suddenly released his powerful energy of the blade right towards the members of the Jin family. the energy in its path sweeping everything that could only get caught. Meanwhile, the young man courageously stood on his feet, controlling energy on his enemies. He wanted to commit it once and for all. But suddenly, an angry voice was heard from the abyss, which was very angry with the guy. Suddenly, the head of the family, Jin, directed all his powerful energy right at the hero to destroy him. But the guy managed to impose a protective barrier on Time, who fenced them from the deadly flow of energy. Meanwhile, Lo Si was very worried about the guy, asking whether he was in order, to which he replied that the old man was enough, directing a powerful power to them. In the meantime, the enemy was already going to meet the guy, asking how he dared to appear on their territory with such insignificant power as his, and told him also that he was very overestimating himself. The head of the family, Jin, was very confident in his abilities because he had the highest level of void reflection, and after healing his level of strength became completely unknown, like his spiritual weapon, stored in secret. Lo Si also reminded the guy that the Jin family had a special secret technique. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the whole city, so she asked him to be careful. However, having thought about everything in detail, the young man told the girl that he still has a couple of trump cards. How to deal with the head of the Jin family. Wu Fu, having waved his energy whip on the opponent, thought to get into him, but he dodged well and was not at all afraid of such a weapon. On the contrary, this made the head of the family laugh, and also called the young man a small bug, which he was ready to crush at any moment. Stopping Wu Fu's sword at his throat, the head of the family, Jin, told the guy, showing his technique, a great dragon. This was very struck by the young man, because he did not know what to expect from such an advanced master, so he needed to find out what he had to deal with in battle. Suddenly, the rival applied a bright and powerful divine power, illuminating it with all the space and blinding even Lo Si. She was so amazed that she thought that the head had advanced to the divine level of force. The beauty, seeing that the villain had an unusually strong technique, said Wu Fu that the chapter was used by the fist of the great dragon, who was the strongest technique of those owned by the Jin family. The hero was again preparing for the battle, a man, and he in response began to use his powerful technique again, telling him to go to hell, adding how he laughs at him to look at him. Lugging at the guy by the powerful power of the great dragon, the head of the family told him, and sending all the power to the guy, he shouted to him to die. But as soon as the powerful power approached the young man, he also applied his considerable power of the blade, trying to stop the angry head of the family. Wu Fu Hu restrained the energy of a powerful dragon with all his might, but the energy was so strong that it filled the whole space, trying to break through the guy's defense. The bastard, having broken the guy's protective barrier, told him that he was still a little man, and his strength was still very small for him. And the hero had a very translucent after such an unexpected turn, and they continued the battle again. The head of the family threw the guy with his strength back, but he tried to resist his feet as soon as he could, while he was fighting. He thought that the old man was not as simple as he thought about him. The man, continuing to build up his powerful power, asked the guy if he was going to continue to behave just as right in front of him. For the head of the family, Wu Fu seemed to the limit and soon drowned out for his strength. But the guy stood on his own, saying that he was almost at the limit. The old man carefully looked at the guy, not suspecting that he started a cunning game. After that, the young man told him that the more he succumbs to him, the more he is convinced that the Qing of Tian Blade is able to absorb the spiritual power of cultivators. He also added that he himself did not expect that this was possible. The guy, wiping his mouth, told the head that now he is very interested in how much the power of his blade has increased when he kills him. Having gathered his strength, the head of the family again joined the battle with the guy, thinking through the tactics that the only thing he was now left to hurt the hero and then destroy him as soon as possible. The head of the Jin family, rushing into the battle with the guy, shouted to him that he was a damn idiot whom he would kill, to which he replied that in this case let the chapter sacrifice himself to his blade Qing Tian. Approaching each other, Wu Fu and the head of the Jin family agreed in the battle, ready to fight to the end. The gnashing of strength shook the air. The flash illuminated the battle. The lightning stroke cut out the space, as if tearing the young man's reality, and the head of the Jin family came together in a duel, deciding the fate of the instant. The villain screamed to the hero, asking that he was adding confidence to him to behave like that. The guy smiled angrily in response and said that if he wants to know that, now he would show him. Suddenly, Wu Fu took out a powerful blade of a completely different level, which was very scared and surprised by the head of the family, taking his speech from him. The tip of the dagger pressed to the old man's chest, after which he stopped resisting. Having fallen to his knees, the gray-haired said that the source of the vitality of the golden light was a lord who crossed the whole world, and he would never regret that he managed to converge with him in a duel. At that moment, the teacher realized that the guy was able to independently deal with the whole family of Jean and easily destroy her. And now, his accompanying people watched in surprise how he wanted to absorb the weapon. The young man squeezed his hands into his fists, and spiritual energy began to spin around him rings. He was absolutely focused on his mission, and when he opened his eyes, they glowed with a white glow. The energy also hit his friends, including Lo Si, tearing her clothes. As soon as the energy stopped, the accompanying person asked the master what happened to his cultivation, to which he replied that they should not worry, because the JA blade blocked it. But nevertheless, his strength increased noticeably. But Wu Fu did not say aloud that in a past life he did not encounter the like, and was not sure whether to worry about this. And therefore, deciding, the young man said that he was returning to Yunhai because the Jin family was already destroyed, and from that moment the territory will belong to the Lunshin family, and he should deal with problems. Somewhere in a small battered room in Yunhai, a stranger hoped to find the guy's parents, but did not think that he was an orphan. Approaching the entrance to the school gym, the girl told the master that the time almost went out, to which he replied that if Wu Fu did not come, then from 6 o'clock he would destroy one person every minute. Observing behind the tree behind strangers, Si Qingqing asked the blonde what to do now, but she believed that they could only wait, and Husky agreed with that. Hearing this, Wang Meng asked, "Wasn't there a law according to which it was impossible to harm ordinary people?" And the president of the Studs Council confirmed his guess. The neighbor Wu Fu realized that until he came, they could be destroyed. And as soon as he said this, the hand of an unfamiliar red-haired guy fell on his shoulder. The young people who sat in ambush in the bushes realized that their affairs were bad, and as soon as they were offended on the sides, they realized at the same second that they were surrounded. Seeing the uninvited guests, the stranger said that they had arrived just in time, since they could become his first victims. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, blowing all those present from their feet. The villain did not have time to finish because they were interrupted, and the little brunette realized that the young man had finally came to save them. The hero immediately said that he never thought that the sect Junyang was so miserable and would try to scare him, threatening his friends' lives. To which the stranger said that in this life he had not yet had time to kill anyone, he simply wanted to pull him out, but did not think that now he was a man without any effort. Wang Mang could not believe in what he heard, because he did not believe that his neighbor in the room was now an ordinary person without any effort, and thought that the head of Jin wound him so much. At that very moment, one of the students asked about Wu Fu and the sect Junyang. If he dies, whether everything would be in order with them, and the second replied that this was all the end of him. And the leader said that since the hero did not have the courage, then he just had to transfer his weapon, and then, perhaps, he would save his life. And the young man asked, unless he should first free people, and the students realized that they were saved, and nothing would happen to him. A member of the sect did not like this very much, and having hit him, he said that they did not give a word to him. The blonde realized that the hero's forces were gone now, and Junyang sent a lot of people, and we are unlikely to meet in a student council. Hearing her, Xiaoha in anger immediately rushed to protect his beloved people. The villain did not understand what the dog wanted from him, and therefore put his fingers in a protective gesture and repelled his attack. A small puppy crashed into a tree, forcing young people to feel anxiety for his health. The bastard who pushed him off laughed, because he believed that it was just like to break the eggs on the stones. The blonde immediately said that the man would pay for this, and he asked that he could make him a bunch of useless children. And then, turning to the students whom he kept in captivity, he said that he would free anyone who would destroy the young man. Students asked if he said this, and he replied that he would fulfill his promise. But before they should destroy the young man, young people immediately rushed to the attack, not understanding why they had to suffer because of Wu Fu, and believed that they would be saved if they were killed. But the hero easily repelled their attack, warning that if they dare to go against him, he will personally destroy them. Smiling, the villain said that he had already thought that the guy had turned into a piece of garbage, and the president of the student council noticed that his forces had not disappeared completely. At that moment, the girl noticed that in the bushes something began to move, and realized that this Xiaoha showed signs of life. But not seeing this, Wu Fu in anger said that his opponent killed the puppy, and he replied that if he would kill him, then the guy will have the opportunity to reunite with his dear dog. The bastard immediately rushed to the attack, but the hero easily could stop him. Although he had incredible power, the young man decided that it was no longer worth the time of time and counterattacked the enemy. When his opponent was defeated, he said that he would personally check in order for all the followers of the sect Junyang to be buried with Husky. Frightened, the leader realized that the hero was much stronger than he thought, but he absorbed his own weapons. Somewhere on the other end of the universe, the stranger felt that someone in a tiny little world was actually able to activate the vision of heaven and earth at the same time. But the girl did not know who it could be, and therefore, taking advantage of her strength, decided to find out. Looking with the help of her strength through space and time, she saw Wu Fu and realized that it was he. Although the beauty thought that it was just her curiosity, and there was no thoughts in her thoughts that she would once be able to see her descendants, but she would even recognize this whiskey and eyebrows, even if this person turned to ashes. As if feeling something, the young man turned to the side. At that very moment, the land was struck by the peals of thunder and lightning, and the bastard realized that they directly breathed with divine energy, and it seems that even the heavens wished the death of the hero. When lightning got into the university building, this was very scared by the president of the student council, because she was worried about the life of a young man. And the captain of the basketball team was even afraid that it was something like a heavenly punishment. But surprising them, the young man flew to the very center of the heavenly phenomenon. Seeing this, his opponent realized that Wu Fu had absorbed lightning. The blonde was shocked, because she believed that the guy's strength was exhausted, and at that time he told people who were looking for him that they could now try a little purple light. And the stranger realized that the young man was able to absorb the divine energy of lightning, which means that something was wrong with him, and he could not do anything with him. But still, having decided to try to cope with the young man, his opponent attacked him with his strength. But the young man was easy to stop his attack, just stretching his hand forward. This very much shocked the bastard, because he was able to stop his chi blade with his bare hands. But also using his strength, the guy said the same, that he could destroy his enemy with one blow. The guy easily broke the attack, and after that he directed purple lightning at the villain. With confidence in his eyes, the hero said that the attackers would not dare to harm any of his people and even dogs, and the remaining opponents immediately rushed to flee, saving their lives. As soon as the rivals ran away, the guy was weakened right away, and the blonde ran to help him stand on his feet when he informed her that he was a little tired. At that moment, they attracted Wang Mang's voice, who shouted loudly to his neighbor that everything was fine with the little puppy and he was alive. When the young people looked into the bushes, they saw that there was some kind of creature in the egg. The guy carefully watched the cracks walked on the shell, and was looking forward to when someone hatched. At that moment, they were distracted by the president of the student council, noting that the wounds of Wu Fu themselves were healed. Finally, the eggs were joking, and young people saw a small fluffy paw. A high pillar of bright white light burst from under the shell. The glow was so bright that it was blinded by the guy, but he could still understand what it was. The young man's eyes slowly opened when he heard the voice of his friends. Everyone was worried because they did not understand what happened to Wu Fu, and they said that he should have climbed his feet. When Wang Mang saw that his friend had come to his senses, he was very happy. But the guy noticed only a blonde hanging over him and, under a neighbor's shocked gaze, threw her to the ground. The beauty tried to squeeze his burden from herself and did not understand how he dared to do this with her. When the girl still went to get rid of Wu Fu, she asked how he dared to attack her, but he answered her that it was actually Xiaoha in his body, and he was in the dog's body. The blonde, it seems, already looked at the speaking puppy herself and could believe his words. The fat man was also surprised, because not only did the dog be alive, but he was also in his friend's body. Trying to deal with the situation, the president asked how the hero fell into the body of Xiaoha, to which the young man in the dog's body replied that the Heavenly Fathers must have confused their bodies during the detachment. His friends could not believe in this, because before their eyes the young man turned into a puppy, and he said that he stopped doing this because he destroyed his reputation. Their conversations were interrupted by the stranger, who said that although Wu Fu could not defeat the master of the sect, he would still remain with nothing, because the great school of Junyang will belong to him. He noticed a strange picture. The stranger grinned and decided that even the hero's dog learned to speak, and this should have lost his mind. Trying to protect his friend, the fat man invited him to just return to the room, and he would take care of everything. But the enemy did not believe that he could fight him. But the bastard's attack was interrupted by a strong blow in the face, preventing him from approaching his neighbor. All this was even more struck by Wang Mang, because even in the dog's body, the guy remained as strong as he was before. When the enemy was defeated, the blonde asked what Wu Fu planned to do further, to which he replied that the only way out, namely to find a strong master who is on the verge of switching to Tao's level. From this time, while he decides everything, the hero asked the girl to take care of his body and about Xiaoha. But the members of the sect, who watched all this from the roof of the university, decided that the level of cultivation of the hero remained at the level of Tunxuan, and decided that he was seriously wounded during the battle with the master of the sect. Turning to other members of the sect, who stood behind them, said that only a couple of people from them would be enough to defeat Wu Fu Fu. Watching how the puppy was trying to lick the blonde, Wang Mang thought that only he could behave so sincerely and openly. But at the same moment he saw a bright glow and shouted, "Lu Lin, to be careful." The departure from the explosion settled before the eyes of young people, and members of the sect appeared, who decided that the guy was no longer alive. The fat man believed that it was very vile to attack, but hoped that everything was all right with his friends. When the beauty opened her eyes, she saw that at the bottom she was riding a puppy in the body of a young man, and realized that he was absolutely unharmed. The members of the sect also saw a young man, and realized that a strong flow of energy did not harm him, although they could not believe that this could be possible. At that very moment, an angry Wang Mang appeared behind them and said that they had survived, but the villains were unlikely to be safe. The fat man towered over the frightened attacks, and the president of the student council thought that the strength of the body also passed to Xiaoha, and it was difficult to say whether it was pleasing to her or not. But looking at the bastards, she also thought that these guys were actually not so simple. At that time, other members of the sect attacked the family, who believed that, speaking, they had already managed to decapitate the guy, but the little brunette did not believe in this. The number tomorrow insisted on his own. Now he said that since he refused to obey sect Junyang, they were forced to force them to regret it. But suddenly, an unknown dog turned out to be behind them, very surprised by the attacking. Xinqing also saw a little puppy, but did not understand why he was alone and where his master was. A member of the sect immediately laughed, because he decided that the young man really had already died. But Husky asked who told him that. The one who was heard was terrified by villains, because they had never heard before the dog to talk. But this was no less surprised by the heiress of the SE family, because she could not believe that it could be the same arrogant blank, and the members of the sect really did not like the speaking dog. And he took out his weapon, saying that if he could not get rid of him right now, it would be worse than for a dog. Also, understanding what was the matter, the father of the little brunette asked her if this dog was actually Wu Fu. But the girl did not have time to answer because she noticed that the bastard was attacking Husky and shouted to be careful. The scoundrel crept behind and attacked a small puppy, and he flew to the other end of the site from his blow. Rubbing a bruised place, the guy in the dog's body thought that there were so many spiritual crystals for a reason, because his body's energy was at a terrifying level. And the bastard, seeing that the dog was intact, did not understand how he escaped damage from his weapons. Having called all his spiritual energy, he wanted to direct it to a fluffy puppy, but he said that this time he would have to feel what this is worse than the dog. I hope to see that the bastard himself rushed into the attack. Absolutely not like the four ladies. The new Husky was also not going to lag behind and quickly headed for the villain. Xinqing was excited that something would happen to the puppy, but he was surrounded by a defense dome. Literally after a second, the paws of Xiaoha hagged in red energy, and he said that he would now show what the dog is capable of. And today, the sect of Jeg Yang will end. The striker flew off the power of the attack to the other side of the site, because he absolutely did not expect that the dog could be so strong, and therefore did not defend himself. The dog, approaching the flame around his paw, said that he had not yet been used to this body, and the little brunette, distracting him, noticed that his back was burning, although he did not feel it. The approaching head of the family, she said that he was finally finished with the sect, and ordered his granddaughter to take students from the family with him and check if all the followers were exterminated. Turning to Wu Fu, the old man asked what happened to him, to which he replied that he had used all his strength to kill the master. And then he was wounded by Tianlei, and after he and the puppy accidentally changed places, with horror, he realized that at least she was found. It was still far from reaching the level of Tao, but he managed to attract divine lightning, after which the guy continued that if the elder youth will make a breakthrough to the level of Tao and call for divine magnets, perhaps their bodies will return to places. But in fact, the old man was still far from a breakthrough. And in addition, a breakthrough into the level of Tao needed a suitable time, place, and people, so that everything worked without problems. On a young man, folding his paws together and calling for his spiritual energy, he said that these were just divine lightning, and he could deal with it. From the cliff, the master watched as in the distance the divine lightning formed again. He could not understand what kind of man he was able to call them twice a day. But suddenly a black shadow flickered behind him, tearing him off from thought. The old man greeted the guest, telling him that he did not think that he would arrive so soon, to which he replied that he was not needed after the chatter. He wanted to know how everything went. He immediately borrowed a pill, which cleansed Janson from the ideal. And after the end of training, his head and pills will belong to the man. But he also wanted to know what he would receive in return. The guest was thrown by a yellow luminous stone, which also grabbed the master, and then said that he would provide him with everything as soon as he could. Leaving, the stranger said that it was only an advance, and as soon as he receives a pill of concentration of the spirit, that is, this eye, he will receive everything else. Clutching a stone in his hand, the old man thought that it would be much easier to figure it out, and laughed loudly to the whole forest around him. At the same time, in heaven, a girl who could not understand what had happened. But unexpectedly, scattering stones, she realized that she could no longer see the past and present. In horror, she realized that the white crystal was destroyed, and in heaven it seemed to have changed. At that time, in the mansion of the NE family, although his son tried to stop his father, he ordered him to stand near him, because everything was already decided. Turning to Wu Fu, the old man said that he was ready to start, and now his life was in the hands of a puppy. But then he added that it was not worth worrying, because this is just another divine lightning, and he will take on its part. At the same moment, the Texas defiantly took out a shining blue sword and demonstrated it to the man. At that very moment, bright white lightning began to fly towards the frightened old man. On a young man in the body of a dog, he jumped in front of him and cut a blade in half with one blow of a dagger. Opening his eyes, the man noticed that she was divided, and R self-confidently added that it was only the beginning. And when she saw another stream of lightning, she said that this was a divine force. Following lightning in the sky, a huge number of shadows with luminous purple eyes appeared. Seeing what was happening in heaven, the master also turned around and fixed his gaze to that place. One of his accompanying people asked who was able to call the Numnips from this barren planet. The question remained unanswered, because the main thing simply said that it was possible to find out what was happening, and continued to look from the cliff to the place where lightning beat. At that time, one of the immenses with a grin asked about the shadow whether she was angry, because he could not believe that it was all that she was capable of, because he would not even instruct her to bring her slippers. But suddenly the puppy smiled and realized that everything was happening just in time. The strong discharge pierced his body, but that was not enough. He began to take shape that she did not absorb energy at all today. Observing from the other end of the city after everything that was happening, Lin Lin realized that the young man tried to subjugate the divine lightning. But suddenly standing next to her, Xiaoha, or the guy, took off and moved to the heavenly phenomenon. The hero was very pleased when he saw an approaching puppy in his body. The girl all this time watched the whole process from the outside and could not believe that someone was able to withstand his divine lightning. But flying closer, he realized that the very stranger was Wu Fu Fu, and he did not just withstand the zipper, he absorbed her energy. Looking back at the old man, the guy said that in fact the divine lightning was not enough, and therefore he wanted to absorb his energy too. Stepping closer, he added that the miserable power of the divine lightning was not worth it, and half of the potential of his starblade. The guy knew very well that the master would save him a lot of time. Carefully looking at the sky, Shinchi said that it was not a breakthrough, but simply a thirst for murder. But since this was discussed, his father considered it appropriate to ask, would he not have to make a breakthrough now? In turn, the great master, watching everything directly from the center of events, was very angry and feared for his life. One young man believed that he was absolutely wrong, because this was precisely the real power. But the old man insisted that divine lightning had not yet proved to be completely, and Wu Fu could drive himself into the grave and the head of the Su family and him at the same time. In fact, this was also scared ex-Zunshi, because he did not understand what the young man was doing, even though his father believed that he was simply trying to independently curb the energy of divine lightning. But he thought that people could not do it. And the great master realized with horror that, due to the pressure of the divine lightning, he could not use all his strength, because otherwise he would simply die there. But the guy did not listen to him at all, because he was confident in his abilities and continued to pump up energy, enjoying his own power. And the gray-haired began to understand that the power of his enemy was incredibly great, because he completely absorbed such a powerful lightning, So he certainly could not allow the young man to become even stronger. Having made the decision, the old man said that since the hero wants to absorb even more divine power, he will add his energy to the zipper. The head of the family of Sa also noticed that things were bad, because Bai Yuan did not want to sit back and understood that if he began to act, the divine lightning would become even stronger. The old man, trying to destroy the guy, applied his strength, and he calmly said that he assumed that sooner or later he would make his move, but did not expect him to be so cowardly. In front of the gray-haired, the young man absorbed even more energy. He realized with horror that he was simply used in this way. Finally, the clouds parted, and the sky became clear after Wu Fu absorbed all the energy of the divine lightning. Looking at his hands, the head of the family, she said that he never thought that he could reach the merger of the Tao in this way, and his son noticed that now their family would not have worthy rivals. But although his father reached the merger of Tao, he still could not feel the level of power of the young man. And in addition, he still felt a huge pressure that came directly from his body. Compared to him, he was only an ordinary person. At the same time, the young man, looking at his opponent, said that now he had no time at him, and after a second he disappeared. And Bai Yuan could not understand where he was gone. And did the guy know everything? A few minutes later, the young man finally landed high in the mountains, heading for his master, because he was finally able to do everything. But then in his way, two children suddenly stood up and asked the guy what he wanted. Wu Fu did not expect them to appear as soon as the pills were cleansed. It means that the master would wait for a deadly sentence, and his strength would not be enough to leave there without obstacles. And therefore, with a friendly smile on his face, he said that he and his brother Liu were good friends, and he came to help him complete the process of cleansing the pill of shower shifts, because he knew that the only way out to deceive the guests. To convince them of his innocence, he immediately showed them a flaming pill. The stranger was shocked, because he realized that the guy actually knew how they cleansed the pill of souls, and it seemed that he was really a student of the master. The guests had already invited him inside, and at that moment Bai Yuan ran up to screams so that they would not let the young man inside and stop him right now. But since the young man was already entering the room, he believed that it was too late, and sent him in his opponents in the same energy. Resisting strength, the stranger was able to resist the guy, because it was not so easy to spend. The scoundrel immediately rushed into the attack and handed his blade towards the young man, but he only smiled at him, because he intentionally did it. And having demonstrated the pill, he told his opponents that since they needed this pill so much, it was better for them to stay away. But the master believed that there was nothing to be afraid, because now Liu Zhenson has reached the final stage of purification, and as soon as the process ends, it was highly likely that it would be very wounded. In addition, with the level of cultivation of the guy, the old man believed that he was not equal to them. But the young man recalled that the most important effect of the pill was the healing of the wounds, and even if it is broken, he could cleanse the new one. Under the shocked glances of all those present, the hero crushed the pill between his fingers and said that they were just a bunch of mentally retarded discharges. All this caused anger at Bai Yuan, and therefore, rushing at the young man, he shouted that he would cut his body into thousands of pieces. At that moment, the guy realized that now he would definitely not be able to leave easily. Waking up, Liu Jinsen immediately asked the young man why he ruined the pill of shower shifts, because she was the embodiment of Tao. But he showed her comrade to not notice her. Seeing the pill, the villain was shocked, because it was a perfectly cleaned pill, and he did not understand where she came from the hero. And at the same second, two others approached him, and threateningly asked how he dared to tear them off. But the great master said that it was a little mother, and the pill was definitely false. But Wu Fu showed the tripod and asked that they really believed that it was a deception, because it could cleanse a few sects on Earth. None of those present could believe it, and everyone, before Yuan in shock, asked how this could be. He immediately inflamed with anger, his eyes lit up, and he shouted that he did not believe in the young man. In the province of Nancy, in the village of Maple Leaf, the child put a luminous pill in the young man's mouth and hoped that this time everything would come out. But grandfather entered the room and told Linner that their life energy was coming to an end, because there was no sense in its actions. But she did not agree, because she felt that the energy of the young man was stronger than anyone else. At that moment, a bright glow began to come from Wu Fu, which very much scared all those present. Grandfather immediately recalled that they did not know anything about the origin of the young man, and therefore sent his granddaughter to rather report what was happening in the section of spiritual drugs. At that moment, all the phones of the doctors also noticed that something was happening, Looking up, the man said that it might seem to him, but there was a feeling that only the aura of Maple Leaf had suddenly intensified. The girl informed him that the old man had recently discovered a mountain cave, and therefore they should go to check what was shaking there. Getting off the bed and panting, Wu-Fu noticed that he was still alive. He was lucky that his meridians were intact, but probably still needed a couple of days of rest. Nevertheless, he did not think that Bai Yuan could be destroyed by such a small amount of energy, and therefore, without rising from the bed, he decided that it was necessary to immediately find the old man. Going out into the street, the young man met a surprised crowd, who did not expect him to wake up so quickly. Although he did not understand where he was and why there were so many people around, he heard what the couple said about the old man. The young man immediately realized who was talking about, and perhaps people knew where the person he was looking for. The man ordered all the audience to return to work, but he was stopped by the hero's hand, who wanted to know where the old man they talked about. His friend immediately took out the blade, trying to defend himself, but the stranger stopped him. The man explained that the guest just wanted to know where the gray-haired one was, and said that he was currently located in the Licorice Pavilion. As soon as Wu Fu left, the attacker immediately asked his friend why he stopped him, but he replied that the guy crept completely silently, and they would hardly have coped with him. Looking after him, it was time to decide that it was possible to return as soon as possible and report everything that happened to the elder. On the way to the mountains, the stranger saw how a beautiful leg peeked out from behind the tree, which attracted it very much. But in fact, a young man was behind the tree who said that if not for his wounds, he would not have done so, and also added that the stranger behaves just like the fat man of Meng. Climbing the rock, he explained that he had not heard anything in a past life about the sect of spiritual medicines, and therefore he had to go upstairs and look around, because he was wondering how strong this sect was. But then a stranger stopped him, telling him that he was already in place and asking what he was going to do next. The young man was surprised when he was asked how he dared to approach the threshold of the sect. But when he was about to turn around and leave, the guard said that he was not worthy of even a step to enter their land because he defiled it. The man did not like that the young man did not react to him, and he ordered him to immediately begin to lick the floor. Looking over his shoulder, the young man said that if not for his wounds, he would have already been in the next world. But the guard believed that the guy was just a miserable weakling who did not even have spiritual energy and was going to teach him a lesson. At that moment, someone threw some object into an angry man, and he, having made a somersault in the air, landed on his back. The guard was angry with this state of things and ordered the stranger to go out. Then, appearing on his eyes, asked how he dared to humiliate practitioners for no reason and continue to behave so arrogantly. Before the eyes of a frightened man, a great senior follower of the Licorice Hall appeared and asked if he had something else to say. The guard immediately smiled at the elder and said that a terrible misunderstanding had simply happened. And at that moment, Wu Fu thought that perhaps he could do something while restoring the wounds. Passing by the guy, Lin Mu said that many times he heard that their follower allowed himself to mock others. But he never thought that one day he would see it with his own eyes. Broken in front of the assembled crowd, he said that if not for him, then the guard would definitely beat him. And the hero thought that the stranger was actually such a hypocrite and decided to use it against him, bowing. He said that if not for him, he would be dead. To which the eldest replied that the young man should not be afraid of anything, because since he was there, the guard would not do anything to him. The little girl who heard all this recognized the guy who recently looked after and could not understand what he was doing there, and Wu Fu, not paying attention to the reaction, said that now he feels much more calm after these words of a man. Under the surprised glances of all those present, he came close to the guard and gave him a slap in the face with all his might. Such an action was very angry with a man, and he, taking up the twists, wanted to beat him. But Lin Mu ordered the guard to slowly calm down and follow his speech. He, in turn, realized that the guy specially provokes him, and as soon as the elder leaves, he will teach him a lesson. But the young man decided not to stop on the slap in the face and sharply raising his leg. He hit her man, and after that, bowing to the main thing, he thanked him, saying that, if not for him, he would not be able to avenge the insult. Continuing, he informed Lin Mu that he wanted to pay him for his help and do something. And his new acquaintances, having foreseen their benefits, smiled slyly and said that they would give the guy such an opportunity. They said that they recently cleaned the development pill, and now he needs a person to test. Although side effects should not arise, there may be light abdominal pain. But the guy felt a great thirst for murder from a new acquaintance and understood that he certainly had no good intentions. When men rose to the Hall of Spiritual Drugs, Two guards greeted them near the entrance. Pointing to Wu Fu, the eldest told people at the entrance that he would leave him so that they would control him, as it should, so that the young man prepares for the adoption of the pill. Without wasting time, the guy also asked the accompanying what a licorice hall was, to which they answered him that he was providing pills for the whole sect and is highly appreciated. But he also asked if they had an old man, to which they answered him that, since he knew a lot of things, the guard was sure that he would be well accepted. When they approached the right place, the man said that he would stop asking questions and not getting into his own business. At that moment, the accompanying person handed over the pill and said that it would need to be eaten before taking another tablet, and also did not ask unnecessary questions. Having twisted the extended tool in his hands, Wu Fu realized that she neutralizes the effect of other drugs, which means that during the study, other pills will not work. After the procedure, the guards indicated the young man at the door and told him to go, because Lin Mu was already waiting for him inside, and also wished good luck. As soon as the guy went into the pillion cleansing room, one of the guards noted that any other, stepping on their territory, would be dead. But they preferred not to go into the affairs of the elder, because until he forces them to participate in experiments, everything will be fine. Entering the room, the young man looked around and calculated that he saw was very interesting. Seeing a huge number of pills in front of him, he realized that they would be enough to restore his strength to the limit. Seeing the guest, the elder threw him a pill and said that with her help, he could quickly make a breakthrough. But Wu Fu realized that he was holding a low-quality hot heart in his hands. New acquaintances were surprised by the knowledge of the boys because they did not think that he was understanding such things, to which the young man replied that he was not just understanding, but can turn this garbage, which he held in his hands, into a treasure. This was even more frightened by Lin Mu, and the guy said that since he wanted to poison him, he should try him with poison. The eldest immediately in fright asked who the guy was in front of him, but he looked at him menacingly and smiled predatorily. Stepping closer to the man, the hero grabbed him by the throat, and he warned the guy so that he would not dare to behave like that with him. Trying to pull himself together, the master shoved the guy away from him, but the young man was not going to retreat so easily from the plan, and therefore, tightly holding the pill in his hands, he stuffed it into the elder's mouth and ordered to swallow. That the hero said over the body of a man that, if not for his wound, he would have been dead 100 times. Turning to the treasured pills with a cunning smile, he noticed that now that he got rid of obstacles, he could do his job. Standing on the back of the doors, the guards heard a loud noise coming from the hall. In one of the premises of the building, they also heard that something had happened, and Liu Jianson advised the people who were there to return to himself and check if everything was fine there. The man, at the same second turning to the guards, said that they would go to the cleansing hall. As soon as the group approached the right place, they realized that in the middle someone was, and warned them that they were surrounded. The guards standing nearby were very surprised that one of them used a gramophone to warn a stranger, and therefore, one of them decided to teach him and ordered him to get out of them as far as possible. Having decided to use force against the stranger, the group decided that she would simply throw him out of the room. As soon as the guards broke into the hall, they said that now Wu Fu would meet his death. And when they realized that the young man connected two pills into one, the men were even more angry and wanted to cut him into pieces. But they were stopped by the master, who said that such a dose of drugs would definitely destroy the guy, and therefore, it was worth just letting him enjoy the moment of glory until he turned into dust. Noticing new arrivals, the young man turned to them and asked what they whisper there about. The man continued to explain that the combination of two pills and breeding their water without any doubt lead to death when one of the guards shouted that Lin was dead. Turning into the voice of the companion, the man carefully looked at the master and could not believe that it was really about him. Throwing his gaze at Wu Fu, he realized that he was restored. And then, in turn, he asked, they really thought that he would tear him from energy. At that very moment, an angry master ordered everyone to immediately approach him, and having lost himself even more, the blonde in anger ordered the guards to immediately destroy this useless. But at the same second, behind the man's back, a loud sound thundered, attracting the attention of all those gathered. The blonde did not understand where the stranger got such a force, and the young man said that such an explosion of spiritual energy would be enough to destroy all arrogant weaklings. But, turning on to Lin Mu, he added that it was worth paying his due, because if not for him, he would not have enough for a month to restore his strength. And the guard who approached the master asked him not to overstrain and handed him one of the pills. At this moment, the guy took the word again and said that he had nothing against the sect, and actually ate much less pills than they think, because if they free the old man, he compensates for losses. But the angry master said that the Council of Masters had already ended, so he could not allow it. And Wu Fu warned that peace negotiations were not in his style. This very much struck his opponent, and he did not understand where such a dense aura came from. Getting his weapons, the man shouted that he would destroy the young man, and also, pointing to the guards towards the young man, ordered them to grab a stranger. The opponent immediately, throwing himself, shouted that since the guy killed Lin Mu, he himself asked for such an outcome. But the completely calm hero asked, "They really think that he could not kill everyone?" Immediately defeated attackers fell at his feet, and the guy said that they should still let go of the old man. At that very moment, the master realized that this youth in front of him had just terrifying power. One of the guards noted that the Licorice Hall in the sect of spiritual drugs specializes in the cleansing of the pill and martial arts, and therefore they had not a single chance. But at the same moment, a huge number of members of the sect began to gather in the room, and they believed that now the young man had nowhere to run. The head of the sect loudly asked how the guy dared to create problems for his people, and whether he presents himself what problems await him. At that very moment, the young man silently landed to his knees and bowed his head low. The observers immediately laughed, believing that since the main arrived personally, the enemy stopped resisting and fell down. And as soon as the head of the sect wanted to say that it was already too late to regret the deed, his shoes flew in his face. Getting up again, the guy said that no one in this world could make him fall to his knees and ask for forgiveness, which angered a man. Then he ordered his people to immediately destroy the guy. At the same moment, he noticed that the followers of the sect were almost all at the level of reflecting emptiness. And there were dozens of them, so they would definitely wrap the hero. In this case, the young man promised that he would fulfill his desire. And after that, taking out his weapons, he used the equipment of a combat blade on the people attackers. At that moment, two long-standing rivals of Wu Fu saw a bright pillar of light among the mountains from afar and realized that the hero was also there. And they also realized that he was able to absorb a huge number of pills at a time, which means that he was even more valuable than Liu Jinsen. At that moment, one of the members of the sect noticed that in a place where more than 10 people recently stood, it was now empty, because they simply evaporated. And Wu Fu, approaching the main and putting his hand on his shoulder, said that they should let the old man go if they wanted to keep the sect. The man, trying to break out of the fight, asked him that the young man thinks that they would not have enough people to cope with him. Enraged by this behavior of the leader, the young man lowered him to his knees and asked who allowed him to move. The sect master no longer risked moving, and his guard did not know how to proceed further. At that moment, another master ordered the captive of their prisoner immediately, because he realized how serious. At that moment, the guy, smiling, asked if his friend would free, and, having received an affirmative answer, said that if they had done this from the very beginning, he would not have to go through everything. When the voice gave one of the guards and asked the master of the sect why he should be afraid of the guy, because he was alone, the young man realized that the opponents did not even think to release the old man when one of them, approaching the back, wanted to attack him. The chief immediately shouted to his advisor so that he would not hesitate and stop. But it was already too late, and when the guard hit his goal, he realized that the guy was no longer where he was standing a second ago. Going around the enemy from the other side, the young man crept up to him from behind, and he attacked the man, sending him into flight, throwing high into the sky, raising his head up and looking at the flight of his friend. The others present could not believe that the guy was so strong. Not going to wait until someone else attacks him, the hero went to the next member of the sect and directed him to heaven too. The young man sent another guard into flight, who did not even try to resist. Thinking a little, Wu Fu headed for another member of the sect, and even before he approached him, he raised his hands up and gave up. The main one really did not like that his people turned out to be such weaklings. Since no one else planned to resist, the hero was relaxed between the assembled crowd. At that moment, an old man appeared before the guy who noticed that he was becoming more and more every time. Not a second in doubt in his decision, the young man attacked the enemy. The head of the sect was shocked when another explosion occurred because he did not understand what was happening. The defeated old man raised his head up and realized that a black shadow was standing above him, and recognized in her the Chanwei. Looking with a smile, but did not call the guest, Wu Fu said that he did not think that he would come here, and called him a follower of Yunjue. Before the eyes of all the gathered appeared an unfamiliar person with long hair, whose head was hidden under the hood. The head of the sect was shocked. He did not expect that there was such a powerful person in their world. But then, Wu Fu came forward and asked if a stranger was looking for him. A man in a hood took a small object from his pocket, from which vibration came in different directions. At that moment, the man realized that the loss of the highest treasure was somehow connected with the young man, but still did not know who he was actually. The young man, folding his hands on his chest, said that he was not going to explain anything to the stranger. Comrade absolutely did not like the guy's behavior because he believed that he was simply enjoying his pride. At that moment, the man honestly finally said that when the time came, he would come for the hero. And he thought, was it really already he had learned about his star blade? Looking at his clenched fists, the guy realized that he could not cope with such a force as now, and therefore he should become stronger in the near future. On a high rock, the hero said that he decided to break into the level of Tao and then reach the level of an honorary warrior, although the members of the sect believed that this was impossible. The head of the sect could no longer listen to this anymore, and Liu Jinsan believed that there was really a lot of it. He caught it at his age. He also noticed that the cleansing of spiritual pills was the goal of his whole life, but they no longer represented much value, so he should have come up with a new plan. Then he added that before leaving, the old man would like to visit Liu family in the mountain valley, and the young man offered to go there together. But at that moment, their idol violated the voices of two men who said that they were also very annoying. And the head of the sect at that moment fell to the legs of a stranger because he was glad that they arrived, because his sect was almost destroyed by the guy. He also said that at the request of the men he delayed the couple, but the hero killed almost all his students and swallowed all the pills. The old man, smiling, noticed that he would wait aside while Wu Fu sorted out. The guy promised to take the master away so that he was not in danger. And most importantly, he laughed, believing that if he wanted to escape, then he should say it out loud. The young man was already looking up from the ground and was about to leave the territory as one of the opponents appeared before him. A black dome closed above the heads of men, preventing them from going up. But the hero did not plan to give up so easily and informed his opponents that it was better not to think about stopping him. Wu Fu took out his blade and cut their way, and the stranger realized that his aura was very strong. The man was surprised to notice that the young man, along with the master of incredible speed, disappeared from his field of view. The head of the sect, watching everything, asked if the young man was really at the merger of the Tao, and his comrade noticed that he was much stronger than other cultivators at this stage. But he also said that they can easily find him because they knew that the couple moved to the territory of the Liu family in the mountain valley. Very soon, the couple reached the mountain valley, which belonged to the Liu family. Sitting in a jacuzzi, the president of the student council thoughtfully thought that she had not heard anything from Wu Fu for a long time. The girl who was there noticed that the people who hunted the young man were very strong, and therefore perhaps they still got to him. The beauty also asked the blonde whether she liked the guy. In fact, that she was very embarrassed, and she violently denied. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a loud noise in the yard, and Lin Lin realized that someone was someone else's, and decided to go check. When the masters and the hero got to the right place, they were met by a security group who asked how they dared to stomp on their land. Since none of them recognized the couple, the man immediately decided to grab strangers. The young man extended his hand forward and ordered the men to stop, and one of them froze sharply, as if crashing into a glass fence. The guards were shocked, because they could not believe that the guests were so strong. Trying to avoid conflict, the guy said with a smile that he had arrived only in order to translate the old man. But no one believed him, because he destroyed the building and the fence. Suddenly, the guy felt that the star blade began to react unusually to the surrounding aura, which means he recognized something. At that moment, the guard menacingly asked if the guy really thought that someone would believe him, but he was all ready. Turning to Liu Jianson, the hero said that he felt something, and then wanted to go and check. Therefore, completely ignoring the surprised guards, the young man simply went into the air and left the territory of the Liu family. But the guard noticed that the young man's accomplice was still on their territory, and pointed with his hand to the old man. The security also wanted to punish the second invasion, and the second lady asked what was happening there. Seeing the old man, the blonde recognized the familiar Wu Fu in him, and decided that perhaps the young man himself was somewhere nearby. Pointing to Liu Jinsen, she informed the guards that she was familiar with this person, which means they took the wrong one. Observing from the side, the second girl realized that her friend had already figured out the whole situation, and therefore, not thinking for a long time, she decided that it was possible to return. But, turning around, she suddenly crashed into the body of a guy who blocked her path. Having carefully looked at the beauty, Wu Fu realized that the aura came from her. Suddenly, she began to scream loudly because she painfully hit his burden, and then he could understand where this trifle came from. But, deciding that it was absolutely unimportant, the hero was going to return to his affairs because he saw that there were ancient runes. Lu Lin came to the cry of the sister, who complained that some stranger had come to them and scared her. But the beauty reassured her, saying that she understood everything misunderstood and the young man was her good acquaintance. When asked the eldest where the guy was, the beauty replied that he had just been here and perhaps just entered the cave, which was not far from them. He heard very much angry the guard because he believed that if the lady was right and all this was a mistake, then how the young man dared to enter the tomb of his ancestors. The student also did not understand what was happening because she knew that Wu Fu was not so reckless, and she knew that if her father finds out, there would be problems. Suddenly, behind the beauty, someone landed, and she realized with horror that it was her parents. The man realized that the guests entered the tomb of his ancestors, which means that after this he could not live. But his daughter tried to convince everyone that the young man would not do so, but the elder insisted on his own and said that they found everything as soon as they entered. Having gone deep into the cave, the head of the student council with horror realized that the young man was really there. A group of people saw Wu Fu of the present in the middle of the cave in front of a ghostly gate. The head of the family realized that she was right, and the stranger really entered their tomb, and therefore asked her daughter that she found good in this boy. But then the hero himself took the word and said with reverence that he did not disturb the ancestors of the Lu family, but only discovered reserved information. But the eldest said that even if it was true, their clan existed for more than 100 years, and the tomb of the ancestors was a sacred place where the strangers could not penetrate. After these words, the young man realized that it would not be easy for him to get out of the cave, especially since it was the house of Lu Lin, and he should not use force. The elder continued and said that whatever you want, the lessons could not go to the treasured territory. But if the young man became his son-in-law, then he promised to forgive him this mistake. The words said by the head of the family were shocked by all those gathered, and no one knew how to react to this. The blonde was shocked by her father's words, but he thoughtfully said that they could not go against the covenants of their ancestors, and therefore, turning to his eldest daughter and putting her hand on her shoulder, the man tried to calm her down a little. Having moved closer, so that only the beauty hears him, the head said that he did not know how the information will affect their plan, but if something goes wrong, he will be able to relax. Lin Lin did not know how to respond to such words of her father, and then just silently opening her mouth, looked at him. But since the man believed that it was impossible to hesitate anymore, he pushed his daughter closer to the young man. The youngest daughter wanted to appeal his father's decision, but the man turned and asked if she wanted to go with her sister. Deciding that it was better not to risk once again, the beauty raised her thumb up and told her parents that everything was perfectly worked. After that, turning to Wu Fu, the head said that he immediately went to the gate and defend his daughter, because if something happens to her, he would take his skin from him. Since the guy decided that he did not want to spend time disputes with the elder, he simply turned away and went inside. After the young man entered the middle of the gate, a huge pillar of light broke everything around, going high into the sky. The pillar of light was even visible on another part of the planet. And when she saw him, Yu Qingqing asked his grandfather that it was, to which he replied that this was a forbidden formation. But there were also ill-wishers who felt a strong aura of the young man and wanted to complicate his task. Walking with a long corridor, the young man looked around and did not understand why it was so dark there. But suddenly the light of torches was lit, which even more alarmed the guy. At that moment, a dark, terrible essence appeared near the wall in the light of the candle. Turning around and noticing that someone was moving behind him, the young man was shocked by what he saw and could not believe that this was really happening. A huge dark creature at high speed lowered its fist to the place where the guy stood. But the young man was not so simple and managed to dodge in time, saying that he was not so easy to kill. But at that moment, another creature crept up to him from the other side. Flying off to the end of the room and painfully hit his back against the wall, the guy realized that he really did not notice how they crept up to him. Getting off the ground and looking at a huge monster, the hero said that he did not expect that they both had a heavenly aura, because he understood that someone really wants to interfere with him. The creature tried again to lower his fist on Wu Fu, but this time he was ready and stopped him. Deep cracks went on the strength of the young man's impact on the hands of the monster. At that moment, on the other side of the gate, the head of the Lu family heard the voices of strangers who invaded the tomb. The guards who were captured told the patriarch that they tried to stop them, but they were too strong. The head of the family wanted to know what the uninvited guests want, but they were not going to spend their time on him, because they had to catch up with Wu Fu, who had already gone far. And the members of the sect accompanying them realized that there was indeed a forbidden formation in the room, and decided that, apparently, this time they would take a lot of useful things. Standing opposite the defeated monster, the guy told him that if you move awkwardly, it doesn't matter how much the enemy is strong, he will never win him. At that moment, the young man realized that this was not the end of the world, feeling an extraneous presence near himself, after which the young man decided that if the monster could not destroy, then he could simply burn all the information and lock it there forever. Trying to make the plan, he realized that his opponent uses an aura to destroy the formation, which means that he would not get off so simply. At the same time, being somewhere on the other side of the guy, the head of the student council met a little animal in the middle of the forest. Lin Lin did not expect that there would be such cute rabbits, because the aura of the formation was much stronger than the outside. In the desire to hug a small creature, the beauty leaned over him and moved closer. But suddenly the animal began to change. Its gaze became fiery red. The beauty looked at a creature with horror, which until recently was a small rabbit. Now a huge monster, tall several tens of meters tall over Lin Lin. Watching the rabbit, the head of the student council with horror understood that he mutated. The monster waved its huge clawed paw, and the girl was demolished by a stream of wind several meters. Watching a huge rabbit in one jump approaching her, the blonde thought that she was the end of the world, not understanding why he suddenly became so strong. But at that moment, the creature from her shoved from her, as if from nowhere, Wu Fu. At that moment, the heiress of the Lu family was sincerely glad to see a young man, because she understood that he had just saved her life. But there was no time to rejoice because a loud sound was brought through the forest, which scared away the birds there. The beauty heard a move from the bushes and realized that spiritual animals were being sent to them. Yes, the young man was absolutely confident in his abilities, and therefore told her that she should not worry about anything, but she needs to follow him. And then, sternly looking at one point, he asked if she tried to control the formation with the help of heavenly forces. At that moment, on a high rock, the men who pursued the guy also noticed spiritual animals and decided that they knew where the treasure was. And therefore, without hesitation, they realized that they needed to follow animals. The young man raised his companion in his arms and at high speed moved with her through the forest. They were already almost in place, and in the distance a column of spiritual power was visible when the blonde noticed that she could flee. But the guy convinced her that she was light, and she was injured. But at that moment he noticed that behind them was a pursuit of two people. One of the pursuers noticed that the guy would not be able to hide from them in open areas, and Lu Lin asked who it was. But Wu Fu ignored her question and told the man that if he wants to catch him, then they still need to keep up with him. The hero began to move even faster, and the man was surprised that a little time passed, and the guy could already overtake them. But his partner noticed that one should not be distracted by such trifles, because they need to focus on the destruction of the enemy. Otherwise, the consequences can be unpredictable. Literally after a moment, a couple of students landed in the very center of pharmacy, where there was a very strong aura. In the face of a young man was a huge black stone, from which a purple glow emanated. Getting his blade, the guy was surprised to realize that he resonated with a crystal. But at that moment, the stone scattered into many small parts, and the young man realized that he was not just a crystal in front of him, but the last fragment of a star sword. At a whirlwind in the center of the forest, many followers of the cult began to shine, who pursued the guy. But not only they noticed that the crystal of life was destroyed, but also a man in a cassock, and he realized that, apparently, he would have to figure out everything personally. One of the guards noticed artifacts hung in the air and wanted to take possession of them as quickly as possible. But the head of the student council did not let him so easily touch the weapon and stood in his way. The man had no idea who this is an unfamiliar girl, but ordered her to immediately get out of the road. But Lu Lin, protecting the meditating hero, replied that the bastards could not get closer to him while she was standing there. But the guard doubted that some girl would be able to defeat them, and wanted to remind where her place was. The beauty was angry, because she understood that Wu Fu Fu now absorbs the Star Sword, and she had to protect him even at the cost of her life. But the young man opened his eyes and said that it was the newcomers who should know his place, and he himself will deal with them. This scared the guards, but they still believed in their victory, because there were more of them, and besides, they were helped outside. But then, stronger masters came forward and told the sect members that they could not cope with the hero. But also the masters pursuing him were not going to let the young man run away this time. The bastards surrounded the guy, and now he could not get out. but he was not going to run but wanted to try his new sword. Having taken out his blade, Wu Fu immediately went on the attack, hoping to end the problem once and for all. But the attackers managed to recapture the attack in time and remain unharmed. Lin, who watched everything, was very surprised that the stranger was able to reflect the sword with his bare hands, and the guy asked her to move back because it would be hot soon. The rivals carefully looked at each other, piercing with fiery glances. They attacked each other, either going into a blank defense, then again not attacking the enemy. The villain easily moved away from every attack of a young man, believing that he was just garbage and is obliged to teach him. But then Wu Fu decided to apply the technique of a star sword called the Flash, and finally could hit a man. But the only thing he was able to do was knock down his hat from the villain. And even at the same time, he considered him a genius. The stranger's body began to increase in size when he informed the young man that he was not lucky to meet him. After the transformation, the man became more like a monster than a person, because his body was covered with fur, and instead of his teeth, huge fangs appeared. The people who watched the whole action were shocked, and they're beginning to shake with fear when they realized that the stranger was distraught. And his partner noticed that his friend really transformed and was sure that the battle was over. The young man stood and looked calmly as a huge angry monster rushed in his direction. At that moment, Wu Fu noticed that it was really stupid to sacrifice his own reason for the sake of power, and he would not restrain himself anymore. At that very moment, the hero waved his sword again, depriving the monster of the upper limb. The monster howled loudly from the pain, amazed by dozens of groaning blows, and the hero did not understand why it was generally transformed. If after that the man became only weaker, because it was a waste of talent. The second opponent, seeing what happened to his friend, decided not to interfere in a fight, but to flee. But his departure was noticed in time by the resident of the student council and screamed to the guy that he was leaving. But the enemy could not go far, because he saw how a large unknown creature from the sky flies to him. After landing, the creature of Wu Fu, along with the girl, covered a huge wave of dust, which demolished them from the feet. But as soon as the dust began to settle, a familiar silhouette appeared before the eyes of Lu Lin. Young people looked in surprise at the joyful Xiao Ha, and on it, Qing Qing and the father of the president of the student council, who was very worried about his daughter, sat on top of it. The blonde was very surprised to see familiar people and wanted to know why they came. To which the eldest man replied that he was just very worried about his daughter. And when he was about to go, he met a little brunette who wanted to get to that place for training. Remembering that besides them there should have been two more strengths, the head of the Lu family looked around in their search but did not see anyone. Pointing to her feet, the blonde replied that one of these people was right there, to which her father asked where the second was. The beauty also had an answer to this question. She said that Husky landed on the second bastard. The new arrivals immediately turned to the place of their landing and saw that a defeated striker really lay there. After that, the little brunette noticed, turning to Xiao Ha, that he gained weight, which was very surprised by the puppy. At that moment, the conversation was interrupted by the thoughtful voice of the young man, who said that next time everything would not be so simple, because being strong in this world does not mean being so in the external. But trying to cheer up the guy, Xinqing said that he should not worry, because he has friends, to which he replied that he appreciates her help, but everything was at the level of an honorary warrior. Such information struck the girls, and they did not know what else could be said to be said. In order to somehow translate the topic and diffuse the situation, Wu Fu suggested temporarily retreat and prepare, because the next battle was not far off. Somewhere in the heavenly cave, the man went downstairs and saw in front of him in the dark corner of the captive, stepping closer and taking advantage of his strength. The stranger said that since the violator appeared, he had time to wake up. Immediately after that, a couple of eyes looked at him, in which a formidable look sparkled. As soon as the young people returned to the Su family mansion, the head immediately informed her that he had prepared all the stones that someone had asked him the day before. Seeing spiritual stones, Wu Fu realized that now he could improve his cultivation in a short time. After all, he knew that it was necessary, because he felt that one of his long-standing friend would appear soon. And then he added that if they met this person in the outside world, he would just kill a guy. But in this small world, he still had a chance to win. At the same time, an unusual sphere appeared in the middle of the forest, from which a man came out, who realized that the place where he landed was, the hell knew where. He was also weak. He realized that, no matter how strong he was, even the level of his cultivation was limited to the average stage of the honorary warrior. And Wu Fu, at the same time, being in one of the rooms, meditated and absorbed the energy of crystals. Entering the room, the little brunette reported that now she brought all the stones, and the guy asked her not to leave yet, which was very surprised. But the hero explained that if a lady cultivates here, then this can become much stronger to her. This was even more embarrassed by Ching, because she realized that the only thing the hero was thinking was cultivation. At the same time, the sect members went to the University of Yunhai so that the guy's friends paid for the destruction of their sect. But Wang Mang did not plan to give up so easily and said in the evening that the opponents were just a gang of weaklings who were afraid of strong. In an attempt to put the attackers in place, the fat man immediately rushed into battle, but he could not cope with them because they seemed much stronger than he thought. The captain of the basketball team approached him and said that he could not just die, but the student replied that he simply lost concentration at the time and, turning to the attacker, said that his fists would not be enough to even scratch him. And already turning to a friend, he whispered quietly so that they would divide and move in different directions to escape. But the villain knew very well that the fat man could not win, and therefore he realized that he decided to escape. But he wouldn't succeed so simply, because he called a lot of enemies Wu Fu Fu. As soon as they were surrounded, the blonde realized that things were very bad and asked Wang Mang to do something. Still in an attempt to agree with the opponents, the fat man told them that there were no blows in the face, which greatly angered them. To make it clear to students how bad their defeat was, the villains rushed on them on the attack. But they did not have time to achieve the goal because a huge prickly ball crashed into them. At that moment, Ching appeared before them, telling Pugliash that he should not scream like that because he is still alive. And after that, the little brunette threw her head on her shoulder and became interested in how the bastard dared to come to the university and arrange lawlessness. At that moment, a young man with questions landed on the back of his friends whether everyone was looking for him. The bastards were shocked and frightened because they did not know what to do next. The beauty decided that the time had ended for conversations, and it was time to act. And at that moment, a loud explosion was heard in one of the buildings, and the worker told the stranger that he could not take weapons with him. What the man asked if everything would be fine if he simply hides him. Looking at the huge construction, the guard promised that he would miss a stranger if he finds where to hide him. After a second, surprising the companion, the stranger paid the energy of the sword inside himself. Going on the bus, the man said that he just wanted to see what people were capable of, because they were all just a bunch of miserable mortals without cultivation. And the surprised guard looked at the sign where the bus was driving, and realized that the stranger was going to Yunhai. Looking from the bottom up at Wu Fu, a member of the sect said that he did not know that he would be there. Otherwise, he would never have come to the university. Not wanting to understand, he ordered the enemy to immediately get out. Not only the bastards were surprised to see the guy, but his friends, because they did not know that he was returning. But the young man did not plan to linger for a long time, because he knew that if he remained, then everyone else would be drawn into all his showdowns. But so simply, the teacher was not allowed to leave and detained the young man. As soon as the hero returned, she explained that the technique of sword Suxia became a whole obstacle in her heart. And if she cannot overcome this problem, then this will become the problem of her whole life. After the conversation, Lo Si headed for the cave, which was not far from the school, dropping his clothes. But the hero said that she needed to pay for the Lu family, because even if the enemies became stronger, he would still win. But not allowing the young man to finish, the beauty stopped him and said that he was a hero in her dreams. At that moment, Wang Mang mourned that the teacher, who was with a woman from his dreams, was gone, and the little brunette made her one step ahead of her. At that time, a stranger was already approaching the cave where young people. He was happy and confident in his abilities, so he believed that he was rotten from school. Then, meeting the stranger, students came out, who reported that the university did not receive foreign guests, and asked why he brought weapons. Ignoring the words of the guys, the man asked who Wu Fu was. After that, the captain of the basketball team said that at first the guests will have to go around them, which caused a smile on his face. At that very moment, the bastard used his strength against the students, and the blonde realized that perhaps this was the enemy that the hero spoke of. After that, the villain with a smile on his face told the guy that if they realized who he is, it would be better to start talking right now. Then a young man landed in front of them with the words that he did not expect that one of the 12 kings would come by personally. Not recognizing in the guy the man he was looking for, he asked if the young man knew him. And the blonde, in turn, asked if it was the power of an honorary warrior. To which Wu Fu replied that the enemy could be even stronger. Just when he came to Earth, his strength was limited by the level of an honorary warrior. to which the captain reasonably asked why his friend in this case was not running. And he said that he had no place to run, because 12 venerable kings were just an obstacle in his way. But he also knew very well that there is another reason, because only one would survive of them. Blinding the conversation, the bastard told the guy that he did not believe that he could cope with him on his own. And the bastard could not believe that the guy heard the name of the elders in his little world. You, ours, believed that now there was an inappropriate time to speak, and therefore immediately attacked the enemy. Noticing that the young man was rushing in his direction, the negativity said that since he was so principled, he would leave his body in preservation. The man easily intercepted the Sinhala blade, preventing Wu Fu 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 to end the attack. Noticing this, Luo Shi shouted to the young man so that he was careful because the enemy was too strong. Holding the star sword easily, the enemy said that if it were not for his limitation in strength, he would have erased the entire planet with one movement of his finger. And if he does not stop holding back, the young man will die. And after that, with a nice smile, he added that with the strength of the hero, he only burned the potential of the sword. After that, with one light movement of his hand, he pushed the hero away from him, who flew off to the other side of the clearing. Holding a star sword in his hands, the man said that he would take him as a gift for their meeting. But Wu Fu noticed that he could not pick up the blade. The one saw frightened the captain of the basketball team because he did not expect that the enemy would be able to pick up a weapon with the help of gross power alone. But at the same second, the star sword was again in the hands of a young man because it was a divine weapon that he had forbid. After such words, an angry opponent hit the ground with all his strength, which made cracks. And noticing the horror in the eyes of Wu Fu, he asked if he kills him if the sword would belong to him. At one glance, I realized that the answer to his question was affirmative, and decided that in this case the guy had come to die. But with a light weight on his feet after the next attack, the young man said that it would not be so easy to kill him. This state of affairs was even more angry with the enemy, because the guy with miserable abilities boldly resisted him. At that very moment, there was a loud explosion that immediately stunned the man. The joyful captain of the basketball team noted that this is incredible. In fact, the young man believed that since his opponent had strength and the level of cultivation, it was not known who else would come out the winner. Therefore, the guy again moved to the attack, using 7 waves of raging swords against the opponent. The bastard was shocked by such a turn of events because ordinary people could not own such techniques, and therefore wanted to know who he was. But Wu Fu did not plan to answer such questions at all, but used the raging waves of the Sword of Raging Waves against the villain. The man was amazed, did not expect that the hero even knew the last movements, and now he was clear why the predictors predicted a big problem from this. But since the young man continued only to mock the enemy, this took him away and angry him. At that second of the conversation, the man was interrupted by Lo Si, who offered the student to try the double technique of Shui, and the enemy at that moment already prepared for the next attack and put up a huge blade in front of him. He believed that the opponent was simply ridiculous, since the difference in their strength was colossal. Young people did not plan to stay just like that and crossing their blades together. Put forward on the attack of the villain, calling the turn, he was already more like a demon than a person, and told the enemy that it would be better to show them their stupid feelings in hell. Seeing the metamorphoses that occurred with a man, the teacher realized that it was the power of an honorary master. Since the beauty hesitated for a second, they told me, I took advantage of this and held out my hands in her direction. But Wu Fu managed to react in time and saved the beauty from the attack. Once again, looking carefully at the guy, the enemy said with a smile that one day the seer told him that the young man would break the world balance. And at first he did not believe it. But now everything has changed. Suddenly, the young man's eyes became like glass. It seemed he was looking nowhere, after which he told the bastard that he might listen to the words of the seer and not overestimate his strength. Seeing this, the enemy decided that the young man wanted to use the maximum of his strength. But he believed that this would not help him anyway, because in the end he was only 20 years old. Literally, after a moment he was seized by a demonic fog when he said that he was not really 20, and he lived for more than 1,000 years. Feeling energy, the man noticed that the stream of Qi was very clean, and decided that in this case he would also release his strength. At that very moment, bright waves of purple light began to disperse from the bastard in all directions. After all, the villain believed that it was not important how much the guy was strong. He was just an insect from a weak planet. And therefore, having swung his weapon, the man sent a stream of destructive energy towards the young man. The stream, not reaching the young man, met with the teacher, which was bad enough. The beauty of the beauty was horrified, and she did not know what to do next, because there was nothing in the place where Wu Fu had stood recently. The bastard smiled, although he wanted to kill the guy, but did not think that nothing would remain of his body. But then behind him there was a voice of the hero, who said that in the world, which illuminates 9 luminaries, there is not a single person who could withstand him. And although the man was still sure that it was impossible, but suddenly felt a blow in the back with a dagger, after which the young man said that since he was not enough for his strength to destroy the soul of an opponent, he would forever sharpen his body here. And after that, he added that very soon, he will be able to deal with the villain completely, which caused him an attack of laughter, although, in fact, the bastard was sure that once Wu Fu would leave this planet, and he would force him to suffer from a painful death. But at that moment, he stood in front of a huge blue ball, from the center of which a clean hand rushed in his direction. But in fact, the hand did not try to destroy the man, but wanted to save him, and therefore pushed the guy aside. They, swinging, entering the ball, said that they would expect a young man outside, and laughed. When the hero opened his eyes, he saw that the head of the Nai family was holding his hand, who was wondering why he had entered the battle, although he could easily avoid the battle. To which the guy replied that the opponent was one of his past enemies, and to avoid this loser would be too shameful. Somewhere in one world, a man in a cloak told a man that he warned him that his excessive self-confidence would not bring to good, and he warned that his release was worth too expensive. To which the bastard noticed that the companion did not warn him about the millennial monster with whom he met. But the man in the hood did not understand what kind of millennium monster was talking about, to which the bastard replied that the guy himself was so introduced. After that, the stranger immediately realized that it was about the Starblade, and this did not really happy with him. Standing on a hospital bed in which Wu Fu lay, a little brunette told his father that they were obliged to take revenge on him. And her grandfather noticed that the young man was very much injured, although he destroyed only the physical body of an unknown master, which means the forces of his enemies were far beyond their capabilities. But he also added that there were many problems in the world that they could not cope with. But if the man will come to them again, he will protect him at all costs. And now, the head of the family of Na had to go and said that he would leave the young man to trustees his granddaughter. Not knowing what to say, Xinqing stood above the hospital bed and did not know where to get away from embarrassment. And the young man calmly lay on the bed with a serene smile on his face. Finally, taking herself together, the beauty asked what her relatives thought about when they told her to take care of the guy. Looking at his owner, Xiaohua was also excited, and therefore quietly packed. Hearing his 4-legged friend, Wu Fu opened his eyes and asked the little brunette what she was doing. Sitting on the bed, the young man said that the medicine helped to recover his body perfectly, and that before damage to the flows of energy, he should figure it out himself. But the beauty put her hand on his shoulder, stopping, and said that at first he should have rested properly. Trying to reassure Qing, the hero made a sign with his fingers and said that she should not worry, because such wounds are nothing to him. This was even more embarrassed by a little brunette, and she did not argue with a young man. Watching her granddaughter, the woman said that it seems that she had already completely mastered the technique of swing shui, to which Lo Si explained to her grandmother that the guy was seriously wounded, and this time people from their mountain sect will go with her to help him. Such words shocked the old woman, because how terrible the enemy was to be, that even the guy could not cope with him. And having come to the new creatures, the man in the hood was sure that next time the young man was so lucky. The guard informed Wang Mang, who was about to go to the hospital, that the master ordered no one to let anyone in. But then they explained that he and those who came with him were from the student council and wanted to help Wu Fu, to which the man asked him not to complicate the situation, because he could only let him go. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the chamber, who ordered the guard to miss a friend, and he immediately obeyed. Going inside, the fat man immediately saw Qing and asked her where the young man was, to which she said that he was training. This shocked a neighbor, because the hero only recently broke through, and even taking into account the fact that he was an unusual person, he still did not recover from his wounds and at the same time tried to become stronger. At that moment, a group of people on the edge was seized by a sharp wave of energy, and they realized that the young man had become even stronger. The head of the family of Shi was surprised to note that the guy took less than an hour to go up to the top of the merger of the Tao. At that moment, clouds opened in the sky above the city, and the old man realized that things were bad, because it was heavenly lightning. Entering the room, friends turned to Wu Fu, but he immediately said that if not for the restriction of cultivation, he would have made a breakthrough for a long time. Looking at the serious granddaughter, the master said that she was not an equal to the guy, and at least at first he wanted to reduce them. But now the difference between them was too big. But the little brunette insisted that only she was good enough for a young man. Also, seeing the divine lightning, Losi realized that he should get to the hero as quickly as possible. Although the guy rose very quickly, he knew that the achievement of the level of an honorary warrior was possible only after the first heavenly retaliation. But the problem was that the forces of heaven in this place were not enough. Hearing this, the head of the family of X was shocked, because he realized that the comrade decided to just lower the opportunity to become a master of the level of an honorary warrior. To which the guy explained that if he had broken now, he could not reach the level of the king of the gods. At that moment, somewhere in the middle of the forest, the gates of the SE family opened in the sky. The guards fixed their views into the sky and saw how someone's hands burst from there, and decided that it was worth allowing the master because they had guests. A second later, a huge dark silhouette with luminous white eyes appeared in front of them. And when the fabric of the universe was completely broken, the great master appeared on the overall view. Everyone was shocked by an unexpected appearance because they understood that this threatened with serious problems. At that moment, young people realized that those guys came not alone, but brought with them the master Bai Yuan. The fat man was shocked when he saw that Chen Bai Yuan was standing in front of them. But the head of the family explained everything that it was not him, but Lu Bai Yuan from Mount Tianya. But so that Wang Mang does not relax, the old man added that their guest was the strongest person on earth. To which he, in fear, turned to Wu Fu and said that, it seems, those people realized that the cultivation of masters from other worlds was reduced. So they brought the strongest on earth. And although the young man believed that he could easily defeat him, the little brunette said that there were two more people. It seems that Tiani wanted to destroy the guy by any means. He even sent the assassins from the outside world who were able to kill the strongest masters. And since the assassins were much weaker than the crazy sword in terms of power, she believed that they would be easy to overcome with cunning. I turned to a little brunette and warned that she should not afford to become a hostage. Yin Qing could not believe that the heroes still think about her like a burden. And he, turning to his neighbor around the room, said that he guarded the girl. At that time, the old man said that he had not descended from the mountains for a long time, and noticing that he was now the 21st century, warned that he could destroy everyone with a click of fingers right now. But Wang Mang could not believe the words of the master, because they were stronger than him. To which the situation noticed that the fat man was the first to dare to tell him this. Getting a stake, he reached out to intimidate the student, to which he did not even look away. But at that moment, extending his hand, Wu Fu crushed the pin and said that the old man was unworthy to kill someone in front of him. This was very angry with the old man, because there were 3 of them, and they all exceeded him in cultivation, and because such an inexperienced guy could carry such nonsense. But the young man noticed that if the enemy uses his eyes, he will see that he is not alone here. At that moment, a fiery hurricane rose behind the young man. A teacher came out of the storm and said that the Luo Shen clan had arrived. At that moment, the head of the NE family also appeared, saying that the elder was also in place. In fact, the young man simply had a huge support in the person of all his allies, and they were all now next to him. But the enemy was still thinking that he was stronger. And these weaklings themselves said to part with their lives, because some jerk would not be able to confront them. To which the hero said that since the opponent dared to come here, he will personally sharpen him forever. He is more than enough to destroy all the enemies. At the same moment, 2 men came together in battle, using all possible blows. Although the old man believed that 1 hit of practice at the merger of the Tao was insignificantly for him, the young man assured him that this was only the beginning. After that, the young man inflicted a strong blow to the gray-haired, throwing him a few meters. At that moment, the bastard realized that it was without a doubt the force that exceeded the merger of the Tao. But the guy noticed that the old man could not know exactly what the level he had. But the master was also not so simple, and therefore also rushed to the attack. But the young man dodged in time. At this moment, the head of the Luo family noticed that they should help the hero, and Xunqi realized that they were creating a barrier. Wu Fu watched his opponent carefully, preventing him from catching himself by surprise. Then a ball appeared in his hand when he prepared for an attack on the enemy, and his associates realized that they were divided when they saw a huge wall of energy in front of them, and realized that they suddenly ended up inside. Wang Mang wanted to go through this barrier, but shouted so that he would not do this. But still, the fat man was warned late, and he flew off the wall a few meters. And Xinqing asked her father that if it was possible to go through this barrier, she would like to do it. But he believed that even if they went inside, they would only intervene. At that moment, the heads of families stuck inside the barrier realized that this barrier had incredible force and accurately destroyed many people. At that moment, a huge clawed paw rushed towards Shi Zunqi, which threatened his life. But the woman managed to shout to him so that he was careful. The old man, turning around, managed to attack his enemy before he inflicted a mortal blow to him. But his partner understood that it was all only an illusion. And the real villain at that moment also approached from the back to the head of the Su family. Not having time to harm, Wu Fu intervened and repelled his attack. And the blind old man at that time said that he was enough for the power of the barrier to destroy everyone who was there with one blow. The young man, taking advantage of his spiritual energy, folding his fingers in the desired sign, inflicted his blow. As soon as he did this, the barrier became denser. The people inside realized that they began to surround the dark mesh, but at that moment the barrier became denser, and the black ball circled around friends. Turning around, he told his assistants that he did his job and the rest was behind them. But she did not have time to leave, as he noticed that cracks began to appear in his barrier and could not understand how this was possible. The wall began to fall in bright fire as the guy got out of it, saying that he could not be defeated with such a miserable attack. At this moment, he was surrounded by two shadows, who reported that they initially expected that the old man got rid of him, but now they would have to figure it out. But when the bastards did their job, the young man's body began to break up into pieces, after which they realized that they were not a real person in front of them, but only an illusion. And then behind the blind old man was a real young man with the question of whether he was looking for him. And with one light movement of his hand, he was able to get rid of his opponent forever. Feeling this, the shadows went to the scene of the incident, feeling that the Kai blade was very dense. But at that moment, two chapters of the families were in their way, which prevented their movement. The man told the bastards that they would not allow them to get to Wu Fu Fu, to which the monsters with a malicious smile reported that their opponents could not be stopped. At that moment, still a living blind man tore off the bandage from his eyes, because he wanted to destroy the guy who deprived him of his hand. Therefore, I decided to use the strongest technique that was in his arsenal, called the Divine Hand of Disappointment. To which the young man noticed that even the loss of his hand did not affect the strength of the enemy. An angry bastard wanted to send a young man by any means to hell. Huge streams of energy, similar to an avalanche, fell upon a young man when he took out his luminous blade. The guy without much effort cut a black wave that threatened to cover him. This was noticed by the head of the SE family, and it was very worried. And the dark creature with whom he fought did not understand how he dared to think about others during the fight with him. But the man was not going to talk with him for a long time, and therefore, applying his spiritual energy, he sent the monster into a flight. This was tired of Zunqi, but he believed that they did everything they could. At the same time, the blind man, believing that in any case no one could defeat him, again rushed into the attack of the guy. Although some believed that no technique could defeat its absolute power, the heroes used the appliances of the Starblade. At that moment, the ghostly monsters were overwhelmed by thousands of swords. Si was very scared by a little brunette and Wang Meng, because they were very worried about a friend. He saw the same thing. Luo could not believe that the young man was so easy to give up. But everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance to young people, because the barrier, who had recently been in front of them, began to crumble. At that moment, a strong stream of wind covered his friends, almost knocking them down. As soon as the barrier collapsed, in his place was the standing Wu Fu. The person who watched the battle from the outside world in the hood was very dissatisfied with such a turn of events. He tightly squeezed his hand into his fist, thinking that this guy had to be destroyed as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely become a threat to their plans. Yin Qing was shocked because she believed that something similar happened forever, and she could not even do anything to help the guy. Nevertheless, the teacher believed that he had never failed them, and the fat man shouted to the young man to get his 10-meter blade to destroy the bastard. And in the shadow at that moment, they discussed that the blind was right, and the weapon was worthy to be divine. And the only way to take him to destroy the hero, at that time, the old man clenched his teeth and said that he would kill the guy, and again attacked him with his energy, which he had accumulated for the past 10 years. The young man believed that without a battle barrier, the old man no longer posed any threat to him. But at that moment, energy reached him, knocking him down, which was very alarmed by Lo Si. And she shouted so that the young man was careful, "Wu Fu only made me smile." Perhaps this energy was strong, but it could not inflict any damage to him. But the bastard assured the boy that this was not the end, and he had a trump card in his sleeve. But the guy noticed in time that the bastard had changed the direction of energy and managed to recapture it. Nika did not believe that the lack of barriers had no effect on anything, because in any case, only death awaits his enemy. She noticed that the young man used the technique of Star Sword, striking the ghostly monsters. Watching everything, the monster realized that the sword could absorb other people's skills. The one saw struck everyone, and the old man believed that it was simply impossible, because he saved his strength for 10 years. In this case, the young man did not argue for a long time and offered to return the strength back, hiding with a blade and scattering everything around him. But the bastard was not going to give up so easily and wanted to show how he could repel the guy's attack, because he was perfectly familiar with his own energy. But everything was not so simple, and the guy in one movement of the blade cut everything that was in the way of weapons. At that moment, the bastard realized that he was too reckless and did not take into account all the important details. Unable to cope with the young man anymore, the gray-haired fell lifelessly to the ground, and the guy was breathing heavily and, landing on one knee, stuck a dagger into the ground. The shadow monsters were surprised by how much the aura of the blade intensified during the counterattack. But now the young man was exhausted, and it was time to take the divine weapon from him. But Shi Zunshi, stepping forward, said that they have no idea what evil those two kept on the hero. But since they came to kill him on the territory of the Ni clan, they will have to do this through his friend. Dressing, in turn, approaching the man close to his face, she said that he just had problems with his head, and, pushing him away, she ordered to get out of the road, because he had to remember his place. The one saw very much frightened the little brunette, because she was worried about her grandfather. The monsters believed that this was an excellent offer, but they were forced to say goodbye, and the guy replied that it was not the time to write it off. The shadow easily threw back the young man, and he flew off several tens of meters. But he did not plan to stay so easy, and, with the shocked glances of his friends, took off into the air. Wang Meng noticed that his friend was not at all poor for his strength when he ran away, and the teacher believed that he forced him, although she followed him and headed for grief after school. As I thought, Lo Si, the shadow monsters followed the young men, and the little brunette believed that they should also head for them. But the teacher stopped her in time before the girl managed to go somewhere. The teacher noticed that the guy wanted to protect them all, and grandfather also decided that he should intervene so that the guy's efforts were not wasted. In the end, they were just ballast for him. The teacher also believed that now, since they know what the guy was planning, they should stay here and prevent the villains from taking the situation into their own hands. But Xin Qing, tightly clutching his hands into his fists, thought that she did not want to be so defenseless anymore and wanted to become stronger. Catching up the heroes, the monsters asked, unless he recently boiled? But with a sly smile, the young man noticed that everything was just beginning. Through the tightly gripped teeth, Wang Mang stressed that he would never do it, and also added that if the girl wants to miss the rivals, then he himself will go for Wu Fu, because they will not even be able to find his body in case. And, restraining the tears that did not ask to fall out of his eyes, the fat man recalled that the young man took the monsters away for the sake of them. And at that moment, the earth under the feet of all those present began to shake. And at that moment, young people noticed a pillar of smoke and ash on the side from where the young man ran away. Also, who watched the whole man in the hood decided that it was a failure again, and the old man who came up from the background asked why he was so furious. To which I liked the remark of the newcomer, and he said that he would take care of himself. The old man, deciding not to pay attention to the mood of the guy, said that Wu Fu created too many problems, and he added that he could not believe that the guy had trapped his pursuers. At the same time, at the other end of the universe, the young man finally reached the cave at the educational institution. The monsters that had occurred behind him noticed that now he was at a dead end, and the young man with a smile noticed that now they would have nowhere to run. But the villains could not believe that the enemy thought that he could destroy them with a combat barrier that was in the cave, and believed that he was best abandoned. To which the guy confidently said that it was a barrier of yin-yang, who could even kill a practitioner at the level of divine concentration. But the villains considered it a complete delirium and rushed to the attack, and Wu Fu, in turn, took out his star sword, and then, sticking it into the ground, he activated the protective barrier. At the same second, huge cracks went on the ground. Two huge creatures similar to dragons burst from the barrier, and the villains realized that their end came. The old man who watched with another universe was shocked and did not even know how to react to this, and the man in a hood, seeing a strong explosion, asked what went wrong. To which the comrade explained that it was the strongest barrier, which was created recently, and did not understand how the young man found out about him. Hearing this, The second man noticed that the old man would die the next, because the hero was an avenger and a dark killer, and the blade failed. What was very laughing at the gray-haired, and he asked if the lower world was too small for the guy, so why not let him go further? And he added that perhaps it was because of the lost depressed force, and suggested waiting until the enemy gained enough strength, and then destroy him, to which the man in the hood did not agree. The first thing the hero heard, opening his eyes, was his puppy from a neighbor's excited voice around the room. And when he had already risen out of bed, Lo Si also asked how he feels, because he slept for a long time, and Wang Mang began to praise his friend because he realized that the explosion was his business, and said that when they got there, there was only a huge crater in the place of the mountain, in the center of which the guy was lying. But the most amazing, according to the fat man, was that the young man only lost consciousness from such a strong explosion. At that moment, the door opened and entered Junshi. He was worried about the young man, and also said that many masters followed his safety. He also added that he was worried that in the future, masters from the outside world will often visit them. But the hero believed that there was nothing to worry about, because in the future, he was going to gain strength in order to rise to heaven and to defeat everyone there. Such a turn of events was very surprised by the old man, because he could not believe that the young man was going to leave the earth. To which Wu Fu explained that with the spiritual energy of the earth, the only way to go further is to enter the limits of the earth itself. But the comrade believed that as soon as the guy leaves them, his enemies would untie his hands. But some ancient soldiers were not enough to scare him. Moreover, the young man added that the heavens were a large space, and it would not be easy for the opponents to catch him, which reassured the head of the Su family. And Lo Si, experiencing, noticed that in the outside world there would be many masters at the level of emptiness, and also spiritual energy there is more dense than on earth, which means that nothing will change. But, having decided to change the subject, the guy asked where to see Ching Ching, and the neighbor explained that she said that she wanted to gain strength and went north. This was very surprised by Wu Fu, because he did not understand what she was about to do. Standing on a rock and looking into the distance, Liu Jinsen noticed that sick and strong warriors are born in the world, and 1,000-year excitement in the world could not be avoided. And, already turning to his girlfriend, he said that he did not know how soon they would be able to meet in the future, and also asked if she should now watch Vu Fu Fu. The little brunette asked the old man to take her with her to the outside world. At least someone did not understand why she needed it, and Xinqing explained that for the hero, the earth was only the starting point, so she also wanted to become stronger. What the master refused, answering that he could not do this, but the girl did not leave attempts to convince him until he agreed, and said that he was just thinking whom to take his assistant just in case. After that, the beauty took a huge backpack on her shoulders and said that she was already ready to go, and already turning to the hero who did not hear her. The little brunette asked him to wait for her to return. At that moment, the doors of Wu Fu opened, and the guard escaped, telling the head that the young lady was seen at the entrance to the portal in the company with the old man. On reassuring him, the hero said that the beauty was in good hands, and her grandfather completely trusted the man. Unlike the masters of the outside world, who can activate the portal by associating themselves with the help of a barrier or teleportation, earthly masters can go up in 2 places, the guy noted, and, pointing to the map, he showed that it was on the heavenly rock and at sea, Qi. And the old man noticed that spiritual creatures near the sea were quite strong, and in itself it was unpredictable and mysterious. In this case, the young man offered to go to the heavenly rock, but Xunshi believed that it was a place, and the guy with a smile noticed that that was why he wanted to go there. At the same time, outside the land, 2 men informed the owner that the troops were already in positions, and continuing to observe Wu Fu, a man in a hood ordered to inform all the sectors located next to the teleportation barrier to pay attention to the guy. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind his back, who asked what divine creature gave him an order to kill someone. And, looking at the newly arrived, the man noticed that he had finally woke up. Going to hit the road, Shi Zunshi asked the young man to take care of his granddaughter, and noticed that his strength was not enough to help in something in the outside world. But before going into the snow sect of the Heavenly Rock, Wu Fu said that the outside world was only a new starting point for him. And the girl from the snow sect reported that the master of sect Luo Beishan was destroyed by a 20-year-old newcomer, whose name was Wu Fu. At that moment, because of the curtains with which the girl spoke, there was a hand with a long manicure, and the unknown said that everything became much more interesting. And after that, her face appeared in the toilet, which reported that she was interested in what a hero tasted. Walking through the snowy peak, Wang Mang asked the neighbor whether they were already in place, but he said that it was only half the way, and that accompanying them said that the head of the snow sect, Lei Li, a deceitful person, although he and Luo Bai Xiuyan were not close. The survivors of them, the stranger asked if there was a man named Wu Fu among the group, and, bowing his head in a greeting, they said that the ancient master, All Who Snow, sent them to greet the group. The guy realized that they were well aware and asked why the chapter did not come to meet him personally, to which she said that if not for the kindness of the master, the hero would be dead. Having intervened, Wang Mang asked her that the girls did not know who you were talking to, because his friend destroyed the strongest master on earth from one blow. But the guard with a formidable expression on her face said that in the heavenly rock their word was law. This very frightened the fat man, and he, hiding with a friend, asked him to protect him. To develop the situation a little, the guy said that he had no evil intentions towards the Heart of Snow, because he was there only for the sake of the barrier. However, he also noticed that, it seemed, the sect was not very friendly to unexpected guests. The girls did not like it, and they just silently left the young people. What excited Wang Mang, because he thought that they could cause reinforcement. But his neighbor believed that they had no time, but it was necessary to move on. The returning guard informed the master that the guy was too aggressive and self-confident, so they could not bring him. And Lei Li said that she would be disappointed if the guy were limp. And now she had no choice but to go to him herself. Still making her way through the snow, the teacher asked how long to go. At that moment, the hero stopped abruptly, and his neighbor was interested in whether there was something wrong. When the young man said that something was visible in the distance, the fat man also decided to take a closer look. Suddenly, Wang Mang's eyes widened when he saw a lot of burning red eyes among the trees. Very hungry and aggressive wolves came out of the forest. The fat man immediately in a panic asked a friend from where the wolves were behind the snow mountains, but he noticed that it was not worth cursing because his neighbor was not so weak. And as soon as a friend realized that Wu Fu was right, the animal rushed at them, wide opening his mouth. But young people easily repelled the attack of a group of attacking wolves, and the animals did not leave their attempts and surrounded the group, after which the fat man asked what to do now. Thinking, the guy replied that he had to find a leader. They were tired or read that it was a directly welcome gift from the heavenly rock, and when the largest and most formidable wolf appeared before him, the young man realized that this was the leader of the pack. Realizing this, the young man immediately rushed to attack the animal. The young man was already approaching. He thought that it was surprising that it was the strong, thick hair of spiritual creatures that helped them survive in such conditions, and after he saw that the leader was also not going to inactive, he took out his star sword, and the monster, in turn, opened his mouth wide and released a wave on the enemy. But the young man was not going to give up so easily, and, realizing that right now it was necessary to act, the guy also rushed to the attack on the leader, deciding to destroy him. The young man again demonstrated his star dagger and walked around the wolf from the other side. The animal, too, was not going to give up so easily and fought off the young man. While the young man was fighting the leader, his friends were very worried about him. But the chapter of the sect stopped the battle, saying that the guest had come to Mount Tianshan to pick up the pet himself. Looking from the mountain, the woman noticed that she knew why Wu Fu had come, and said that if he needed her action, he would have to do everything as she said. But the guy knew that there are two conditions for activating the portal. The master should not be weaker than the level of the venerable warrior and have a heavenly aura of Tao, and he had already accumulated heavenly ki. And also he noticed that the master had not yet reached the level of a respectable warrior, which surprised her very much. Then all those present felt that the mountain began to shake, and the young man realized that it was an avalanche. The head of the sect believed that this was just in time, because if the hero survives and gets to the top, she would allow him to activate the portal. But ours stood calmly, watching a wave of snow, and the woman could not understand how he could underestimate the external avalanches, because even the saints behaved carefully there. The guard began to worry that the guests were about to be under the snow, and most importantly, she believed that if this happens, she spent in vain time on them. At that moment, a stream of strong blue energy burst from the snow, and no one understood what happened and where the heat came from. From under the avalanche, there was a huge animal with large white wings. The woman was shocked, because she never saw such a spiritual beast and realized that she had underestimated the young man. And the hero, in turn, ordered Xiao Ha to go to the top and pay attention to those who were below. They stored notice that the guests flew away, and the master, with a wide smile on her face, realized that Wu Fu was still very strong. She dreamily said that she wanted to taste it as soon as possible. After a short time, Husky, along with a group of friends, landed in the right place. Surprised by Lo Si looked at sharp cliffs and could not believe that it was really the top of the mountain. And Wang Mang decided that the mountain was not such a dangerous place. And they collided with only one avalanche and suggested that the puppy go forward. At that moment, Wu Fu called the fat man, but, not paying attention to his words, told his friends to move faster. To which the teacher noticed that she does not think that everything can be so simple. Her friend agreed with her, after which he suggested that he be drunk quickly. Suddenly nothing happened so far, as at that moment they heard a scream from the cave. Exciting! A neighbor and a puppy, the guy immediately rushed to the source of sound. But, being in place, he found that there was nobody around. Luce, who fled after the young man, where their friends were, seeing the traces on the ground, the guy noticed that they were there recently, and, only happily, said that if someone caused the harm of Xiaoha, he would not forgive this. The girl already wanted to divide and check if everything was there, but her soul stopped, saying that there was something wrong here. He understood that he needed to act alone, because his connection with the puppy broke up. The head of the snow sect that came in at that moment was surprised that the guests were so stupid that they showed up without preparation. The woman also said that this was a warm place, and they came there without taking care of guiding threads. These words were very surprised by young people, because they did not hear anything about any threads. The heavenly mountain was very dangerous, and now the divine number of perception of the hero will not help. So if he is trapped here, he will only have to wait for death. But, raising one eyebrow, Wu Fu noticed that she seemed to be well aware. Although this place did not belong to the lady, she was already preparing for the upcoming ascent. However, in order to go to your world, it was necessary to find a portal. To which the young man said that if a woman was looking for a portal for a long time, this does not mean that he did not need it. But she noticed that she spent years. Then the 20-year-old young man is unlikely to be able to surpass her. And, extending his hand forward, he noticed that the words of the master helped him to see something. Now he knew that the portal was definitely there, and they would not harm them. And to the question of Lo Si about friends, the young man said that you should not worry, because, most likely, they were just lost. The main thing agreed that the young man was actually right, but she was interested in how he was going to find a portal. To which he replied that the portal was just in front of them, and the woman was too weak to activate it, and pressed it strongly on the door. Wang Mang, wandering around the caves, could not understand where he was, because he was distracted only for a second, and they were already lost with the husky. Suddenly, the cave began to shake very much, and the fat man in shock looked around. Li shocked at the young man, and could not understand how the portal could be in the same place where they were, and she calmly confirmed her hunch and said that the whole mountain was actually a huge portal. Cracks went along the great grief, and the shining pillar of light burst upward. At that time, the head of the family, Se, also looked at the sky at an amazing phenomenon. The son who approached him asked what was happening, to which the old man explained that, probably, the hero was able to open the portal. Also, everyone saw Liu Tian on mount and realized that the ascent was taking place, and friends were about to go to the outside world. The Liu clan, like everyone else, watched the opening of the portal, and the head asked his daughter why she was not with the guy. To which the blonde explained that Wu Fu simply could not help, because he was used to monitoring everything, and added that she had nothing to do with his harem. At the same time, in the outside world, a man in a hood carefully watched the portal that opened and understood that this impudent could appear at any time. Fired, watching the portal opened, the head of the Snow clan thought that perhaps she should go alone. At the same time, the young man, not paying attention to anyone, shouted to the fat man and Xiaoha that the portal was open and they had to rise to them. Hearing him, Wang Mang had already told the puppy that his master ordered to rise to them, and Wu Fu, smiling gently, asked the teacher if she was ready for their journey. And, as soon as he received an affirmative answer, he took the air, heading into the open portal. At that moment, a neighbor with a puppy joined them, and, noticing them, the hero ordered to follow him. Friends confidently moved to the portal, not expecting something to go wrong. But at that moment, the young man, looking over his head, felt that something was wrong. A bright orange sky stood over the high mountains when someone landed on the ground, breaking the silence. Lying on the ground and looking at the sky, the guy pondered what kind of place it was, because he had just been in the portal. Trying to sit down and clutching his head, the guy realized that something had happened during the ascent, but he did not remember anything. He was also interested in where Lo Si was now, But he decided that first of all it was necessary to restore spiritual energy until something worse. At that second, the hero saw a few sharp arrows flashed past his face, but he managed to return in time, and they flew on, crashing into a tree. And although it was not the last stream, the guy easily dodged each of them. With a self-confident smile, the young man noticed that he did not expect to see arrows in such an abandoned place, although it was still weak. But at that moment, he was hit on his head with some log, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The stranger real above him noticed that, apparently, no matter how much the weapon was, it still worked. When it was already dark, the young man opened his eyes, hearing the crackling of the fire. Someone tied him to a tree, and an unfamiliar girl, running around, was excitedly interested in whether she hit him strongly. The guy was surprised to see a man with animal ears, but she introduced herself, saying that her name was Mang, and now she would be his master, and also added that he was supposed to take part in the tournament. When the hero realized that he still could not get out on his own, he told the girl to immediately let him go. But she believed that he simply was spending time, because the rope was created for people like him. And the young man, realizing that the stranger from the animal clan, added that if not for his wounds, he would have easily won her. But with a sweet smile, she noticed that they were taught to hunt prey in their clan. And even if he were a great practitioner, she would still not understand anything. So she had every chance. At that moment, they heard the voices of creatures emerging from the forest. These were other members of the clan who heard that the girl caught practice, and they decided to see how much he could be strong. But Mang believed that they had nothing to look at, because today, the young man would win. And in the Neva hit him between his legs. The young man crouched in pain, and the beauty, noticing this, began to apologize because she did not want to harm him. This made fun of the new arrivals because they considered a stranger a weakling, and also reminded that the beauty lost last year because she had to find the one with whom she could share the bed. At that moment, Mang darkened because she believed that the behavior of men was vile. Wu Fu immediately noticed changes in the mood of his new acquaintance. But the half-wolf did not stop and recalled that last year he personally broke the pet's pet. The girl just silently continued to be angry and clench her fists. Well then, the young man took the word, not noticing that his opponent was probably very strong, rifted over him and invited him to make a bet. At that moment, the second representative of the clan asked if the guy could actually be immortal in front of them, and the first asked why they would have to make a bet with a slave. Because if he were so good, then Mang would not catch him. This expression was very angry with the girl and caused anger in her. The half-waters did not pay attention to her and said that they would check how good the stranger was at night. And Wu Fu thought why he was constantly surrounded by some idiots who want fights. At that moment, leaving, the men said that the girl gave her slave to enjoy the remaining time, and she asked if he could actually win. And also, turning to the young man, she asked to be more careful with the words at the animal festival, because there were animals much stronger. She added that she used to catch demonic animals, better than a young man, and they all died in battle. But then he had a logical question, namely, why she caught him, because he was not a demonic beast. Mang explained that she had done this because he fell from the sky and also scared away all demonic animals. He was special, and the young man realized that the beauty considered it because of the aura of the star sword. But, smiling, the beauty noticed that in the end she caught a young man, and he thought that it was strange to let a man to battle between the beasts. And although the young man understood that the power of beasts was different from ordinary masters, it means that it could be harder. He agreed that in case of victory, the beauty would let him go. A few hours later, a large crowd of half-holes gathered in the Colosseum who wanted to enjoy the show. The Wu Fu and the girl who arrived there stood near the wall when he recalled that he had promised not to escape, and asked why she continued to do it. Because of the collar on the neck, the young man had the feeling that he was prisoner. But Mang, pointing to animals, said that everyone kept their animals like that. At that moment, the guy with difficulty remained calm, because he understood that this little one was holding him by the dog. Another did not fully see that the hero could defeat the giants gathered there. But he noticed that the size is not the main thing, because she was also small, but was able to grab him. The beauty agreed that this really was logic, and frankly, she thought that they were all weak. But at that moment, young people heard behind their backs the loud steps of huge clawed paws. In front of the couple appeared a huge furry half, outline with luminous red eyes and a slight smile on the lips. The young man with a self-confident smile looked at the creature that towered above them, because he understood that it was a black gold wolf. At that moment, Another member of the clan at the animals approached them and asked Mang if she was really going to speak with a man. And Wu Fu, looking at the animal, understood that it was supposed to live there for more than 1,000 years, because in any case, such a heavy aura could not stand it. The girl's face was instantly darkened, and she asked Ioli whether he came in order to expose her, but he explained that his wolf felt a strange aura. It was for this reason that he came. In a second, a huge beast called even louder, showing his discontent, and the young man realized that the enemy simply tried to intimidate him in this way. Watching the reaction of the young man, the newcomer realized that he was unusual, because facing his face with great force, he was not at all afraid. And then, turning to a huge being, he said that they had to go, and he would have time to frolic later. When the comrades left, Mang turned to the guy and asked how good he was to cope with the monster. The young man, not paying attention to her question, said that this was the first time he met such a beast. Then the beauty proudly explained that their family had signs of two types. They were smart as people and strong as animals. And the guy noticed that in this case she could fight herself. The girl agreed with his theory, and then Wu Fu became wondering why she needed to hunt animals in this case. It was then that he learned that the Tournament of Animals was a competition of animals that were tamed. It also showed the world the power of the clan, because it was one of their strong skills. The best tamer will be at the very top. The supreme tamer will be able to call on more than 100 animals. And the tournament was a way to show the forces of their pets. After listening to everything carefully, the guy noticed that it was very interesting, but the girl did not agree with him, because she was angry that her animals were always torn to shreds, to which the young man noticed that it proved how very weak she was. These words caused anger at Mang, and she decided to remind her slave who grabbed him, and therefore menacingly pulled him closer by the leash. The hero immediately admitted his mistake, and said that he understood everything, and asked him to let him go. And she demanded that he once again promise that she wouldn't say this anymore. During the conversation, the couple did not notice that someone had been following them. Aoli listened from the corner of young people, and he did not like what he heard at all. At that moment, he was noticed by the half-wolf, who realized that the young man came to see the girl. The blonde did not like such a remark, but his comrade with a tricky smile said that earlier, the beauty informed him that that weak man would win the tournament. What Ioli, with an incomprehensible expression on his face, simply said the word weakness, and the half-wave recalled that the beauty was still weak, and her servant could not win, but also noticed that that slave dared to declare war on them. Hearing this, a man with a slight smile added that in fact they were their weaknesses there, but now he had no desire to challenge, and therefore he simply told his ward Ben that they had time to leave. Hearing this, the opponent asked, was he not going to speak today in the Colosseum? To which Ioli noticed that he was enough to deal with the person and the half. Wolf thought about what could not be better, because people liked him, and once he could personally defeat the departed guy, but right now he knew that he had to let him go. At that time, Mang told the hero that he should just wait until the monsters were released, and also be extremely careful because many had special skills. But Wu Fu believed that she was chatting too much because dealing with them was a tape business. When the loudspeaker was announced that the scene was ready, the lady said that she would go first, and the young man should just wait, because she did not want to disgrace. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that the girl gave him something. He thought that she was called Jan Lingo, Pilula, that she made him stronger. Thanks to her, he could recover. Already standing on the rostrum, someone turned to Mang and asked if she brought a man, because the monsters could easily crush him, and also the half. Wolf added that she should pray so that he would not meet his 8 tigers. As soon as the competition was announced, huge monsters began to break out due to the iron lattice. The monster immediately agreed in a cruel, frantic duel for the title of winner. From the stands, people were observed as many monsters came together in the battle in the middle of the Colosseum, lifting high dust. Watching this, Mang said that this time the monsters were strong, and he did not even need his tigers to deal with a person. At the same time, calmly walking along the Colosseum, the guy thought that these monsters would be stronger than the previous ones. Finally, his presence was noticed, and a huge monster approached him from the back. Looking at the enemy, the guy said that, of course, we're stronger, but this apparently depended on their appearance, and therefore he was ready to fight with the approaching. When the monster approached close, Wu Fu realized that this, apparently, was one of the 8 of the tigers of the wolf cub of the wolf. The rostrum was a conversation that the young man was indeed a cultivator, because as soon as he appeared, he immediately became the goal of the tigers, and the half, Wolf noted that the man had lost his luck and ordered his monsters to tear him to pieces. Listening to the owner of the owner, a huge furry creature immediately rushed into an attack on a young man. But the hero eagerly dodged the blow because he understood that his opponent could not hit him so easily. But the beast did not give up so easily and again flew into the guy. When the creature tried to attack again, Wu Fu took a defensive position. His surprise, it was very fast, albeit large, and the beast at that moment in the jump already tried to strike the enemy. Watching this, the half-wolf told the beautiful that the forces of his tigers would not leave a chance to her man. The other half, people thought that the chance that the guy would die was 80%, because the games were very strong and fierce. At that moment, Mang prayed with her eyes closed by the young man when she heard that someone was surprised to say that he was alive. The half-wolf could not believe that this was possible, but opening her eyes, the beauty also noticed that the person was not dead. Standing in the middle of the arena, Wu Fu noticed that his opponent was very large, but too weak. The angry owner shouted menacingly Tiger to finally deal with the hero. The animal again rushed to the attack when the young man noticed that perhaps it was strong, but unfortunately, mental abilities were like a child. Therefore, the young man was able to easily dodge the enemy's attack. After a huge tiger crashed into the wall, a spider web of cracks went along it. The half-visa that watched what was happening from the stands was shocked by what they saw. The type of this had never happened before. When everything was subsided, then near the destroyed wall it was possible to see the defeated tiger. Wu Fu with a smile noticed that it was very strange because he hit only once, and his enemy immediately fell. The audience was also shocked because they did not understand what kind of guy it was and how he was able to defeat the tiger so easily, and therefore decided that he was really a cultivator. And Mang joyfully thought that probably this young man was really not so simple. At that moment, the angry half-wolf jumped from the rostrum and shouted that it was impossible. His tiger could not lose. And, menacingly approaching the man, he accused him of crook. He believed that people are weak, and therefore a person could not defeat his destructive tiger. But Wu Fu believed that there was no logic in this, because the enemy believed that he was scolded only because he won. But in fact the animal was just too weak. But the half-wolf insisted on his own, because he believed that initially the tigers were too weak, which means that this girl used something to become stronger. But Mang also faced the guy and asked the companion. It was really so hard to recognize someone's power. Nevertheless, the half-wolf insisted that the hero is without a doubt cheating, and therefore he wanted to check it. But the girl did not understand what he wanted to check, because his year was defeated in front of everyone. And of course, everyone saw this. Although the companion insisted that the young man simply could not be the winner, and therefore he wanted to test his strength personally, not wanting to listen to this anymore, the girl, demonstrating her strength, said that the enemy would come to Wu Fu only if she overwhelms her. At that moment, the young man realized that the girl defended what belonged to her. I wish to fight with the beauty. The half-wolf asked if there was something wrong, because a second ago the guy was confident in his strength, and now he hid behind the owner. But the young man selflessly noticed that he could defeat the enemy, simply did not want to fight with him, and with a malicious smile, he added that in the end he is afraid that he could be too strong for the opponent. This was a little frightened by Mang, because she believed that a person could not say so and provoke a half-freer. But in fact, the damage was already caused, and the enemy was angry, and therefore wanted the guy to pay for his words. Leaving ahead, the beauty was already preparing for battle and said that the young man would stay behind. But he, stroking her head, reassured her, saying that he did not need protection, because he was not as weak as the beauty thought. After that, a huge clawed paw moved towards the guy, threatening to grab him, but he eagerly dodged him. Then the young man said that he was convinced that his opponent was weak, and he was also very easy to provoke. And then, grabbing a half-wake by the mouth, he said that he does not like it when he is equal to other people. Understanding his disadvantage, the enemy immediately began to ask the young man to let him go, but he easily threw him to the ground, and everyone looked from above with a smile at the enemy. And then, with anger in his eyes, he asked if he was still in doubt the opponent in his strength. Lying on the ground, the half-wolf realized that even in his opinion it was impossible. But a person had a terrifying power, and he could not move. At that moment, they heard Ioli's voice behind him, who said that the young man stops mocking the weak, because with such force he worthy of the title of Immortal Cultivator. And coming closer, he added that they, the orcs, were a people who appreciate the power, and they did not recognize people from birth. And in his opinion, the guy was special. But to the question of Wu Fu, whether he wanted to measure his strength, he simply waved his head, denying it. The man said that the hero was actually not interested in him, but he was interested in the fact that he, a restless look, was able to deal with 8 tigers alone. But the hero believed that there was nothing special about this, and also noticed that the demon was interested in battle. To which Aioli, demonstrating abilities, said that if you value power on it, it was possible to take possession of it. These were the laws by which all types live. And now, there was just a suitable case. To which the young man asked how his opponent was, because it seemed that he refused to notice him. But for the enemy, everything depended on the strength of the young man, so he should not put him on a par with such as wolves, his miserable tigers. Mang was already tired of these conversations, and she immediately ordered the men to stop because she did not agree. Wu Fu was very surprised when the girl gave a voice and said that he just wanted to have fun, and therefore he should look for someone else. To which he replied that he knew her perfectly, and was sure that for her it was all just a game, and therefore he had to attach strength to stop her. Such a phrase was very surprised and angry with the lady because she did not understand what the guy had in mind. After all, she claimed that since the person represented her, she was also very strong, but Aioli was not sure that she had enough strength to get out of there alive. And after that, with anger, she asked if she wanted to go to Tianwitang. She said so. The beauty also looked at him in anger but did not say a word. Wu Fu understood what was about, and the girl, unable to withstand the pressure, screamed that this was in no way connected with the enemy, to which he replied that he hopes that she would not throw out any tricks. After that, turning around, about to leave, Aoli told that these were not tricks, and he himself knew about it very well. Watching the actions of Mang, the hero thought what happened to the rest during his ascent, and hoped that they were in order. Then the guy did not understand that he knew where Tianwitan is located, and the girl, distracting him from thought, said he would calm down because he was too cruel. When the couple turned around and was about to leave, Aoli looked after them and thought that he could not leave the young man because he was too dangerous. Walking through the forest, Wu Fu thought that the girl next to him was too weak and there would be many different dangers on her way. But suddenly they stopped, and Mang thanked the young man for everything he did today, to which he recalled that she promised to let him go after the competition and asked why she stopped him at all, was really afraid. And she, bewildered, began to say that the hero was too curious. The competition has not yet ended, because it will release it only after the end of the ceremony. Wu Fu realized that she was not going to let him go just like that, and hoped that he would not make him his constant slave. And the girl continued to insist that the young man participate in the tournament, because he looked like those who spent on the ground. Then she added that the people who will pass the Colosseum will be able to go further into the forest of Hopples, insisted that it would be a great training, and Mang said that that forest was the Orc tribe, and only those who passed it will be recognized in the tribe, and then he would have the opportunity to become a leader. And the guy did not understand what a catch was. The beauty replied to his question that she did not know, because she did not even pass the monsters, but she heard that there was a real nightmare. And in order to reassure the young man, she said that they did not need to participate in court, although he did not understand why. But the girl was not going to explain anything and said that it was not necessary to know about it. And, glancing at him, she added to keep him away from the court. Digging his hands to the sides, Wu Fu asked why she refused to answer when he asked, because he could not promise anything if she does not tell anything. But Mang insisted that he could not tell him anything, because Aioli was the only orc from his generation that went there. Then the young man realized that the blonde was actually not so bad. Interesting, continuing his story, she said that when her friend was younger, he was a complete idiot and moved forward. This is how the court went. The young man noticed that the young people grew together, and the girl did not even go through the first step. Such hints took her out of her temper, and she wanted to know what the guy means. But he denied everything. The next day, Wu Fu went to the river early in the morning to think everything over well. Looking at the water, he was thinking that the girl could be cruel. But she did not want him to freeze at night, and therefore gave him a blanket. The hero was sure that he had to leave as soon as possible, even though his wounds had not yet healed when he heard a voice from the top of a tree that ordered him to get out. Turning to the sound, the young man noticed at the top of the tree of his new acquaintance. Aioli believed that a person was not a place in their world and wanted to protect the girl, because he considered her simple and innocent. And she did not understand how terrible the world was outside, and people were weak. Denying his involvement, the young man said that he did not think anything, because the beauty herself caught him and brought him there. The man said that he could take off the guards of the guy, but also asked what he would do in this case, to which he replied that he would go and tell all the ladies. Then Ioli said that it was just useless because the young man could just leave. But the hero said that he could not leave without saying anything to the beauty, but thought to himself that yesterday people spoke only about Tian. At that time, the companion simply turned around and said that Wu Fu follow him. But the guy first of all wanted to know how to remove the collar, and then the blonde threw the key to him without turning around. And although the young man easily caught him, he did not immediately understand what it was. The hero asked his comrade to say how to use the master line, but he had already moved on, and behind him there was an unfamiliar voice that he said to follow him. The young man turned around with distrust, waiting for any catch from the members of the orc sect. Before him stood Ben from the hood and said that it was he who would spend the guy. Leaving without arguing and leaving his mantle, Wu Fu agreed to go with the wolf. Still trying in some way to open his collar, the young man realized that he did not know what exactly to do with the key. Turning to the wolf, he noticed that the subject had nowhere to insert. And Ben thought that he was already tired of the guy's conversations, and he wanted to cut him out. Making his way through the forest, he still said that the young man could get out if he continues to go straight. At that time, Meng noticed that there was no person for a long time, although she told him not to go far, and therefore decided that she would teach him as soon as she found. While she was ranting, Ioli landed in front of her and said that she could not look for her burden, because he left. The girl did not understand what her friend did there and what he had in mind by the words left, to which the blonde explained that he considered her slave a weakness and therefore pulled him away. The beauty was very angry because she believed that a man could not be allowed only because of the location of the leader. But he recalled that in their rules their family was either getting rid of weaklings or destroying them. And after Ioli said that her friend stops this stupid venture because they will go to Tian, so she may not even think about it, having lowered his head, Mang said that the young man knew something. But the blonde interrupted her and said that he knew everything because her mother told everything. Here the girl's eyes expanded, and she tightly squeezed her hand into a fist, because she realized why everything was happening. And lowering her eyes, she added that she had to go with a guy in Tian. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Ben, who excitedly said that someone had entered the forest. And when asked by the owner who it was, the wolf, having clasped his teeth, replied that this was yesterday. After a short walk in circles, Wu Fu finally realized that he was lost. That is why, in his opinion, the best way out was to inspect everything from above. Having climbed onto the highest branch of the tree, the hero realized that Hopples was around him, and his accompaniment said that it was a way out. But, looking into the distance, he remembered that Mang said that it would not be easy to get out of there. He also noticed that the mountains ahead looked strange. Suddenly, the young man felt a rush of strong wind, which almost knocked him down from the branch. The young man was very surprised because he did not understand what was happening. But, raising his head, he was even more shocked because he saw that something black huge size flew over him. Taking a closer look, the hero realized that he was a huge bird in front of him. The young man saw in horror how a huge creature was approaching and could not do anything about it. Yes, the bird has already approached and shot down a young man from the branch, and he, falling down, realized that he could not control his body. And when his eyes were already closing, the last thoughts were that he had just met a look with the being. Wu Fu seemed that he was floating among some strange substance. Trying to open his eyes, the guy felt him painful and remembered that he had fallen from a tree. Nevertheless, having dealt with his body in Sev, the young man realized that there was only darkness around him. Looking around, he began to call and ask if anyone was there yet, but no one answered him. But suddenly the young man felt how the surrounding substance began to crawl along his hand. The hero was struck by such a turn of events. He did not understand what kind of substance it was and what was happening there. Trying to get out of a viscous substance, Wu Fu realized that she wanted to absorb him. When the substance was almost completely absorbed in it, the star sword appeared and enveloped the area around the young man with his radiance. At that moment, as soon as the guy saw the blade, he realized that it was his consciousness. Through the dream, the hero heard that someone was calling him, and opening his eyes, examined everything around. At that moment, he saw that it was his recent acquaintance who woke him. Having made a hint and rubbing his fists, Mang noticed that she did not expect a person to return. But the young man suddenly grabbed his chest and shouted that he was painful. But, not paying attention to it, the girl asked why, and the guy who slept on the ground replied that he was lost while looking for a way out, and seeing the monster, lost consciousness. After listening to the explanation, The beauty said that the hero was sitting calmly, ate the fruit outstanding her, and speak more precisely. Tomorrow, reaching for food, the young man extended that the monster was huge and had wings. Having considered what he heard, Mang suggested that the man met the owner of the forest, and she explained that she had incomparable power and had not met him before, but only heard from the elders about its existence. And she also added that this creature lived there for 10,000 years, even before the appearance of the orcs. But Wu Fu thought that perhaps even longer, and asked what the baby was doing there. The beauty, having heard such an appeal in the sky, asked who he calls it the baby. He asked how he could go to the stranger because he served Aioli, and the guy, frightened, said that he promised to take him to Tianhui Tan. Rubbing a bruised place, the hero realized that this little girl was quite strong, and she, not stopping angry, asked where this young man was going to go, to which he apologized and said that he had acted incorrectly. Mang recalled that he said that she was so in no hurry, and now he simply undermined her trust in people. But he wanted to make excuses. Turning away, the girl said that Wu Fu would forget later, because she had embarked him on everything. But he, smiling, said that she had come for him. This very confused the beauty, and in order not to show her excitement, she said that she came only because of the collar. At that moment, the young man realized that the girl was really good, but did not say this out loud. To move the topic, the guy asked how they would now get out. But the beauty did not know, because she thought that she would ask Aioli. He did not lose hope for the hero, because since he managed to go out, they will be able to go out. And if there was no way out, they will create it. And in order to find out more about the forest, I asked what to do if they meet the Lord. To which Mang replied that he was falling asleep for 2 months a year, and now this was the time. However, he fell asleep at all this at different times, because the orcs were sent to the forest, and the guy decided that at that time he made a breakthrough. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, there was a loud sound, and the guy thought that it could be a lord. But the girl insisted that perhaps this was something else. I think it is still dangerous to move, he said, because the sky dragged on. At the same time, in the forest, Hoppel's Ben told the owner that the beauty went inside, but they could not do anything because the lord was not sleeping now. Aioli decided that now the girl was in danger, and a man was to blame for this. Hearing this, Ben offered to find the leader or help with something to save her. Valentine, looking into the thicket, mentally turned to Mang and asked her to be careful. Everything near the fire. The young man said that it was very cold, and the beauty noticed that she was a little scared for the first time here. And she was a little scared. Trying to reassure the gazebo, the guy said that she would not be worried because he would protect her. But she believed that since he was her slave, it was his direct duty. But since it was already too late, the young man offered to go to bed and deal with everything in the morning. Through a dream, the girl heard a familiar voice that called her. Not understanding who it was, she wiped her eyes and saw someone held out her hand and said that it was time to go home. The beautiful eyes opened wide when she realized that she was standing in front of her, who, holding out her hand, continued to call her to go home. From loud sounds, Wu Fu opened his eye and saw how the girl goes into the thicket of the forest, calling her mother. Carefully watching her, he realized that it was all a dream. At that time, Mang breathed after her mother and asked her to stop and wait a bit. And although the girl did not see, but in reality she looked very close to her eyes, the young man, was more and more convinced that the girl was asleep and did not see the monster in front of her at all. The creature has already released his tentacles to wrap up the beauty, but the guy jumped out in front of her, taking out the blade. The monster immediately retreated, and the hero, grabbing the girl who was unconscious, tried to wake her. Mang finally opened her eyes and asked the comrade what had happened, but at that moment she saw a huge monster, similar to a flower, not far from herself. Frightened, she screamed loudly, asking what it was, and Wu Fu replied that she wanted to ask her. While the couple was running, the beauty said that she had read something about this monster in the book, and it was said that many strange creatures live in him, and having looked closely, she said that she thinks that it was a monster that absorbs other monsters. Remembering something, the young man said that he had just cut him, and asked if this was what the girl replied that he quickly recovered and was behind. Then, suddenly, the guy threw back anything that did not understand the girl into the bushes and said that he would figure it out. But she did not like it. She asked loudly how the hero dared to leave her master, to which the young man did not listen to her anymore, but took out his star sword to destroy the enemy. But he hardly managed to react when the monster attacked him with his tentacles from all sides. Then for him it became clear, like a day, that a simple blow could not kill this monster, and something else needed. At that moment, he heard Mang's voice behind a tree, who said that the monster was afraid of sunlight, but he did not understand where he would now find him in the middle of the night. The beauty certainly did not have an answer to this question, and therefore the guy will have to come up with himself. And therefore, more closely intercepting his dagger, the hero decided that if there was no point in working out his tentacles, he would destroy his body. Trying to move as quickly as possible, he tried to get to the monster. At that moment, in the middle of the forest, one could see a huge pillar of light. Standing over the monster, the young man could not believe that he seemed to be immortal, and then decided that he was using the energy of Kai to recover. Then, with a cry, which stink very much there, Mang came out of the bushes and said that she herself could deal with him. But the young man believed that her rites were too early because he saw how luminous eyes peeked out from behind the trees. And after that, turning around, he decided that the monster was not one there. Hiding behind Wu Fu, the girl noticed that they had attracted other creatures, which means that it was very bad. Although the guy did not know that they were hunting flocks, he did not expect that such a big flock could meet in the forest. In addition, he knew very well that they would recover extremely quickly. Mang said that she heard that these creatures were the weakest in the forest. But while she spoke, the hero grabbed her in her arms. He decided that he would escape the best option, and she noticed that he said that it was strong. Then it was not clear why he was such a coward, but the young man did not know how strong they were, and the beauty decided that this was a common excuse for people, and the orcs were much bolder. Hearing this, he invited her to stay. Such an offer was very angry with her, because she considered a person to be her enemy, and the guy noticed that she was just a little girl. But there was no time left for bickering, since the young man noticed that the monsters began to approach. With Mang in his arms, the hero raced as soon as possible the paths of the forest. Attempts to escape from the monster with all his might, pushed away from the ground and landed on a high branch of a tree. Wu Fu realized that it was necessary to stay as far as possible from the ground, because the opponents moved with the help of tentacles. But, depending on top, the beauty decided that their actions could not be predicted. At that moment, a huge number of tentacles from all sides began to bother with one huge creature. The young man watched the whole process, but did not understand what ultimately was happening. At that moment, the purple monster appeared in front of young people. Looking at the monster, Wu Fu understood that their affairs were bad. The monster rushed steamed, wanting to swallow them right away, but he remained with nothing, because the young man managed to leave in time, realizing that the time had come to retreat. Mang noticed that in these monsters there was not enough destructive power, but they could fight with the enemy until he himself was left without strength. The guy agreed that the creatures were extremely smart, and the lady continued, saying that they could not be found often, but they moved in large packs, as a rule. The beauty, carefully looking at the guy, noted that something was wrong, and with an impenetrable expression on her face, she thought that all this was because of a person. Although the hero did not say anything out loud, he realized that it was because of the star blade, because from his ascent the blade did not calm down. But the girl pulled him out of his thoughts, saying that he would stop flying in the clouds because the monster caught up with them. At that moment, the young man stopped and put Mang on the ground, explaining that he would take creatures away from her. Opening his mouth wide, the monster approached the couple, but held a sword on the young man, and a ray of light flew in his direction. Although this did not cause any injuries, it attracted the monster's attention to the guy who said that it should follow him. Such an unflattering appeal was very angry with the monster, and therefore, without hesitation for a second, he directed his tentacles to man. Mentally turning to the blade, Wu Fu said that sooner or later they would catch them, and they can also be killed with one blow, which means that he should begin to act. After listening, the owner of the weapon lit up with renewed vigor, creating white balls around him, as if agreeing to all conditions. Not noticing anything around, the young man chopped the tentacles to the right and left, making his way further and further. Very soon, Wu Fu reached his goal, being in the center of intricacies, and when the guy reached his goal, he cut the monster with hundreds of small particles with one blow. When he spread over the monster, the young man did not understand why his blows did not work on him, and decided that he probably had something else. The creature began to get around the guy, and then he realized that it was reasonable, because usually stupid monsters simply surround. But something that struck him happened. The hero saw that his blade began to melt slightly. It was at that moment that he realized that the monster had corroded spiritual power. Noticing that the monster began to attack from all sides, the guy realized that things were bad, but still tried to fight back from them. But literally, a few minutes passed when almost nothing was left of his blade, and he realized that if he continues further, he would lose. Suddenly, the monster scattered into thousands of small pieces. How the darkness in the forest was torn by a bright blue glow, which enveloped the young man. Wu Fu realized that this was what was needed, and the girl screamed to him so that he would not use physical strength because it would not work. But the monster then began to gather together, and Mang realized how serious everything was. Running away, she ordered the guy to beat the creature, but he did not understand how to do this, because he did not have any special abilities. The beauty did not believe that her slave was not capable of even this. Then she reminded that he managed to defeat the rest in some way. To which Wu Fu, embarrassed, asked, "Didn't he always fight like that?" Running away from the monster and crying, the beauty asked that the hero had invisible to be obvious, turned into nothing, transforms the rails of these elements, or did anything to save her. This made the young man think, because he did not understand what his girlfriend wants from him. And behind thoughts, he did not notice how a huge monster hung from above, trying to swallow it. The girl screamed so that Wu Fu was careful, but he no longer heard her because the monster's teeth closed over him. Swimming in some dark space, the guy thought that this world was becoming more strange. Even the weakest of the monsters was crowded, and if it continues, he will not be able to take revenge. At that moment, the blade on his chest began to glow with a bright light. The guy realized that the Star Sword wanted to tell him something. The young man tried to reach the weapon, but saw how another hand stretches to him from the other side. The young man looked at the guest in surprise and could not understand who he was. "We are familiar," the stranger simply said when the hero finally appeared. Wu Fu wanted to know who was a stranger, but he simply said that he was waiting for his arrival. The couple reached for a star sword from different sides, circling in a black void. At the same time, Mang in a panic tried to shout at the guy. But then the monster which absorbed him began to shake, and something black flew out of his mouth. Seeing that it was Wu Fu, the beauty rushed to him, rejoicing that he was alive and asking him to wake up. Opening his eyes, the young man could not understand who he was calling him that this person wanted, what was happening at all, and therefore grabbed something soft with his soft hand. This very confused the girl, and the hero simply did not understand why he was so soft. At that moment, the angry lady hit the hero, saying that he was gathering, and if this did not happen because he defended her, she would have already chopped off his hand. But they had no time to hesitate, since the monster was still raging nearby, and after his lunch literally ran out of his mouth, he got even more angry. The girl noticed that there was no sense in running, but this time the young man was confident in his abilities. He would no longer lose. Mang was surprised by such words of the guy, so turning around, carefully looked at him. And Wu Fu, taking out his new blade, suggested trying something new. A huge monster opened his mouth again and flew at high speed to a young man. He wanted to try to absorb the guy again, but he decided to try his new fiery abilities. Realizing that now his strength was more, the hero again rushed into the battle with the creature. This time in the middle of the forest, one could see a tall collapse of red fire, and the girl who watched him could not understand where such a powerful energy came from. "It was the power of a star blade," explained the guy, which was previously used only 20% of his true power. Suddenly, the couple heard a familiar voice who asked if they were still alive. Turning around, Wu Fu found out who was in front of him, and the beauty asked what he was doing there. Ignoring the questions, said Aioli that he had done a lot of things. But Meng, defending himself, shouted that this blonde was to blame, because she came to the forest because of his prejudices about the weaklings. Such a reaction was very angry with a half-man, but he nevertheless restrained himself through force so as not to rude the lady. Sighing deeply, the blonde said that in the end he was too indestructible, and the man made his way into the forest. But the beauty did not want to listen to anything and, turning away from the comrade, said that he would not have held out there for a second. Discharging the situation to the guest was addressed by Wu Fu and said that since he had already come, he could tell how to get out. But Aioli did not say a word, because he was attracted by completely different. He recognized the sword of the young man. Turning away from the couple, he thought who the person was, but decided that now it was not the time to discuss it, and therefore simply said that they follow him. And in order to convince young people, he turned to them and noticed that it was already too late. It means that they could become a dinner. The angry girl noticed that the blonde simply did not know how strong the young man was. But the Genovese said that the guy was an ordinary slave, which means that he was not interested in what caused another wave of ladies' anger. Listening to the guy remembered Xiao Ha. In the evening, at some point, it seemed that he was talking to him. But his thoughts again interrupted the blonde, who said that only he could take them back, because he was eventually the strongest in the clan. And Mang, not paying attention to him, said Wu Fu, that they could go, which now angered the newcomer because he did not like that he was killed. Annoying the blonde even more, the hero noticed that he did not look so strong but simply boasted his strength, with which the beauty agreed. She said that he was so since childhood, often pretended to be influential and strong, but in fact he was just a daffodil, and also often started his reasons. But Wu Fu calmly said that he just wanted to see all his strength. At that moment, some loud sound came over the heads of the travelers again. Everyone was surprised by such a turn of events and did not know what was happening. Raising his head up, the young man saw that something black hung over them again. A second later, a loud explosion rang out again in the middle of the forest. As soon as the group climbed into increased trees, the guy noticed that the monster flew past them, and the blonde, agreeing with him, said that he had to fight. But Wu Fu noticed that it was cruel to kill the weak. But not agreeing with him, the girl said that it was normal in this forest. At that moment, Aoli gave his voice, recalling that he was still among the living. Their conversations again interrupted a loud sound, but this time it came somewhere closer. Seeing the monster, the man was surprised because he did not think that in those places there was a black dragon. To the question of Mang, whether the creature was strong, he replied that he, like his black gold wolf, belonged to the highest class, and this one looked even stronger. And continuing, he added that recently the monsters were not so active. Most likely it was because of the Lord, which means that it was necessary to leave the forest as soon as possible. But the monster did not want to release the group so easily and rushed after them on the attack. Suddenly, Aoli felt something, but could not believe that it was really a reality. But he did not have time to think, because the monster's teeth were already too close. It became longer, but the young man did not understand why the monster was chasing them, to which the blonde replied that he was chasing him. Turning over his shoulder, Wu Fu asked why it was behind him. Really in him was something special. Aoli thought it was due to the fact that the orcs could hide their smell, but people do not. In this case, moving away from the couple, the young man decided that he would lead the monster further, and they would find a safe place and hide. Mang got excited where the young man gathered, but he said that he should not worry because he knew what he was doing. His plan worked excellently, and the black dragon rushed to catch up with a man. The guy fled at high speed in the forest, maneuvering among the trees, trying to take the monster as far as possible. The hero noticed that the monster was really chasing him, and decided that he was attracted by a star blade when he realized that one after another they were following him. But the black dragon was not going to run too far, and therefore roared loudly and hit the ground with all his strength, from which cracks followed. Having noticed this and assessing the situation, the hero realized that the monster applied the skill of elements, and the dragon was not long in coming. He immediately applied his strength. Hiding behind the rock, the guy realized that the monster was really the highest class, and was incomparable with the usual. But the young man did not have time to do something. The black dragon was already over his head, and he realized that the monster really hunted his blade. Escaping from huge clawed paws, the guy put up a red barrier around him, but it helped little. Watching the monster's hand passes through protection, Wu Fu thought that he had a little strength left, and therefore he could only try. But all his thoughts were interrupted by a black dragon, who was tired of waiting, and he broke the earth under the guy's feet. The young man did not have time to recover. The monster continued to conduct an attack, and, getting up from the ground, the monster also lifted it behind him. But, not leading about the monster and taking out his sword, the guy said that some villain would not stop him so easily, and after holding a counterattack, at the same moment he was able to defeat the black dragon. While the dust was settled, Wu Fu, standing on the same knee and resting on his blade, said that everything was over. But everything was not so simple, and through the settling dust he felt a voice that he asked. He really thought that everything would be so easy. At that second, before the eyes of the surprised young man, an updated shape of the black dragon appeared, who said that he was too weak. But most of all, the guy was surprised that the monster could say. And it explained that in the forest of Hopples, all the high-ranking animals knew how to speak. After a little thought, he asked where the guy had a blade, but he said that this did not concern the monster, although he was wondering why everyone needed him. This impudence angered the monster because he did not understand why such a powerful weapon chose a stupid person with its owner, and although he chose the sword himself, the dragon believed that the guy was not worthy of possessing them. Although he was able to use the small part of his strength now, the young man expanded from the eyes heard, and the monster added that the blade lived for 1,000 years, and a miserable person could not use his power. And rushing to the attack, the dragon added that he would now destroy the hero to take possession of the weapon. The black dragon put his hand in the place where the guy had stood recently, but when he lifted it, there was no one there. At that moment, the guy again heard a familiar voice, who said that he had previously thought that he was stronger. Removing his cloak, Aioli told the guy to rest for now, and he would deal with the monster. The dragon said that he would show him what real power is. Hearing this, the orc was surprised, because the demonic creature, which says, could be met infrequently, tearing a large stone from the ground and throwing it into the blonde, the monster said that, fortunately, this was his last chance to meet such a creature. But the half-man, taking out his weapons, easily cut the shell flying into it. The black dragon roared menacingly, and the blonde at that time attacked him. But he too was not so simple, and therefore, crossing his hands, created a protective dome around him and said that the enemy could not try to break through his defense. Around the monster, the golden rings of energy were spinning, protecting it from the outside world. But Aioli believed that with a miserable person who even does not know how to manage an aura, a monster can do anything, but not with him. Watching the opponent, the black dragon wanted to return it to the ancestors. But the blonde believed that he was very arrogant. When the half-man finally reached the monster, he managed to hit him with one blow. And watching everything because of the tree, Wufu noticed that the aura at that moment was very strong. Having landed near the guy, the blonde said that it was the difference between people and orcs, and, carefully looking at him, added that there was the difference between them too. But this did not explain for what purpose he came and saved the young man. But after the happy Mang jumped on his back, who was happy that everything was in order with a man, there were no more questions. The evil young man did not understand what the girl was doing, and ordered her to immediately get off. And Aioli, taking the beauty, said that everything happened precisely because of the guy, because no one told him to go alone. To which Wu Fu noticed that if he began to act earlier, he would not have to run. To this, the orc replied that the strong ones always act last, and the lady was angry that her servant also acted badly, because he left her mistress and escaped. The girl explained that the person simply could not control his aura, and therefore could not defeat the dragon, and the blonde believed that he was actually very frail, but Mang believed that he was wrong, and therefore, hitting his leg, ordered to shut up and reminded that it was time to leave. Trying to discharge the situation, Wu Fu said that the girl was right, and turning to the warrior, asked them to indicate the path. But he said that the hero spent too much energy and had to wait to recover, and then they hastened to leave this place. Now there was the longest night in the forest, and it was very far from dawn, which means that there were many monsters around, and it was worth finding a safe place. Entering the cave, starting to meditate, the guy was considering why since he got to this place. Everyone repeated about his aura and her control. I also thought about a woman. It is clear that her words meant and how a starblade appeared. Interrupting his solitude, Mang said that she found only wild fruits, asked how he felt, and the guy thanked her and said that he was much better. Putting a plate in front of him, the girl apologized, saying that in the evening she thought that she would quickly let the guy go. All next to the hero, the girl asked him what he knew about the outside world, because he came from there. And he, in turn, asked why she wanted to get there. Embarrassed, the lady replied that she had to find someone, but under the persistent look, ours added that without the resolution of the clan, she could not leave. In fact, for the young man, this explained why the lady constantly participated in competitions, and also to get into the outside world was not so simple, but she still planned to do this, although some did not want her to leave her house. But Wu Fu, reassuring the girl, stroked her hair and said that he could spend her in the outside world, because in any case he was going to return there. But she did not like it, and she began to loudly tell that the person was tired of her, and therefore, on her orders, he would take her to the outside world and ordered her to not touch her head anymore. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Aioli, who heard the whole conversation and said that it was already light and they definitely restored their strength, so there was time to advance. Having got out to the mountain, Wu Fu said that he never thought that it was so beautiful there in the light of the sun. And the blonde noticed that the forest was the sacred land of their clan. He added that here they were not for the sake of admiring nature, because there were short ones, which means that it was necessary to hurry to get to a safe place. Throwing a look at his comrade, the young man did not argue with him but immediately agreed. Through the forest, the guy asked Mang what she had in mind when she said that he had to make the invisible obvious, but she replied that he had done it. The girl explained what she was talking about, the aura that was preserved between heaven and earth. And thousands of years later, she was transformed into one of the 5 elements. They complemented and strengthened each other to create everything around. including those 5 elements that were on the third. But ordinary people were sleeping, and only a few could use the aura. Then the young man realized that the monsters and demons could control the aura. That is why he could not defeat them. The beauty also noticed that the physical energy of the young man was very strange, although she did not think that he had the ability to control the aura. But Wu Fu thought it was because he relied on the strength of the Starblade. And, as the demonic beast said, mysterious power was stored in the blade. After that, the hero asked the lady if she could train him to use the power of elements. But she was not sure that with her level, it was a good idea. At that moment, Aioli said that he could help with training. And in order to shock young people even more, he added that he will cope with this task with his forces. So without receiving an answer, the guy asked, really, our companion thought that he was deceiving him, and perhaps he did not want or was afraid. But Wu Fu explained that he was simply surprised and asked if it seemed strange to his comrade, to which he explained that it was better to use his strength to protect himself. Closing his eyes, the young man tried to reassure himself, thinking that it only seems to him that the blonde was looking down at him, although it was unpleasant. And the man, continuing the explanation, said that Mang has an organ to protect, and the hero needs to learn how to protect himself. But the girl did not like this, because she believed that she was strong and she did not need a draw of protection. And, already turning to her, the half-man said that in any case he promised her mother to protect the beauty, so she would have to come to terms with this. In this case, the guy considered that he would simply thank his comrade, and he said that he just wanted to make sure everyone would leave the forest alive. After that, the young man once again thanked his comrade for his help. Aioli said that many demonic creatures could control the aura in order to hide, including orcs, and also added that people with a strong aura could also hide their smell, for which, the guy asked interestingly, it would take a lot of time to study. At that moment, the blonde simply put 2 fingers in front of him. But Wu Fu did not understand in which hourly segment it was a question. 2 hours of the afternoon or 2 months? But it was about 2 years. To the question why for so long, he explained that the aura of the young man was very clean, which means that his advantage is that he could destroy anything. And he added that 5 elements live in harmony with each other, but his aura was slightly different, so that the guy needed to find what he was predisposed to. While Wu Fu thought what he was predisposed, the orc said that he had metal, and the girl had a fire, and the young man asked how to determine this. And he explained that it was necessary to determine which aura attracted the aura of the guy during interaction with 5 elements. And Mang noted that this could take years. Aioli also added that even if the heroes find it, he may not be enough to use it. So many people use a weak aura in battles. But, remembering the events of last night, the blonde noticed that the young man had inclinations. He simply did not know how to use them. Wu Fu suggested starting, knowing that he had no time and thought he would feel, to which Aioli said that the guy should feel 5 elements that move in the body of his opponents and destroy. Thinking about everything he heard, the hero realized that his Starblade also had perception because he constantly felt that he wanted to tell him something. At that moment, heavy rain went, and Aioli, under the dome, looked, got wet. The guy said that he seemed to be very weak since he could not break the aura barrier, after which the blonde continued to boast of his talents, and Mang probably said that she needed to find a place to hide from the rain. At that time, somewhere far in the forest of Hopples was the Lady of the Lord. One creature woke up there, completely gaining his strength. It was a wonderful half-day, with large black wings and horns on the head. Through the fabric of space, she clearly saw Wu Fu and realized that she was already familiar with him. Feeling that the young man looked around, she showed him that they were being followed. To the girl's question, he simply answered that he was surprised how he immediately got dark after the rain. Aioli immediately explained that the environment in the forest was different from everything around, so it was normal, and the guy asked for why she was different. The blonde read about this in books, and it was said that this was due to the fact that the forest Hopples fell from heaven. But the hero did not understand what it meant. Then the comrade said that thousands of years ago, members of their clan saw this with their own eyes, and this legend was even engraved on a sacred stone. But Wu Fu was still interested in what it means from heaven, although the orc thought that it was logical because in the sky it could not be on Earth. And then the guy realized that he was talking about the outside world, to which Aioli agreed, because he said that this is the only way, since the outside world is a very mysterious and unpredictable place. He also added that the aura in this forest was stronger compared to others, so strong that it could move on its own and survive on its own. But interrupting the conversation that seemed strange to him, he added that he had to restore strength because they had another long night. And Wu Fu realized that it was worth looking, because it was in that forest that he could learn a lot about the Starblade. While the guy was thinking about who the woman was because it seemed to him that she was familiar, and her forces forced his heart to tremble, Meng, tired, began to show that she was already tired. And when the girl was carried away by a ball under a tree, a young man, sitting next to her, thought that she was and really looked like a little cat. But at that moment he was grabbed by the angry Aoli, asking what he was doing, and if he could not fall asleep, he ordered him to follow him. And when they went into the thick of the forest and the guy did not understand what was happening, the blonde asked him, didn't he say that he wanted him to teach him how to use the aura? He added that the night was long, so he would find a place for an overnight stay specifically for the young man, for which he, frightened, asked where he was going. Of course you won't go, Aioli told him, because they need to go to, and Mang Goltz hid, using the aura, so that she was safe. Soon they approached the dead lake, which was the safest and most dangerous place at the same time, because it was an Amer creature that could show its good side to everyone. And also Aioli said that it was so deep that it could be lost in it and immediately turn into food, although the guy did not understand why. But then the young man felt a push in the back and realized that he was falling. When the water sucked it completely, Aioli, standing on the shore, said that he was interested in whether the hero would go to the food right away. After the matter was done, standing on the shore, the orc thought that now it remained only to come up with an explanation for the girl. Immersed deeper into the abyss, the guy realized that in this way the blonde tried to get rid of him. As soon as the hero sank to the very bottom, he realized that he was still alive, but did not understand where he was. Inspecting everything around, the young man had many questions because he thought that he was about to die. But at that moment, another person approached him. Seeing him, the young man immediately asked who he was. But he, with his eyes burning with anger, replied that it was you. This made the hero think, because he did not have twin brothers. But the second explained that he was the embodiment of his true internal self. Thinking, Wu Fu said that if the double was born to him, it turned out that he had a father. And he smiled viciously and asked how he dared to joke in such a situation. To which the young man, with a bored look, replied that he was not scared by the newcomer. And the double replied that it was precisely because of such an attitude that the young man lost. Although he was strong, he spent his time and skills on weaklings, which means he was stupid. To which the guy with a dark expression on his face said that if he does not stop, then his daddy will be angry that she was mixing a clone, because he was going to take the hero's place forever. And he added that the dead lake reflected the true feelings of people, and he appeared there out of the weakness and mediocrity of the young man, so he was destined to be a slave. But Wu Fu decided not to waste time and immediately present the lesson to the double. But the double, pushing the young man with a smile, said that he would need to use all his strength, because only one of them would survive. But the young man doubted the power of a copy, but if he so wished himself death, he would give him such an opportunity. And therefore, taking control of all feelings, the young man rushed into battle. The clone easily beat off the attack of a man and left his attack. It seemed to the guy that he was beating in fluff, and his opponent, rising, asked if he finally understood what was the matter. With a predatory smile, he added that since the young man had already finished, now his turn has come to strike. And the young man at that moment thought that he was enveloping his blows by aura, and his enemy was still on his feet. As if reading his thoughts, the double said that he thought that his blows would be strong. And this was not so, because he could not even control the aura, not to mention to win. That is why the enemy believed that Wu Fu could not even dream of defeating him. The young man managed to repel the opponent's attack, but he realized that he was very strong. On everything else, the guy did not have time to follow his attacks, because he was also very fast. He could not even catch the clone with a look, and therefore perfectly understood that he was not keeping up with him. And this scared him. Attacking from all sides, the clone, knowing all the fears of the guy, confirmed that he was too weak to cope with him because he could not even control the aura. And although the hero understood how hard he was, he knew that now he was not the time to give up. Getting up from his knees after another strong blow, the young man was considering a plan how to defeat the enemy. Smiling self-confidently, the double said that he could use the auras of all elements unlike a young man, but he was sure that he could defeat him without it. Realizing that he had the only hope for a Starblade, the guy touched his chest, calling him. When nothing happened, the young man looked at his hand in surprise, not noticing that a double was already rushing at him. At that moment, the frightened Wu Fu realized that he could not call his weapon, although he did not know how this was possible. With a predatory smile, the double explained that the water of the dead lake seals the power of the blade, because initially the blade was sealed in dead waters, and only then people freed it. The exhausted young man did not understand at all where the clone was known. Then he explained that he was created by water, so that he acquired some memories, unlike the hero who did not know who he was and where he came from. But, rising, the guy said that the enemy was only affected by him, so he should stop being so smug. But he did not let him agree, trampling into the ground. Looking from top to bottom, the double said that he could rely on the strength of the guy, but he could still hold the top, recalling that several years ago, he himself dreamed of such a force. Demonstrating some object, he said that even though the guy forgot, these memories were lost in his memory. But this was not a problem according to the enemy, because now he still had no chance to think about her. And, without hesitation for a second, he stuck his memories into the head of the young man. Through closed eyes, he heard someone calling him, but he did not like it, because he believed that he was already dead and asked to leave him alone. But then his eyes opened sharply, and he realized that this was true. Before the gaze of a shocked guy, his blade appeared, who was happy that the small one had finally woke up. Thinking and patting himself on his cheek, he realized that he was not in pain, and decided that it was a dream. After all, he was sure that the sword could not talk, but he assured that it was not a dream. They were just in the consciousness of the young man. Paying attention to the star blade again, the guy asked him how he actually said, and although the weapon believed that this was not the most important, now the young man continued to ask why he was talking. Continuing to reason, Wu Fu said that he thought that a clone killed him, and then it was not clear why he was inside his consciousness. And, even though he dreamed that the hero asked too many questions, he decided to answer them. The sword immediately specified that the guy was almost killed, but he saved him. But he was interested in whether the weapon had his own mind. In fact, the star blade was a spiritual weapon, so he could not have his own mind. But there was one but. Having cleared his throat, the sword said that this is the most important thing. And the main thing is that, if a young man takes a breakthrough, then he will leave the waters of the dead lake. When asked by the guy how to defeat him then, the blade replied that he could take his strength because he was only temporarily sealed in the lake. Only a drop of blood was enough to release it. And although it sounded like some kind of trap, the sword said that the hero would not overpower, because he does not bother his strength. But the hero believed that if he uses the power of the sword, doesn't this confirm everything that his clone said? But the weapon explained that the double used his lake to fight, and the internal, "I am passionately wished for this power." The young man remembered that the enemy said something like that, and thought that he was still mentioning a woman from dreams. Having gathered all his will, Wu Fu asked how to get out of there right now, because the more he thinks, the stronger it drives him crazy. To which the weapon answered that he had no idea how he should do this. In this case, the guy decided to stay there and just wait for his death, since it did not mean anything. Such an idea was angry with the star sword, because he was a spiritual weapon of a young man, and if he dies, then it will also die with him. Thinking, the guy asked if the sword was sure. Perhaps he had some kind of secret plan that we had a weapon. Thinking a little, the young man said that he had not spoke to him before, and there was a feeling that he was no longer that of his blade. But the weapon claimed that everything was because before the young man was not so strong, but it seemed to him that nothing had changed, and added that he still did not know about one question. He wanted to know where the blade came from, because he thought that he had a rich past, since all demonic creatures wanted to get him. The sword said that it was possible because he was too strong, because the guy used it, so he was supposed to be known in the first place. But the hero knew that this had changed, and wanted to say that it was. In response to all questions, the blade said to follow his instructions and so that the guy would use his blood and release him. The star sword insisted that there was enough drops to get out of there and deal with the double, and this was the most suitable way. Hearing this, the young man realized that there is some other way. The weapon began to very actively deny that there were other ways, and to himself thought that the boy was too tidy. With his hands, the hero said that if the sword does not want to tell him, then they would stay here, and the blade claimed that they would die there soon. In this case, Wu Fu said that they should come up with something better, otherwise they would really end in life. But the weapon began to aggressively claim that it was she who dictates the conditions there, and the hero insisted that he simply talk about other methods, and then everything would be faster. Carefully looking at the young man, the star sword thought what kind of clan he was a descendant, but realized that he could not leave him there, and decided to simply persuade him. And the guy calmly reasoned that he wanted to get out of that place as soon as possible and defeat the double, because it was too unpleasant to listen to how he spoke for him. But the blade knew that the hero's forces had not yet recovered completely. But he was still very strong and did not want to obey. And Wu Fu thought about the words of the clone, who said that he was praying for some kind of power and thought that something was for a woman in his dreams. But he understood that he did not remember anything. Having considered everything, the blade turned to the guy, ordered him to get up, because he will only tell him this and he will not hear this from him anymore. The young man was surprised that the weapon was decided, but it explained that she simply helped itself. And then she said that the auras will be enough, but the guy will not have enough control. In other words, he needs to transform his aura into an aura of elements. Now the young man's aura was concentrated in the abdomen. His aura is dissolved in the body. It cannot be collected, and therefore he must turn it into a strong aura. In other words, it had to be distributed throughout the body. But the young man did not quite understand how to do it. And the sword thought that it was a real talent, whose strength was simply discouraged. Ordinary people managed only one type of aura, because a strong aura of elements can only use the aura of the body itself to supply it with energy. The guy's double was within the power, which means he would cope. It was necessary to feel, hear, and use your aura to explore everything around you. It was not enough to see it. You need to concentrate energy and apparently interview the pattern, and then absorb it with an aura. But at that moment, their surroundings were cracking, and the blade realized that consciousness collapses. The power of the dead lake destroyed him. If Wu Fu cannot absorb the aura, he will die right now with the weapon and will not be able to become the strongest king of the gods. At that time, standing over the body of a young man in the middle of a dead lake, the double said that he would now replace him and become a king. It was only necessary to wait until the lake will absorb the strength of the star blade, and then it will become invincible. But at that moment, something began to leave the guy's body. But not noticing anything, the double thought only about the fact that he wanted to start destruction from the orcs, as here behind his back, he heard the voice of a young man who said he almost died. With a self-confident smile, looking at his clone, Wu Fu said that Daddy had returned from hell to punish him. The clone could not understand how the guy got up, and asked if he had seen the sword, to which the guy noticed that he was scared, and perhaps he wanted to kill him because of this. The double noticed that he chatted too much and decided that if he could win once, he could be the second one, and no one would help him. But the young man said that the enemy had already used his chance and rushed to the attack. And Aioli at that time stood on the shores of the dead lake and looked at the water. The blonde could not believe that the water was so raging, and realized that it was due to the fact that Wu Fu tried, and therefore he hoped that the Lord would not wake up because of this. "Attacking!" the clone shouted at the young man, asking why he did not beat in response, and continued to call him a loser, believing that he, as always, would be filled with tears. And the young man simply silently went into defense and pondered that nothing had changed. So how did the enemy know in the past? At that moment, the hero heard the voice of the blade, who ordered him to concentrate, because their life depended on this. And when the young man was shrouded in an incomprehensible substance emanating from the star sword, he realized that it was a water aura. Seeing this, the double was surprised, and the guy thought that he had removed a strong aura of water, and it could not be that he really knew that man. Thanks to the newly acquired power, the young man has become much stronger than ever. Such a turn of events simply struck his opponent, because he understood that the chances of winning were reduced. The last thoughts of the clone before the young man's attack was struck by him, that all this happened due to the fact that during his attack the young man had already used the aura of water to create a trap. But what struck him was an aura. Although he did not believe that the guy was able to master his abilities so quickly, but the young man with a self-confident smile said that nothing was impossible for him, and in order not to waste time, he ordered the enemy to tell everything he knew. But the clone just laughed for this and said that the hero could destroy him, but he simply does not understand what situation he was in, and said that they would go to hell together. The blade explained that the enemy's strength is getting out of control, which means that the guy should be careful. The double became like a monster, but still did not want to let the guy go and reminded that it was he who at one time saved his mother. These words struck Wu Fu, but the sword said not to listen to the opponent because they had to quickly destroy him, and then they would be free. The clone came closer, trying to evoke emotions of the young man, saying how much he was miserable. And the guy told the Clink that as soon as they get out, he will be obliged to tell him who he really was. Now the guy was able to form only a fiery water aura, and the double was fueled by the energy of the lake, which did not belong to 5 main elements. The dead lake absorbed a lot of someone else's aura, and the place absorbed a lot of other people's anger. So the color of the aura of the clone was black. Having learned all the necessary information, the hero rushed into battle with his double, realizing that the chances of victory have increased many times. Under the waters of the dead lake, there was a cruel battle in which it is still unknown who could go out the winner. And although the enemy believed that Wu Fu was too slow, he crept up to the bastard from the back and struck him with his strength. Although the double did not believe that the usual power of the aura of the blade was enough, the young man was able to cause him serious damage. But not only the double was wounded, the young man also experienced severe pain. And although usually the wounds did not cause so much suffering, this one burned his heart. Fortunately, the sword suppressed part of the blow, and the guy still had the question why the black aura did not seem so strong. The blade explained that all this was because the hero became stronger and his opponent was weak, and therefore it was a logical question how to get rid of him completely. To which the weapon has pathetically declared that if there is light, then there will be darkness. There are things in the world that you cannot get rid of, otherwise the world will collapse without a balance. So, the clone was an important part of Wu Fu, and he would have to accept it if he wanted to live, because it was not worth thinking that he would be able to hone everything to the ideal. The Star Sword said that the guy should end this and continue to live, but thought to himself that he needed him to free himself. At that time, looking on the shore of the lake, Aioli saw the bubbles rising to the surface and realized that the survivor had finally seemed. Sticking ashore, the young man said that he was able to win, even though the orc did not believe that he would manage to end the illusion. I, already seriously looking at my friend, asked if he tried to kill him, pushing him into the water, but the blonde denied this and reminded that the hero himself asked him to help, and believed that if he had not even passed this test, it did not make sense to move on. Carefully watching Wu Fu Fu, he realized that his aura had changed. She intensified, and it seemed strange. Since they have already finished, the half-man offered to return to Meng, and the young man began to ask if her father was with a man and invited her to help go to the outside world. Since Aioli was tired of the guy's questions, he said that as soon as they leave the orc tribe, the girl would not lead him anywhere and ordered to keep her mouth behind her teeth. And although Wu Fu was interested in what a comrade was hiding, he decided that this was not his business, because he only needed to find friends and return to the outside world. And although the Star Blade claimed that the outside world would be completely different, the young man replied that he had already been there and in any case wanted to return. But since the Blade considered himself a master of the hero, he promised to protect him, even though he did not like what he called himself. On the other side of the universe, watching a couple of strangers, she realized that it was an old man, and he obeyed a man with a familiar aura, which she had no longer able to try. Walking through the woods, Mang thought that the half-man had taken her new acquaintance and destroyed, but unexpectedly her anger cooled a little, because she felt that the energy in the forest changed. Feeling the approach of something dark, the beauty turned and screamed loudly, frightened by what she saw. Hearing a loud scream, "Beauty!" the man immediately rushed to her help. Finally, approaching, they saw that the young lady grabbed an unknown dark creature in her captivity. The creature greeted, and Aioli, you recognized the Lord in it, although you did not understand how it happened, thinking that it was probably attracted by water. And Wu Fu realized that the lady in front of him was the Lord, and it was her huge creature that he had previously seen, and also realized that she had a strong aura, that he was scared. And the woman, not paying attention to anyone, said that her captive was a glorious child, in which something special was hidden. And then, with a crooked smile and impatience in her eyes, she added that she really wants to try it. Interrupting the monologue of the creature, Aioli bowed to her and said that they did not want to break her peace, and also asked to let them go completely. But the lady sharply pressed the baby to her chest, which very much struck her and embarrassed her. The evil Mang demanded that she be released immediately, and the girl said that they should not be afraid because she would not touch them. Wu Fu silently watched this picture and thought that, although she was a woman, she did not hide her powerful aura, and if she was at least a little distracted, she could die. But unexpectedly for everyone, the Lord's face darkened, and she asked the old man how he dared to hide herself in a strange body, and ordered to immediately appear. And after that, opening her eyes wide and carefully looking at the young man, she said that otherwise she herself would come after him. Having caught the girl's gaze, the young man suddenly realized that he was inside his mind. Wu Fu realized that he was tightened there by force. But even more, he was surprised by the female voice behind him, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man did not remember that he and Vladika had met before, But in fact, she spoke not with him, but with a man inside him. To himself, the hero thought that there was only a star blade inside him, and already aloud asked if the beauty turned to him, to which she replied that everyone recognized him. But she talked about the first owner of the blade, which took possession of them a long time ago and became the strongest among the gods. But the guy did not understand how this is possible, because the spiritual weapon recognized only one owner. Vladika continued and said that the fact that the sword was reborn means that a new battle is coming, and the young man should still gain strength, and he asked who the king of the gods was. Hovering above the hero, she answered with a gloomy smile that, of course, her old lover was. Suddenly, someone shouted to the Lord so that she would not touch the young man. She could not overpower herself in the summer, because she could not resist the desire. The young man was enveloped in dark purple energy, throwing star weapons from him. Opening his eyes, Wu Fu thought about what he was getting into, because he believed that this did not concern him. Vladika thought that, despite the fact that he was not physically there, his strength did not weaken, and the child who was in front of her seemed unusual, because he was able to withstand power. Initially, the lady thought that the guy was just an offering, but obviously it was not so, and offered to talk to his face, which he asked so whether she kept him there. In fact, the woman said that Wu Fu simply was exhausted and ordered him to come closer. And, stretching out a hand in front of him, she began to lure the young man closer to him, and he, unable to resist the strength against his desire, flew up to the lady. Leaning closer to the hero's face, Vladika said that if she destroyed him, she would somehow not be able to find out what that person wants. Wu Fu, in turn, embarrassed with such proximity, thought that it was too dangerous, and not noticing his reaction, the woman added that she did not want to have common affairs with that person, and since she knew very well that the young man wanted to get into the Tianhui Tang, she offered him to make a deal. Such a proposal was very surprised by the hero, because he could not believe that it was so easy to suppress. And the beauty continued, said that she could let her friend let go and could send him back to heaven in exchange for his body. At that time, Mang did not understand where the orc was leading. He replied that he would send her to the temple, and then he would find a young man, because it was his fault that he fell into this matter. And he added that she should not worry, because he will never disappoint her. As soon as the guy heard the proposal of the Lord, he said that he did not agree to this. And the woman believed that his reaction was very cute, and he looked like a small bud. Turning away, Wu Fu said that although he did not know how to bargain, but if the lady wanted to kill him, he did not agree to this. And she asked why she needed it. This has already attracted the attention of a young man, and she explained that she wants to train from Azov to the depths. The guy did not agree to this option, and so on suggested. The guy said that if he wins, she would let him go, but if he loses, he will become her. Realizing that now he could not refuse, the young man asked what they would argue with. Vladika explained that she had hidden a small toy in the temple, and more recently she woke up, and if the guy could defeat her, she would let him go. Wu Fu did not understand what the catch was, but the woman said that she would not entrust him with this, but the enemy would soon die. Having decided to translate the conversation, the hero asked that the Diovshka was known about the blade and the upcoming battle. Vladika promised to tell everything as soon as the young man wins, and now his companions were heading to the temple. And if he does not go, they will be in danger. Without wasting time, the young man immediately asked where that temple was. Passing the hero into the forest, Vladika said that this night would be long, because today was a complete moon, which means that the enemy would be strong, and asked the guy not to let her down. Already when the hero was moving in the right direction, a star blade appeared near him and said that he would take him out, because now they had the main thing to escape. But the young man did not agree with him because he believed that they had nowhere to run. Having landed in the middle of the forest, the young man felt that they were surrounded by many strong monsters. The blade believed that it could be the Lord, and she was clearly opposed to the young man, but he did not agree and believed that she was configured precisely against weapons. Turning around, the hero noticed that a huge evil creature was rushing in his direction, but he took out his star sword and easily defeated the enemy. But the monster did not come by itself. From different ends of the forest, many monsters immediately flew to his aid. Next to him, the star blade recalled that now the hero could use the aura, so such opponents were not a hindrance to him. And when the monsters were defeated, he added that today, the young man used the aura all day, but even with the help of it, it would be difficult for him to defeat the demonic monster. Trying as soon as possible to leave the scene of the battle, the hero rose into the sky and landed with a noise on the completely different end of the forest. The Vladika, who watched him, thought that this vile boy wanted to turn everything on her ground upside down, because he expected that she would force him to stay. Lying among a huge crater, a young man with a smile said that they finally landed safely. The blade was completely disagreeing with him, because if it were not for his physical strength, he would have died. But the young man believed that it was better than being with monsters driven into a corner. But the weapon believed that such actions could be attracted even more monsters, and therefore it was worth rising faster and find a safe place to gain strength. To which the hero replied that it was necessary to go to the temple and asked where he was, which was very surprised by the sword, because in his opinion, everyone had to know where the temple was. And, having decided to choose the direction at random, the young man showed towards the forest and said that they should go there. Hearing this, the Star Blade began to shout loudly that it was not clear where it was not clear, because they had just come from there. And, already more calmly, he added that if the young man wants to die, then do not drag him behind him. At that moment, the young man felt huge jaws clasp behind his back of his head. Seeing the monster, the hero was shocked by how large he is. And the huge monster, watching the guy from a height, asked how he dared to disturb him. The enemy decided that it was not worth talking for a long time, and immediately hit with his powerful fist in the place where the guests stood. The hero realized that the monster was very fierce, and if he went on, then they would all be in the mud, and he did not understand where people had gone. Standing on the monster's head, the guy said that he was there, and added that the enemy was very strong, but there was no mind at all. And still mocking the opponent, Wu Fu added that for this one could find someone. And what was the difference what others think? The words of the young man were very angry with the monster, and with all his might he hit his face into a tree. But this did not work at all the way the monster thought, because after the blow he had a headache. And the sword at that moment said that they needed to quickly figure out and go to the temple. The angry monster believed that the little people he came across cunning, and the guy, interrupting his speech, said that he was on his shoulder. This time the big man decided that it was so easy not to deceive him, and the Star Blade thought that the hero very quickly mastered the technique of concealing the aura, which delighted him. The young man, turning to the enemy, asked if he knew where the temple was, but he refused to say until he overwhelms him. At that very moment, Wu Fu hit the enemy with all his strength, and he fell to the ground. And the guy asked if he would now take them to the right place. Standing over the defeated monster, the young man said that he would get up, because he did not even try yet, and therefore he could not die so easily. Still watching a young man, the sword thought that perhaps it was the power of the clan, which was inherited. Understanding that there was little choice, the monster agreed to bring his comrade. But he was wondering why he had to go to the temple, because it was very unsafe there. The guy replied that he wanted to find a man there and defeat him, and the Star Blade was still not sure what was worth doing. But Wu Fu noticed that if he does not come, then the girl would be in danger, and asked the weapon if he believes that the Lord would let them go. The sword, although he believed that she was holding her word, he thought that she would not let her a young man so easily. But he thought that she needed only a blade and believed that he could get rid of him. The Star Sword protested, because now they were one, and all their affairs were now common, because they are from now on as one family. But the young man noticed that when a woman grabbed him, the weapon did not help him at all, and decided that in this case he could also not care about him so much. Suddenly, looking into the distance, the young man felt an unfamiliar aura, and turning to the monster, said that they should move faster. Already reaching the temple, Aioli said that there was a sacred stone, which they did not dare to approach, but did not understand why there were so many monsters around them. Interrupting his thoughts, Meng instructed that they should go faster, which was very surprised by the blonde. But, seeing how luminous red eyes peeked out of the temple, she still decided that perhaps they should not go there. The couple were very surprised when they saw the dragon because, as they thought, the dragons did not live here. Aioli was also very interested in how dragons could be in such a deaf forest. Suddenly, the presence of the dragon and his aura began to feel in the air, which was even more scared by young people. The girl hugged the guy very tightly. She told him that the aura of the monster was surrounded by the temple, and thanks to her, all the monsters in the district are under her control. But the orc, feeling that the aura of the dragon is getting closer to them, said Mong that he was afraid, but they are already too late to run somewhere. Meanwhile, the dragon was approaching at great speed, making his way through thick thickets, feeling someone else's presence of uninvited guests. The monster, whom Wu Fu sat closely, peering on the road, and, having thought about it, told the young man that he would not go further, which was very surprised by the guy. The monster asked the hero about the power of the monster, whose appearance awakened his strength. He took possession of the power of the temple. The hero replied that this was a terrible monster and asked to let him go. The monster, having thought, said that he was so amazing because he did not even have a woman, and quickly burst into tears, to which the hero did not have when to explain what was happening, and he simply asked him to forget about it and leave, adding that in any case he led them to the goal, and now he would not delay his reproduction. The man, running away, said goodbye to Wu Fu, promising to cheer for him, and he, in turn, noted his speed, thought about instincts, and decided to find out what was the monster. In the dark forest, Aioli asked the girl about well-being. She replied that she was better, but the aura shocked her, he thought, where she came from, and the lady suggested that it was the one who placed her here. Mang also said that the reason why the temple was safe, it was the power of the sacred stone, adding that its strength can clear all the monsters, assuming also whether this monster can ignore the strength of the stone, to which the orc answered that he did not know the answer to this question. But now the most important thing for them to escape from the threat, he added that she sees that the monster specially caused this monster. The beauty, closing her eyes, told the blonde that he communicates with the monsters with the mind and asked to feel it, then mentally urged the people to serve her and destroy the invaders. Spirits, having heard the girls, approved her desires and gave her good, saying that she dare and go to her goal. Meanwhile, Aioli tried to bring out a young girl out of meditation, asking her to wake up as soon as possible while the couple was sitting. A large monster crept behind them, saying that now he found them. But, seeing the monster behind him, who was going to attack them, the young people began to quickly run away so as not to fall into the mouth of a monster who wanted to harm them. Meanwhile, the monster was seeing that his victims were running away. He was very angry, saying that the violators should not escape and had to answer for everything they did. The blonde, turning, saw an ominous aura who looked at him with a terrifying gaze, wanting to destroy them with a lady. Suddenly, Aioli felt a sharp cloud in his body. He began to lose his strength and felt that he was about to lose consciousness, which very much frightened him. In a thick night forest, Mang broke down. Her body quickly fell through the darkness, but suddenly someone grabbed her shoulder, holding it tightly. As it turned out, Wu Fu picked up the girl, not letting her fall. Looking at the blonde, he greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked him if he had died. To which Aioli answered the hero, about who at all he told him that he died, and opened his eyes. After which the guy told the guys to check who could quickly chop off his head. The orc, deciding who will deal with the next group, told the hero that he would think about it, but for a start, he needs to deal with the current situation. Mentally, the blonde decided that the fiery aura that he possessed was incredibly strong, which also surprised him as he could use it so easily. The branches of ancient trees hit a pair in the shade. One figure darted to the side, leaving only a shining mark. The other called to her. The voice echoed through the gloomy forest. Meanwhile, the half-man wanted to clarify the situation, saying that it means it was true, that one or two of them talk with their people like Mang. And a dragon crept behind the guy's back. Two sparkling blades crossed in the air, flashing with dazzling sparks. The blow echoed through the night, and the forest lurked his breath in anticipation of the next movement. Aioli, looking at the lady, said that in this way the girl would be safer to stay close to him. While the girl was without sleep, she could not be left alone, and the blonde decided to be with her. Meanwhile, the guy dealt with the snake, who told him that the decision would be behind him. On the other side, the dragon was strongly determined to deal with Wu Fu. The sword told the hero that the monster appeared before them, to which he asked, where did he know, because it was not like other monsters in a forgotten forest? To which the blade replied that there was no doubt, the monstrous dragon died. So in this world its presence is more impossible, and added that the monster created the Lord with the help of other tower of monsters. The young man was shocked. The sword confirmed that the death of the dragon united the monstrous animals, strengthening them. And the guy asked if this power was in him, and found out that he was holding parts of the dragon and could control the beasts. Looking at the energy of the monster, Wu Fu told the spirit that he did not expect the Lord to do something similar. Holding the blade in his hand, the young man saw how he began to sparkle brightly in his hands, which surprised the guy, because he had never seen such a monster, which further strengthened his interest. After that, the hero, translating his gaze to the energy of the monster, looked him directly in the eye and said that it attacked him, activating his protective barrier. The guy entered the battle with the monster. A flash of energy tore the darkness, revealing a shining whirlwind. The forces collided, shaking the space, and Wu Fu, overcoming the stream, rushed forward to an inevitable outcome. The young man directed his sword up to the sky, wanting to get directly at the target at the monster in order to neutralize him and defeat in battle. Seeing a powerful power, the guy thought he was very lucky, because if not for his energy body, he would have been collected in pieces. But the blade asked Wu Fu if he could use a wood aura. The guy replied that he could only, but his spiritual sword does not work anymore, so he wondered how to stop the enemy now. To which the weapon prompted the young man to use something else. For example, the weapon of the soul, and asked the guy where it could be. He answered the man, wasn't he? Meanwhile, the little girl began to gradually recover and called Aoli. But, opening her eyes, she saw in front of her an unusual creature that scared her very much. The idea of an unknown creature of enormous sizes stood right in front of Mang. There was a lot of eyes by the monster, and he just silently looked at the girl directly into her eyes. Meanwhile, the orc ran up to the lady, who was very happy to see that she was waking up, and now they could move on to the goal. The dragon was very angry. He wanted to fight Wu Fu and defeat him, but he was not afraid of him at all and asked if he really wants to eat him and thinks that he would succeed so simply. After that, the hero immediately released all his powerful power towards the enemy, showing what he was capable of and that he could not be so easy to win. It was even more angry with the dragon. The monster wriggled in pain, trying to get out. He resisted the guy and wanted to strike him a response, but the young man did not lag behind him in force. Approaching the dragon, the young man realized that he was close to his goal, but he was also surprised how the dragon was strong. Even he tried to resist him immobilized. Wu Fu, waving his blade, tried to sit right on top of the dragon, reaching his goal. He was preparing to drive the blade right into the monster to defeat him. Having raised a blade over him, the guy was ready to drive him into the monster and finally told him to die by sticking the blade into the opponent's skin. Everything shone with white light from powerful energy. The dragon began to scream in pain when the blade ended up in his body. Meanwhile, the hero, inflicting his blow to the enemy, and said that only weapons of the soul could cause him damage. Aoli, watching the situation, said that it was amazing, because in the hands of the guy the monster looked very helpless, and he said that he would play with him as much as he wanted. The blue glow dissected the darkness like a live pulse of energy. Wu Fu looked forward intensely, feeling the approach of the unknown power of the monster, which changed everything around. Looking in detail at the monster, the young man told him that he probably just wanted to play, and again rushed into battle, directing the blade in the monster. A bright flash cut out the darkness, raising a wave of energy. Performing a jump, the young man looked light and swift, rushing forward, leaving behind the silence and riddle. Stopping in the battle, the guy said that they had not competed for a long time, which Aoli, approaching him, shouted that it seemed that the dragon could only be injured with the help of a star sword. Wu Fu thought and told the orc that it was just a bit that could be cured, and the sword warned that the beast knew the strength of the star sword and would evade. The guy reassured him, saying that he knew what to do. The young man saw the energy balls flying to him. He told the monster that he understood everything and asked how he was going to use it at a distance, repeating the question of whether the monster was thinking what he would do. The explosion of energy cut off the night silence. Lifting the clouds of dust, a hero emerged from the Hera, ready to strike a blow that would change the course of the battle. His gaze glowed with determination. Raising his blade highly, the young man was preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the monster, and rising into the air, rushed directly to meet the battle through radiant energy. Wu Fu, having stumbled with a powerful blade right on the beast, clung to him with a dead grip. And while they were beating, there was a high pillar of exploding energy around them. Meanwhile, a girl ran to Aoli, who begged him to help the young man, to which he said that this monster was just a large garbage fish, and if she was so worried about him, he would save him. Mang got angry, saying an orc that he behaves so carelessly because she said that Wu Fu had problems with the monster. Meanwhile, the blonde thought about the hero and wondered who he was, because he continued to attack. Although he knew that the monster would dodge, he thought that the guy needed to stop and not allow him to fight with the dragon further. Wu Fu tried to hit the snake, releasing his enchanted blade, but the snakes were very fast and deftly dodged. In the end, he missed. Aoli, seeing it, was tense, because he knew that the guy could not cope with his enemy. While the monster was hiding, the hero tried to take out the blade and try to join the battle with new efforts. The serpent, turning at the young man, looked directly at him with a serious look. He knew that he was powerful, but the guy, seeing his reaction, asked, did he really think that he was aiming at him? Wu Fu, distracting the monster from the main goal, quickly built his powerful blade directly into the body, completely immobilizing his enemy, catching it by surprise. Meanwhile, standing next to the young man, the Star Sword asked what he had just done, and the guy replied that he would tell him when he cut his head off the monster. The Lord of the Forest, observing the battle, noted that this was only a merged monster. Although the young man used energy, she lacked intelligence. A cunning child, she thought, puzzled by his origin. Aioli, watching the struggle of the monster, reflected on the rapid growth of the power of Wu Fu Fu, fire, water, now woody energy. He thought that perhaps this would help them find that person. Meanwhile, Mang was very happy and told the blonde that now she will have support for a campaign in the Tinvayan. Wu Fu, tightly squeezing the powerful blade, was ready to end the enemy once and for all. He called him to the last battle, offering to finish this game, and the blade, shining with green light, illuminated everything around. Having hit the earth with a blade, the young man was again ready to join the battle with renewed vigor. But before that, he told the monster that it would be very stupid to fight to death. He tried to hit the protective barrier of the monster with his strong aura of the blade to get to the dragon. But nothing came of it, and the monster was getting closer to him. Paul Yudi saw a lot of bats flew over them, which very alerted them, and the orc turned to Wu Fu, said that the monster absorbs the aura of other monsters nearby, and also asked him to leave. But the hero was not going to retreat, despite all the obstacles, saying Aoli, so that he would better come up with more significant arguments why he had to retreat. Again, a fight started between Wu Fu and the dragon, filling a large pillar of explosive energy around him, which went directly to friends who tried to escape from the aura fragments flying on them. After the battle, having parted, a large column of energy, it became clear how Wu Fu sat on the ground. Holding his blade, he looked at the monster directly into his eyes. Reflecting, he said, "Could it be possible for two phases to remain?" The monster also looked directly into his enemy's eyes. There was even more anger on his face, because now he was simply eager to take revenge on everything that the young man had done to him. Mang was very worried about the guys, therefore, assessing the whole situation, she shouted to them that the monster had only become even stronger and asked them to be careful. All three, standing in front of the dragon, and the young man told the guys that he feels only the appearance of two bird wings, to which the blonde supported him. Wu Fu decided to play gambling and argued with the orc, who was the first to chop off the head of the monster, and he was not going to give in to the guy and told him that he did not even hope to win from him. Aioli, calling for energy, told the monster that these kids will now make him. The dragon took many rare materials, and not to mention this, he absorbed the aura of everyone around the full moon, calling the monsters stupid. Having attacked the monster, the young people tried to win him, directing a combat aura in his direction and using different techniques, but they did not succeed, since the monster was strong enough. But Aioli was not going to give up and fought to the last, applying the whip from the aura and wrapping them in the whole body of the enemy. But nothing came out here. All attempts were failed. Realizing that nothing was happening, the orc said that the dragon's armor was too strong, to which the guy answered him so that in this case he would look for weaknesses from the side. He will take care of the rest. The monster was very angry and began to release the energy spheres towards men to get rid of them. But the young man began to fight off the aura of his blade from the energy spheres. Throwing back the aura of the blade into the distance, the hero took out to the enemy, who was under the protective barrier. In an attempt, he wanted to destroy the barrier, but nothing happened, and his aura crashed into fragments. Wu Fu, seeing that his aura crashed, was not going to give up. On the contrary, this even more fueled his interest in the situation. He said that the monsters lacked the ability of quick treatment, but Aioli, noting that the hero could not cope with the monster, offered him his help, to which he replied that at this level the monster could not be killed. After the words of the blonde, the young man was thrown back at high speed. He flew on than he saw, and was shocked by the speed at which he rushed. Having flew at high speed, Wu Fu, without expecting it, cut off the monster with his powerful blade. Having landed on the ground, the young man realized that it was time to finish off the enemy to the end. Rising into the air, he once again inflicted several blows to the monster. Having defeated the enemy, the hero, landing on the ground, was delighted with his victory, telling himself what he loves to do so. Meanwhile, the girl asked Aioli why he was next to her, and Wu Fu did not help, and he replied that this time the guy won, but he would not allow him anymore. The young man, standing near the body of a monster who was immobilized on the ground, enjoyed his victory and admired on his own. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Forest, watching the end of the battle, said that she thought that this merged monster would show herself better in battle. But, having thought about everything, she asked if her energy ball really wanted to tell her that this child was interesting. Meanwhile, Wu Fu felt something strange in his blade and said that the sword was constantly trembling, and thought that it was very strange that he still felt the slightest cool even in this way. Mang, running closer to the young man, asked him if he was injured, and asked to inspect the wounds, but he assured her so that she would not be worried, and that this dragon had no chance of victory. Aoli, having become interested, asked the young man how he defeated the monster and what was the action of a large village aura, to which Mang supported him and asked how the hero ruled the vines who made wood perfumes. He replied to the guys that this was a weapon of his soul, and it could harm those monsters. While Wu Fu explained to the guys about his strength, the girl asked, he himself did not say that the hopeless forest was full of wood energy, to which the blonde suspected something was amiss. The young man, showing his energy ball filled with wood energy, and the orc asked him how he thought of such energy, to which the hero replied that all this was thanks to him, adding about the ingredients that he was useful to compatibility of intangible and transformed things. Then collect spiritual energy and realize 5 elements. Aioli, looking intently at the young man and analyzing the situation, as well as how he talked with the girl, thought that now, it seemed, time has come. While Wu Fu was thinking how to convey the head of the Lord, the Star Sword advised to leave to keep his lives. He asked if he was afraid of the Lord, the blade, answering that he was not afraid, unlike the hero. The Star Sword also told the guy that a madman lived here for tens of thousands of years, and it would be better not to contact him for the good of the young man. He ordered him not to approach. Wu Fu was indignant, telling the weapon that his words only incurred curiosity, and he is obliged to go. Turning to the rest, he reported his goal. But the Star Sword was against all this venture and tried to dissuade the young man, but he did not want to listen and drive him away. The young man noticed that Aioli did not really wanted to ask him if he was with them for one. He replied that he would not allow the girl to fall into danger. Having come to the Lord of the Forest, she met them quite skeptical, saying that she thinks that the young man would spend several levels to solve this. Suddenly, behind the guy's back, the woman released all her strength, raising a high column of dust, showing that her wind power is able to demolish the head of anyone who will stand in her way. The hero said that her power is murderous, and only one gust of wind will turn this head into ashes. The Vladika, showing all her power, smiled at them and said that the guys now ask her about everything. The guy was the first to ask her a question about the Star Mosque, about the Battle of the Gods, and also asked who was that old man. The main one drew attention to the fact that the guy asked her continuously a lot of questions and said that he was very insatiable, but she really liked it in him. The lady raised her hand up and answered one of the questions of Wu Fu, saying that the Star Sword was an incredible weapon known around the world. She added that she did not know all the details, to which the young man also replied that many people want to get weapons, and also thought why he had not seen his strength before Rebirth and whether he could be sealed. Also, standing behind, Aioli thought, the blade in his hands has incredible power. But the hero continued to ask that before the Battle of the King of the Gods was a war that began due to the battle for the sword, to which Vladika said that this is only one of the parts of the so-called Battle of Kings, adding that this is a group of strong cultivators who begin the internal war for the right to be called the strongest. Hearing a conversation, the dagger asked the young man whether he was scared now, and also asked him to open this garbage faster and free him so that he could convey his knowledge to him and make him a new king of the gods. The Star Sword, turning his face to a woman, was very afraid of seeing her sinister face, but Wu Fu told him that he was saying so slowly that he could fall asleep. The young man also noticed that the Star Sword was very afraid of the Lord, especially when he looked at her. So he asked her why he was so afraid of her, to which she replied that he was afraid of her because he simply begged her about love. The guy quickly asked the questions, thinking, was it really the only thing? As well as missing the thought that even from the point of view of the lady's orc was a very beautiful creature. To the words of Wu Fu, the beauty denied the guess of the guy. She appeared very frankly in front of the hero, assuring him that she was the same as he, stupidly and innocently smiling in his face. This was very embarrassed by men, especially the view of the woman herself. They froze in place and could not tell her anything. The hero wanted to talk with the girl to cleanliness, and, gathering his thoughts, he asked her to go closer to the topic. He spoke about the last question, asking her where the heavens were, to which the Lord, smiling, answered him, was he not now outside the heaven? He, without realizing what she was talking about, asked the girl what she means under this, and the lady, pointing her finger up, drew the attention of the young man, and he began to gradually guess what she had in mind. The woman, holding the ball of the ground in her hands, said that it was only a trick, and Mang, delightedly examining it, noticed that he was small and beautiful. The beauty said that in addition to this small world, there are 9 planets with her aura and life. If her memory does not change her, then their location is called the 9th reality outside the sky. Vladika also added that this area, the planet on which they are now, is called Furui. Having examined closer, the girl was delighted to learn that they were on this small planet. What Aioli also interested the words of the Lord, and he asked her whether the other or external worlds of Tainvida are called, and she rudely answered him. Did his brains still think? Suddenly, Mang asked how to find this man, and Wu Fu thought that she wanted to find someone in the outside world. It is more difficult to find a person than a needle in a haystack. The blonde also asked the lady if she could tell him where to find Penlai, to which she replied that it was the nearest planet to Furui, and he asked her how to get to her. Meanwhile, the young man was very concerned about the issue of Orc, thinking that he says everything wrongly, but Vladika answered the question, saying that there is a snow tower in the clouds to the north of the hopeless forest, and there is a gate that lead to other worlds. The words of the beauty alerted the young man, and he asked the lady what was wrong with them, to which the lady, reflecting on the question, told him that he did not know what their problem was. As far as she remembers, the cultivators who have passed the gate immediately go to another world. After listening to her, the hero was a little encouraged. He also thought that the so-called Ascension array was a gate to other worlds, but Wu Fu still had one barrier. He did not know where his friends were sent, but he was ready for anything to meet them again. Meanwhile, the friends of Wu Fu made their way through the jungle, overcoming different obstacles in their path. Lo Si, taking out her sword, chopped off her head with an unknown wild animal who wanted to eat them. After that, the fat man asked the girl if she was in order. The teacher answered the guide that this was just a small monster, and so that he was not worried about anything. She also asked Wang Meng if there were any news from Wu Fu, and he said that there was nothing. But the man hastened to reassure the girl, telling her that she would not be worried about because the hero is a very talented person, and he would cope without their help. So there is nothing to worry about. The girl calmed down and asked Wang Meng if the hero could further defend them, because when meeting with powerful enemies, they could only observe and stay behind. The lady told the guy that, being in another world, she realized what to be outside of mankind, because even the cultivators of the spiritual kingdom have energy better than them. But Wang Meng did not understand what the teacher had in mind, telling him about it. So he asked her what she wants to say to everyone. Lo Si replied that this was a chance to stop hiding behind Wu Fu Fu, adding that now they should become stronger and not stand behind the next meeting. The fat man agreed with this, promising to try more. The lady has changed a lot in just a few days. Her skill in the water element reached the ideal. And now you can't say that she is a cultivator from a small world. The girl asked Lo Si if the fat man was waiting for praise for success without the help of the elders, to which she answered that she worked herself because the master only directs, and everything depends on the student. The teacher froze, not knowing what to say. Her friend, without hesitation, asked her whether this was connected with her lover, whom she constantly thinks about, and the teacher blushed with embarrassment. Then she turned to Wang Mengu, asking how practice was going in the last days, because he had to work more diligent. He answered her that there was no progress, and smiled. To which the girl in response said that in this case, Wu Fu should know if he has potential. Meanwhile, in the forest where Wu Fu was sitting, he sharply twisted in his nose, and he sneezed very much. Such a state made him worry, and he thought whether the cultivator could also catch a cold. The girl asked the young man whether he fell ill, and he thought about his well-being, but she also translated the topic, asking how he thinks Vladika told him the truth or not. The young man answered Meng that the monster, which has been living for tens of thousands of years, could be real, even from the words of Vladika. The hero thought, after the rebirth, everything changed, except for the events on Earth. Perhaps the process was violated, or he forgot the details in 30,000 years. Everything was too confused. The young man directly asked Aioli why he asked Vladika to find Panli, and whether it was connected with the girl, and he confirmed it. Mang irritatedly demanded an explanation, but the blonde reassured her, saying that there was a reason. The orc asked the guys to give him everything and said that this person is the father of the girl, and he also said that this man was his master and foster father, which dumbfounded the young man with such news. Wu Fu thought over everything, and said that then it was not surprising that he was so baked about this. He was a little shocked that the couple were summary. But the lady said insultingly that she did not perceive Aoli as an older brother. The girl said that the orc did not help her when they mocked her, and also hid her father's location. The blonde, with a clear reluctance, agreed to tell, warning that the story was difficult for him. He began from the day when he was left alone, sitting under a tree, feeling fatigue and hunger. He thought that he was a stupid poor, and felt that his end was near. Aoli pondered very terrible thoughts that after his death nothing would change and everyone would spit on him. Suddenly he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in some crowded place, hearing other people's voices that discussed him, saying that he was still a child and could no longer work, and also decided to help him. Waking up, he saw the girl whom his mother asked not to disturb his brother. A beautiful woman suddenly came up, joyfully saying that he woke up and asked about his well-being. Aoli smiled so warmly that he finally felt like a welcome child, who was loved and respected. Suddenly, a vibrating sound of the belly made a vibrating sound, which asked for food. When he heard these sounds, little Mang told his mother that her brother made strange sounds. Going closer to the bed, where the blonde was lying, the woman held out her hand to him and invited him to go with them to have lunch. This very touched the young guy, and he burst into tears with joy. The girl noticed that her older brother was crying and asked her mother why, and the lady asked the boy what his name was, and the boy named her name. After listening to the story of a young guy, the woman was very touched and asked her husband to add another couple of cutlery. He, having obeyed her, said that he would do everything. Since the family accepted the young guy to her house and considered him his son, he became an older brother for a little girl. Aoli, telling the whole story about himself, told the hero that that family adopted him. So he did not have to wander and he listened to the story. He understood what was the matter. But the blonde continued the story, saying that fate was merciless to his family, and the trouble came to their house from where they did not expect it. The thing was that Mang's mother seriously fell ill, and then his father went to Panli to help to find a medicine for his wife. But she could not wait for his return. The orc said that the mother wanted him and the girl to continue to live, and the young man, surprised, admitted that he did not know about it. To which Mang, after everything he heard, asked how the orc found out that their father is now in Panli. He replied that this would sound very strange, but there was a certain connection between them. The girl angrily called Aoli with an old fox and asked why he talked about his departure in the outer sky. He replied that without help they would not find him in Panli. Wu Fu, watching the situation, asked the guys that from what they said, he realized that they created an external sky that did not exist. The hero, seeing that the girl began to be offended, said that therefore every time the monsters meet, he tries to stop her and let her retreat. Then, looking right at the blonde, the guy asked him why he then sharply changed his opinion. Aoli replied that he changed his opinion because of him. He explained that the guy had an inexplicable talent. He quickly mastered the AIs of 4 attributes. Wu Fu was indignant and asked the man if he considered him a bodyguard Mang, but he replied that the hero was his slave, and that was enough. Seeing that the young man doubts help, the orc, taking him on the shoulder tightly, begged him to help them, which the guy was not where to go, and he agreed through force. The half-man, letting go of the young man, told him to forget and simply would be nice if 2 strong people go to Panli, hoping that he would help. Following a couple, Wu Fu reflected on an unknown direction of events. The body became less controlled, but he was sure that Aoli would help him. It was a profitable deal for both. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, the remaining monster's predators walked on the heels of Wu Fu, looking for its traces. Suddenly, the head of the gang stopped, and her members asked if everything was in order with the Holy Stone. He answered them that everything was fine, and also asked the guys if they found anything. The team discovered the dead body of the monster, divided as a professional. It was killed by 1 blow, and the G-move suggested that it could be an imposter, after which the wolf asked where this wolf club could be because he would like to find it. Wu Fu, lying on the ground, meditating, trying to call a star sword through the aura, moving away from reality, he suddenly heard someone called him by name, opening his eyes, and no one was nearby. The hero thought where these sounds came from because the aura worked, but the star sword could not be called, suggesting that everything was possible due to the fact that he was already in a different reality. Meanwhile, a double appeared behind the young man's back, telling him that he was thinking correctly. What was the problem? The guy, noticing him, was not very surprised by his appearance, to which the clone told him that they had finally met. The young man was not very impressed, thinking, was his comrade still alive? What he asked him? Wasn't he glad to meet his old friend? The double told the guy that he probably thinks why he was here and still alive, to which the hero asked what he wanted to do this time. Did he really want to replace him again? The clone was not going to retreat and reminded the young man of their symbiotic relations, which require mutual assistance and balancing. He said that he had come not to replace him but to answer questions. The young man replied that he had no problem requiring the help of a double, to which the double asked Wu Fu whether he did not need to explain anything, and does he want to know why the memories from a past life are different from what is happening. When asked by the clone, the guy replied that he did not want to know anything from him, and what moreover the difference before, because the goal will still not change. To which the double replied that it was very ambitious on his part, and Wu Fu asked what it means from the double. He told him that it was a pity that his previous life was in vain. Hearing this from a double, Wu Fu once again demanded an explanation on these words, and he, having got closer, took him by his clothes tightly and said, unless after the rebirth he did not forget about the goal of becoming the king of the gods, and also mentioned the man whom he promised to save. The clone, having heard from Wu Fu about the man whom he promised to save, was very wounded and told the guy that he had never forgotten anything, and the ambitions will always be in the first place. The double, telling the guy that he does not understand anything and the truth does not remember, ordered the young man to get out, letting go of his clothes and pushed away from himself. But before leaving the young man, his comrades warned, saying that he should not trust the old man's words in a star sword. Suddenly, someone took him by the shoulder. Wu Fu saw how some unfamiliar woman hugged his clone, and he called her a mother, who asked not to worry, because they would surely save her and destroy the temple of the king of the gods. Waking up after meditation, the guy thought what this double wanted to say. Did he really forget about something? And decided that he would need to ask him about everything at the next meeting. Meanwhile, noticing that the hero came to his senses, Mang asked him why he was talking to himself, and the orc advised him to hurry, because the first step to Panlai is a way out of a hopeless forest. To which Wu Fu asked the guys, unless it would be considered help from him, and Aoli answered the guy that the situation was regarded as fraud. After that, looking at the girl, the young man told her that he did not think that she could not become an orc for so long, and the girl was very outraged by such a thought. Not wanting to delve into the conflict, the hero invited the guys to go further, thinking that although he did not know what this guy wanted to say, but sooner or later he would be revealed to him. Meanwhile, reporting to the fox all the information, the subordinates said that they found Aoli. He asked them if he left the forest and asked his subordinates to find out what was happening. Leaving the forest, the group rejoiced that they found a way out. The girl told the guys that she finally passed the tests of the hopeless forest with her efforts, to which the guys were very upset and they were offended that the lady thought that she had done everything. And Wu Fu asked her, didn't they help her? But Mang was not going to find out anything with the guys, telling them that she urgently needed to tell someone about her feat. Suddenly, some voice told the girl that she would definitely notify her grandfather. The girl, seeing Lena in front of her, was very surprised that he was also puzzled by Wu Fu himself, and he smiled joyfully told the girl that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling her affectionately Lion. After the words, the main girl rushed to his arms, exclaiming joyfully and calling him grandfather. The girl, who rushed into a hug, climbed into the old man, trying to hug him, shouting that the old fox had deceived her and that the outer sky was not heaven at all. She could not restrain emotions. What Aoli shouted at the girl, telling her that she would not be so rude because the supreme ruler wants only the best for her. Mang, slightly offended, agreed and stated that now she would cope. And the fox, analyzing the situation, realized that the stranger was Wu Fu, who burst into a hopeless forest. However, the girl confidently and a little menacingly refuted his words. The old man, thinking about how to do everything right, asked the half-people to take a little walk while she talks to the young man. Left in private, the guy began to say that he did not think that he should tell her everything, because in the evening he was just lost and did not want to enter the hopeless forest at all. The head asked Wu Fu, does he really not want to respect their laws because someone showed him the way to the forest? Meanwhile, the orcs, who stood eavesdropping on the conversation of the Dia and the guy, were very worried about him. But Aoli convinced her so that she would not worry, because the patriarch would not offend Wu Fu. But the hero was not going to bend under anyone and told the chapter directly that, despite their words, they were all the same, to which he said that he had enough character. After that, the fox turned to the head of the wolf club so that he told him the truth and asked the question of the same stranger who helped Mang to defeat the beast and deceive it, and then burst into a hopeless forest. To which the head of the wolf confirmed the words of the patriarch, saying that everything was so, and after that, the accompanying added that this wanderer, who deceived the beast and many monsters, helped Mang to beat him when he asked to fulfill the demand. And he added that when he met him later, despite his requests, he burst into a hopeless forest, and he and the young people had to follow him. After hearing the leader of the wolves, the old man turned to the young man and asked if he had something to say. But since not a word sounded here, the elder asked in this case not to blame him. After that, he called a guard named Rick to him, and the hero realized that he would need to fight in order to pass. Surprised gaze of the young man, half Swin, pressed the leader of the wolves to the ground. He was shocked no less than Wu Fu and wanted to know from the patriarch what was happening. With a formidable look, the old man asked if this cub thought that he was so old that he would seriously believe his words. And then, turning around and going to leave, he told the young man that he was obliged to kill the giant monster in the temple, which surprised him. And, turning over his shoulder, he added that, unfortunately, he was no longer as strong as young people, and advised the young man to treat others with respect if it is appropriate. When the men ended the conversation, the blonde approached Wu Fu and asked what the supreme ruler told him. In fact, there was nothing special, just the guy did not expect that the patriarch was such an energetically strong person in the highest kingdom. But since Aioli did not understand what he was talking about, the young man turned to him in surprise and asked, "Did he really not know?" And then the hero explained that, roughly speaking, it was a division of forces into the kingdom, to which the orc said that the patriarch, according to the standards of cultivators, belonged to the higher kingdom. How the young man added that the kingdoms are divided into areas of practice, such as the virtual kingdom, the kingdom of the form of soul, transformation and disaster. At the moment, he belonged to the virtual kingdom and was still very far to the level of the supreme ruler. In this case, Aioli asked where he would go, to which the young man did not know the answer, because they had unique abilities to condensate the sound, and he could not distinguish them. But the young man also replied that the old fox was something completely different. Lo Si meditated on the bed when the door opened, and someone entered. Ven Feng, holding the husky, was surprised how such a beauty was only interested in practice, and the teacher asked why she was here. Having moved closer, the lady said that she needed to reach the balance between work and rest. And I noticed that if you train for so long, you can go crazy, than the teacher embarrassed. But, remembering something, Ven Feng moved away from the teacher and said that she had come to inform her of good news. The girl's father said that in a few months, probably the kingdom of Penlai would be completely open. And also he asked his daughter to take Losi and Fat to test their capabilities. But the lady did not want to participate in this. Such a reaction was very surprised by the guest, and she asked what was wrong. The teacher explained that from the time they arrived, the woman took care of them, and when they now had the opportunity to thank her, they could not do this. To the fact that Ven Feng carelessly said that there they could meet Wu Fu, and now the lady should forget about work and rest a little. At that time, in the kingdom of the orcs, the leader proposed to raise glasses for his granddaughter, who remained the strongest warrior in the clan. And he added that from today, Mang is a recognized clan fighter. Watching from the balcony after everything that was happening, the blonde asked Wu Fu whether everything was in order, but he replied that he was simply not used to such ideas. And in order to change the topic, Aioli invited the guy to celebrate. But he said that he did not want to, because he needed to get enough sleep. Lying in bed, the hero thought that the abilities of the orcs for concentration and susceptibility were really powerful, and therefore he decided that it was necessary to study them. At that moment, the doors opened, and the head of the clan entered the room, inviting the young man to teach everything that very much surprised him. Having decided to give the young man the time to think over everything, the fox said that he would return later, if he wants to learn concentration, to which the guy asked that the comrade wants in return. But it was not a trap, just the hero's companions told what was in the forest, and therefore the old man will do it in gratitude. Despite everything, Wu Fu did not believe the main one, and he, laughing, noticed that the young people were very careful. It seemed that they had experienced a lot, to which the young man said that he came only with good intentions. And the old man, embarrassed, said that if he insisted that he tell his goals, then it was ordinary curiosity. Such words surprised the hero, because he could not understand what the comrade had in mind. The head of the clan was really curious how much time he would take a person with a person's weapon and spiritual energy with the attributes of the 5 elements. Wu Fu was alerted to such words. He did not understand where the fox could find out about the weapons of the soul in his body. Perhaps this happened when he patted him on the shoulder. But then, the leader said that if the young man was confident in himself, he will teach him. But first of all, he needed to throw away his entire aura and the weapon of the soul. And also added that no one would see this. And when the guy did this, he was surprised that he saw a star sword for the first time in his long life. Returning to the training, the Premaloma ordered further to slowly collect the whole aura that the hero released without losing anything. Having decided that he would easily cope with this, the young man began to act right there. Losing consciousness, he heard the voice of an old man who shouted in anger that he was telling him so that the young man was in no hurry. Through the darkness of Wu Fu, he heard a voice that he realized that the old fox said that he would do everything slowly. But he did not listen, because he thought that the concentration of energy deterrence was simple. Opening his eyes, he saw a clone who said that if not for the old man, the guy would have died due to a surge of spiritual energy. Turning to the comrade, the hero said that he still could not survive. With a carefree smile, he added in a second that he realized that if everything remained as it is, then he would definitely die. The double asked in surprise. He really was there to help the young man, and added that he did not think about being so insignificant if he became what he had once been. Standing over the unconscious Wu Fu, the head of the clan said that he gave him a clear concept so that he was in no hurry, but he would not listen to him. And fortunately, he managed to control the aura, and also added that if he cannot wake up and restore his own, then the chaotic aura will destroy him from the inside. She is here. Under a man's surprised look, the body of a young man began to glow with a bright light. The old man did not understand what happened and why an aura came from the guy. Did he really come to his senses? But in fact, the hero has not woke up yet, and it was not an aura of weapons of the soul in his body, but then it was not clear how he developed aura. Being in his mind, Wu Fu said that the whole aura in the body was released, and now he found a place to collect it. The clone could not believe that the guy wanted to collect the whole aura, just reason. And he did not understand that this was the case. Explaining his thought, the double asked if the hero was afraid that he would use this aura and supplant him. The young man simply cooled with his fingers to move his comrades a few meters away from him, and after which he asked with a smile what to fear, because it was his halls, and if the clone so wanted to replace him, then why was inactive while he was in a coma? The second did not understand why all this was saying to her. He really wanted to emphasize his spiritual skill. Wu Fu, smiling, said that the aura of 5 elements complemented each other, so now he only had to concentrate. But, turning to a comrade, he added that the energy of the spiritual sword was still not fully restored and demonstrated weapons. The guy noticed that now the sword seemed strange, and the double explained that it was only part of the force that he pulled out of the star sword when he collected aura. And he said that the current blade was an ordinary weapon of the soul for strangers, which means that there will be no more situation, as in the Forest of Hope. The young man had to understand this a little later. And now, while he used the power of the sword with his energy, no one will even think about taking it. Such words angered Wu Fu, because he wanted to know now that he was hiding the sword, and what is the purpose of stagnation of water, and also to whom the female voice belonged in his head. The clone explained that the sphere of water was what he used to seal the old guy in him, and asked why this old man did not go out for so long. This was not enough for a young man, and he wanted to know the answers to other questions, to which a comrade with a smile added that when this voice finds, he will recognize everything himself, and now the hero had to return. To which the young man, threatening, said that the next time they meet, if the clone does not give an answer to all questions, he will end him forever. Standing alone among the darkness, the double turned to his mother and said that it seems that the guy did not forget about her, which means they will soon meet. As soon as Wu Fu opened his eyes, the fox said that, apparently, he succeeded in controlling his breath, and also noticed that the youth was very impatient because if he had not protected his body, the hero would simply be dead. The young man, looking at his hands surrounded by an aura, realized that the matter was in concentration in his breath. But nevertheless, it seemed to him that he had missed something, and now the young man had to take a convergent aura to let her slowly through the whole body, and then he will feel the aura of nature. Everything had its own aura, and it complemented each other under the influence of spiritual energy, while creating the conditions for cultivation. And among them, the rails were a natural aura, Meditating, the hero thought that if he had such an opportunity, then in a past life he would become a divine king. And the fox, watching the guy, thought that this was not an accident because he was able to control the aura while in a coma. And now he entered the kingdom, simply meditating. As soon as Wu Fu opened his eyes, the old man asked what he was thinking about, and he replied that he felt incredible comfort. The old man explained that they were all part of nature, and while his will be his will, the thief's attributes will change directly. In other words, now this is an integral part of the guy's body. Leaving, the fox said that the rumors that the hero was the son of heaven were not exaggerated because even Aeoli needed more time to master the thickening of sound. And, turning to the exit, he said that it was too late, and the road to cultivation was long, and said that the hero ceases to be so disturbing. But, turning around, he added that if Wu Fu was going to other heaven, he would give advice to go to the snowy mountains in the north look. There, the young man could meet the old man who reached the age of the fox, and added that as a patriarch he could not do anything, the desire of his granddaughter to find his father. And finally, he said that he not only helped the girl go through the forest Aeoli, which means he could trust him. Leaving himself, looking at his hands, the hero thought that even though the old forest was dishonest, but thanks to him he was able to directly enter the kingdom of concentration. In a few days, he went from the honorary kingdom to the spiritual a little faster than in a past life, and it all influenced Reiki. But thinking, the guy decided that this was impossible, because then the orcs would be masters in the kingdom of concentration and above, and Wu Fu thought that the girl could not be in the kingdom of concentration. But the blonde, perhaps, was not without benefit. This accident occurred on the planet Furui, but tomorrow the guy will leave him, and he has no idea where his friends were. Standing on a defeated monster, Xinqing said that this time he was incredibly strong. Lu Jiansan noted that the girl had become even stronger, and she said that it was only thanks to the teacher. Without his help and advice, she would not achieve anything. The old man also said that the lady should thank him, and Dr. Li that the little brunette did, because if not for him, she would have died a long time ago. But the master noticed that it was his mistake, because he did not think that the fruits could be sent. And if not for the doctor, he would not know how to explain everything Wu Fu Fu. But the doctor, I deny everything, said that it was the merit of the beauty and medicine of my grandfather. And the young lady said with a smile that very soon they will meet with an arrogant young man again, and she would surely allow him to admire herself. Making his way through the snowy mountains, Ailey said that the hero unexpectedly studied how to control his breath. His breathing became one with nature, and the aura was practically not felt, looked like an ordinary person. It is impossible to hide in the darkness, and Wu Fu said with a smile that it was very interesting, because he was now the strongest warrior of the clan, and the recognition of the comrade was a reason for him a large part. The blonde did not agree, and said that he could put the young man with 5 blows, and he offered a young man right now to find out everything. And he said that he was waiting only for this. These conversations were angry with Mong, but the orc said that they did not argue. It was a simple friendly skirmish. The guy agreed that it really was very friendly, but, noticing the collar on the guy's neck, the girl asked Aeoli, wasn't he asked to correct the collar and why he did not? To which the young man said that the blonde did it on purpose, and he, in order to change the topic, said that he had heard from the patriarch that the door they were looking for was ahead, and Wu Fu thought that there could be no doubt, because it was the same as the earth. Suddenly, Vladika Deliki appeared in front of them and reminded that under the contract, the guy could not go anywhere. And after that, she threw off some object to the young man and said that he would still come in handy. Young people carefully looked at the relationship, and the beauty asked if it was really what she was thinking about. To which Vladika confirmed that it was necessary to really go to Panli, and Wu Fu recalled that she said that she did not know this. The woman said that it was a lie, and should be treated with this as a test, and also not to pay attention to the fact that she always teases the young man. And the guy, in turn, said that she should not think that she remembers the agreement. Having finished the conversation, Vladika said that they should go through the door, and the blonde thanked her, and the lady noticed that Wu Fu made him learn respect for the elders. A huge table of light rose from the center of the mountain, illuminating everything around. Si was very surprised by Meng, and the young man explained that the Ascension would begin soon and took her hand. On the other hand, the beauty held the orc and smiled at him with a gentle smile. The girl also smiled in response to the blonde, and, saying goodbye to Fujui, she said that now they are going in search of her father. Already in Panli, Aeoli shouted to the girl flying to the ground to wait for him. Once with her under the same protective dome, the blonde showed that Wu Fu was also nearby, but he believed that he was better off watching himself. Suddenly, the young man saw a huge tree in front of him and called his star sword. Appearing, the blade said that the guy interrupted his sleep and asked how he would now pay. But he paid his attention to the thing in front of them. It was a huge tree that towered above the valley and covered everything around with its pink crown. The star sword immediately said that you would not find such a strange place anywhere, because it was full of evil spirits, and the hero did not understand why they were evil. Looking in the mirror, the hero did not notice how a huge rock appeared in front of him, into which he almost crashed. But, having managed to turn in time, Wu Fu fell to the ground. The first thing the young man saw was Meng, and he also asked if she did it on purpose. The little girl denied this, and, helping him to get up, told the young man that it was time for them to go. Looking around, the guy realized that it was Panli, and thought to himself, if I was wondering if Qin Qing and Lo Si would come. And the beauty noticed that it really was the very place where they met for the first time. Interrupting the conversation, Aioli thoughtfully remarked that the plants around had an aura. After that, he noticed that everywhere there were bulky trees, and according to his sensations, the aura was weakened, perhaps precisely because of them. To which Wu Fu said that they still did not know where they landed, but obviously, it was far from the grape tree. At that moment, Meng asked, did the young man not know that she had no idea where her father was, and the orc, trying to calm her down, said that they would certainly find him. Suddenly, the young man felt a strong beating of the heart and could not understand what kind of feeling it was. He did not understand why his heart was so restless. And noticing this, the little girl asked what was happening to him. The guy thought that for the first time, he felt such a wonderful feeling. This is still an illusion that has never been. And, looking around, the hero realized that there should be something in this. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a little girl who asked why he constantly goes into oblivion. Wu Fu suddenly realized that this place was too dangerous, and shouted to his companions so that they were careful. At that moment, Aioli felt someone's formidable breath near his ear. The blonde immediately rushed at the little girl, covering her with his body from a formidable beast. Wu Fu also noticed a monster approaching them and ran to the aid of young people. To protect friends, he immediately used a technique called a death sentence. The opponent was defeated from one blow. It was too early to rejoice because the little girl noticed that Aioli lay on the ground without signs of life. When the blonde woke up and tried to reassure Meng, he realized that the spirit of the monster penetrated his blood, and the situation was critical. The young man ordered the lady to follow the orc, and he began to save him. After some time, the blonde was already able to get to his feet and said that he had become much better, thanking the young man. And Wu Fu understood that if he had not learned to compact his aura and absorb it from all sides, he would not be able to resist. He no longer wanted to hesitate for a second. Young people decided that it was time to move on. Moving around the jungle, the group stumbled upon another traveler, who was attacked by a huge gorilla. The young man immediately suggested that Aioli first kill the monster, and he said that if he died, then he should not lay responsibility on the orc for this. After a short dialogue, the parade rushed better on the attack on the creature. The monkey was also not going to give up easily and hit with all her might in the place where the guys stood. And the young man noticed that the opponent was very attentive. At that moment, the monster squeezed its huge clawed paw into a fist and waved to her towards the young man. But the hero was not so simple and therefore easily bypassed the enemy from the back and attacked him. But, having reached the head of the monster, Wu Fu realized that it was very strong. At that moment, Aioli came to the aid of the guy, attracting the attention of the enemy. He thought that he could easily hit the monster with his blade, but he only closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Then the young man understood how to act, and taking out his star sword, decided to demonstrate his strength to everyone. The hero directed a strong stream of energy in an unsuspecting gorilla. The guy thought that the forest was strange, and the monsters in it were insatiable and could not even control himself. And his blade said that perhaps something affects them. But Wu Fu understood that everything was not as simple as at the moment when he was attacked by another creature, from which he fought easily. The monster, having received a blow, fell to the ground with a loud knock. But, having heard a loud sound and vibration, the young man realized that it was not all over yet. Suddenly, from the branch on which he stood, a huge earthen worm jumped out. After that, the monster opened underground, leaving behind a huge hole, and the hero, after he shouted to him so that he would not hide, he squatted, applied the technique of woody rail, launching a wave of energy into a large hole. Unable to resist the technique, huge monsters again appeared on the surface. obeying the plan of the young man. And then the guy, with the help of his star sword, was easy to defeat this enemy. Standing among the jungle, Mang told the blonde to stop worrying about the young man and assured that everything would be fine with him. But Ioli did not sharply become up to conversations when he heard any sounds in the bushes, and, coming closer, told the girl to be careful. A huge earthen worm appeared from the ground in front of the orc and headed in his direction. Appearing from behind, the hero noticed that the blonde had already defeated the monster, and he really confirmed that he was late. Then Wu Fu said that monsters' animals in this forest became stronger than ever, and a comrade confirmed that this feeling, with the exception of the Forest of Hopes, arose for the first time. Mang realized that it was unsafe in the forest, but the outlet calmly said that she would be under his defense, and he would not allow anyone to offend her. The girl mentally noticed that Ioli always defended her when they were on the territory of their clan, and even when they arrived here, he continued to do it. But then the group noticed that the person whom they saved from the gorilla came to his senses, and thought that perhaps he knew the secret of this forest. It seemed to the orc that the girl was behaving strangely, and the stranger, thanking the saviors, said that he would come soon and offered to bandage him at home. Wu Fu thought that the man was not like a cultivator, but aloud asked why he was alone there. To which the comrade said that he lived in a village located on the river and accidentally wandered into the forest when he hunted, and asked what his friends were doing there. Ioli decided to accept the proposal of the stranger, and he said that his father was the head of the village of Panli, and if necessary, he could help. Hearing this, Mang noted that the man was very afraid of the forest in which they were, and he said that apparently the group was not aware that many different monsters live there. Walking through the forest, a new acquaintance said that he did not really understand that it was advice, and perhaps he was somehow connected with the heavenly tree. To which Wu Fu asked a comrade what a heavenly tree is. The comrade explained that he had heard only from his father, who said that there was a way to another world, and many cultivators chose him and offered to go to his village. Having decided to agree to this, the young man thought that perhaps the head of the village was known something else. Passing through the ragged thickets, the guy asked Silan if they would be lost, to which he replied that it was the defense of the village, and added that when they went into the fog, they would be able to feel safe because he hid them from monsters. Already going to the village, Mang noticed that she looked poor, to which the satellite said that when the great-grandfather of the Shao family was crazy, hopeless problems caused depression. Entering the main building, a new acquaintance shouted to his father that he had returned, and he replied that he had already wanted to send help for his son. And he immediately asked who was the satellites of the man, to which he said that the young people had saved him, and without them, he would not return home. The head of the village invited the guests, but said that he did not know how to thank them, to which the hero said that they want to ask a couple of questions. The man invited the travelers to relax, dinner, but they said that they would still like to discuss a couple of things first. Then the chapter said that the heavenly tree appeared with the village, and the cultivator can pass the test of the secret kingdom and rise to other kingdoms. Wu Fu thought that he felt that something was wrong with the trees as soon as he got into the forest, but decided to clarify that the comrade had in mind by the words about the secret kingdom. He said that they called the test field controlled by the Shao family, and they were allowed to go there only those who were in good relations with them. The head of the village also said that the family was very cruel and was going to collect taxes every 3 days, and added that he had already paid 6 times this month. After listening to this, the hero realized that the elder was a manipulator and wanted to use them in the struggle against the Shao family, and therefore at least see with whom they would have to fight. And the old man continued to tell that these people were the biggest force in Penlai and were also very dangerous, to which the guy with discontent asked if he could destroy them and go to the secret kingdom. Suddenly, some guy opened the door of the hall from the foot of the door, attracting the attention of all those present, and asked who was so brave that he wanted to destroy the Shao family. The eldest of the village did not understand that the matter was bad, and invited the guest to leave through the black move, saying that he himself would understand. The young man did not understand why the old man was going to apologize to him, to which he explained that it was Poppy's robber, and no one in the village could show him. Turning to the newly arrived, Silan asked him not to do this, but he had already gathered his energy and ordered his comrade to close his mouth. The robber directed his energy to the foreman's son, but he managed to protect Wu Fu in time. And the hero calmly noticed that a hungry wild dog always wants to bite someone, but the bastard did not like such words very much, and he decided to teach the daredevil, who stood in his way. The man warned the guest to be careful, because the enemy had already been in the secret kingdom, and those who visited there became many times stronger. In this case, the young man decided that he was obliged to visit this place, and the opponent, rushing on him on the attack, said that he would think about it if he survives. The old man was afraid that travelers would not be able to cope with the robber, because he believed that if they could even pass the tests of the secret kingdom, they would still be weaker. But at that moment he saw a young man easily restored the opponent's blow. The bastard agreed that few could catch his fist, but still believed that the guy was too weak, to which Wu Fu said that although his opponent was quite strong, he had already lost, and then he took out his sword and easily cut off the scoundrel's limb. He bent over in pain, and the hero asked who gave him the right to be called a great robber, because he was miserable and not even worthy to protect himself from his blade. The bastard said that today the guy insulted the whole family of Shao, and the young man noticed that in this case he could simply destroy him. But seeing the fear of the enemy, he added that he would not do this, and also said to be sent to him a stronger opponent. Watching this, the keeper of the village thought that he only wanted to help travelers, and they brought trouble to his house. Noticing the condition of the elder, Mang became interested in whether he was in order, and, deciding that it was due to the destroyed wall, he promised to help it repair it, to which he said that the materials were in the forest and it was very dangerous there. But the girl said that the monsters are not afraid of immortal cultivators. Then the old man handed the amulet to his friends, with the help of which you can freely move in a protective fog, and they hit the road, where friends heard some quiet sound near themselves in the forest. But Aioli decided that it was because they were very nervous. But, seeing the luminous eyes that watched them from the cave, Wu Fu said that something was approaching them. Standing in the middle of his house, the old man thought about which he forgot to tell the travelers when his son asked if they had stumbled upon a rhino. Although the father still said that the beast did not attack people, which happened on the eve of the forest, Cylon was not sure of this. At that time, there was a battle in the forest, and two young people tried to fight off the forest monster. They used their aura on the enemy, but a huge rhino paid no attention to the flows of the energy of young people. And when he was already very close, the hero with a predatory smile noticed that the monster had finally approached. The monster was already ready to demolish the young man, but he managed to dodge his strong blow in time. And then the rhino at great speed simply crashed into a tree standing in front of him and fell to the ground unconscious. And the group continued its path, noticing that even in the fog, they were in wait for the danger, which means that it should be careful. Looking at the starry sky, Aioli said that their path was full of opponents, whom they should be afraid. But often hand in hand is in hand. The loud sound was alarmed by all the birds in the district, and they flew away, croaking loudly. It also surprised a little brunette, because she did not understand what kind of sound it was. Having thought a little, Xinqing decided that the monsters attacked the residents of Penlai. Going out on the trail of the monster, the beauty unexpectedly attacked him from the bushes. Jumping from the branch, the lady wanted to get rid of a little monster as quickly as possible, because of which there were many problems. Turning around, Mang saw how she was attacked by a stranger in a red dress. The girl did not have time to fight back. The little brunette who attacked her took out a huge mace for her from somewhere, shining with purple energy. Applying her energy, she realized that she was evading, and judging by her clothes, she was generally not from this world. Protecting the girl with her body, Aioli realized that the stranger had caught his gold aura and decided that he was the messenger of the Shao family. And Xinqing, with a cry that it would be better to call for the help of its master, again rushed to the attack on opponents. An angry blonde said that it doesn't matter who they are, but a little brunette would have to pay dearly for seeing him Mang. The beauty hit her huge macer in the place where the rival stood, but noticed that there was no one there. The shocked beauty did not even immediately notice that the opponent opened to her from the back. The orc already wanted to strike his blow, but he was interrupted by the voice of the hero who called a stranger by name. The heiress of the family of Na immediately recognized Wu Fu. The blonde asked if they were familiar. The little brunette immediately rushed to her old friend on the neck, knocking him down. Evil Mang demanded to tell who this woman was, to which the blonde suggested that it may be one of the former young men. Continuing his way, the hero told his friend that during the transition was divided with Lo Si, a puppy and a fat man for his independent reasons. He also added that it was then that he met his new companions. Watching the old acquaintances, Mang could not believe that the young man liked these girls, and Xinqing, in turn, looking at the new companion of the young man, was also very surprised by his choice. Continuing the conversation, Wu Fu asked the little brunette if there was a master with her, to which she replied that he thought that she could collect medicine without his help, and the beauty, in turn, said that she almost died when she got to this place, because then she still knew nothing about the area and met the doctor who saved her. After listening to Ching Ching here, the hero asked if she knew where their other friends were, because although they all climbed together, but the young man was the only one who got to Furui. Interrupting the conversation, the blonde asked if a man named Luo was also in a special relationship with a young man, and he said that they were all from the ground. Hearing such an answer, Mang with a malicious smile made a comment about the guy's polygamy. Hearing this, the hero noted that in this regard, things were at times better than someone else than he was very embarrassing, half humor. Turning to the little brunette, he asked that she could talk about the world in which they were, but she was aware only of the village of Penlai. She said that before meeting with the inhabitants, there were rumors about a tree that had previously had a sacred meaning, but the monsters did not allow him to get to him. After a little thought, the girl added that, probably, only cultivators can feel the strength of the plant, because the locals did not use it in any way. Then Wu Fu asked about the family of Shao, and the lady said that it was a local aristocracy. For a family, for reasons that were not clear to the lady, the village was very important. The young man also said that Liu Jin-san wanted to learn more about this world, and now he probably talked with his new friend Dr. Li. Looking over his shoulder, the little brunette told the young man that he did not seem to lose time in vain, hinting at the cat girl. And the heiress of the family Na immediately wanted to go to look for a little girl, which caused that attack of anger. At that time, loud sounds were heard from the house of the senior village. Poppy again granted them, who did not like that the old man decided to disobey his family orders. The man on his knees prayed to the robber to change his anger to mercy, but he ordered to throw him out into the street. The scoundrel, looking back at the old man over his shoulder, added that today the comrades were very upset, and because of this he will show what happens when you are going against the Shao family. But then from the side of the doors he heard a familiar voice, who asked if he wanted to challenge him again. Travelers returned before they planned, and found a robber who probably forgot what happened last time. The bastard said with an arrogant smile that he was now not afraid of the guy, and show him what it means to contact his family, and also added that he realized why he lost the last time. The villain decided that the young man simply relied on his magical weapon in a fight. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through his defense. And to himself, the opponent thought that if we could get a weapon, then both the village and the family would obey him. And then with burning red eyes, he rushed at a young man. But Wu Fu, clenching his hands into his fists, repeated the enemy that he was too weak. The hero also rushed into the attack, but Poppy was able to block his blow, which was very happy. The bastard, confident in the victory, advised the young man to think carefully at first, because the territory belonged to his family, and therefore he should have given the blade in a good way. But the young man, starting from the ground and preparing for the next blow, asked the enemy if they taught him not to look at someone else's. But, abruptly stopping, the hero with a smile said that he would give his opponent another chance and allow him to leave. But the bandit decided not to use the hero's kindness and, taking out some bubble from his pocket, drank it. Suddenly, the villain's body illuminated a bright glow, and watching him, the young man realized that it was a drug that instantly strengthened spiritual energy. But he also knew that although it allowed to make a sharp jump in power, the side effects of him were more than negative. But here, it was not so young man to think about the situation. The bastard again rushed at him with his fists. From the impact of the enemy, the guy flew a few meters. Wu Fu said in surprise that it was incredible that, with the help of a decoction, the opponent forced him to retreat. And Poppy, anticipating an imminent victory, was preparing to deliver another blow when he felt that something had constrained his body. Again, approaching the enemy, which was connected by golden bells, the guy noticed that he was still too frail. With a smug smile, the hero added that his enemy deserved it, because he himself fell into a very simple trap. Suddenly, Liu Jinsen appeared before the young people, and to the question of his student what he did there, explained that she did not return for a long time, and he began to worry. Approaching the young man, he said that he did not expect to meet him again. At that moment, the bastard said that the guy was rejoiced early, breaking the bonds restraining him. Such actions forced Wu Fu to pay their attention to the enemy again. He said with a calm look that Poppy did not appreciate his own life at all, and the young man believed that it was very wasteful. Having increased several times, Ambal with all his might hit the place where the guy stood, but he managed to dodge. Having walked a little, feeling his superiority in strength, the opponent began to strike at the blow, but the hero blocked them all. Then the master intervened and offered the guy his help, but he said that he had to end it himself. Having gathered all his strength into a fist, the villain was preparing for another destructive attack. But at that moment, the young man held his counterattack, amazing the enemy, Suddenly, the young man's hand began to glow gold when he called for his star weapon, wanting to end the battle once and for all. The young man sharply inflicted several cutting strokes on his opponent, but Wu Fu did not at all expect that this would not work on the bandit, and his wound would begin to heal very quickly. Still increasing several times in size, the bastard said that it was a special surprise for the hero, and today he would destroy him. But the young man said that the ambal could not turn the trick with enhanced regeneration twice, and with one light movement of his hand, he cut it in half. Understanding that he had lost, Poppy finally shockedly told the guy that he was flying, but since the rival took the amplifier, the guy believed that everything was honest. Frightened by accompanying the bastard, they ran to the exit of the village, but turning around, shouted that their masters would soon find heroes to reduce accounts with him. The evening was already approaching, and the young man decided that it was time to engage in the repair of the head of the village. Applying the energy of the earth, Wu Fu easily coped with construction, and Aioli, who watched this process, could not believe that the hero himself, without any help, learned to create furui plants. At the same time, Xinqing understood that the young man became stronger every day, and even before she thought that the transition to a new level would allow them to become worthy allies. But now she realized that their forces were not equal. But the guy, in turn, mentally praised himself, believing that he had no equal on Earth. Just a few seconds, the guy, demonstrating his labors, showed new buildings built from the plant. Surprised, the blonde noted that it was the SSS ranking equipment technique, for the study of which he needed 2 years. To which Wu Fu said with a smile that once he saw her in the forest and, deciding that she would be very useful, remembered. As soon as it got dark, everyone gathered in the center of the village near the fire. The guy thought that he had not experienced any emotions in this life, and perhaps this was due to the fact that his past lasted tens of thousands of years. Noticing that the young man sits alone and misses, the little brunette, interrupting his thoughts, suggested dancing, but he refused with a smile, telling his friends to have fun themselves. It was so easy not to get rid of Xinqing, and she continued to persuade the hero, saying that everyone was waiting only for him. At the same time, in another place, a man applied his spiritual energy, wanting to improve practice. But then he was interrupted by the servant, saying that he had brought a message for the owner. The servant said that during a trip to the village of Penlai to collect taxes, Xiao Jifei was killed by someone, which caused the wrath of the elder, and he added that the killer was called Wu Fu, and, according to the reports of the spies, he was accompanied by 2 with fox ears. All of them appeared in the village a couple of days ago. After hearing everything, the head of the Xiao family said that it was very curious, but he needed more information, and therefore, leaving the room, he ordered the servant to go to the village and convey that he wants to personally meet with the hero. Looking in the head of the main one, the employee thought that he was bad today, and since his mistress died, the man seemed to be replaced. Going into the common room, Sailan in a panic said that things were bad, and his father asked what happened again. Seeing the box in the hands of his son, which he brought for their guest, the old man hardly stood on his feet. The man tried to explain the situation in the group, but it turned out badly, because here Qingqing asked why everyone was so alarmed because of some kind of box. The chief explained that those who received an invitation token from the Xiao family never returned home and said that once the same traveler with fox ears came. This information was very interested in Aioli, who realized that opponents could be involved in the disappearance of the father of his consolidated sister. But suddenly the box opened, and shurikens sharply sharp, like a blade, flew out of it. The hero was able to notice the weapon in time, and therefore dodged and did not suffer. But then his attention attracted the brilliance at the bottom of the box. Also noticing that something was wrong, the blonde with a cry so that Wu Fu was careful, threw some object in his direction. In this way, the orc managed to beat off a weapon flying into it in time, and 2 white crossbars crossed with a death knock fell to the floor. Having passed all the obstacles, the young man took out a note in which he was invited tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock to the estate of the Xiao family, and said that it seemed that they underestimated them with their traps. The little brunette, too, excited, asked Wu Fu whether he was going to go, and he noticed that there were darts and silver needles in the box. If he did not go, the opponents would come themselves. The young man asked the half-man to stay in the village, but Mang was against it, because she heard the elder spoke of a man with his ears, as they had, who was also invited to the Xiao family. And she reminded the men that she had already passed the exam, so if they could go there, then she also. Having decided all the contradictions, the young man turned to the elder and asked to show them the way to the estate. At that time, Lo Si calmly enjoyed in a hot source. At that moment, Vena Feng swam to her and, hugging her from the back, as scared the girl, asked how she was doing. From surprise, the teacher pushed the uninvited guest into the water. Since the girl did not pop up for a long time, the brunette began to worry about her. But then the young lady again pressed against the lady, reporting that it was difficult for her to breathe, and therefore urgent artificial respiration was required. Considering the behavior of Vane Feng too vulgar, the beauty already wanted to leave but said that she just wanted to invite her tomorrow to go shopping. The next day, wandering around the market, the teacher tried on different dresses. Her companion noted that the outfit on the girl was sitting just excellent and was also inexpensive, and therefore said that she was simply obliged to kiss her. Such a phrase was angry with Lo Si, and she said that if the beauty will do this again, then she will definitely be offended. But then, softening and turning to Ven, the lady said that she had already bought her blush. This was more than enough, and she, without realizing, decided that the brunette did not want to be friends with her now. In fact, the teacher was very worried about her friend because she did not want her to suffer or needed something. Approaching the teacher, the girl explained that when she was with her, no one wanted to talk because of her character, and after her father's regime intensified, everything got worse. Having stopped all the conversations, Vane Feng led the brunette into the most luxurious restaurant, not understanding what was really happening to her. The girls went to the institution and took their places, not paying attention to people around. At that time, moving along the central streets, Xin Qing, along with the hero, could not believe that they were really in the city of Shao family. The little brunette suggested that they would immediately be met with different traps, wild wolves, tigers, and leopards. But it was just an old estate. Suddenly, the loud cry of Meng rang out throughout the market, which could not hold balance, and the old woman who approached her wanted to help the girl. But, seeing the woman's cute ears, Meng could not restrain herself and touched them, which the girl really did not like, and she pushed her away from her. A lot of onlookers gathered who did not understand why the baby was so strong and decided that she was a monster or a wild monster. Also, a scream on the street heard Lo Si, who did not understand what was happening and why such a noise rose. Going to the balcony, two girls noticed that there was an unknown forest animal below, which dared to freely walk around the Shao family. And therefore, jumping over the railing, Vane Feng immediately rushed into the battle with the monster. Realizing that the battle could not be avoided, Meng was very scared. But the blonde closed it. Lo Si immediately wanted to rush to the aid of her friend, but having heard familiar voices from below, she was distracted for a second. She looked around the railing and with a loud cry flew down. But from the fall, the teacher saved Wu Fu, who in time grabbed her in his arms and was very surprised by his presence. Hugging the guy, the teacher said that she was very worried about her and asked where he was all this time. To which the young man apologized and explained that several incidents had occurred, and the beauty asked him no longer to leave. Watching the actions of people, the girl realized that in this world, there were many who cared about the hero. The little brunette screamed loudly and indignantly, attracting general attention to herself. Noticing the student, Luo Si also pressed her tightly to her chest, and her friend at that moment asked who all these people were. Looking carefully at the young man, Ven Feng realized that he was the same person whom God did not like, and, taking out his whip, said that she was very interested to know who he was. The young lady wanted to attack the guy right there, but he put up a protective barrier in front of him. Although the lady realized that the explosion was somewhere in 3 or 4 shock forces and the shield would not work, she demanded that he not get the weapon, because in this way, he insulted it. To which the hero apologized with a smile if during the battle the girl's beautiful double lash breaks. But the beauty believed that he would simply bluff and is not capable of anything but conversations. And only when I saw a blade near my neck he realized that she had lost. And he calmly said that they needed to rush into the mansion of Shao, which attracted her attention. Finally, paying attention to the rival, Wu Fu asked if she knew the way to the place she needed. Walking in the streets of the city, the teacher explained that her friend was called Shao Ven Feng, and she was the daughter of the elder of the Shao family. And she asked if they were guests at her father's banquet. Smiling, the young lady said that it would be a violation of etiquette if she came with honorary guests. But she could no longer do anything. Approaching the mansion, the mistress of the house ordered the servant to inform her to her father that the guests had come. But he replied that the head had important things to do, and led them to the restroom. In the middle, young people met with a fat man and Xiao Ha, which were very surprised. The couple looked at her friends with surprise, not knowing what to say. Wang Mang was the first to speak, asking where his friend disappeared, and saying that fortunately, the Xiao family accepted them with the teacher. But, not paying attention to him, the guy immediately rushed to hug the puppy, looking at him from one glance, realizing that he had become stronger, and realized that the mansion was an interesting place. But their idol was interrupted by Vina Feng, saying that she was leading guests to the restroom. Walking along the corridor, the fat man asked the hero how he found him, or in fact he came only for the sake of the teacher. To which the brunette assured the neighbor that she and Wu Fu met quite by accident. The hostess of the house showed the semi-humans of their rooms, but Mang protested, saying that she wanted to live in the same room with a blonde. To which the beauty agreed that for a little girl it was normal to feel uncomfortable in an unfamiliar place, and noticed that Aioli was very important for her, and the understanding of how strong their connection was very upset by Ven Feng. Standing in the middle of the room with his eyes closed, he focused on every rustle of foliage and a gust of wind. Suddenly, he felt one small leaflet flashed in front of his face. Better opening his eyes, the young man cheat in the movement of the sheet knee in half. But, looking at the result, he realized that this still did not work, and did not understand how much more would have to train until it succeeds. The man's training was interrupted by the appearance of Veins of Feng, who informed him that the time had come for lunch. Approaching his sister, he also asked if there was something new, but she said that everything was the same as it was before, that he was upset. Mentally, the man also promised to take revenge on his mother, but aloud asked how the low C had things that the young lady did not like. The brunette, smiling, noticed that she considered her guest a friend of her sister, and she said that he stopped laughing from her. Returning to the hall, Vina Feng met a brunette who asked if she would be normal if she came to the banquet, to which the girl said that without her, he had no sense. In the dinner hall, the owner of the house and guests took their places when the maids began to set the tables. One of the servants immediately put a plate in front of the guy, saying that it was a special dish of the Xiao mansion, and warned him to eat slowly. Interrupting the silence here, Qing Qing said that she heard a lot about Xiao's family, and it was not just rumors because the dishes were struck by diversity. The owner of the house, smiling, said that if the guests liked food, then he is waiting for them in the mansion at any time. Watching a man, Wu Fu could not understand what kind of game he actually started. The main thing also understood that it was worth being on the alert. But with a good-natured smile, turning to a little brunette, asked why she did not eat anything. The girl thought to herself that she was just licking, because the food looked medium, but looking at the appetite ate Mong, she also decided to try. Smiling slyly, the head of the family noticed that the two girls were already answering yes, but the guys were strong nuts. However, finding a suitable solution, a man with a good-natured smile patted his hands loudly. At that very moment, maids approached men who offered to feed dear guests, but then there was a loud scream of Xinqing, who called the hero to the whole hall. Looking at the dresses of servants, the young man noted that the pattern was the same as on the body of Xiao Jifei, and came to the conclusion that the mansion was really difficult. Having decided to find out a little information, Wu Fu asked if the family always received guests in this way. But the owner of the house, taking out a musical instrument and starting to play on it, said that ordinary people dared to come to his mansion, received another trick. At that moment, something incomprehensible began with the girls. Their faces darkened, and a loud sound began to come from the throat, more suitable for a roar. Aoli immediately frightened the young girl, checking her condition. He already turned to a man and menacingly asked what he did with Meng, and, already rushing at the owner of the mansion, the blonde added that anyone who deceives her would die. But then one of the maids blocked him, trying to protect the master. Aoli was shocked that the stranger was able to easily throw him to the other end of the hall. Taking a closer look at the guests, they realized that the maids were not like cute girls, but on huge monsters. Exploring the attack, the blonde shouted Wu Fu, so that he was careful with the maids because they were not all right with them. And in order to equalize the chances, he immediately called his spiritual energy. After that, following the advice of a friend, the young man also decided to use the water beam. The forces of young people easily connected the attackers, but not wanting to give the owner of the mansion the opportunity to escape, the guy applied an earthly spirit against him. Under the man's surprised look, Aioli approached him at high speed, but this was not a complete end, because on the other hand a young man flew to the master. The man watched with horror the picture that took place before him, because he understood that it was like defeat. But suddenly, the owner of the mansion smiled evilly, and a purple glow began to come from him when he asked who his guests were. The man was outraged by such impudence, saying to the guys that 2 against 1 is honestly. He also said that in this case he would not allow the old man to test their abilities. A bright flash of purple light tore the darkness, piercing the roof of the old building. The owner of the mansion imposed powerful power, trying to fight with Wu Fu. The opponents followed the square for the old man Xiao. The guy suggested to him if he wanted a duel with them, and he agreed. Before the battle, the hero thought that they had a difference in 2 kingdoms, and although he lagged behind perhaps a serious sword, he would be able to defeat this person. To what? Aioli tried to warn his friend, telling him that this is the territory of the Xiao family, so he asked him not to overdo it. He replied that without problems. Having prepared for battle, the rivals stood opposite each other, and each of them prepared his powerful aura to join the battle and put his enemy in place. Each of the fighters directed his strength against each other. Mr. Xiao possessed a fiery aura, and Wu Fu Vodian, and, preparing for battle, they were ready to start it. Throwing into battle, the men began to fight with powerful auras, attacking each other, and everyone wanted to defeat their enemy. Stopping, the old man in the face of Wu Fu praising his strength, who, in his opinion, promise a lot. He added that he now considers them both talented, but believes that they came because of the secret kingdom of Xiao. The man again, laughing, telling the guys what it seems to him, they did not understand, and he wants to conclude a deal with them, adding that many want to get there, but few can then get out of there. This was confused by the guests. Aioli, annoyed, heard that the enemy would transfer them to the secret kingdoms, where they would need to return something, and the young man suspected the catch, which the main laughed, praising him. Wu Fu was very alert and told the old man what he felt, somewhere a deception on his part, but also asked what he would receive in return for such a dangerous work, to which the head of the Xiao family was very surprised at such an impudence of the guy and froze in place. But the young man asked him, is he really going to use him for his own purposes and leave him later? The old man laughed, noting that the guys knew why people are going there, and added that the reinforced pumping allows to break through in 2 days and invited them to use all the possibilities. To which the guys were even more interested in the task, and the orc asked if the enemy really wants to say that there are many more cultivators there. He nodded his head, saying that it was so. The blonde thought at that moment that from the moment he arrived in Penla, he feels the force that leads him more and more clearly. He thought that perhaps Father Mang is in a secret dimension. Wu Fu, thinking, knew that before agreeing it was necessary to understand whether it was possible to survive. He asked the head of the Xiao family that he was hiding this dimension and how to get out. The next morning, the vain Feng conducted instruction to the guests, saying that she would take them to the secret kingdom, but that Lo Si told her that it was very dangerous. To which, going closer to the teacher, the girl, hugging her, told her to look for the sake of her lover will go to the secret kingdom. She replied to her that she would not hear that she told her. The guys asked the mistress of the house why her father did not fulfill the mission. She replied that he did not explain, only said that it was possible to enter the secret kingdom only once. Vain Feng said that the secret kingdom is more complicated than her father speaks. Small consumption enhances cultivation, but excess can leave there forever. The path to the inner core is confused. Even her father would be difficult to get. The lady also added in the end that the secret kingdom is unpredictable and full of dangers, to which Wang Mong told her that it seems to him that her father simply wants to kill them. Ven Fang proudly explained to the fat man that the tricks could not be counted there, and also taught him that if he wants to get something, then let her remember the corresponding risks. To which Wu Fu said that he understood everything, and also asked his neighbor in the room to stay in the Xiao mansion and wait until they returned. Meanwhile, in the palace, Xiao Ha took root very well and even found a pair in which he was very happy. While in the distant halls of the mansion, the voices of people arguing among themselves were heard, the head of the Xiao family lit a candle. Having prepared, the old man went deep down the stairs, the corridors of which led to the bedroom of his wife. Entering the room, the woman told her husband that she did not stay long, and also asked him about their children, how they were doing, to which he told his wife that the children became more diligent. Telling his wife that everything was fine, offered her to lie down better. He was tormented by thoughts whether then there was a choice to deceive Fei Long correctly. The old man recalled how their son thought that their father had hurt their mother, because he was so tormented by pain that he could not help her. The guy threatened his father, telling him that it doesn't matter to him who he was for him, because in any case he would kill him. The old man Xiao was very tormented by this situation, saying that after all, the custom, transmitted from generation to generation, they should follow him, telling his wife that the original plan was not like that. The woman, having heard her husband's thoughts, took his hand tightly, and he told her that if Fei Long learns about this custom, he would definitely refuse the status of the heir, and asked his wife again. Vena Feng, sitting with her brother on the roof of the palace before the decisive day, told him that she would go to the secret kingdom tomorrow, so she asked if he had something to tell her. The girl told Fei Long that while she was not there, he should take care of himself, to which he replied, that was good, and in any case, until he revenge on his mother, he could not fall. Meanwhile, in a dream, Mang spoke to herself screaming, so that her father would not leave. Waking up, she was horrified. But the orc sat nearby and guarded her so that she was safe. Aioli also asked the girl, did she really dream of the same dream, and whether their father was really in this secret kingdom, because these thoughts also did not leave him. The next day, a secret door awaited deeply in the traveler's dungeon, which was filled with many secrets that the children still had to solve. The door that led into the dungeon was lit by a green mirror, radiating bright rays and mystery. The guys, entering the door and illuminating the path with fire, they saw that they were in a large and deep cave, which kept hundreds of moves in itself. Entering an incomprehensible slurry under his feet, Aioli noticed that it was most likely a pond of mud. One of the guys warned all the team members so that they stay away from such land, to which Van Feng replied that the secret means of their family was a womb of a huge beast. Wu Fu, interested, asked her whether he realized correctly that it was the gastric juice of a huge monster. Having lowered his head down, the hero saw strange substances under his feet that resembled green eyes. Noticing under his feet something strange, similar to the floor, the young man shouted to the whole group so that all the guys were careful because there was something in the ground. Meanwhile, Aioli released fire on unknown creatures, and at that very moment they exploded, blazing with a large explosion and leaving a large trace of dust behind them. But, wrapping their heads, the guys again saw how the same unknown rounded shapes grew on the wall above, which surprised them even more. Yinqing noticed another growing eyes on the wall and asked the rest of the team what it could be, also saying that she was even disgusting to look at all this. The young man, having looked closer to unknown forms of life, noticed that these eyes seemed to him part of the secret kingdom, and even if they cut them, the stumps will gather in new ones. As soon as the guy said about the mysterious growing eyes, they immediately exploded in the blue and left only traces of the place where they had grown before. Wu Fu, looking at the sites where the organisms unknown to them used to grow, told the guys that it was very strange, and if something was going wrong, they would need to come up with a backup plan. To which the hero began to immediately think about the fact that perhaps their weak point appears after the gap. But then he also had a new thought whether these organisms were frying part of the earth. But suddenly in a cave, stones fell on the team from above, scaring each participant in his life. And while the stones fell from the ceiling of the cave, each of the group was divided into two people. The fat man turned out to be together with Xinqing. Wang Mang was worried about his friend and shouted to him to leave the place where the stones fell. As a result, the landslide divided the group into two parts. Noticing something strange, Lo called the guy. Wu Fu became worried about his friends, asking the rest of the team where everything was, but raising his head, they saw that there was a transition to another exit. Meanwhile, Aioli was trapped and stuck in the ground. He was completely alone, and no one could come to the rescue. The orc tried to get out of the earthen trap, which dragged on his body like the unsteady sands. Although he tried to stretch out his hand, he did not succeed. The blonde fell into a panic and did not know what to do next. He had only one hope, and he called to the aid of Wu Fu, telling himself that he could not die here. But suddenly Mang appeared on the horizon, who saw that the guy was in danger, and with every minute his body was getting into the ground more and more. She told the guy that she would now think about how to pull him out of there. Thinking over the situation in order to somehow help the girl, he told her that it seemed that the destruction of the cave washed him away, and, closing his eyes, he thought that he had never expected that the lady would once save him. A sharp scream cut through the silence of the cave, echoing among the purple rocks. Mang's eyes burned with determination, and her heart burned with the promise of Ao Li that she would save him, even if she had to challenge fate. Trying to climb the rock very quickly, the girl stumbled against the stones and fell down. But while the beauty fell, she touched a stone that fell to the ground with her. Seeing how the lady falls, Aioli was very scared for her, but suddenly the stone, falling to the ground, threw it into the air, thus pulled the guy out of the trap. Having fallen to the ground, Mang was completely intact and, smiling, told the orc that he was a little hard to free himself from the trap. But now he was saved. The girl tried to object to him, but he did not listen, saying that the secret kingdom of a Gyui place, so they needed to get to the hero rather. The silence of the dark cave was broken by a light rustle of steps, echoing from the walls. The shadow glided forward, leaving behind the barely noticeable traces on the cold stone floor. Far in the tunnel, the group saw a very interesting flicker of light, which resembled a way out of the cave. Losi noticed that at the end of the passage there was a light that could bring them to the right path, to which her friend, paying her attention, also told the guys that the left side looked dangerous. But suddenly, Wu Fu noticed something strange and pointed a finger at the passage that interested the teacher. And she asked the guy what he was doing, taking something in his hands. When asked by the girl, the young man said that the dirt from the right passage was very different from the one that they saw at the entrance. To which the lady replied that she also thought that she had already seen this somewhere, but for a long time. But suddenly the eyes that grew in the cave began to behave very strange to the presence of a young man, as if they were already familiar once, which was very surprised by the guy. The heiress of the Shao family noticed the strange behavior of creatures and asked the guy if he was here before. He replied that no, and she added that the creatures were not hostile and, it seems, are called them. But walking around the cave, the guys noticed that the path was divided into two sides, and Ven Fang invited the team to go left. But the teacher said that she would listen to the hero better, and he said that they would go left. Wu Fu was thinking about the path that they would choose. The energy was the same in both paths, and the dirt too. But if they go to the right, they would face dangerous ambush. Walking along the tunnel, the guys heard a noise that resembled water flowing like a river. The young man prepared a fire with which he wanted to blow up the eyes unknown to him, who grew up in the cave but stopped with the girls on the spot. The young man told the other members of the team that unexpectedly in a secret dimension, there are beautiful landscapes that are enchanted with their beauty. The girls agreed with him. The hero wondered why their eyes brought here that it was they who wanted to show them what they had not yet known. Meanwhile, half people walked along the path but did not meet either Wu Fu or others. The girl asked if they were lost, and the guy reassured her, promising that while he was with her, nothing bad would happen. To which the beauty also succumbed to doubts whether her father was here at all, because she had not believed in anything. The most important task was to get out of the cave now. Aioli looked at the girl, feeling how the feeling of her father's proximity disappeared from the moment they entered this measurement, and stroking her head, said that, despite the lack of dad, they needed to become stronger. After that, the academy went forward along the cave, in the hope that they would find a way out or at least meet with Wu Fu. But suddenly in their path they heard the very strange sounds that alerted them, and the blonde took a sword so that in which case it was possible to defend himself. Walking through the sound, Mang heard him more distinctly, saying in orc that it seems to her that sounds come from the inside of that black tunnel, and he spent his blade in the hope of detecting improper energy. But, having entered the tunnel, the travelers were very surprised at what they saw in it. They thought that they had probably left the cave, but suddenly Mang heard someone calling for help. The voices were clearly audible, and the girl suggested that perhaps their father was behind these wastelands. Meanwhile, Xinqing sat on a fat man, on whom she fell in a mysterious, beautiful place surrounded by flowering trees. But the girl was still wondering where they were. When asked by the girl, Van Mang replied that it must have been a certain passage to the secret kingdom. But such news did not make her at all. And, standing from the ground, the guy was very offended by the beauty and told her that in any case it was an honor to be her litter, adding that, by the way, she was eager. Meanwhile, Wu Fu and the girls sailed on a bewitched ship. One of them told the hero that she did not expect such spells from him. Ven Feng claimed that these were just tricks. Once her clan, traveling along rivers and seas, mastered a spell that allows you to control the paper ship instead of the construction of boats. While the girl spoke, the young man heard something very suspicious in the edge of his ear in the water. He warned the companions so that they were very attentive, because there was something underwater. Suddenly, bubbles began to appear on the water, and unexpectedly for everyone from under the water, the hand of the skeleton emerged, which grabbed the girl by the leg, trying to drag her into the water. Ven Fang, not bewildered, immediately began to fight off the skeleton, while the teacher froze in place from shock, not expecting to see a monster in front of herself, which she wanted to harm her. Her friend, taking the whip, broke the skeleton into pieces so that all the bones fell directly into the water. And after that she asked Li Si if she was in order, and she replied that everything was fine, and also warned that they were still climbing the unprecedented evil skeletons behind. The teacher noticed that the opponents who climbed out of the water were very arrogant and wanted to drag them into the water with all their might. Two skeletons, emerging from the water, jumped right on the guy, and trying to drag him with all his might, he quickly dealt with these enemies. Wu Fu quickly used a water aura in the form of a ray, directing it to the opponents, which from the same minute turned into dust, scattered into small pieces. Wu Fu tried to protect the ship by laying a protective aura on it, ordering to turn anything into everything, after which the ship was lit by white protective energy, which accompanied them through the water. The protective aura, taking the ship into its own hands, carried it on the water easily, without foreshadowing any trouble. Meanwhile, Venus Fang, looking at the reaction of her friend, noticed that she was very joyful and told her that her lover, the hero, was clearly trying to protect her very much, to which the girl was very embarrassed and asked the girl to tell her anymore, and also said that even at such a moment she continues to be fooling around. But suddenly the ship came across a stone and the teacher accidentally slipped and fell into the water. The young man was very scared for the brunette and without hesitation jumped after her to save her and not let her drown. While Wu Fu was trying to stay on the water and take a hand, drowning hand, she also tried to give him a hand and swim to the guy closer to return back to the ship as soon as possible. But, leaning much lower, the lady felt that now she would go underwater because her clothes becoming more moist, and the hero tried to warn her, saying that she sailed to the side because there was a stone behind. But Lo Si, not calculating, hit the stone and lost consciousness, falling into the water and no longer controlling herself. Fortunately, the young man was able to grab her hand and pull it to the surface. Having pulled the girl to the surface, the young man tried to bring her to her senses, but she still did not react. Wu Fu, examining the girl right in the water, guessed that the blow was so strong that he damaged her meridians. Without hesitation, he began to immediately do artificial breath, continuing to bring the girl to feelings. Ven Fang tried to help the guys who drowned in the water. Taking the whip, she threw it to the boyfriend, shouting to grab onto him. The hero captured his weapon tightly and gradually tried to take the teacher ashore, but everything could not be done quickly since the body was heavy. In addition, the young man heard sharp sounds in the water, which forced him to freeze in place. Looking into the water, he saw strange, luminous lights. The young man realized that a lot of red eyes were looking at him from the water, who wanted to attack him, and they were many times stronger than skeletons. Therefore, not hesitation, he asked the heiress of the Shao family to pull the teacher first. After that, Ven Fang began to pull the brunette out of the water, which was wrapped in a whip to quickly take it to a safe place. Meanwhile, mysterious creatures began to surround the hero right in the water, wanting to attack him and eat. But the guy was not afraid and, saying that he did not have time for this, was ready to fight to the end. The young man's face expressed his rage. He was ready to erase anyone from the face of the earth who wanted to harm him. Suddenly, the young man called Vane Feng, telling her that the teacher stopped breathing, that he was frightened. Wu Fu rushed to run to meet the heiress of the Shao family, telling her that she was the lady section, and he will do everything to bring her to her senses. While the hero was trying to bring Lo to his senses, he asked the second girl to help with the creatures. She, looking at him, warned, saying that if something happens to the victim, then let him not expect mercy from her. After the words said, the beauty, turning away from the young man, she was very sad for the teacher and wanted the guy to do everything to return her to life. Wu Fu put his hand on the girl and put on the aura, starting to pump her light from the water so that she could breathe well. After attempts to revive her, she began to cough with water, which came out of her lungs. The hero succeeded, and he himself did not expect to easily side, realizing. The young man asked the brunette very worried how she feels, and she, moving away from shock, joyfully said the guy's name. Rising to her feet, the lady did not remember anything and asked the young man what had happened and why she was pumped out. But he was more worried about how the girl felt, and said that she was holding. Wu Fu told the teacher that everything happened due to the fact that she hit the stone and clearly damaged the stream of qi. So he invited her to treat her well-being again. The hero, again causing a powerful aura, walked through the body of Lu Si, curing to the end her symptoms after she almost drowned. The young man, taking a girl with his own hands by the waist, began to heal her. But, feeling his touch, she was embarrassed because so many emotions were choking. Ven Feng, seeing her face to the teacher, asked her what was happening to her and why she was looking so strangely in her direction, to which La Si loudly uttered the name of her friend, showing her gaze that some danger was approaching her. But, looking around, the girl saw terrible monsters to climb from the water. The brunette reached out for the hand of Vina Fang, trying to catch her, and helped to get out of the pash of fierce monsters who tried to catch the girl and eat. But, unexpectedly, her clothes began to break and fall because Wu Fu did not tie her well, trying to hold her. She turned to him and directly said that it was to blame. Meanwhile, the heiress of the Shao family, trying to defend herself from monsters, beat them off, applying the whip to at least somehow frighten bloodthirsty creatures. But while Vane Fang was fighting off, suddenly a funnel appeared in the water, which was very surprised by the girl. Turning to see where and who controlled the funnel, the beauty saw how Wu Fu was also about to join the battle with the marine monsters. Armed with a powerful blade, the hero was ready to start battle and told the girl that now it was time to end all the monsters that are in their path. In the lands of peach flowering, the Fat Man and Xin Qing did not get along. The guy suggested that they were in a different dimension, pointing to the dark world with terrible eyes. But there were only flowers and grass around, to which the little brunette told him that he stopped saying at least some words, claiming how she was unlucky to get stuck here with him. Wang Mang smiled and invited the girl to forget the insults. Thinking about food and overnight, it angered her, and she screamed, reproaching him for the only thinking about food. While the lady screamed at the fellow traveler, he caught the strange sounds that were approaching them, and the girl, noting that the guy ignores her, demanded an explanation. Suddenly, the fat man saw a stalk of some plant over the girl's head. He screamed so that she was careful and wore. But not having time to react on time, the stem wrapped his hands. After the stem wrapped his arms in Wang Mang, he began to envelop other parts of the body as well as the guy's neck, passing his breath, which plunged him into an even greater shock. The plant, lifting the guy up into the air, began to stretch him in all directions, trying to break the body. He was very painful, and he screamed with all his might, afraid to die right in that place. Yin Qing rushed to the aid, grabbing the mace to save her fellow traveler, and waved her weapons. She almost hurt him, and the stems, feeling that they wanted to harm them, took a mace from the girl and began to beat her, a small brunette, trying to get into her. The plant, directing the weapon against the girl, wanted to hit the place where she stood, but the lady dodged danger in time, and the plant missed her blow. The beauty, looking at the fat man, did not notice how the plant got to her and wanted to capture her, like the guy. But he, having reacted in time, grabbed his stem and restrained him. Wang Mang, with all his might, tore the stems of plants in half, not allowing them to mock them anymore. After the couple overcame their first obstacle, the heiress of the family of Na asked him how he felt after he did not die from the plant. Wang Mang, holding the torn stems in his hands, answered the girl's question, telling her that after arriving in Penlai, he did not know the rest and studied all the time with Ven Fang to become stronger. Meanwhile, Wu Fu and the girls were still wandering around the tunnels. On the guy's blade, the monster's fluid flowed, which he won. And, noting that he was looking somewhere, she asked what. But to the teacher's question, the hero still continued to look somewhere into the distance, as if he was looking for something in detail. Having checked if everything was fine, the young man turned to the brunette and told her that everything was in order, offering her to leave this place. Before leaving, the lady also threw her gaze at the water. She was very frightened by her eyes and the behavior of a young man, so she also examined in detail the site on which they were. The guys, making sure that there was no one around, except them, decided that they already needed to leave this place and went on the cave. Wandering around the cave, Wu Fu and the girls finally found a way out of it. They were very happy, and the face of Ven Fang was glowing with happiness that they finally overcame the obstacle. Leaving the cave, the guys found themselves on a cliff with a cliff. Looking around the territory, they sighed, saying that this kingdom was great, but in front of them was an abyss between the mountains. The young man, reflecting how to get to another part of the mountain, told the girls that they could use the spiritual energy of the earth and touching it with a hand to evoke a bridge to the other side. Suddenly, their eyes jumped near the guys, which, as if, went through the gorge and fell on the other side of the cliff, which was very surprised by Wu Fu and the girls. Lo Si and his friend allowed the idea that perhaps an invisible bridge passed through the cliffs, and one of the girls offered to check this thought. Ven Feng threw the hairpin directly into the air, and she fell into the abyss. The teacher, after such a check of the invisible bridge, defeated some doubts that they could go to the other side of the cliff. She asked the guys that it was not so with the bridge. To which the young man, reflecting, invited the girls to be the first to try the invisible bridge, because it was not beneficial for them to remain. Wu Fu, with caution, was his foot on the transparent bridge. He felt emphasized after he was convinced that the bridge really exists. He thought that everything was the way he thought. Walking through the abyss, the hero confidently said that he realized what kind of bridge it was, because he was in their mind. And if he was not mistaken, then this is a spatial bridge. The guy tried to explain, saying that everything has his space, and things can be in different worlds at the same time. Having heard him, the girls realized that what they see was only a reflection of another space. Venfeng was still not fully sure that it was a good idea to go along an invisible bridge. But, taking themselves together, the girls still entered the bridge and began to go a little by little. While the beauties crossed the bridge, the brunette noticed that her friend was pale, so she asked if everything was in order. And she replied that everything was fine, but she was a little afraid of heights. The ladies, gradually crossing the bridge, found themselves on the other side, after which, feeling more safely, exhaled with relief. But, turning back, Vena Feng saw a hairpin on the bridge. Taking the jewelry, she exclaimed in surprise, because she thought that she had fallen into the gap, and Lo Si, a little reflection, suggested that the hairpin did not disappear, but went into another space and returned, to which Wu Fu answered Lo Si, which was exactly like that, and also added that this find could play a cruel joke with them. While the guys talked about the situation that happened to them, suddenly heard loud sounds in the gorge. Raising their heads, they saw a flock of unknown creatures flew on them. Creatures raced at a stunning speed, as if aiming at the group. Wu Fu, noticing the threat, sharply warned the girls to be careful, because monsters fly to them. The guys, preparing for the battle, were ready to fight with monsters who flew right on them to harm them. Having carefully examined the monsters, she calmly noticed that they did not seem strong, but it is strange that such creatures appeared here. Wu Fu and the girl, being on the other side of the cliff, were very happy, saying that they really go to the borders of the secret kingdom. But suddenly they met monsters on their way, who rushed to them to meet. Venfeng told the guys that once her brother said that, the closer to the nucleus, the stronger the monsters became. But these flying monsters who flew to them were weaker than those they met in the river. Wu Fu thought and asked Venfeng about the words of her brother. Wanting to learn more about monsters, she replied that the entrance to the dimension is one, but there are much more exits. To which Lo Si asked Venfeng what she had in mind, saying that they could leave at any moment, but not having time to tell everything, the guys heard how the monsters threw something in them. Before the veins, something heavy fell right at her feet. As the guys understood, the monsters wanted to hit and destroy them, expelling from their territory. Vena Feng, looking at how the flying monsters threw themselves in them, asked Wu Fu whether the same creatures were throwing in them. The guy replied that, unfortunately, yes. But suddenly, in Wu Fu, strange pictures began to appear in his head, where he saw the master who stood in front of the dead monster. This very puzzled the guy. Giving his head, Wu Fu could not understand why all these strange things were happening in his head, thinking that perhaps these were memories from his past life. But having come a little to his senses after strange visions, lowering his head, the guy saw some thick forest below, which puzzled him. Wu Fu, directing the girls' gaze down from the cliff, told them to look at the thick forest that was below. But, looking closely, Lo Si said that she did not see anything like that. Wu Fu was even more discouraged by the fact that the girls did not see absolutely any forest. He wondered why he then sees this forest, and suddenly the guy felt his hand touched his shoulder. Turning around, Wu Fu did not see anyone behind his back, and having lost his balance, he fell into the abyss from the cliff. Meanwhile, the girls were very scared for the guy and shouted to him, but, falling into the abyss, Wu Fu saw in front of his eyes only some incomprehensible black outline of the man who tried to talk to him. Having fallen into the abyss from the cliff, Wu Fu fell into a very strange space, around which small bubbles flew in the air, in which the faces of other people were displayed. Having flew all the little bubbles, Wu Fu found that he could touch one of the bubbles, which very surprised him. Turning his finger at the bubble, Wu Fu saw in him an outline in which there was a lord and her double. Smiling at her, Wu Fu sharply began to feel the feelings of a bifurcation, as if his personality was divided into two parts, and he felt a slight dizziness. Opening his eyes, Wu Fu saw that an unusual eye appeared in front of him, which was in this bubble. Holding his head, the guy felt his feeling familiar again. But suddenly a huge monster appeared out of nowhere in front of Wu Fu, who opened his mouth and wanted to eat it. At that moment, the guy had to do something in order to stay alive. Wu Fu began to fight with a huge monster with the renewed forces. So as not to be eaten by him, he clung to the monster's eyes, trying to tear him out in order to cause pain and distract the monster from himself. But the monster resisted him with all his might, trying to overcome the monster again and again. Wu Fu managed to blow up the monster's eye. All the liquid from the monster's eyes scattered over the space. And getting to the monster, he again began to open his eyes, but while the guy was busy, unknown tentacles flew in his direction. The tentacles, who flew right on Wu Fu, wanted to purposefully injure him. But, noticing them in time, the guy managed to cut them in half. The pointed tentacles scattered in all directions when Wu Fu chopped them, using their powerful aura. Having looked closely, Wu Fu noticed neon tracks at the ends of the tentacle. Turning around, he saw a giant web, shining with bright blue light. Obviously, she was created to lure him into a trap. Later, lifting his aura up, Wu Fu saw how disgusting. Large spiders descended to him from above, and he realized that he had trapped them. The guy, applying the powerful spiritual power of the earth for his protection, shot down a huge cocoon of spiders. Having shot down the cocoon, the deflated eggs rained down from it, from which small pauka were supposed to appear. Wu Fu called the spiritual power of fire and directed the aura to the cocoon with spiders, ordering to burn everything to the ground. The cocoon flashed with a bright yellow flame, illuminating the entire cave. Suddenly, Wu Fu felt something climbing on him and saw luminous eyes in the darkness. Later, he saw that it was a small spider that bit him unexpectedly. Wu Fu sharply felt a sharp pain after a bite, and at that very moment a bright thunder and lightning rang out in the sky, as if something bad was about to happen. Here Ching Ching and the guy stood in the lands of peach flowering, when the sky suddenly darkened and a cold wind rose. The guy said that he felt like Wu Fu Fu was collecting spiritual power there. When the guy and the girl were about to leave the lands of the peach flowering, there was suddenly a voice that said that they could not leave without his permission. This surprised them, and he thought who was in front of them. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, gathering all his strength in the formation of a star sword, raised it up and ordered to make a powerful lightning blow, sparkling all over the sky. Sharply heard the roar of lightning, making the sky formidable and black. After the order of Wu Fu, the magical aura filled the space. He decided that since their fate is connected, would help him achieve perfection. They were waiting for danger, and they wished him to be careful. After that, Wu Fu felt in himself an even greater powerful force that he mastered, and now he could destroy any ill-wisher that would become in his way. Having activated powerful power, Wu Fu saw how everything obeys him, and a thick protective barrier arose around him. He realized that this power is powerful and spiritual, and now he needed to comprehend and cleanse it. And the guy immediately began to cleanse spiritual power. He felt how everything inside him was reborn and became stronger. Wu Fu began to feel that the new power began to take his spiritual power, so he tried to change everything, ordering that chaos had borders, and also made 5 elements to improve everything. After that, the guy felt his inner power rebuilt and changed. Wu Fu understood that all this discomfort had to be weight. After some time, having given a little spiritual energy to form, Wu Fu felt huge changes in himself. Looking at his hand, the guy told himself that he needed to check how strong he became. Clenching his fist, he saw his hand illuminated by magical energy. Wu Fu, hitting his fist on the ground with all his might, felt how the wind wave of the wind went from him. And then the guy realized that everything worked out. He said that the spiritual power of the 5 elements became one in him. At the cliff, Venus Feng told Lo Si that the abyss is strange. Asking to be careful, Luo agreed, adding why she fell from the sky, and Wu Fu disappeared. She ordered the veins to wait, promising to return with him. Ven Feng worried about Lo Si and said that she understood her anxiety for Wu Fu Fu, but between them he was incredibly strong. She was not sure that she would cope, and she is afraid that, even finding him, she will only prevent him. Ven Feng barely finished as the girl interrupted her. With gratitude, she said that she would better disappear into the abyss with Wu Fu, which she survived his death. Without hesitation, she jumped down, grabbing the rope. Left on the rock, Ven Feng waited for the return of Lo Si and Wu Fu. Seeing them around, she realized how much she was in love with Wu Fu. She was also interested in what her brother was busy now. In the palace of the Shao family, the tension reigned between the father and the son. Having met face to face, the son said that he had to end this until her sister Feng was returning, so that she would not see what was happening. His father agreed. Meanwhile, Wu Fu got out of the abyss into which he fell, increasing his spiritual forces. Now he was many times stronger and, applying his strength, fled along the rock with all his might, rushing towards the girls. But climbing the rock, the guy saw how the girl went downstairs and grabbed her in his arms. Seeing her close, he was surprised when he realized that it was a Sai. Holding a Lo in her arms, Wu Fu asked what she was doing here. She exclaimed joyfully when she saw him, and was delighted that everything was fine with him. She wanted to ask him, but he said that at first they needed to go upstairs. Wu Fu, rising upstairs, jumped out of the cliff, holding a Lo in his arms. Vina Feng, seeing them intact, was delighted. Realizing that everything was in order with them, Lo Si immediately asked the guy why he jumped into the abyss. Ven also connected to the conversation and persistently asked Wu Fu why he jumped into the abyss. The guy replied that he did not know why he did this, because it seemed to him that someone had pushed him. The girls and Wu Fu thought about who pushed him into the abyss. Lo Si said that they were the only ones, but Ven replied that there were many cultivators, and Wu Fu thought about the words of the vain Feng, saying his opinion to the girls that he does not think so, because if they only want to improve here, then why should they face him into the abyss? Departing from the gorge of the cliff, the guys heard someone told them that they were incredibly lucky that they could come out of there alive. Lo Si asked who was here, but silence sounded in response and the guys were even more alerted, preparing for the worst. Meanwhile, Wu Fu tried to understand where they spoke to them, because there was nobody in front of them. Suddenly, a sword flew towards Wu Fu, trying to stick into it, but the guy reacted in time and restrained him with a powerful spiritual force. Lo Si, seeing a threat, hurried to help. Wu Fu found out what kind of weapon that was directed at him and said that it was a crazy sword. A tall, pumped-up guy with long hair approached Wu Fu. He menacingly said that he had been waiting for him for a long time in order to deal. Lo Si, hearing his voice, was very scared. The guy told Wu Fu that on Earth his cultivation was strongly crushed, adding that Wu then had a chance to defeat him. But now that he was not holding back, he would not allow him to escape. Wu Fu was annoyed by the arrogance of the guy and realized who pushed him into the abyss. He was ready to fight to show where his place. He said that he hid after the clash. The opponent of Wu Fu, angry with his words, said that he had reached the stage of integration and would not tolerate provocations. He waved and attacked. Fu, defending himself from the enemy's attack, thought that without suppression and cultivation, this guy was really very strong. However, despite his power, Wu Fu was sure of his victory. Finging from his opponent, Wu Fu thought how to go around him in force, and decided that it would be interesting to test his new power since his cultivation improved greatly. Fu, stretching out a powerful sword, was ready to speak to his enemy with a new plan. Showing his star sword to the enemy, he dumbfounded him. He could not believe that Wu Fu had such a powerful force. Wu Fu, strengthening his key sword, absorbed spiritual power from the environment, which surprised his enemy, who previously used only internal energy. The opponent asked himself the question of how long he was going to just look, waiting for the help in battle in order to tie the power of Wu Fu. The guy ran into a new enemy standing on the rock. The enemy, having called his sword miserable, said that the guy was not able to defeat him. Looking at another unexpected guest, the girls wondered that it was really another partner who longed to take revenge on Wu Fu. The young man, confident in his strength, accepted the challenge and prepared for a decisive blow, knowing that he would win his opponents. Wu Fu, catching the sword of his powerful spiritual power, erased it at one moment, showing his enemies that not one weapon can defeat him. Wu Fu shot down the enemy's weapon and asked, was it all that he was capable of? The birthday replied that Wu Fu was arrogant and asked him to let him teach a lesson. The opponent immediately rushed into the battle with Wu Fu, throwing many copies in his direction, trying to kill. But Wu was very strong and cleverly evaded weapons. Suddenly, another of the opponents again joined the battle. But this time in front of Wu Fu, and the enemy became La Si, protecting the guy and holding the enemy with his sword with all his might. Wu Fu, holding a Lo in his arms, noticed that she was under the barrier imposed by their enemy, and could not approach her. Therefore, Wu Fu rushed into the battle, protecting Lo Si, so that no one would harm her. And with all his might, he threw back the enemy that he had lost control, and the barrier released the girl. Because of the explosion, the barrier ceased to exist. Freed, Lo Si sat on the ground. Vina Feng ran up to her, asking how she feels and whether she was in order, and was also very worried about the girl so that she was intact. She answered her that everything was fine with her. The girl also asked Vanes that it was. Was it really the true power of a crazy sword? and promised herself that it was the last time she pulled Wu Fu down. She stated that she no longer wants to be a burden for him. But Vane Feng did not give Lo Si so easy to give up and said that all the losers dumped the battlefield. She told the girl that she was the daughter of the Zhao family and would not allow herself to be underestimated. Ven Feng released her powerful power, spinning her wings and launched her swords, dealing with all enemies alternately. Meanwhile, Lo Si also decided to help Wu Fu and applied her strength, using the 7th movement of the Shy Art of the Sword, striking countless blows to enemies. Closing her eyes, she looked into her heart, and honestly that she was a woman who wants to stay next to Wu Fu and will always protect him. Meanwhile, Wu Fu and various applications of force, as well as those forces that the girls put on the battle, struck the enemies, forcing them to feel insignificant. The acute weapon, which directed the veins of Feng to the opponents, exceeded their combat skills and beat them great in battle. Lo Si, also repulsing the enemies with her strength and technology, managed to repulse and teach the robbers, to which Ven Feng praised Lo Si, saying that she coped very well with them. But suddenly one of the attackers wanted to take revenge on the girls to intervene in their fight, telling them that they were very annoying. The girls tensed up, not knowing what to expect from the robbers. Turning around, the girls saw how their enemy stood behind him and was ready to attack them at any moment. Wu Fu noticed out of the corner of his eye that a threat also hung for girls, but his enemy was very quickly distracted by him, saying that he does not know that during the battle he should not be distracted. The enemy told Wu Fu directly that if he wants to save his woman, then let him overwhelm him first, calling on an equal duel. Wu Fu, concentrating his eyes completely on his enemy, was about to defeat him and completely destroy him. Gathering all his strength, he directed it right at his opponent. Meanwhile, Lo Si restrained the attacker of the enemy, holding a sword that stopped at her hands. Wu Fu, noting that Lo Si was under the barrier imposed by the enemy, could not approach her. The girl, feeling the pressure of energy, tried to protect him, despite the fear of losing her lover. Lo Si, from the last forces, restrained the enemy, realizing his tremendous power and realizing that she would not last long. The enemy, seeing her weakness, was preparing to inflict a decisive blow. But suddenly the enemy stopped Vane Feng, wrapping his hand tightly with a whip and restraining his movements while the girl restrained the attacker. She asked Lo to rise and give back. But Lo Si, looking at Wu Fu in battle, was very worried about his security and thought that she should do something at this moment. Otherwise, everything would end very badly. Suddenly, during the battle, the striker saw a secret fiery skill was moving directly on him, which made him get excited, because in front of him was a fierce fiery blow that could kill him in one fell swoop. Seeing a fiery blow in front of him, one of the attackers quickly disappeared, which made another attacker think. The enemy was surprised because he also thought where that guy went. Wu Fu, creeping into the enemy, said that he would destroy his soul, as he had previously destroyed his body. Touching his head, he began to absorb his spiritual energy. Wu directly looked into his enemy's eyes and gradually sucked his life from him. He wanted to avenge him for causing him so many problems. Suddenly, reaching the limit, Wu Fu swallowed the head of his enemy and dried his body from the inside, disappeared with him. Lo Si, sitting on a puddle of blood, was very worried about the fate of Wu Fu to save Ven Feng so that she would not worry, and it seemed that Wu Fu had also finished the battle. Ven Feng felt guilty and told Lo Si that if it had not been for the battle with the robbers, she would not have to use the technique of fiery strike. She answered that she would have done the same, and that it was important to be strong enough so as not to interfere with Wu Fu. Looking at the girl, Vane Feng thought that she did not expect Luo to use this secret technique for the sake of Wu Fu, even despite the side effects. Having gathered to go further, Ven Feng thought that Luo even killed the man who was in the sphere of God, and Luo, gathering his strength, was ready to move on, telling her friend that it was time for them to go. Wu Fu said Lo Si that the terrain is suitable for its cultivation, and he will protect her nearby. The girl agreed. Wu Fu, stepping back, felt something strange behind his feet. Lo Si noticed that with their entrance to the secret dimension of the eyes, they were watching them, as if they wanted to take somewhere. It puzzled both of them. Before leaving, Wu Fu told the girl that he had hidden her smell, and while she is here, no one could feel her. He promised to return soon, but also asked her to take care of Luo Si. Leaving the girl, Wu Fu was thinking about strange eyes and decided to follow them, hoping to find out what this would lead to. He warned Ven Feng about the mark in the star. If the sword was taken out, he would feel danger. Ven Feng, holding a star sword, reflected on her feelings and attentiveness to Wu Fu. She understood that he was waiting for danger, but he still left part of the Luo Seal's strength and sword. Meanwhile, in Aeoli Square, he noticed a strange castle and told his brother that he looked unusual. He agreed, but added that if they want to go further, they would have to go through this place. Meng about asked him if he was terrible to go there, because on the last night her father dreamed again, and his voice sounded weaker, which the guy, without delving into details at all, offered to go further. Meanwhile, walking along the road, the orc thought about it. Would his sister can remember her dreams, suggesting that perhaps because of this he has not been feeling his father recently. But suddenly a very strange picture met on the road of the couple. There were huge naked giants in front of them, which very shocked them. The giants abruptly stopped two young people, telling them that they were only two small people, so they should go back where they came from. After the semi, people were driven away by huge naked giants. The brother and sister turned around and left, but leaving, her sister asked the guy, did he really see the same as she and these giants were completely naked? To which the guy replied that everything was so. Walking around the territory of the castle, Aeoli and the girl noticed a strange thing. All the giants were without clothes that shocked them. They could not understand why it was so. Passing by a crowd of naked giants, young people discussed the situation, in which the lady asked the guy if he did not think that all people in this place are very strange. The giant, laughing, said Aeoli, as he dares, being so small to push him. He, angry, answered the giant that he did not understand what he was doing. The orc asked the giant to dress, noting the disrespectfulness of his naked appearance. The beauty asked why they are called little people and what it means. When asked by the girl, the giant arrogantly answered her that only to such low people like them, you need to put on their clothes in order to cover their ugly bodies. Laughing right in the face, he also added that all little people like them think the same way, because noble people like him do not need clothes at all. Young people began to surround many giants who wanted to harm them or not let them go. All of them, surrounding them, laughed in their face, thinking that they would just win little people. But Aeoli was not at all afraid of all these giants surrounded them, and, very angry, he did not control his forces. Having gathered his strength, the orc punished the giants for the impudence and disrespectful attitude. Having shoved them to the sides, then they continued their way. The blonde noticed that local residents may control magical forces, and offered to leave this place faster to avoid trouble.